Chapter 701 The Tribulations of the Seven Leaves Sect. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed across the sky, and Huaqiu appeared outside the secret realm. Behind him, the four demon kings flew out, their enormous bodies covering the mountaintop. If the cultivators of the three sects were to witness the scene, they would surely be astonished. However, there was no one outside the secret area. Even the cultivators from the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect who had come out earlier were nowhere to be seen. It seems that both the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect have encountered trouble, Huaqiu said calmly. As is customary, after the cultivators from the three sects emerged from the secret realm, they were greeted by the high-ranking members of each sect, who then presented the resources they had acquired. Huaqiu planned to go back to the Seven Leaves sect first. You four, he glanced at the four demon kings, his brows furrowing slightly. The four demon kings were enormous, making them extremely conspicuous wherever they went. I will create a spirit pet space for you, large enough to accommodate all four of you, Huaqiu said to the four demon kings. I will fill that space with the power of laws, so that you can improve your cultivation within it, and later I will also fill it with spiritual energy. After hearing Huaqiu's words, the four demon kings were greatly shocked. Creating a spirit pet space, not his, is creating a small world. The Black Dragon exclaimed. You should know that even a powerful cultivator in the void returning stage can't do that. Huaqiu once again demonstrated his incredible abilities to them. Creating a spirit pet space is no problem at all for Huaqiu, who controls the origin of space. He will make it a prototype of a small world to temporarily house the four demon kings, and then transform and shape it when he has time in the future. This process lasted for quite a while. Half an hour later, the four demon kings disappeared and entered the spirit pet space opened up by Huaqiu to cultivate. He flew towards the direction where the Seven Leaves sect was located. As they approached the Seven Leaves sect, Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. He had already sensed the fluctuations emanating from the Seven Leaves sect's mountain gate. The place was filled with a spiritual aura, occasionally accompanied by booming sounds. It is clear that a battle is taking place within the Seven Leaves sect. At this time, the situation of the Seven Leaves sect was not optimistic. A massive light shield enveloped the Seven Leaves sect's territory. The Seven Leaves sect's protective formation is fully activated. Meanwhile, in the sky outside the Great Formation, many cultivators were launching repeated attacks, attempting to break through the Seven Leaves sect's protective formation. In the Grand Plaza of the Seven Leaves sect within the formation, almost all the cultivators of the Seven Leaves sect were gathered. Many people are lying on the ground, all injured and receiving treatment. Those with minor injuries recover through meditation. Elder Lu and others who had rushed back earlier were among them. Elder Lu's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was using his internal energy to recover from his injuries. During a brief pause, he looked up at the cultivators attacking outside the formation, his face grim and filled with worry. Upon leaving the secret realm and realizing that something was wrong, they immediately rushed to the sect. However, when they returned to their sect, the Seven Leaves sect's protective formation had already been activated. Everyone was shocked, and before they could calm down, they were attacked by a group of cultivators. Their opponents were far stronger than them. In just a short time, they suffered heavy casualties. At the critical moment, the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect closed the sect's protective formation and flew out to support them. With the protection of the Seven Leaves sect's patriarch, they were able to return to the sect. Although the formation was reopened in time, it still dealt a significant blow to the Seven Leaves sect. Some died, some were injured, and even the two patriarchs returned wounded and are now sitting cross-legged in the center of the square, meditating to recover. Elder Lu's gaze lingered on the air behind those cultivators. There, four people stood with their hands behind their backs. Their aura is incredibly powerful. It was their intervention that injured the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect. Jialing sect Elder Lu muttered through gritted teeth, filled with anger. The attackers of the Seven Leaves sect were cultivators from the Jialing sect. They came out in almost their entire force. Even though their entire team that entered the secret realm was wiped out, the Jialing sect's strength was still formidable, far surpassing that of the Seven Leaves sect. Now, the Seven Leaves sect can only cower within its protective formation, but that formation will eventually break down. At that point, the Seven Leaves sect will be doomed. Elder Lu cast his gaze further into the distance, looking worried as if he were searching for something. Elder Ling, please don't come back, go as far as you can, he sighed. Many of the cultivators who returned from the Seven Leaves sect were still hoping for the return of the person they admired. However, after witnessing the power of the Jialing sect, Elder Lu actually hoped that Elder Ling would not return, otherwise he might very well perish. Just as Elder Lu was worried, his gaze suddenly froze. What he feared still happened. That familiar figure appeared above the Seven Leaves sect, and was very close to the cultivators of the Jialing sect. Elder Ling, hurry up and go. Elder Lu shouted at the top of his lungs, summoning his last bit of spiritual energy that was almost completely depleted. The shout was heard by cultivators from both the Seven Leaves sect and the Jialing sect. Elder Ling is back. Immediately, some Seven Leaves sect cultivators were excited. Hua Qiu's invincible aura seemed to reappear before their eyes. Slay the Taoist, kill the nascent soul cultivator. His domineering and powerful presence is unforgettable. The two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect opened their eyes at the same time and looked up at the sky. They had already heard some stories about Hua Qiu from the cultivators who had returned from the Seven Leaves sect. This peerless genius who suddenly rose to prominence within the sect also greatly shocked the two patriarchs. Upon seeing Hua Qiu appear, both men wore somber expressions and furrowed brows. Is that person Ling Ying, the peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect? The four people in the sky locked their gazes and divine senses onto Hua Qiu, their expressions cold. Reporting to the ancestor, it is him, he is Ling Ying. A core formation cultivator shouted excitedly. This is the person who killed him. Many elders of our Jialing sect personally beheaded our Dao child. Moreover, it also killed a nascent soul grand cultivator who had descended from the spirit sect. If I hadn't been injured and hidden in the mountains, all the cultivators from my Jialing sect who entered the secret realm would have been wiped out. The core formation cultivator's face was filled with fear. The memory was so vivid that he almost trembled. After a heated exchange, all the eyes of the cultivators from both sects were drawn to Hua Qiu. The Dao child of Jialing sect is an exceptionally brilliant genius, nurtured by the Jialing sect at great expense of its resources. Such a genius actually died at his hands. The nascent soul grandmaster of the spirit sect is undoubtedly of high caliber. Even within the secret realm, where one might be suppressed by its laws, his ability to annihilate it is still unbelievable. This person is doomed. The four nascent soul cultivators from Jialing sect stared at Hua Qiu for a moment, their killing intent rising. 702, Chapter 702 One Last Help. Not good, the nascent soul cultivator from the Jialing sect intends to kill Ling Ying. Upon seeing the four nascent soul cultivators from the Jialing sect radiating murderous aura in the sky, the two elders of the Seven Leaf sect changed their expressions drastically. They were eager to go out and provide support as soon as possible. However, both of them had suffered serious injuries, and the Seven Leaves sect was extremely weak. Even if the two of them go out, they won't be of much use. Moreover, if the Seven Leaves sect's protective formation is activated again, the covetous Jialing sect cultivators will surely take advantage of the situation and may be unable to close it again. The two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect looked grim, caught in a dilemma. Kill him. Upon learning that Hua Qiu was the culprit responsible for the near-total annihilation of the Jialing sect's secret realm expedition team, the Jialing sect cultivators were filled with hatred and surrounded Hua Qiu, shouting loudly. Hua Qiu watched them shout with a very calm expression. All of you, step back. A nascent soul cultivator commanded, ordering the Jialing sect cultivators to retreat. This person is quite strong, you can't handle him. The cultivators of the Jialing sect were bloodthirsty and acted in a frenzied manner. No matter how powerful he is, if so many of us swarm him, we can drown him with a single spit. Shouting, the late-stage core formation cultivator who spoke up immediately unleashed his magic weapon to attack Hua Qiu. He himself did not step out of the line and remained standing in the crowd. Despite their loud pronouncements, they remained wary. Court death. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold as she glanced at the person who had made the move. Bang! Before his two magical treasures could even reach Hua Qiu, they suddenly exploded in mid-air. The powerful energy startled the cultivators of the Jialing sect, who all retreated in terror. The person who made the move was the one who escaped the fastest. During his escape, he suddenly found himself unable to move, as if he were frozen in place. The energy from the explosion of the magical artifact instantly reached us. Ah! With a scream, the late-stage core formation cultivator from the Jialing sect was reduced to ashes in the explosion of his own magic weapon. This scene immediately stunned the bloodthirsty Jialing sect cultivators, and also made the four nascent soul cultivators' gazes sharpen. Step back, anyone who disobeys will be executed. The nascent soul cultivator roared in fury. The cultivators of Jialing sect dared not disobey any longer and retreated far away. The four nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect acted simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared not far in front of Hua Qiu. A peerless genius, is it? We'll see if you can escape with your life from the hands of four nascent soul experts. Their expressions were cold. They had actually decided to join forces and kill this peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect. Buzz. The space around Hua Qiu was quickly sealed off by various restrictions. Shameless, unscrupulous. The two Seven Leaf sect elders inside the sect's protective formation cursed angrily, their emotions running high. For nascent soul cultivators ganging up on a young core formation cultivator, it's utterly shameless, despicable, hateful. The two exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. Open a gap in the great formation. Someone transmitted to the Seven Leaves sect master, who was in control of the sect's protective formation. Ancestor, no way. The Seven Leaves sect master replied anxiously. He worried that if the two elders went out, not only would they not be able to save the person, but they would also perish. Open it. The two shouted angrily. Helpless, the Seven Leaves sect master had no choice but to obey orders. A narrow gap, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, appeared in an inconspicuous location within the sect's protective formation. The two elders swiftly flew away from there. Hee, we've been waiting for you. Suddenly, the four nascent soul cultivators who were preparing to surround and kill Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile in an instant. They disregarded Hua Qiu and only left behind a restriction to seal the space. They appeared at the gap in the formation that had not yet been closed with incredible speed, and simultaneously unleashed their magical weapons to bombard it. Bang bang bang. A loud bang rang out, and the Seven Leaves sect's protective formation began to fluctuate violently. The small gap immediately began to expand uncontrollably. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. The two Seven Leaf sect elders' expressions changed drastically, filled with regret. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators inside the formation also looked terrified. If the Great Formation is breached, they will face certain death. Because of the severity of their injuries, many people were unable to even escape. Seeing the gap in the formation rapidly widening, the cultivators of the Jialing sect revealed bloodthirsty killing intent, preparing for a large-scale invasion. Today is the day the Seven Leaves sect will be completely destroyed. The four nascent soul cultivators sneered. Whoosh! Just as the four were sneering, a ray of light suddenly shone on the gap in the formation. In an instant, the gap in the formation stopped widening. What? The four of them looked surprised, caught off guard by this scene. They quickly realized what was happening and used their magical artifacts to launch another attack. However, the gap suddenly trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored without any gap. Buzz. The Seven Leaves sect's protective array was repaired, and the spiritual light it emitted was even more intense and noticeably thicker. This. Not only the cultivators of the Jialing sect, but also the cultivators of the Seven Leaves sect were stunned. The protective formations of any sect are not simple. They require a great deal of resources and the hard work of formation masters to set up successfully. Once a problem occurs, it takes a lot of effort to fix it. The Seven Leaves sect's grand formation has suffered too many attacks and is on the verge of collapse. It won't last much longer. But that ray of spiritual light actually restored the great formation to its original state, and even made it thicker. In this way, even if the Jialing sect cultivators attack for several more days, they may not be able to break through. This scene shocked many people. Who is it? The 4 nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect were furious. They immediately looked at the 2 elders of the 7 Leaves sect. But the 7 Leaves sect's patriarch also looked astonished. They were all looking at one person. They clearly saw that the light came from Huaqiu's location. It's him! The 4 nascent soul cultivators' expression shifted as they stared intently at Huaqiu. He was sealed off by the restrictions set up by 4 nascent soul cultivators, yet he was still able to move. Moreover, the 7 Leaves sect was repaired and strengthened with just a ray of spiritual light grand formation. What kind of existence is this? Such a person, the 4 nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect looked more solemn than ever before. Such amazing talent and strength already made people extremely wary. His mastery of formations was so high that even nascent soul cultivators couldn't comprehend it. How can we not kill this boy? One of them said quietly. The 7 Leaves sect may survive, but this man must die here. If he grows up, how will my Jialing sect survive? The 4 nascent soul cultivators disregarded everything else and, with a flick of their bodies, flew back towards Huaqiu. Don't even think about succeeding. The 2 elders of the 7 Leaves sect shouted coldly and flew to Huaqiu's side, blocking his way. Elder Ling, you should Gao Tu will help you escape. When you attain enlightenment in the future, do not forget the 7 Leaves sect. Please avenge the 7 Leaves sect. Huaqiu smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. I will do one last thing for the 7 Leaves sect, he said calmly. I'll help you destroy the Jialing sect. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 patriarchs were immediately shocked. 703, Chapter 703, Destroyed? The 2 elders turned around in shock, staring blankly at Huaqiu. At that moment, Huaqiu's figure seemed to grow taller in their eyes. That confident posture, that tone of voice. This inevitably reminded them of one person. Could it be you? The 2 asked, filled with doubt and surprise. Huaqiu smiled faintly, ignoring them, and moved to stand in front of the 2 of them. You 2 are no help, just watch from the back. Although these 2 have begun to comprehend the power of the laws, it has been too short a time for them to know how to use it. The 4 nascent soul cultivators from Jialing sect were all at a higher level than them, so when they attacked together, the 2 of them were naturally no match for them. Besides, Huaqiu didn't need their help at all. You are a senior. One person shouted out in surprise. Their figures and demeanors were so similar. They were already 70% certain that Huaqiu was the senior who had bestowed upon them their fortune and helped them comprehend the power of the laws. The 2 of them immediately showed expressions of surprise. At the time, the senior left so quickly that they didn't even have time to properly thank him. Unexpectedly, that senior had been hiding within the 7 Leaves sect all along. They were already puzzled as to how the 7 Leaves sect had suddenly produced a peerless genius who surpassed even the Taoist of the Jialing sect. Now, everything can be explained logically. Just then, the 7 Leaves sect was in dire straits. The 7 Leaves sect is saved. The 2 were overjoyed and completely relaxed. The 2 men bowed respectfully to Huaqiu from behind. The survival of the 7 Leaves sect depends entirely on you, senior. The 2 said solemnly. After saying that, the 2 flew away without looking back to observe from the other side. This scene, however, made the 4 nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect frown. They had no idea what those 2 were up to. Could it be that they're trying to mislead us, or is there some kind of trick? One of them asked hesitantly. At this moment, no matter how many schemes and tricks they have, it will be of no use. One of them sneered. Kill that kid first, then kill those 2 old guys, and finally destroy the 7 Leaves sect. The other 3 nodded. That's true, the other side is just at the end of its rope, so what's there to worry about? Kill! They roared, their powerful auras combining to create an even tighter seal around Huaqiu's surroundings. The person at the front raised his hand and threw a flying sword, aiming straight for Huaqiu's brow. The flying swords launched by nascent soul cultivators are of high grade, powerful, and fast. Core formation cultivators have virtually no ability to react. Huaqiu showed no intention of hiding. He simply extended 2 fingers and pinched them between his eyebrows. Clang! The moment his fingers came together, he caught the flying sword. The flying sword trembled and hummed, but no matter what it did, it could not advance even an inch further. The 4 nascent soul cultivators showed unusual expressions. This flying sword attack is so powerful that even a nascent soul cultivator of the same realm wouldn't dare to restrain it with just 2 fingers. Trying to trap it is virtually impossible. But that person did it. He really caught the nascent soul cultivator's flying sword with just 2 fingers. The person who fired the flying sword had a grim expression, and his spiritual energy surged. He was connected to the flying sword, and now, unwilling to accept defeat, he frantically urged it on, wanting the flying sword to break free from Huaqiu's control and pierce through his brow. The flying sword trembled even more violently. But it still couldn't advance an inch from Huaqiu's fingers. The owner of the flying sword turned red in the face, mobilized a large amount of spiritual power, and his face was filled with disbelief. Not just him, the other 3 also frowned deeply. Even after all this, there's still no effect? A waste of effort. Huaqiu uttered 4 words indifferently, tightening his fingers slightly. A metallic clang rang out, as if a heavy hammer had struck the heart of the flying sword's owner. The flying sword broke between Huaqiu's 2 fingers. Puff! The owner of the flying sword opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The other 3 looked shocked and couldn't believe it. Almost all the cultivators of the Jialing sect looked dazed. Is it true or false? The Seven Leaves sect's genius hadn't even made a formal move yet, and one of the nascent soul cultivators from the Jialing sect was already seriously injured. The scene fell silent for a moment. Whoosh! An uproar erupted around them. Numerous voices of discussion arose, filled with astonishment. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators erupted in cheers, just as they had done inside the secret realm before. So you really are a core formation cultivator, senior? Next, you'll be even more surprised. The 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect watched coldly from the sidelines, muttering to themselves with schadenfreude. This child is extraordinary, he cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The nascent soul cultivator, who was spitting blood, shouted in a fit of rage. Stop hesitating and observing, strike together, we must kill him with 1 blow, we cannot give him any chance to breathe. The other 3 also realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded in agreement. The 4 of them exchanged glances. The next moment, they attacked simultaneously. Boom! The magical artifact's spiritual light shone brightly in the sky, dazzling to the extreme. The 4 of them unleashed 1 or 2 high-level magic weapons, bombarding Huaqiu with them all at once. That wasn't enough, they also unleashed their own incredibly powerful supernatural abilities. In an instant, the spiritual light of various magical treasures, mixed with the power of supernatural abilities, all rushed towards one place. The sky became chaotic, filled with a kaleidoscope of colors, threatening to engulf Huaqiu, who was as tiny as a grain of rice. Such a grand scene caused the cultivators from both sects to hold their breath and quietly watch that spot. In an instant, various spiritual lights engulfed Huaqiu's figure. Boom! Bang! Bang bang! Wherever he was, deafening explosions rang out, their scale immense and their power terrifying. The cultivators from both sects were stunned. With such immense power, what can it shatter? If this were to hit the 7th, even the sect's protective formation might not be able to withstand the attack. It seems that the 4 nascent soul cultivators have truly used their trump cards and ultimate moves. Senior. Even the 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect, who had full confidence in Huaqiu, were somewhat shaken, staring wide-eyed at the place where Huaqiu was submerged. At this moment, all the cultivators present were tense. The bombing from the sky continued for quite some time, and everyone's hearing had long been numbed by the shockwaves, with only a buzzing sound in their minds. After a long while, the smoke in the sky gradually dissipated. Everyone strained their eyes, trying to see as closely as possible. However, even with their eyes dry from staring, and seeing all the smoke clear, they still couldn't find Hua Qiu's figure. Could it bet had it was blasted to ashes? It must be, even gods couldn't withstand such a powerful and terrifying bombardment. How could they not be reduced to ashes? The cultivators of Jialing sect quickly became excited and burst into laughter. An atmosphere of despondency and sorrow gradually spread among the Seven Leaves sect cultivators. Elder Lingyi, is he really dead? Many people found it hard to accept. The four nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect gradually relaxed and began to laugh. Fortunately, we wiped them out, one person smiled. Not necessarily suddenly, a voice rang out from above. In an instant, the four people froze and mechanically looked up. 704, Chapter 704. One sword slays four venerables. Everyone was looking up at the sky. It was an unbelievable scene for them. The peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect, who should have been reduced to ashes in the bombing, now stands unharmed atop the heads of the four nascent soul cultivators of the Jialing sect. His expression was indifferent, and not even a single tear was found on his sleeves. In an instant, everyone, including the four nascent soul cultivators, showed surprise. Many people were stunned and speechless. Only the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect performed slightly better. They regarded Hua Qiu as a powerful figure of the same era as their master, believing that Hua Qiu must be a nascent soul stage expert, and that his performance was not surprising. However, Hua Qiu's composure and nonchalance in the face of such an attack still shocked them. How is this possible? He's still alive. Four powerful cultivators joined forces to unleash such an attack, and he was clearly hit, so why is he completely unharmed? The cultivators of the Jialing sect could not accept this outcome at all. Those four were like figures of faith in the Jialing sect, representing immense power. Even with such beings joining forces and employing every means at their disposal, they were still unable to defeat an elder from the Seven Leaves sect. This overturned their understanding and caused their beliefs to show signs of collapse. Little did they know, the inner turmoil of those four nascent soul cultivators was even more intense than theirs. They understood how much force they had used, how powerful it was, and how difficult it would be to easily escape from such energy. None of the four saw Hua Qiu's movements clearly. This horrified them. Even if a Seven Leaves sect elder is a genius and truly has the potential to become a ruler, he should not act in such an inconceivable and illogical way. You are not a core formation cultivator at all. A great cultivator said with extreme solemnity. When did I ever say I was a core formation cultivator? Hua Qiu smiled coldly. The four of them froze in shock. From the moment we left until now, Hua Qiu's aura has remained that of a core formation stage cultivator. The laws of the three sects' secret realm greatly suppress cultivators above the core formation stage, so they were not overly shocked when they heard that Hua Qiu had killed a nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect within the secret realm. Until this moment. All indications suggest that things are not as they thought at all. This young man killed a nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect who was at his peak strength. Hua Qiu stood atop the four people, his expression mocking. Buzz. A completely different aura suddenly emanated from him. As fierce as a hurricane, as turbulent as a raging storm. The four nascent soul cultivators were the first to be hit, and their expressions changed drastically in an instant, revealing expressions of horror. The power of this aura exceeded their expectations. That had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, making him stronger than any of the four of them. The strongest of these four is at the late nascent soul stage. Hua Qiu's aura was several times stronger than that person's. However, this is only what is revealed on the surface. All four of them had a feeling that this was not the person's limit, and that his true strength was likely even more terrifying. Hua Qiu's aura permeated the entire Seven Leaves sect area, enveloping cultivators from both sects. So powerful. The cultivators from both sects were shaken. The cultivators of Jialing sect felt heavy-hearted and began to worry. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators were greatly encouraged and their faces were full of joy. Elderling has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. That's incredible. Our Seven Leaves sect is saved. Elderling, you must avenge the elders and fellow disciples who died in the sect. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators shouted loudly. The situation has become critical. The four nascent soul cultivators of Jialing sect transmitted their voices to each other. We have to fight like mad. Even if we can't kill that person, we have to inflict serious damage on him. The four exchanged glances, all preparing to employ a tactic that would inflict heavy damage on both sides. There was no way around it. The pressure Hua Qiu exerted on them was simply too great. In the air, Hua Qiu revealed a disdainful expression. If he is unwilling, who here can risk their life for him? Even if you're willing to risk everything, it depends on whether he agrees. He no longer approached it with a playful attitude. With a single movement of his body, ripples spread through the space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the four of them. Careful! The four were shocked, and someone exclaimed. They cooperated well, reacting in unison and releasing their spiritual power to form a huge shield in front of them. Because, in that instant, they felt the threat of death, and involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. Their instincts told them that they had to abandon their attack and immediately defend. Oh. Hua Qiu didn't take such a defense seriously at all. A flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and the blue sword appeared in a fleeting moment before he slashed out. The sword light slashed out, making a hissing sound, as if even space itself was being cut open. The four nascent soul cultivators were not careless and were on high alert. They not only continuously supplied spiritual energy to the spiritual energy shield, but also took the opportunity to summon several magical treasures. It had no intention of attacking whatsoever, it was purely for defense. In addition, there is a magical shield. The three layers of defense, when connected together, gave them some confidence. It should be able to block it, right? Their brows remained furrowed as they watched the rapidly approaching cyan swordlight. It doesn't seem to have much power, but it gives people an extremely dangerous feeling. Thoughts are only fleeting. Buzz. The cyan swordlight struck the triple defense. Splash. The first layer of spiritual energy shield collapsed instantly, proving utterly useless. It couldn't even stop the swordlight for a moment. The four men's pupils dilated in shock, and their faces turned pale. Bang bang bang. The second layer of magical defense was still ineffective, shattering under the swordlight. The four looked horrified and panicked. Boom! The swordlight remained undiminished, striking the final layer of the divine shield. This was the four's last line of defense, and their last hope. They reasoned that even if their magical shield could only block the azure swordlight for a moment, they would still have time to use their maximum speed avoid. However, fortune did not smile upon them. As the magical shield dissipated in the blink of an eye, the pupils of the four people dilated to their maximum. Some people opened their mouths wide, as if trying to shout something, but they didn't get a chance to utter a sound. A flash of cyan swordlight passed through the four people's position and continued flying backward until it gradually dissipated into specks of light in the distance. The four nascent soul cultivators remained standing still. Silence reigned within the Seven Leaves sect's territory. No one dared to speak. No one dared to blink as they stared at the four nascent soul cultivators of the Jialing sect in the sky, not daring to even breathe loudly. What is the current state of the battle? Under the watchful eyes of many, after a long while, the stiff bodies of the four nascent soul cultivators finally began to move. Their bodies were split in two at the waist and fell from the sky. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators from both sects changed drastically, as they were deeply shaken. The cultivators within the Seven Leaves sect's territory were in an uproar. 705, Chapter 705 A Clear Conscience. With a single sword strike, he cleaved four nascent soul cultivators of the Jialing sect in two at the waist. There was absolutely no chance to react. Despite layers of defense, it still couldn't stop that cyan swordlight. It has been a long time since a nascent soul cultivator has perished in the Dingfeng city area. This is the first time in nearly 300 years that a nascent soul cultivator has perished in this region. Moreover, four of them perished in one go. One sword strike, and 4 people fall. What an astonishing scene! What a terrifying and drastic change! The cultivators of the Jialing sect were dumbfounded, and their bodies began to tremble. They were sent by the dominant sect under the Lingzone to annihilate the Qie sect. Given the strength of the Jialing sect, this should have been a sure victory. Who would have thought that a genius from the Seven Leaves sect would suddenly appear with earth-shattering strength? With a single sword strike, 4 top-tier warriors of the Jialing sect perished. The cultivators of Jialing sect were all stunned and couldn't react for a long time. The shouts of the Seven Leaves sect cultivators grew louder and louder. Elder Ling is too strong, absolutely too strong. What terrifying strength this is. Killing 4 nascent soul cultivators with a single sword strike, how powerful and domineering. I'd believe it if you told me Elder Ling was a deity transformation cultivator. Elder Ling, you are a god of my Seven Leaves sect. Some people shouted until their voices were hoarse, all the gloom was swept away, and they vented their previous frustrations and resentment to their heart's content. On the other side, the 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect also looked astonished. They anticipated that Hua Qiu would display great power, but they only thought that he could drive away the Jialing sect cultivators. After all, Jialing sect has a dominant sect backing it up, and its cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage all have many ways to protect themselves, making them very difficult to kill. Who would have thought that Hua Qiu would annihilate 4 nascent soul cultivators from the Jialing sect with just one sword strike? After their initial shock, the 2 men's expressions immediately darkened as they mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing to unleash their power. Even if a nascent soul cultivator's physical body is destroyed, their nascent soul still exists, and they still have hope of making a comeback. They wanted to intercept the nascent souls of the 4 members of the Jialing sect. However, the nascent soul cultivator's escape speed was extremely fast, and the 2 of them were not very confident. They were on high alert, and were willing to give their all even if it worsened their injuries. However, even after the 2 locked onto the 4 mutilated bodies for a long time, they did not see a single nascent soul fly out and escape. What happened? The 2 frowned and quickly flew to the body that had fallen to the ground. After investigating, the 2 were greatly shocked. Where is there any nascent soul left in these 4 corpses? They found only a trace of the destruction of the nascent soul. The 2 stared at each other, their eyes trembling, their expressions stiff, both shocked and terrified. That sword strike not only destroyed the physical bodies of the 4 members of the Jialing sect, but also completely destroyed their nascent souls. Such astonishing methods are practically impossible in the first level of the Xuanjin realm. Even a nascent soul expert probably couldn't wipe out 4 fleeing nascent soul cultivators in one go. Laws! The 2 exclaimed in surprise. It must be the power of the laws. Moreover, it is by no means an ordinary law, it must be a top-tier attack law that ranks extremely high and is understood to an extremely profound degree. Just how far has he raked? The 2 were deeply moved and unable to calm down. What are you all standing there for, Seven Leaves sect members? Hua Qiu coldly shouted from the sky. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators all fell silent, looking at him with puzzlement. After a while, the protective formation suddenly disappeared. The Seven Leaves sect master flew into the air. Kill all of you from the Seven Leaves sect! He shouted at the top of his lungs. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators then realized what was happening. Kill! In an instant, shouts of battle filled the air, and figures flew into the sky, attacking the still stunned cultivators of the Jialing sect. This was a one-sided massacre. Although the Seven Leaves sect was significantly stronger than the Jialing sect, the morale of the Jialing sect had plummeted after the annihilation of its 4 nascent soul cultivators. They were filled with apprehension and had no courage to fight. Meanwhile, the Seven Leaves sect's morale soared, and its combat strength doubled. With the addition of those 2 nascent soul elders, no one in the Jialing sect can contend with them. Hua Qiu stood with his hands behind his back, observing the anti-massacre battle from the sky with an indifferent expression. With 2 nascent soul cultivators joining the battle, the Jialing sect cultivators suffered heavy casualties and scattered in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators, blinded by rage, continued their relentless pursuit. Perhaps some of the Jialing sect cultivators will manage to escape, but probably not many. Hua Qiu had no intention of making any more moves and quietly waited for the killing to subside. After a long while, the shouts of battle subsided. There are no more living Jialing sect cultivators here. Hua Qiu slowly descended from the sky. The two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect quickly led many cultivators from the Seven Leaves sect to greet them. Haha, Elder Ling, you've really kept this a secret. Elder Lu laughed as he spoke to Hua Qiu. Our Seven Leaves sect was able to turn the tide this time entirely thanks to Elder Ling. He saved the entire Seven Leaves sect. All the elders said. How dare you, how insolent! Suddenly, the two elders shouted loudly with grim faces. The group looked at each other blankly after being reprimanded. What, Elder Ling, how dare you speak to a senior like that? What, senior? The elders were stunned. This is not Elder Ling, he is an old friend of the founding patriarch of my Seven Leaves sect. An elder said solemnly. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators were stunned. On behalf of everyone in the Seven Leaves sect, we thank you for saving us, senior. The two elders bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu and said. If it weren't for your intervention, senior, today would have been the day my Seven Leaves sect was destroyed. We, the entire Seven Leaves sect, will never forget your great kindness and virtue. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators were initially astonished by the actions of the two patriarchs. But they reacted quickly. The higher-ups reacted immediately and hurriedly followed the two elders in bowing to Hua Qiu with trepidation. The other cultivators were a little slower to react, but seeing that the higher-ups were all bowing, they immediately followed suit. The entire Seven Leaves sect bowed down before Hua Qiu. Many cultivators who had previously had contact with Hua Qiu looked complicated and flustered. How quickly could the status of an inconspicuous disciple of a pharmacy change? Core disciple, core formation elder, peerless genius, and now a close friend of the founder. Get up, all of you, Hua Qiu said calmly. He had almost exhausted the spiritual energy of the Seven Leaves sect, and now that he had done so much for them, he felt he had no regrets. They're not losing out at all by exchanging one spiritual vein for so much. This is the last time I will help the Seven Leaves sect. How things develop in the future is up to you, Hua Qiu said calmly. We understand, thank you, seniors. The two elders said. You have already helped the Seven Leaves sect far too much, we will forever remember your kindness, you will always be the greatest benefactor of the Seven Leaves sect. Hua Qiu nodded. Having endured this ordeal, the Seven Leaves sect has been reborn from the ashes and will surely have an even better future, Hua Qiu said perfunctorily. Suddenly, his expression hardened. The matter here is settled, I shall depart. The cultivators of the Seven Leaves sect looked up and found that Hua Qiu had disappeared. Senior. The two patriarchs looked on with reluctance as they gazed at the faint trail in the sky. 706, Chapter 706. I knew you would come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of fierce wind continued to echo in my ears. Hua Qiu used his fastest speed, and his figure was completely invisible from the sky. He was flying almost as if traversing space, heading in one direction. He was holding a broken magical artifact in his hand. That was a communication artifact that Ji Yao gave him when she was in Dingfeng City. Ji Yao has one, and he has one, they are a pair. Just now, this magical artifact suddenly shattered. Hua Qiu immediately realized that Ji Yao was in trouble. The Golden Light sect was also attacked and may face a crisis similar to that of the Seven Leaves sect. Hua Qiu's face was as still as water. No matter what, Ji Yao is his woman, and he can't just sit idly by. Moreover, Ling Ying's younger sister, Ling Yu, is still within the Golden Light sect, and he hasn't finished settling her in yet. Following the faint connection between the magical artifact and the real thing, Hua Qiu flew towards the Golden Light sect at top speed. The Golden Light sect is not far from the Seven Leaf sect, and that distance is not difficult for Hua Qiu to cross. After a while, the mountain gate of a major sect came into view in the distance. From a distance, one can see the smoke and flames of war engulfing the Jin Guangzong Palace. Hua Qiu's face darkened. The golden light sect's protective formation couldn't even be seen activating. No, it's not that it wasn't turned on, it's that it was destroyed. The situation of Jin Guanzong is far worse than that of Kaizong. Hua Qiu hadn't even arrived yet, but his divine sense had already been projected there first. He saw that Jin Guangzong's corpses were strewn everywhere, and there were ruins all around. He saw numerous cultivators from other sects standing in mid-air above the Golden Light sect. The cultivators who attacked the Golden Light sect were actually much stronger overall than those of the Jiaoling sect. Foundation establishment and core formation are commonplace, the lowest level is foundation establishment. There is no shortage of nascent soul cultivators here. There were nascent soul cultivators fighting fiercely in the sky. 6 people participated in the battle. Based on their condition, Hua Qiu guessed that the 3 injured and unstable individuals were the patriarchs of the Golden Light sect, while the other 3 who seemed to be handling the situation with ease were cultivators from other sects. In addition, there were 3 nascent soul cultivators standing on the other side watching. They spoke with cold smiles, seemingly commenting on the battle unfolding nearby. Among the 3 nascent soul cultivators watching from the sidelines, Hua Qiu spotted someone who looked familiar. He used his divine sense to probe the past and then he had memories. The Lord of Dingfeng City. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised at all that the city lord of Dingfeng City would appear here. When he was in Dingfeng City last time, he noticed that something was wrong with the city lord and even told Ji Yao to be careful. The young city lord of Dingfeng City, accompanied by a nascent soul cultivator, chased him to the outskirts of the city, where he was easily killed and his body disposed of. Ji Yao later said that this incident caused a great uproar in Dingfeng City, but nothing was found out. Hua Qiu knew that the city lord of Dingfeng City would definitely suspect him. However, so much time has passed, and he hasn't come to investigate. Perhaps, they were holding back, waiting for this moment. Hua Qiu extended his divine sense to other places, searching for Ji Yao's figure. Before long, Hua Qiu discovered her. Boom! Ji Yao was sent flying by a young cultivator, crashing into a thick pillar and turning pale with blood at the corner of her mouth. But she still stubbornly stood up, her pretty face showing no fear. Ji Yao, do you submit or not? The young cultivator flew over with a sneer. Shameless scoundrel! Ji Yao angrily rebuked, clutching her chest. If it weren't for the nascent soul cultivator injuring me, you wouldn't be a match for me. The young monk didn't take it seriously. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to humiliate your so-called candidate goddess of the divine sect? He sneered as he pressed closer. Jiang Long, don't ruin her, she's a furnace vessel chosen by a powerful figure in the spirit sect. Came the voice of a nascent soul cultivator from the sky. Understood, the young cultivator replied, then leaped forward to attack Ji Yao. Ji Yao's face turned pale, and she no longer had much strength to resist. Upon seeing this scene, Hua Qiu, who was 10 miles away, suddenly turned cold. How dare you hurt the woman he slept with? Court death! Hua Qiu's voice rang out above the Golden Light sect, booming and resonating. In an instant, the nascent soul in the sky changed its expression drastically. Who is it? They looked around warily, searching for the person who had spoken. However, Hua Qiu's divine sense was beyond their ability to detect. The city lord of Dingfeng City frowned deeply. The moment Ji Yao heard that voice from below, her heart skipped a beat. How could she not recognize that voice? She knew he had come. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief and a great weight lifted from her shoulders, and her body collapsed. The young cultivator who was attacking Ji Yao had a cold smile on his face, but suddenly his smile froze. Because a voice echoed in his mind. You deserve to die. The young cultivator's expression changed instantly. Who is speaking? He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. An aura locked onto him, giving him the feeling of being stared at by an unparalleled being. Boom! Suddenly, his entire mind was shaken. Ah! The young cultivator let out a heart-wrenching scream, crashed to the ground, and fell motionless. His consciousness was destroyed in an instant, and his soul was annihilated. Jiang Long. The faces of the nascent soul cultivators in the sky changed drastically, and they cried out in disbelief. This is a top genius that the sect is focusing on cultivating. Ji Yao was completely powerless in the brief moment before collapsing. She saw this scene and slowly revealed a smile. Suddenly, she felt herself being embraced, and a warm breath came from her. "Is that you?" she asked softly, her eyelids heavy, as she struggled to open them. "It's me." A familiar voice came from inside. It was Hua Qiu who appeared. 10 miles away, he directly destroyed the man's sea of consciousness with a divine sense attack, and then activated a divine power technique to instantly appear in front of Ji Yao and catch her as she was about to fall. Then, a fresh and vibrant spiritual energy flowed into her body. This spirit-the energy was channeled into her body, rapidly repairing her injuries and restoring her spirit. "Take this pill." Hua Qiu took out a pill and fed it to Ji Yao. Ji Yao obediently swallowed it. After the pill entered her stomach, combined with the effects of the spiritual energy of creation, her injuries were completely healed in just a short time, and her body regained its vitality. Ji Yao opened her big eyes, which sparkled with wonder. "I knew you would come," she said with a smile as she lay in Hua Qiu's arms. Hua Qiu's expression was somewhat complicated. His entanglement with Ji Yao seems impossible to sever. "Who are you?" The nascent souls in the sky discovered Hua Qiu and questioned him sternly. They didn't even see how Hua Qiu appeared, only assuming that he was a cultivator from the Golden Light sect. However, the city lord of Dingfeng City, who had been cold and silent, looked very serious. Only he saw Hua Qiu appear as if teleported. He also recognized Hua Qiu. But the aura emanating from the city lord of Dingfeng City was no longer calm. 707, Chapter 707 Dying in Silence. It wasn't just those few nascent soul cultivators who were astonished. Because Ji Yao was a candidate for goddess of the divine sect, the three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect, though engaged in fierce battle, had been keeping an eye on her, but were unable to offer any assistance. Hua Qiu's sudden appearance and Jiang Long's death shocked them greatly. Jiang Long was a formidable genius. Hua Qiu was about the same age as him and his aura wasn't strong, yet he managed to kill Jiang Long in an instant. He was definitely no ordinary person. Which disciple of our Golden Light sect is this? Does the Golden Light sect have such a cultivator? The three of them were somewhat bewildered. They also assumed that Hua Qiu had broken out of the Jin Guangzhong sect to support Ji Yao. Elder Ling. The cultivators from the Golden Light sect who had entered the secret realm quickly recognized Hua Qiu and called out to him. "What, he's that Linging?" The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect exclaimed in surprise. They had learned that the Seven Leaves sect had produced an unparalleled genius who displayed great power in the secret realm, easily causing the death of the Dao child of the Jialing sect and even killing a nascent soul cultivator from the Spirit sect. Isn't the Seven Leaves sect under heavy attack from the Jialing sect? Why is he not fighting at the Seven Leaves sect, but instead coming to our Golden Light sect? Many people looked puzzled. They knew how powerful the Jialing sect was. The Seven Leaves sect is no match for the Golden Light sect. They can barely protect themselves, let alone come to their aid. "Boy, are you from the Seven Leaves sect?" Upon hearing this, an enemy nascent soul cultivator looked down at Hua Qiu and asked coldly. "Tell me, how is the Seven Leaves sect doing now?" he pressed. Hua Qiu didn't even bother to look at him, and he had no time to respond to his questions. This dismissive attitude enraged the enemy nascent soul cultivator. "How dare you, I'm asking you a question, are you mute?" he roared, and with a swift movement, he flew towards Hua Qiu and Ji Yao. He wanted to teach Hua Qiu a lesson and, incidentally, avenge the genius named Jiang Long. Seeing that person swooping down, the other nascent soul cultivators didn't take it seriously, adopting a spectator's mentality. Only the city lord of Dingfeng City had a somber expression, staring intently at the spot where Hua Qiu and the other man were standing. "You mere core formation cultivator, let this old man teach you what manners are." The nascent soul elder swooped down on the two of them, immediately releasing his powerful nascent soul aura and pressing down on them fiercely. Kneel down. The old man shouted, his face grim and his eyes wide. He unleashed his strongest aura, intending to force the two to kneel at his feet. A mere nascent soul cultivator, how dare you utter such a title? Huaqiu looked up and said disdainfully. Huh, what did you say? The nascent soul elder grew even angrier, and the aura emanating from his body intensified. With such a weak aura, you dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Huaqiu glanced at the man with a mocking smile. Buzz. In an instant, space froze, and even his nascent soul stage aura solidified. What? The old man's expression changed instantly, revealing an incredulous look. Before he could even process his shock, an aura had already spread over him. Splash! The space around the nascent soul elder trembled, and the aura he released was instantly shattered and vanished. This made the other person's eyes widen, and they began to show a look of fear. The terrifying aura he felt exceeded his expectations. How can there be such a strong aura? The nascent soul elder's voice trembled as he spoke. Kneel down. On the ground, Huaqiu uttered two words indifferently. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, as if by magic, the old man fell uncontrollably from the sky. Fifth Elder. This scene startled the enemy nascent soul cultivators who were watching the spectacle, and some of them cried out. They didn't understand what had happened. In their eyes, it was just that the young cultivator raised his head, shouted kneel down, and then the fifth elder obediently flew down. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the fifth elder touched the ground. He knelt down on both knees, maintaining the kneeling posture, and actually knelt in front of Huaqiu and Ji Yao. His body forcefully created a large crater in the ground, and he knelt inside it. You! The fifth elder looked at Huaqiu with extreme fear. He finally realized how terrifying Huaqiu was. The mere aura emanating from him was enough to immobilize him, leaving him completely at their mercy. His heart was in turmoil, unable to find peace. So terrifying, how could there be such terrifying cultivators in the Dingfeng City area? Could it be that he is a nascent soul cultivator? His eyes widened, and he desperately wanted to speak up and warn his fellow cultivators to be on guard. But when he opened his mouth, he found that he could no longer speak. Fifth Elder, what are you doing? The other nascent soul cultivators in the sky roared, their faces grim. They come from a dominant sect, and they've come to destroy the Golden Light sect. How could a dignified nascent soul cultivator kneel at the feet of a young cultivator? This is utterly disgraceful. It's a complete disgrace to a dominant sect. The fifth elder had no way to express his suffering. He certainly wanted to break free, but he didn't have the skill or ability. The man's oppressive aura intensified the more the boy resisted, the more terrified and frightened he became. He was absolutely certain that the person before him was a powerful nascent soul cultivator. Didn't they say there are no nascent soul cultivators in the Dingfeng City area? The nascent soul elder's face turned purplish blue from holding his breath. What did that kid do? Has the fifth elder fallen into some kind of trap? Finally, the enemy nascent soul cultivator realized what was happening and frowned deeply. The Seven Leaves sect's unparalleled genius possesses such skills, it's truly astonishing. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wah-ah! The fifth elder struggled desperately, exhausting all his strength, but all he could manage was to utter a single sentence. You have no chance, he spoke. Huaqiu looked at him and said calmly. Die in silence. A flash of blue light, and the sword's gleam appeared in a fleeting moment. The nascent soul elder's eyes widened to their maximum, a bloody gash appeared on his neck, and he slowly collapsed. He felt incredibly resentful until his death. That one sentence remained stuck in the fat man's mind, and he couldn't say it until his death. His nascent soul had no chance of escape either, and was annihilated in the destructive sword intent carried by the cyan sword light. The area within the Golden Light sect was quiet for a while. A nascent soul cultivator has died just like that, someone said quietly, their mind reeling. The battle has continued until now, and despite the vast disparity in strength between the two sides and the heavy casualties suffered by the Golden Light sect, not a single nascent soul cultivator has fallen. Because nascent soul cultivators are really hard to kill. But the moment this person appeared, he wiped out the opponent's genius cultivator, even easily killing the nascent soul stage cultivator. His methods were awe-inspiring. 708, Chapter 708 Demon King, Obey My Command. Who exactly is this person? The enemy sect cultivators were shocked and thrown into chaos. The fall of a nascent soul cultivator is enough to disrupt the morale of the army. The cultivators of the Golden Light sect stared in disbelief, while the cultivators of the opposing sects gasped in shock, their expressions filled with panic. The nascent soul cultivators from the enemy sects no longer had that carefree and relaxed attitude, their expressions were all solemn. They actually killed one of their nascent soul cultivators just like that. Is the Seven-Leaf sect's peerless genius really that powerful? The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect were dumbfounded. If only the Golden Light sect could produce such a peerless genius. Could this boy be the genius elder of the Seven-Leaf sect mentioned in the Spirit sect's intelligence? The enemy sect's nascent soul cultivator's expression turned icy, and suddenly his killing intent intensified. They are a dominant sect under the jurisdiction of the Spirit sect, and they came to destroy the Golden Light sect in accordance with the Spirit sect's orders. After destroying the Golden Light sect, according to the plan, they should go to the Seven Leaves sect to meet with the cultivators of the Jialing sect. Before setting off, these nascent soul cultivators received their orders. If we encounter a genius elder from the Seven Leaves sect named Linging, we must kill him no matter the cost. The higher-ups specifically instructed that this matter should take precedence over all other plans. Now that the main entity has appeared, the nascent soul cultivators in the sky are filled with murderous intent. Their malevolent aura spread like a thick fog, making the sky dark and oppressive. This person is no ordinary person. If we are to kill him, we must kill him with one blow. The usually taciturn Lord of Dingfeng City spoke up, speaking solemnly. If he is given a chance to catch his breath, even I, the city lord, am not confident that I can capture him. Upon hearing what the city lord of Dingfeng City said, the group became even more vigilant and dared not be careless. The city lord of Dingfeng City is the strongest among them, wielding considerable influence even within a dominant sect, and is also their leader. Lord Yen, do you know this person? Someone asked quickly. This person was once brought to Dingfeng City by a candidate goddess of the divine sect and took away a city lord's token, the city lord of Dingfeng City said expressionlessly. I have tested this person, and his spiritual realm is extremely high, ranking among the top even within the divine sect. My son once conspired with a nascent soul cultivator from Dingfeng City to kill him, but he disappeared after leaving. He must have died at his hands. The men showed surprise. He could remain so calm even when facing the enemy who killed his son. As expected of the Lord of Dingfeng City. When fighting this person, you must always guard your sea of consciousness and never use any power such as divine sense. You must attack all at once and give him no chance to breathe. The city lord of Dingfeng City continued. Since you say so, we will comply. The group agreed. I will look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The city lord of Dingfeng City transmitted his voice. He did not intend to act with these people. He was very cautious and was not blinded by hatred. They all nodded. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously surrounded Hua Qiu and his companion from the air at incredible speed. Mean. Shameless. This sight filled the Golden Light sect cultivators with righteous indignation, and they roared and cursed. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect wanted to provide assistance, but they were unable to leave and could only watch helplessly. Seeing the nascent soul cultivator approaching with overwhelming force, Hua Qiu frowned slightly. I have no interest in playing with trash like you, he said indifferently. With a thought, he instantly connected with the spirit pet space. Boom! A sudden, loud bang erupted in front of Hua Qiu, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the sky, obscuring everything. This also caused those nascent soul cultivators to temporarily cease their actions. They obeyed the words of the city lord of Dingfeng City and dared not use their divine sense to probe Hua Qiu. They could only obediently wait for the dust to dissipate. The smoke and dust dissipated quickly. As the view below gradually became clearer, the group moved again with cold expressions. But just as they set off, they suddenly stopped, as if they were frozen in mid-air. The faces of the group were filled with extreme shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What did they see? An extremely large body blocked Huaqiu's way. A black dragon, a white tiger, a firebird, and a giant tortoise. Each one was enormous, creating a terrifying sense of oppression. Demon King. The nascent soul cultivators gaped open, letting out shocked cries, clearly terrified. The Demon King among the demon beasts is equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator in the human race. At the same cultivation level, the Demon King is significantly stronger than the human cultivator. They were not only shocked by the sudden appearance of the 4 Demon Kings. They were even more frightened by the unique nature of the 4 Demon Kings. This is a Demon King who possesses the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. This kind of Demon King's strength can almost crush a nascent soul cultivator. This is. Looking up at the enormous bodies of the 4 Demon Kings, both sides of the cultivators couldn't help but swallow hard. The sense of oppression is too strong. Oh nar. After the 4 Demon Kings appeared, they bowed their heads to Huaqiu and respectfully addressed him. This single word, master, nearly made many people's jaws drop in astonishment. Master, they call him master. I didn't hear wrong, did I? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Someone shouted hysterically. As everyone knows, once a monster reaches the level of a Demon King, it becomes very difficult to subdue. Their overwhelming power and their contempt for human cultivators will not make them submit. Generally speaking, only a powerful cultivator at the second level of the void returning stage could possibly subdue it. And that person actually had 4 Demon Kings addressing him as master. What's most frightening is that all 4 Demon Kings possess the bloodline of divine beasts, making them a supreme race among demon beasts. How strong must their self-esteem be? How could human cultivators possibly subdue them? Even a powerful cultivator in the rejuvenation stage can't do it. In particular, among these 4 Demon Kings, there is a dragon. Everyone in the Xuanjin realm knows that a supreme ruler has emerged from the 3 heavens, whose true form is a dragon. He set an ironclad rule, allowing no one may use a dragon as a mount, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. How dare that person even take a dragon as a mount? How incredibly audacious he is. Huaqiu paid no attention to the surrounding chatter and strange looks. Go, kill all those bastards in the sky. Huaqiu said to the 4 Demon Kings. Yes, sir. The 4 Demon Kings replied excitedly. They've been locked up in the secret realm for too long and are eager to stretch their muscles. As luck would have it, there were several nascent soul cultivators in the sky. Don't fight, let the eldest brother go first. The black dragon roared and soared into the sky. It can't wait. Leave one for me, no, 2. White tiger retorted, not to be outdone. The firebird and the giant tortoise, on the other hand, are much more composed. However, their eyes gleamed just as brightly, and they began to take action. At this moment, those nascent souls in the sky were like lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the 4 Demon Kings. They were their everything. He. The black dragon and the white tiger even let out eerie laughter. The nascent soul cultivators in the sky all turned pale. 709, Chapter 709, The Battle of the Peak. The appearance of the 4 Demon Kings terrified the nascent souls in the heavens. If even the Demon King found it troublesome, how much more so would someone possessing the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts? No one expected Huaqiu to suddenly release so many things. No matter how much you don't believe he could subdue 4 Demon Kings, everything that's happening now is undeniable. The once aggressive nascent soul cultivators were thrown into disarray. What should we do? Should we keep fighting? One of them asked, his face ashen. Fight my ass, I'm no match for this 4 symbols Demon King. Seeing that the person with the highest cultivation level among them turned around and fled without hesitation, the others stopped hesitating and decided that escaping was the priority. As for the matter of joining forces to kill Huaqiu, they had long forgotten about it. For a time, the four demon kings chased after those nascent soul cultivators incessantly in the sky, creating quite a spectacle. Both sides of the cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do, so they all stopped. The nascent soul cultivator was running, and the four demon kings were chasing after him, making them curse and look extremely disheveled. Even the composed city lord of Dingfeng City frowned. He had been hoping those people would be of some use, but now they were too busy taking care of themselves to be of any help. He stared at Hua Qiu thoughtfully. Hua Qiu met his gaze and gave a cold smile. "Your methods are truly remarkable," the city lord of Dingfeng City said calmly. "It's not exactly high class, but it's more than enough to deal with your kind." Of all these people, only the city lord of Dingfeng City could earn his respect. "Did you kill my son Yin Fei?" the city lord of Dingfeng asked. "I killed him," Hua Qiu nodded. "Were there any bodies left behind?" the other party asked again. "No, I burned it to ashes," Hua Qiu said. The city lord of Dingfeng City nodded. Whoosh! With a swift movement, he made his move without a word. With the slightest movement, his powerful aura erupted like a lion hunting a rabbit. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the sky took on an unusual color. Half-step into the divine transformation realm. The four demon kings, who were chasing the nascent soul cultivator, suddenly stopped, their expressions serious. This is the first time in 1,000 years that they have felt the aura of the transformation god. Inside the secret realm, the nascent soul cultivator who had been pulled down by Hua Qiu was suppressed by the laws of the secret realm, and his aura was not as strong as that of the half-step nascent soul cultivator at this moment. "Should we go to provide support?" Firebird asked Black Dragon. Mo Jiao glanced at that direction for a long time and shook his head. "No need, Master doesn't need it." It turned around and chased after the fleeing nascent soul cultivator again. The cultivators of the Golden Light sect, both in heaven and on earth, were filled with unease. Half-step into the divine transformation realm, that's incredibly powerful. Those below the nascent soul stage are all ants. I used to have doubts about this, but now that I'm experiencing it firsthand, I realize how ignorant I was. This is only a half-step nascent soul stage. Will Elder Ling survive? They began to worry. Having only experienced that terrifying pressure, they no longer expected Hua Qiu to perform well, but were only worried about whether he could survive. The city lord of Dingfeng City acted swiftly and decisively. Without any fancy techniques or unnecessary movements, he went straight for Hua Qiu, and used at least 8/10 of his strength from the very first move, showing no intention of testing him. "He is a determined person," Hua Qiu commented casually. The city lord of Dingfeng City was very fast, and he was close to him in the blink of an eye. Buzz! A small pagoda-shaped magical artifact suddenly appeared above his head, emitting a hazy golden light that enveloped his entire body. Upon seeing such a magical artifact, Hua Qiu's expression immediately changed. This is a mental defense artifact. He could tell at a glance that the small tower was extraordinary. Mental defense artifacts are extremely rare. They can protect a cultivator's mind and spirit, making them the best weapon against divine cultivators. This type of magical artifact is extremely rare due to its exceptional difficulty in crafting and its unique function. This means that mental defense artifacts are extremely valuable. This is an extremely valuable item. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up. He never expected that the city lord of Dingfeng City would have such a thing. It's estimated that even the most powerful figures in the divine sect might not possess one or two of these items. The city lord of Dingfeng City is being too cautious. He was at the half-step nascent soul stage, and on the surface, he could completely overwhelm all the cultivators present. But he was not at ease with Hua Qiu, so he specially brought out this mental defense artifact that he had never seriously used before. Only with the protection of this magical artifact was he able to attack without hesitation. "Did you think that having a mental defense artifact would render my mental power ineffective?" Hua Qiu sneered. His spiritual realm was so high that it exceeded the other party's imagination. He could shatter that small tower with his divine sense at any time if he wanted to. The tower couldn't withstand it. But he couldn't bear to damage such valuable things. Seeing that Hua Qiu was hesitant to use his mental attack technique, the city lord of Dingfeng City's eyes sharpened. His murderous aura intensified. "Your life is mine" to take 4 words echoed in Hua Qiu's ears. The city lord of Dingfeng City had already approached him and was about to strike with his sword. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and casually sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. Both sides were moving so fast that they were difficult to see clearly. To onlookers, Hua Qiu appeared to have stood still without moving an inch. With a single sword strike slicing through the air, the city lord of Dingfeng City's expression grew even more solemn. He attacked again, with even greater momentum and power. "You can't kill me," Hua Qiu sneered. In his eyes, no matter how fast the city lord of Dingfeng City was, it was all in slow motion, and he could see through everything at a glance. He's a master swordsman. The moment his brilliance was revealed, he knew with his eyes closed where the next trajectory would lead. Another sword thrust at him. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at it, but smiled and tilted his head, while simultaneously extending 2 fingers and lightly flicking them across the sword. Clang! With just that one flick, the sword began to vibrate and hum violently. The city lord of Dingfeng City suddenly changed his expression. The long sword in his hand hissed, and the enormous power surged from the sword and spread directly to his body. He immediately relaxed. He discarded his sword. The long sword shattered into pieces and fell to the ground with a whoosh. If I had let go even a fraction of a second later, my meridians would probably have been shattered by the sword energy. The city lord of Dingfeng City narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He understood that his opponent's swordsmanship was definitely superior to his own. This made his understanding of Hua Qiu clearer. "You are an incredible being. From now on, I will give it my all." The city lord of Dingfeng City spoke solemnly, then closed his eyes. His clothes fluttered without wind, and an inexplicable aura swirled around him. "Oh?" Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. The city lord of Dingfeng City finally unleashed his strongest power. "That fluctuation is a fluctuation of the laws. Playing the law in front of me, are you serious?" Hua Qiu chuckled. 710, Chapter 710 The Law of Decline. The city lord of Dingfeng City is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with 1 foot already in the divine transformation stage. It's not particularly rare for someone at the half-step nascent soul stage to be able to comprehend the power of laws. Nascent soul cultivators can comprehend and utilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Compared with cultivators below the nascent soul level, their methods and strength have risen to another level, hence the saying that those below the nascent soul level are all ants. The power of laws is the trump card of the lord of Dingfeng City. He hadn't been fighting Hua Qiu for long before he was about to use the power of the laws. To outsiders, it seems somewhat risky and lacking in confidence to use one's trump card so soon after the initial encounter. But it was precisely because the lord of Dingfeng City valued Hua Qiu so much that he did not hesitate to use his strongest forces. He knew all too well that this young cultivator was more unexpected than anyone had imagined. Law. Upon seeing the different aura emanating from the city lord of Dingfeng City, the 3 patriarchs of the Golden Light sect became extremely solemn. Once the law is revealed, the difference in strength will be immediately apparent. I wonder if Elder Ling can still withstand it. They were even more worried. If Hua Qiu is defeated, Jin Guangzong will still be unable to escape destruction. The power of the laws that Lord Yen has comprehended is praised by even our sect's supreme elder. If he uses it now, that brat is doomed. The nascent soul cultivator from the enemy sect laughed and said confidently. Hua Qiu did not act immediately, but allowed the city lord of Dingfeng City to use his laws. As the power of that law emanated, Hua Qiu smiled gently. The power of the laws of Dingfeng City lord enveloped his entire body, yet he remained completely calm. This scene caused the city lord of Dingfeng City to frown. He had a bad feeling, the other person was too calm. Seeing that Hua Qiu's expression remained calm and seemingly unaffected, Ding Fengcheng frowned even more deeply. "Don't you feel any discomfort?" he asked coldly. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. The law of weakening allows enemies to gradually weaken under the power of the law. The longer they stay, the more and faster they weaken, he said calmly. It's a law that ranks among the top 300 out of 3,000 laws, so it's not bad. Hua Qiu's comments caused the city lord of Dingfeng City to change his expression. The other party's aura was merely that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, yet they could discern my power of laws at a glance and chat with me casually. This is definitely not right. What exactly happened to you? The city lord of Dingfeng City's face darkened. A young cultivator who was completely unfathomable gave him a sense of unfathomable depth, which made him extremely wary. The law of weakness is good, but unfortunately, your understanding of it is not very good, so the effect is just so, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The city lord of Dingfeng City looked tense. Lord Yan, don't listen to this brat's nonsense, I think he's just putting on an act. A nascent soul cultivator said coldly from the side. You are the dignified city lord of Dingfeng City, a person favored by the supreme elder of my Yuming sect. How can you be intimidated by a mere elder of the Seven Leaves sect? The city lord of Dingfeng City glanced at the man indifferently. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the nascent soul into the air and hurling it towards Hua Qiu. What you say makes a lot of sense, so I'll trouble you to help me, the city lord, to verify its authenticity. The man's face turned ashen. But he quickly revealed a sinister look, and with the help of the gale, he launched an attack, forming a divine light that blasted towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm, but his gaze sharpened. Buzz! In an instant, the raging wind around the man vanished without a trace, and he himself remained motionless in the air. What's going on? The nascent soul cultivator was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. In a sudden instant, everything around him became calm, and even his attack vanished into thin air. He glanced around and prepared to continue his attack. But as soon as he raised his head, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Impossible, how can my cultivation level be declining? The man wore an expression of disbelief and terror. His cultivation level suddenly plummeted, and within moments it seemed he was about to fall from the nascent soul stage. His terrified cries were heard by the surrounding cultivators, immediately causing a huge uproar. What kind of method is this? He can actually weaken the cultivation level of a nascent soul cultivator? The cultivators were filled with surprise and doubt. Such abilities and methods are unbelievable and quite frightening. The city lord of Dingfeng City looked extremely grim. That's the law of decay, he said coldly and emphatically. What, the law of weakening? Several nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded. Isn't that the law that you, Lord Yan, comprehended? They were very puzzled. The city lord of Dingfeng City had a very solemn expression as he stared intently at Hua Qiu. There's only one possibility, the other party has also comprehended the law of weakness, he said quietly. He easily manipulated the law of decay I used, turning it against me and greatly amplifying its effects. It's obvious that his understanding and application of the law of decay far surpasses mine. The words of the city lord of Dingfeng City shocked the cultivators present. They never expected that Hua Qiu was also someone who had comprehended the power of laws. Even more unexpectedly, his level of understanding of the laws of the city surpassed that of the lord of Dingfeng City. The peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect is so amazing? The Netherworld sect cultivator was greatly shocked and could hardly calm down. That's wonderful! The cultivators from the Golden Light sect exclaimed with delight. They were both surprised and delighted to hear that Hua Qiu had not only comprehended the power of the laws, but was also going to surpass the city lord of Dingfeng City. Now, our Golden Light sect is saved. As long as we can hold out until we receive support from the top-tier sects in the western regions under the Divine Sect's jurisdiction, we have nothing to worry about. The Netherworld sect cultivators began to panic. Lord Yan, we are counting on you. The nascent soul cultivator from the Netherworld sect looked at the Lord of Dingfeng City with great expectation. Lord Mei of Dingfeng City he frowned and glanced at Hua Qiu, who looked calm and collected, not far away. This battle is beyond the city lord's capabilities. 711, Chapter 711 Driving a composed person crazy. The Lord of Dingfeng City is a very cautious person. Seeing that Hua Qiu's understanding of the law of decay far surpassed his own, he immediately lost the will to fight. They disregarded even the hatred of killing their son. Turning around, it transformed into a streak of light and flew away without any hesitation. The cultivators from both the Netherworld sect and the Golden Light sect were stunned for a moment. No one expected that the dignified Lord of Dingfeng City, a half-step nascent soul expert, would actually desert in the face of battle. He gave up the fight simply because he witnessed the power of the opponent's laws. Lord Yen, what are you doing? Are you going to disobey the orders of the Spirit sect? The nascent soul cultivators of the Netherworld sect panicked and shouted at his fleeing figure. The city lord of Dingfeng City must preserve his strength and report the information to the Spirit sect. This boy is no ordinary person. Even your Netherworld sect may not be able to control him. I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. The voice of the city lord of Dingfeng City came. The nascent soul cultivator from the Netherworld sect turned pale and then flushed, unsure of what to do. They went to great lengths to invade the Jingguang sect in the Dingfeng City area, so naturally they couldn't just give up easily. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow as he watched the city lord of Dingfeng City about to leave. He killed Yan Fei, the son of the city lord of Dingfeng City, and harbored a deep hatred for him. Hua Qiu has always believed in the principle of eliminating problems at their root. That person was at least a half-step nascent soul cultivator. Although they couldn't threaten him, they could still harm the people around him. Then, Hua Qiu moved. In a flash of inspiration, he appeared before the Lord of Dingfeng City in the next moment. The other person stopped abruptly, staring at him warily. How can you be so fast? He asked in surprise and doubt. You can't leave, you should die here, Hua Qiu said. The city lord of Dingfeng City looked somber. You might not be able to stop me, he said, his gaze intense. It wasn't that he was powerless against Hua Qiu, but his cautious approach led him to choose to leave without a fight. Even a half-step nascent soul cultivator is no less skilled at escaping. He also possesses a high-level movement technique. You can't leave, Hua Qiu said seriously. With a wave of his hands, he seemed to close a door. A circular, opaque light shield enveloped the two of them, making it impossible for anyone outside to see what was happening inside. This is a spatial seal. The city lord of Dingfeng City was greatly shocked, even more so than before. In the Xuanzhen realm, all supernatural abilities related to space are top-tier abilities, and only cultivators with extremely profound foundations can learn them. Moreover, the learning difficulty of this kind of supernatural power is extremely high, and not every genius can use it. Who exactly are you? The city lord of Dingfeng City's expression didn't change much, but his heart was churning. Even the giant sects of the second heaven would have a hard time nurturing someone like you. Could it be that you come from a hegemon-level sect of the third heaven? The city lord of Dingfeng City was extremely wary of Hua Qiu's unfathomable and powerful background. The divine sect was already powerful enough, but it was still unlikely to be the strongest backing for this young man. To be honest, I don't want to be your enemy. Even if you kill Yan Fei, I can swear I will never pursue the matter. The city lord of Dingfeng City said solemnly. Why don't we turn hostility into friendship? Otherwise, even if you can kill me, you will definitely pay a heavy price. Hua Qiu kept a cold face and had no interest in bargaining with him. He drew his cyan sword directly, thus making his stance clear. The only reason they've kept him around until now is because they've got their eye on the mental defense artifact he possesses. You really want to make this a fight to the death? The city lord of Dingfeng City looked grim. He still wanted to persuade Hua Qiu, but Hua Qiu's sword light had already struck. If it really comes to a fight to the death, do you think I'm afraid of you? The city lord of Dingfeng City was furious. He threw his storage ring, and a burst of spiritual light flashed. He poured out more than 10 high-level magical artifacts. There are defensive weapons, offensive weapons, and support/amplification weapons. Most of them are defensive magical artifacts. The city lord of Dingfeng City wore a full suit that made him completely covered up, with only his eyes showing. Hua Qiu was taken aback by this scene. In the cultivation world, cultivators who have been around for a while are very careful and value their lives. But he rarely saw someone like the city lord of Dingfeng City. That set of high-level defensive magical artifacts is something even a city lord would find difficult to accumulate. He was dressed like a tortoise shell, which could even defend against attacks from mid-stage nascent soul cultivators for a period of time. "Let's see how you kill me," the city lord of Dingfeng City shouted coldly. Despite saying this, he subtly used his divine sense to probe the sealed space, searching for an exit. This little thing naturally did not escape Hua Qiu's eyes. "It's no use, you're going to die here," he confidently charged forward, brandishing his cyan sword. With ghostly speed, he appeared before the lord of Dingfeng City in an instant. With a single swing of the sword, its sharp light shone forth. Bang! A defensive magical artifact shattered and turned into scrap. The city lord of Dingfeng City looked terrified and fled in panic. That magical artifact, capable of withstanding several attacks from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was actually destroyed by a single sword strike. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Another sword strike, and another magical artifact shattered. The city lord of Dingfeng City panicked completely and fled as fast as he could in the already small space. "Who are you? Who exactly are you? You're a monster!" he roared as he ran away. A normally calm and cautious half-step nascent soul cultivator is even on the verge of being driven mad. Outside, everyone craned their necks to stare at the light shield. Everyone is waiting for the results. After a while, the light barrier began to slowly dissipate. "They're coming out, they're finally coming out!" the cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Who won? Who really won? It must be the city lord. 712, Chapter 712, The Power of Spiritual Secret Techniques. The light shield dissipated, and something fell from the sky with a clanging sound. Bang! As soon as the man fell to the ground, a large group of cultivators immediately surrounded him. Upon seeing the high-level defensive magical artifacts on his body, everyone couldn't help but show surprise. Even nascent soul cultivators might not have such a wealth of resources. However, he still lost. Even with so many high-level defensive magical artifacts, they still failed. Someone reached out a trembling hand and pulled off his mask. Upon seeing his true appearance, the cultivators who had surrounded him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Lord Yen! After this shout rang out, the faces of the Netherworld sect cultivators present instantly turned extremely ugly. The one who died was actually the city lord of Dingfeng City. They originally thought that with the suppression of realm, even if the laws were slightly inferior, the city lord of Dingfeng City could fight against the genius of the Seven Leaves sect and wouldn't be too embarrassed. However, the corpse has already said it all. His eyes widened in horror. I wonder what he saw before he died that made him so agitated. So many high-level defensive magical artifacts, how could they still be killed? The cultivators of the Netherworld sect couldn't accept it. With the city lord of Dingfeng City dead, who among them can withstand that young man? Retreat, retreat immediately, everyone evacuate. The nascent soul cultivators of the Netherworld sect issued orders in a fit of rage. In an instant, the Netherworld sect cultivators fled in all directions like stray dogs. The strongest among them had all died at Hua Qiu's hands. Even if the nascent soul cultivators here joined forces, they were no match for Hua Qiu. How could they dare to fight again? In the world of cultivation, the role that top-tier combatants can play is exceptionally significant. Hua Qiu alone was enough to intimidate all the Netherworld sect cultivators here. We can't let them escape. Upon seeing this, the Patriarch of the Golden Light sect quickly issued an order, instructing all members of the Golden Light sect who were still able to move to intercept the Netherworld sect cultivators from escaping. Although Kim Guangzhong suffered heavy losses, he still had the strength to fight back, thanks to his boosted morale. The fleeing cultivators have little fighting power. The Golden Light sect's interception immediately killed or injured many Netherworld sect cultivators. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. He ignored the small fry scattering in all directions, focusing only on the few nascent soul cultivators from the Netherworld sect. Law of gravity, bind. He uttered 2 words calmly, and then invoked the laws of space. As a result, the nascent soul cultivator who had fled from the Netherworld sect was trapped in a quagmire and could no longer fly. Their bodies were extremely heavy, and their spiritual power was very difficult to use. The law of gravity, he actually comprehended the law of gravity. The nascent soul cultivator from the Netherworld sect was terrified. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators can only comprehend one law, and it is difficult for them to master it. Those who can comprehend both are truly amazing. But that genius from the 7 Leaves sect, he's not a nascent soul cultivator at all. Having comprehended 2 laws of power during the nascent soul stage, such a genius has not appeared in the first level of cultivation for many years. Hua Qiu bound the 4 nascent soul cultivators. However, there was still one that was too far away for the laws of gravity to cover. Upon turning around and seeing this scene, he surprisingly did not continue to run away, but instead flew back. Hua Qiu thought he was trying to rescue a fellow nascent soul cultivator and was preparing to use the law of gravity to bind him. Unexpectedly, he quickly changed direction and swooped down towards Ji Yao on the ground. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. That person wasn't there to rescue their fellow disciples, they were after Ji Yao. It was because there was no one around where Ji Yao was standing and she was quite far from Hua Qiu that he had this idea. Perhaps Ji Yao was a factor in their attack on the Golden Light sect, and capturing people was also their main objective. When Hua Qiu arrived, he vaguely heard that Ji Yao was someone who had been chosen by a void returning expert from the Spirit sect. It seems they intend to use her as a furnace or cauldron. Hua Qiu's face was cold and his killing intent was intense. He was extremely sensitive to the term furnace/cauldron. Hua Dong, the younger sister, was also noticed by a nascent soul cultivator from a sect in the Xuanzhen realm, who wanted to bring her to the Xuanzhen realm to be used as a furnace cauldron. Hua Qiu stared at the nascent soul that was approaching Ji Yao, his killing intent evident. Even from a considerable distance, he could still kill him if he wanted to, preventing him from touching Ji Yao. But after glancing at Ji Yao, who looked panicked, he changed his mind. Ji Yao, don't panic, he transmitted to Ji Yao. A mere nascent soul cultivator, how could he possibly frighten you? Don't forget, your current spiritual realm is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. This sentence immediately woke Ji Yao up. With Hua Qiu's help, her spiritual realm improved by leaps and bounds, but she herself had not yet adapted and thought that she was not much stronger than before. She was instinctively afraid when faced with a nascent soul cultivator. Use the secret techniques I taught you. Hua Qiu shouted. Booty can't use it freely yet, Ji Yao replied without confidence. The secret technique Hua Qiu taught her was very advanced and complex, she couldn't easily activate it in such a short time. Never mind, just use it. Hua Qiu said seriously. Ji Yao had a blind trust in Hua Qiu. She forced herself to suppress her panic, closed her eyes, and immediately tried to activate the mental technique taught by Hua Qiu. She didn't have much hope to begin with. But to my surprise, it succeeded on the first try. Buzz. Ji Yao's mental attack was silent and stealthy, piercing through space and instantly striking the nascent soul cultivator's sea of consciousness. The nascent soul cultivator suddenly froze in mid-air, his eyes bulging and his face contorted in a ferocious expression. The next moment, he fell straight to the ground, without a trace of life. Ji Yao slowly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the corpse of the nascent soul cultivator. This I made it? She murmured, her face filled with disbelief. A nascent soul cultivator was actually killed on the spot by her mental attack, and his nascent soul was destroyed. She understood that this must be Hua Qiu's doing. Otherwise, she would never have been able to do it on her own. From now on, you can kill nascent soul cultivators like this at will, without any further fear, Hua Qiu's voice came. Ji Yao Zhenghe opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a laugh echoed in the sky, reverberating throughout and around the Golden Light sect area. At the same time, an aura far surpassing that of all the cultivators present suddenly descended. 713, Chapter 713 Surprise. A figure descended from the sky, his imposing aura enveloping the entire Golden Light sect. He was a thin, unkempt old man whose powerful aura was awe-inspiring. This is a true nascent soul stage expert. Late stage of nascent soul. Hua Chou glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. Within the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, cultivators of this level are rare. It can almost be considered the ceiling of strength for cultivators at the first level of heaven. However, even though a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was powerful, it did not cause Hua Chou's expression to change much. Hua Chou can see more. This person's spiritual realm is comparable to that of a void-returning stage expert. Hua Chou raised an eyebrow. His cultivation level was at the late stage of the nascent soul stage, but his spiritual realm had reached the void return stage, and he showed no hostility whatsoever. Without a doubt, this was the person from the divine sect, the overlord level sect that originally dominated the three sects. Hua Chou judged that this person's position within the Xinzong sect must be quite high. As expected, the cultivators of the Golden Light sect were immediately shocked upon seeing the newcomers. Greetings, Special Envoy of the Divine Emperor. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect quickly bowed respectfully to him and called out. Greetings, Your Excellency Special Envoy of the Divine Sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect all bowed down. Upon seeing the people from the Divine Sect, the entire Golden Light sect cheered with joy. The Divine Sect is the top sect of the Golden Light sect, and the people of the Divine Sect are respected from the bottom of their hearts. As early as the day the Secret Realm opened, Jialing Sect launched an attack, turning against Qie Sect and Jinwang Sect. At that time, the two patriarchs had already reported the news. At this point, the special envoy sent by Emperor Xinzong finally arrived. Upon seeing him, the cultivators of the Golden Light sect felt reassured, believing that everything was going well. And this special envoy did not disappoint. His extremely powerful aura was a reassurance to everyone. You may all rise, the Xinzong envoy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Thank you, special envoy. The disciple of Jin Guangzong stood up. The special envoy of the Divine Emperor looked at Ji Yao with a smile. Young lady, are you the candidate goddess of the Golden Light sect? He asked gently. Ji Yao was somewhat flattered. Reporting to the special envoy, I am Ji Yao. Ji Yao quickly cupped her hands and replied respectfully. Good, very good. The special envoy of the divine sect showed a satisfied smile, very happy, his face full of approval. Just now, I arrived at the Golden Light sect and saw you kill a netherworld sect cultivator, the divine sect envoy said with a smile. How did you do that? Ji Yao looked slightly taken aback. Then, she looked at Hua Chou. With her original abilities, it would have been impossible for her to do such a thing. However, after Hua Chou helped her improve and taught her secret methods of spiritual cultivation and spiritual attack techniques, she was able to use spiritual energy to kill a nascent soul cultivator. But these are not secrets that can be spoken aloud casually. Both the secret methods of spiritual cultivation and the secret techniques of spiritual attack are extremely precious and should not be possessed by cultivators of the first level of the heavenly realm. Ji Yao hesitated for a moment, so she looked at Hua Chou, wanting to ask for his opinion. How should I put it? Her expression screamed the question. One must be careful in every aspect of cultivation. Even one's closest relatives must be guarded against. One should not reveal too many of one's secrets. Hua Chou transmitted his voice. Ji Yao nodded. Young lady, you don't need to worry too much, nor do you need to hide it. I have already seen that you used a mental attack technique just now, the divine sect envoy said meaningfully. Ji Yao's pretty face froze for a moment. Hua Chou's expression darkened slightly. Mental attack techniques are especially valuable, particularly for cultivators of the divine sect who specialize in mental cultivation. Even if that person's cultivation and spiritual realm far surpass Ji Yao's, the possibility of him harboring evil thoughts cannot be ruled out. Hua Chou glanced indifferently at the special envoy of the divine sect. If he wants to ask for it or forcibly take it. Even if he is in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and his spiritual power is comparable to that of the void returning realm, Huaqiu will still take action. Young lady, could you tell this old man who taught you this spiritual technique? The divine sect envoy asked kindly. Reporting to the special envoy, no one taught me this, I obtained it through a fortuitous encounter, Ji Yao replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Really? The Shinzong envoy frowned slightly, seemingly not quite believing it. But after staring at Ji Yao for a moment, he didn't ask any further questions. His expression softened again. Incredible, your cultivation is only at the late core formation stage, yet you were able to use a mental attack technique to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. Your mental strength must be quite high. May I test it for you? Ji Yao's pretty face froze slightly. She couldn't hide much from the Shinzong envoy. Before she could speak, the Shinzong envoy extended his spiritual power over her. In an instant, Ji Yao's spiritual power reacted automatically, releasing its power to resist. This level of spiritual power surprised the special envoy of the divine sect. Great, that's wonderful. He couldn't help but exclaim. May I ask how the special envoy is doing? Patriarch Jin Guangzong asked anxiously. This girl's spiritual power has actually reached the 5th level. The divine sect envoy exclaimed. What? The cultivators of the Golden Light sect were all taken aback. Ji Yao is a genius of the Golden Light sect. She was designated as a candidate for the divine sect goddess at a young age, and everyone knows about her talent. Not long ago, her mental strength was only at the early stage of the 4th level. How could her spiritual power have already crossed a major realm in such a short time? This is absolutely amazing. The 5th tier spiritual power is comparable to the divine sense power of a nascent soul cultivator. Ji Yao, how exactly did you cultivate? You've given us such a wonderful surprise. The 3 patriarchs of the Golden Light sect were overjoyed. The 5th tier spiritual power greatly shocked the divine sect envoy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ji Yao will soon become the true goddess of the divine sect, no longer just a candidate. Ji Yao was speechless and couldn't say a word for a moment. She glanced at Huaqiu furtively. If she hadn't met that person, she doesn't know how long she would have had to cultivate to break through to the 5th level. Ji Yao frequently glanced at Huaqiu, which naturally attracted the attention of the Shinzong envoy. The special envoy of the Divine Emperor raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Huaqiu. 714, Chapter 714. Let me be the god's child? The spiritual strength of the special envoy of Emperor Shinzong was quite strong. But with his abilities, it's impossible for him to see through Huaqiu. In his eyes, Huaqiu's cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage, and as for his spiritual power, it was nothing special, just average. This was information that Huaqiu intentionally released, and the Shinzong envoy could not distinguish between truth and falsehood. Unable to discern Huaqiu's extraordinary qualities, the Emperor Shinzong's special envoy frowned slightly. He could naturally tell that Ji Yao's gaze towards Huaqiu was abnormal. This displeased the special envoy of the Divine Emperor. Ji Yao's performance earned his approval, and she met the criteria for promotion to become a goddess of the divine sect. But this girl was caught up in romantic love. The Shinzong sect advocated spiritual freedom and believed that the idea of love between men and women was a burden that would hinder spiritual cultivation. Ji Yao, you'd better listen carefully, the divine sect envoy said solemnly. Ji Yao quickly put on a serious expression. Your performance is quite good, and you have already qualified to be promoted to goddess. Would you like to return to the divine sect with me? The divine sect envoy asked. Huh? Ji Yao was a little confused and didn't quite react. In the past, becoming a goddess would have been her goal, and she had been striving for it. At this moment, my dream came true. But for some reason, she found it hard to be happy. I feel a little empty inside. She stole another glance at Huaqiu and finally realized that she was reluctant to part with him. With people she was reluctant to leave behind, she seemed to have lost much of her expectations for that powerful sect in the 2nd level of heaven. The spiritual cultivation techniques and attack skills that Huaqiu taught her were not necessarily inferior to those of the divine sect. It might even be more advanced. Seeing Ji Yao's hesitation, the special envoy of the Divine Emperor's expression darkened slightly. Ji Yao, don't you want to? He asked. Ji Yao, hurry up and say yes, haven't you always wanted to go to the Divine Sect? The three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect were extremely anxious and hurriedly called out. Ji Yao still hesitated. She thought for a moment, then suddenly paused. Your Excellency, in truth, my achievements today are largely due to the help of one person. She said earnestly. Oh? The Shinzong envoy showed an interested expression. He guided me and led me in the right direction. Compared to him, I am far inferior and far behind. He is the real peerless genius. That person is Elder Linging of the Seven Leaves Sect. Ji Yao pointed at Hua Qiu. The special envoy of Emperor Shinzong looked surprised. You're saying he gave you guidance? The envoy seemed somewhat skeptical. Yes. Ji Yao replied decisively. Everyone in the Golden Light Sect has witnessed just how remarkable he is. Upon hearing this, the special envoy of Emperor Shinzong looked at Hua Qiu again. Reporting to the special envoy, we have indeed witnessed it, said the three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect. This person is named Linging. He was originally a disciple of the Seven Leaves Sect, but suddenly rose to prominence, becoming a core disciple and then an elder, leading a team into the three sects' secret realm. Within the secret realm, he killed the Taoist disciple of the Jialing sect and annihilated the nascent soul cultivators who had descended from the Ling sect. If it weren't for him, the exploration teams of the Golden Light Sect and the Seven Leaves Sect would likely have been completely wiped out. Is that so? The special envoy of the Divine Sect looked surprised. That's not all. In today's battle, my Golden Light Sect was on the verge of collapse. At the critical moment, Elder Ling came to our aid. His strength is extraordinary. He can easily kill a nascent soul cultivator from the Netherworld sect. Not long ago, even the city lord of Dingfeng City, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, died under his sword. Upon hearing this, the special envoy of Emperor Shinzong completely lost his composure. Slay the nascent soul, annihilate the half-step divine transformation realm. This is something no ordinary person could do. Hua Qiu looks very young, so his bone age can't be that high. Isn't this living monster? Even the second heaven is difficult to see. If what you say is true, isn't this the rumored potential to become a ruler? The special envoy of the Divine Sect said, greatly shocked. He became excited after learning that Hua Qiu was an elder of the Seven Leaves Sect. The geniuses of the Seven Leaves Sect are the geniuses of the Divine Sect. Good lad, you've been hiding it well. You almost fooled even this old man. He stared at Hua Qiu, his amiable smile returning to his face. Your Excellency, do you think he's qualified to be a divine son? Ji Yao asked tentatively. Yes, how could there not be? The special envoy of the Divine Sect exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Don't even mention my Divine Sect's divine son. Such a peerless genius would be treated like a treasure even in a top-tier sect in the third heaven. Hearing this, Ji Yao felt relieved and smiled happily. This is exactly the result she wanted. She wanted to go to the Divine Sect in the second heaven with Hua Qiu. She became the goddess, and Hua Qiu became the goddess's son. That was the situation she envisioned. I never expected that you would prepare such a big surprise for me after I came here. The special envoy of the Divine Sect was overjoyed. Everyone was happy, except for Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned. He had absolutely no interest in the divine son of the Divine Sect. He also saw through Ji Yao's thoughts. Is it so easy to be the divine child of the Divine Sect? Hua Qiu felt a chill in his heart. A dominant sect would not allow someone with an unclear identity to become a divine child. If Hua Qiuzhen goes there, he will definitely be questioned, and someone will try to dig up his secrets. Moreover, he didn't want to be controlled by others. For him, the identity of the divine son of the Divine Sect was more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Today, our Divine Sect may obtain the most amazing divine son in history. The Divine Sect's special envoy was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling for a long time. Your Excellency, it's settled then, okay? Ji Yao said with a smile. It's just a matter of a word from me, and those people from the divine sect have no reason to object, the divine sect's special envoy said with a smile. However, there are many mysteries surrounding Elder Ling's identity, and we still have to go through the formalities. He then changed the subject. On the other side, Hua Qiu wore a strange expression. 715, Chapter 715 Utter Disappointment. Elder Ling, how old are you? The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong looked at Hua Qiu and asked casually. The question seemed casual, but all the monks present pricked up their ears. Ji Yao listened very attentively. Those who cultivate immortality have lifespans far exceeding those of mortals. They rely on elixirs, herbs, or other means to conceal their age. It is difficult to determine the true age of a cultivator simply by looking at their appearance. Therefore, when cultivators take on disciples, they usually conduct a bone age test. Appearance can be changed, but bone age is extremely difficult to manipulate. Everyone present was convinced that Hua Qiu's real age was definitely not old. With his strength and skills, anyone whose bone age is under 500 years old can be considered a peerless genius. Of course, the lower the better. The lower the score, the higher the talent. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu, waiting for him to give his answer. Ji Yao cared about this the most. She estimated that Hua Qiu's age was likely between 100 and 300. She knew all too well how stunning Hua Qiu was. Nini age? Hua Qiu deliberately feigned a slight panic but quickly composed herself. The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong noticed this and his heart skipped a beat. I'm not very old, Hua Qiu continued. I think I am still qualified to become the divine child of the divine sect. He deliberately made this move, causing the Shenzong envoy's face to darken. Whether someone is qualified or not, we'll know once they're tested, the special envoy of the divine sect said. Perfect timing, I happen to carry a magical artifact that can measure bone age. As he spoke, he took out a special magical artifact. Elder Ling, please infuse a drop of blood into this magical artifact, the divine sect envoy said, staring at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, pricked her finger, and flicked out a drop of blood. In an instant, several colors of light burst forth from within the magical artifact. Everyone stared intently at the changes in the magical artifact. After a moment, the light dissipated, and a number appeared on the artifact. 1617. Someone read out the number. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, stunned. This number surprised everyone. 1617. That represents Hua Qiu's true bone age. How could it be 1617? This isn't right, isn't Elder Ling a peerless genius? How can his number be so high? The crowd could not accept it. Generally speaking, the lifespan of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator can reach 1,000 years. Those who live longer can have a lifespan of around 1,500 years. A number like 1617 is already quite unusual. For a nascent soul cultivator, this means their lifespan is almost over and they are about to die. For a time, the crowd was abuzz with discussion and could not calm down. As expected, the divine sect envoy shook his head with a disappointed expression. Hua Qiu's deliberate actions just now had caught his attention and made him suspicious. Although he was disappointed with the result, he could still bear it. Of all those present, only Ji Yao was the most unable to accept it. When she saw that number, she was completely stunned, as if she had lost her soul. How could this be, she murmured, utterly distraught, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. She felt lost and couldn't calm down. This number dealt her a significant blow. She firmly believed that Hua Qiu was a genius and longed to go to the divine sect with him. Now everything has been shattered by those numbers. I thought the Seven Leaves sect had produced a peerless genius. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect shook their heads and sighed, their eyes full of disappointment. Who knew that Elder Ling actually didn't have much time left to live? Indeed, his strength is extremely powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is a supreme being below the nascent soul stage. However, his age has exceeded the limit of the nascent soul stage, and his lifespan is clearly running out. This has absolutely nothing to do with a young, exceptionally talented genius. While deeply disappointed, many people's attitudes toward Hua Qiu were also quietly changing. No longer do I worship or admire them, instead, I feel an inexplicable anger. It was an anger that felt like being deceived. Elder Ling is not a peerless genius at all. He was just a deeply hidden old monster. Although he never claimed to be a genius, no one cared at that moment. Hua Qiu took in all the changes in the emotions of the cultivators. He remained completely unmoved. Everything is going as expected. The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong silently put away the magical artifact. Special envoy, do I still have a chance to become the divine child of the divine sect? Hua Qiu asked deliberately. The envoy from the divine sect's residence turned pale instantly. He really wanted to curse, but he held back. With your qualifications, you are far from being a suitable candidate for the divine son of the divine sect, and your chances are slim, the divine sect's special envoy said quietly. Side Hua Qiu looked disappointed and dejected. Special envoy, if he can't become a divine child, does he still have a chance to enter the divine sect? After all, he is very strong. Ji Yao suddenly spoke up, asking with a hint of expectation. The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong was somewhat speechless. The man was clearly an old man nearing his grave, yet this girl still clung to hope. No. The Shenzong envoy wanted to say a lot, but when it came to his lips, he only uttered 2 words indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao's delicate body trembled slightly, and she fell silent. Her sorrow touched Hua Qiu's heart. Even after learning of her advanced Taoist cultivation, she still wouldn't give up. Fortunately, I was flatly rejected. After going to the divine sect, she came into contact with a wider world and was able to quickly forget me and start a new life, Hua Qiu thought to herself. Elder Ling, you played a significant role in saving both sects from disaster during this crisis, the divine sect envoy said in a cold, businesslike manner. We will no longer pursue the matter of you infiltrating the Seven Leaves sect by concealing your identity from now on. You may stay or leave the Seven Leaves sect as you wish. Consider this magical artifact as your reward. After saying that, the Shenzong envoy threw a magical artifact at Hua Qiu. An ordinary magic artifact used by an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. 716, Chapter 716 Risking Angry. What a pity. I thought he was a peerless genius with the potential to become a ruler, but I never expected that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Many people had expressions of regret on their faces. But many people also felt relieved. If such a monstrous talent were to appear within the first level of heaven, it would be truly terrifying and unbelievable. The current situation, ironically, makes people feel much more at ease. Hua Qiu looked at the nascent soul artifact in his hand and chuckled softly. Such magical artifacts might be treasured by core formation stage cultivators, but in Hua Qiu's eyes, they were practically trash. Don't look down on it. This is a magic weapon that I obtained from a secret treasure of avoid returning great power. It is a magic treasure used by a great power cultivator and is in no way inferior, the divine sect envoy said with a stern face. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, and casually put the magic artifact into his storage ring. He saved the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect, allowing them to survive and saving the lives of so many cultivators. Although he didn't seek any substantial reward, the divine sect's special envoy dismissed him with such a piece of trash. This is not just stingy, it's like treating a beggar like that, which is bound to make people feel disheartened. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage to produce such a display is simply unacceptable. Even the cultivators of the Golden Light sect felt somewhat guilty. But none of them dared to express their opinions in front of the special envoy of the Divine Emperor, nor did they dare to offend him. You have avenged the crisis of the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect, which is a great achievement. This venerable one will not limit his reward to such a small amount. Perhaps the Divine Sect envoy also felt that he had been a bit too stingy, so his expression softened slightly, and he continued. I have a precious longevity pill here, which can extend the life of any cultivator by 5 years. It is a treasure for you, so I will bestow it upon you. The special envoy of the Divine Sect took out a pill. Hua Qiu was even more disgusted. He could easily refine perfect pills that could extend one's lifespan by hundreds of years, so why would he look down on such trash? Since this elixir is so precious, please keep it, Special Envoy. I am not worthy of it, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Divine Sect Envoy frowned, his expression turning cold. What, you look down on it? He showed a displeased expression. In his view, Hua Qiu was a dying man, and the reward of a pill that could extend his life by 5 years was enough to make him grateful. I've accepted my fate and don't care about those 3 or 5 years, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The special envoy of the Divine Emperor changed his attitude exceptionally quickly. He had lost all interest in feigning compliance. The only reason he paid attention to this special envoy from the Divine Sect was for Ji Yao's sake. His feelings for Ji Yao were very complicated, and he didn't know how to deal with them. He naturally couldn't bring Ji Yao with him. This Jin Guangzong is unruly and cannot be Ji Yao's protector. That divine sect was, after all, a giant sect in the second level of the Xuanzhen realm. Since Ji Yao has become a goddess of the divine sect, the sect will naturally devote all its efforts to nurturing and protecting her. Most importantly, Ji Yao will be able to achieve better development after joining the divine sect. This is the best outcome for both him and Ji Yao. Since you don't want it, then so be it. The divine sect envoy flicked his sleeve, clearly displeased, and withdrew the longevity pill. Your Excellency, Elder Ling has sacrificed a great deal to protect the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect, but his lifespan is nearing its end. Forcing himself to act would only harm himself, which is extremely difficult. Ji Yao suddenly said loudly. Considering Elder Ling's immense contributions, I request the divine sect to reward him handsomely, lest he be disheartened. The cultivators of the Golden Light sect all looked at Ji Yao with concern. The divine sect envoy clearly already disliked Elder Ling, and she still brought up the very thing she didn't want to discuss. As expected, the envoy from the divine sect's expression darkened slightly. Ji Yao, you must understand that you are not yet a goddess and cannot influence the decisions of the divine sect, he said meaningfully. Ji Yao kept a straight face. The envoy of the divine emperor exuded an oppressive aura, putting her under immense pressure. But her expression was resolute. Please treat Elder Ling well, Your Excellency, otherwise I will not accept the title of goddess, she said resolutely. Oh dear, Ji Yao, that silly child. The 3 patriarchs of the Golden Light sect were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. You haven't even confirmed your own status as a goddess yet, why are you worrying about others? If we anger the special envoy now and have her qualifications revoked, then all of this will have been for nothing. They couldn't understand why Ji Yao would sacrifice herself for Elder Ling of the Seven Leaves sect. Everyone felt it wasn't worth it, and some even harbored resentment towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu also frowned. Ji Yao's stubbornness in fighting for his interests warmed his heart. Ji Yao, how could you be so foolish? Hua Qiu sighed inwardly. Ji Yao, are you sure you want to stick to your choice? The divine sect envoy stared at Ji Yao with a cold face and asked seriously. Your Excellency, that's not how it is. Ji Yao was just confused for a moment. The people from Jin Guangzong quickly shouted. It's not your turn to speak yet. The divine sect envoy shouted coldly, his powerful aura instantly intimidating the Golden Light sect cultivators so much that they dared not utter a word. Under such pressure, Ji Yao found it even more difficult to cope. But she still stood tall, her slender frame facing the special envoy of Emperor Shenzong. Elder Ling has done so much for both sects, he shouldn't be treated unfairly. This is not something a dignified divine sect would do. The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong narrowed his eyes. Amidst the tense expressions of the other cultivators, he raised one hand. Hua Qiu frowned. If this nascent soul cultivator dares to attack Ji Yao, then he will fight him even if it means revealing his strength. What you say makes sense, so we'll do as you say, the Shenzong envoy said indifferently, tossing out some items with a wave of his hand. There are even more powerful magical artifacts, as well as some elixirs that look quite good. The envoy of the divine sect was ultimately unwilling to give up on a goddess with great potential and chose to compromise. But it was clear to anyone with eyes that he had been angered by Ji Yao. It's not worth it at all. The 3 patriarchs of the Golden Light sect shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ji Yao cast a complicated look at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu read it aloud. I understood the meaning in her eyes. This is all I can do for you. 717, Chapter 717 Threat. The post-war Jin Guangzong appeared desolate and dilapidated. Under the command of the higher-ups, the cultivators of the Golden Light sect carried out the reconstruction work in an orderly manner. The special envoy of Emperor Shenzong was welcomed into the rather impressive main hall of Emperor Jingguangzong and treated with great hospitality. Ji Yao, on the other hand, was about to say her final goodbye to Hua Qiu. The two arrived at a relatively quiet, dilapidated villa belonging to the Jin Guangzong sect. Please accept these. Ji Yao handed a pile of things to Hua Qiu. That was a reward she obtained by threatening the special envoy of the divine sect with her status as a goddess, even at the risk of offending him. She entrusted everything to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at this pile of resources that he didn't really think much of and remained silent. It was obvious to everyone that although the divine sect's special envoy eventually compromised, he still harbored resentment and would inevitably give Ji Yao a hard time once he arrived at the divine sect. Ji Yao is gambling with her future, just to get some reward for Hua Qiu. The more she did this, the more complicated Hua Qiu's feelings became. Please don't be disgusted, this is all I could get, Ji Yao said, her head down, her mood low. You must accept all of these, you cannot refuse, otherwise you will be betraying my good intentions. Hua Qiu opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word of refusal. Thank you, he said, accepting the resources. Ji Yao then smiled. Here are all of these too. I'll go to the divine sect and get plenty of resources, so I won't lack these things. With a wave of her slender hand, a large pile of things appeared in front of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was taken aback. Elixirs, magical artifacts, elixirs, and all sorts of materials. This is probably all of Ji Yao's wealth. She released all the precious things she had obtained in the secret realm without leaving anything behind. Hua Qiu's face darkened. I will never accept these things. If you don't take them back, I'd rather be a complete stranger to you from now on, he said fiercely. This woman is so stupid it's infuriating. Ji Yao's delicate body stiffened. Her eyes reddened, and she silently took back the resources. Go, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ji Yao hesitated, and after a long pause, she still couldn't say anything. Will we see each other again? She asked softly. Hua Qiu remained silent and did not answer. He had no intention of going to the second heaven to see Ji Yao again. Ji Yao looked at the silent Hua Qiu and a tear fell from her eye. After all, he was her first man, and she had complex feelings about him. She assumed that Hua Qiu dared not answer because she was afraid she wouldn't live to see them again. After today, when she goes to the divine sect, she will have little contact with the first heaven, not to mention that Hua Qiu's lifespan is about to end, and it will be difficult to see him again. Take care of yourself. Ji Yao uttered 2 words softly, then turned her head and left the villa without looking back. Hua Qiu had no way to persuade him to stay. I have no right to try to keep her, because I can't give her anything, Hua Qiu muttered to herself as she watched her retreating figure. Ji Yao, I hope you can start your magnificent life anew within the divine sect and create a new world for yourself. With the spiritual cultivation techniques and attack skills I impart, your future will be bright. The two then parted ways. In the afternoon, all the cultivators of the Golden Light sect appeared outside the mountain gate. On the open ground outside the gate of the Golden Light sect, a huge magic array was radiating light. The divine sect's special envoy will bring Ji Yao and use that great formation to communicate with heaven and earth, opening a passage to the divine sect. All the members of the divine sect came to see Ji Yao off. This is a golden phoenix that flew out from within the Golden Light sect, embodying their earnest hopes. Hua Qiu stood silently in the crowd, watching Ji Yao leave. With a humming sound, the great array was activated, and dazzling light shot straight into the sky, slowly opening a spatial passage. Ji Yao and the special envoy of the divine sect stood together and slowly ascended into the sky. Her expression was somber, and she showed no joy whatsoever. As she left the ground, she turned back, her gaze fixed on a particular spot. That was where Hua Qiu was standing. The gazes of all the cultivators were drawn to Hua Qiu, each with their own thoughts. Ji Yao opened her mouth, as if she was silently saying something to Hua Qiu. Goodbye. Hua Qiu understood what she was trying to say. Never again. Hua Qiu uttered those 4 words in her heart. The special envoy of the Divine Emperor glanced at Ji Yao, then at Hua Qiu on the ground, his expression gradually darkening. Ji Yao's distraught appearance greatly displeased him. The cultivators of the divine sect primarily cultivate their spirituality, and what they fear most is entangled in complicated and unresolved emotional entanglements, as these will severely hinder their cultivation. Even if Ji Yao were to arrive at the divine sect, if she were to lose her appetite and spend all her time thinking about what lay below, how could she possibly make any progress? The special envoy of the divine emperor stared at Hua Qiu, his gaze turning cold. Boom! The aura of the nascent soul stage subtly and rapidly spread down, enveloping Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Ling Ying, listen carefully. The voice of the divine sect's special envoy rang in Hua Qiu's mind. Ji Yao is about to become a revered goddess of the divine sect, and her future development is limitless. She will achieve great things. And you are nothing more than a nascent soul cultivator in the first level of heaven whose lifespan is nearing its end. She is far beyond your reach, an existence you cannot possibly attain. I'm warning you, give up all your improper thoughts. You must never have any further involvement with Ji Yao. The envoy's words were very harsh, and the threat was made no attempt to conceal it. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and she did not respond. If you overstep your bounds, I will kill you. A cold voice rang out. Hua Qiu's expression darkened further. Few people dare to threaten him like that. A mere nascent soul cultivator from the divine sect. Does he really think he's something? Hua Qiu was very displeased. If it weren't for Ji Yao's sake, he wouldn't have tolerated such an arrogant cultivator. Even if he is at the nascent soul stage, possessing the spiritual power of a void returning stage cultivator. The divine sect, 718, chapter 718. Kill me? In the sky, the magical light of the magic array gradually faded. Ji Yao also disappeared completely from the first heaven along with the divine sect envoy, heading to the divine sect in the second heaven. After the magic array dissipated, the cultivators of the golden light sect gradually dispersed. Hua Qiu sensed the hostility of some people and lost the desire to stay any longer. Ling Yu is still within the golden light sect. Hua Qiu read aloud. Ling Yu was an identity he used. She was Ling Ying's younger sister. A poor blind girl. He planned to settle Ling Yu down and then leave the Dingfeng city area, as there was no longer any value in staying there. He walked up to the 3 patriarchs of the Jin Guangzong sect. Send Ling Yu out. I'll take her away immediately and never come to the golden light sect again, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ling Yu? The 3 elders showed surprised expressions. It's the blind girl that Ji Yao brought back, Hua Qiu prompted. We know nothing about this, one of the elders said. Here's what we'll do. You go in and wait a moment while we send someone to find the person you're looking for and bring her to you safe and sound. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and could only nod. Someone, take Elder Ling to the reception hall. Someone ordered. Elder Ling, please come with me. An elder from the Golden Light sect ran over and gestured for Hua Qiu to follow. Hua Qiu followed him without saying a word. The welcoming hall of the Golden Light sect was originally built to be very grand, but it was slightly dilapidated after a great battle, though it was still in good condition. Elder Ling, please have a seat, the elder who brought him in said with a smile, and personally poured tea for Hua Qiu. Everything was done with impeccable manners and etiquette, leaving nothing to be desired. Have your Jinguang sect people send my sister here as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here any longer, Hua Qiu said. Alright, please wait a moment, Elder Ling. I'll go and urge them right away. The elder bowed to him and then walked out of the reception hall. Silence enveloped the place. Hua Qiu looked around. The reception hall? His face slowly darkened. He sensed something out of place. Not long after, the elder returned, bringing Hua Qiu a new pot of fine tea and a box of gifts. This item can calm the mind and purify the spirit, Elder Jin Guangzong said with a smile, placing it on the table next to Hua Qiu. Where is my sister? Hua Qiu asked. She has been found, Elder Ling. Please rest assured Elder Ji hid her in a safe place, and she is currently being brought here personally by an ancestor. Hua Qiu nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Elder Ling, is this tea not to your liking? Elder Jin Guanzong asked quickly. Hua Qiu sneered and placed the teacup on the table. How ironic, he sneered. How can you say I saved your Golden Light sect once? Is this how you treat your benefactor? His face turned cold. Elder Ling, what do you mean by this? Elder Jin Guanzong's expression hardened, but he still managed a forced smile in response. If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred to have your sect wiped out. Hua Qiu said coldly. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped someone. The elder of the Golden Light sect only had time for his expression to change drastically before he had no chance to react. This palm strike landed directly on the head of the Golden Light sect elder, killing him instantly. Even as he lay dead before him, Hua Qiu's murderous aura remained undiminished. The tea is poisonous. That box of spices also had the effect of numbing the monk's nerves. Moreover, there was a sense of lurking presence all around the reception hall, ready to unleash its power. This is hardly a welcoming hall. This is clearly a trap. Even Hua Qiu felt a pang of sorrow. He had saved the lives of these Golden Light sect cultivators, and he could accept being treated coldly, but he never expected them to be so ungrateful as to attempt to harm him. Hua Qiu was already unhappy when threatened by the special envoy of the divine sect. Having experienced this again, his anger was ignited, and he no longer concealed his murderous intent, which erupted. Bang bang bang. With the death of the Golden Light sect elder and the exposure of their scheme, the Golden Light sect cultivators no longer hid and revealed themselves. They were all at least core formation cultivators, there wasn't a single one below that level. All the Golden Light sect core formation cultivators he saved are here, without exception. Looking at those familiar faces, Hua Qiu was filled with rage. Most of them had been seen by him long ago in the three secret realms, and they owed him a debt of gratitude for saving their lives back then. If heaven wants you to die, I will pull you back from the brink of death, but you insist on seeking death, Hua Qiu said coldly. These words made some of the Golden Light sect cultivators' expressions turn sour. Elder Ling, we're sorry, we didn't want to attack you, but we can't disobey orders from above, so we have no choice but to comply. Someone said with a long face. Hua Qiu revealed a disdainful expression. You worthless ants think you can touch me? A group of core formation stage cultivators. He could reduce it to ashes with a flick of his wrist. Elder Ling, everyone has witnessed your great strength, someone chimed in. But you just went through a major battle, you probably haven't recovered yet, have you? We don't have the ability to touch you now, but after you've gone through another major battle, who knows? The Golden Light sect core formation cultivators surrounding the reception hall made way for them. 3 nascent soul elders from the Golden Light sect walked in. Elder Ling, the divine sect's special envoy has ordered that you remain in the Golden Light sect forever. An elder said with a stern face. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. The special envoy of the Divine Emperor ultimately had no intention of letting him go. Do you think cutting off the roots and completely severing Ji Yao's hopes is the safest course of action? Hua Qiu sneered. This is indeed the most comprehensive consideration. Elder Ling, you have done a great service to the Golden Light sect, rest assured, we will give you a proper burial after your death. Another patriarch said. Kill me? Hua Qiu suddenly burst into laughter. You think you're worthy? 719, Chapter 719, Destroying the Formation Without Moving. However, the Netherworld sect, with its few nascent soul cultivators and a half-step divine transformation cultivator, almost wiped out the Golden Light sect. If Hua Qiu hadn't arrived in time to kill the city lord of Dingfeng City and bind the nascent soul of the Netherworld sect, the Golden Light sect would have been reduced to ruins by the time the divine sect envoy arrived. Now, they have forgotten their kindness and want to surround and kill Hua Qiu inside the Golden Light sect. Hua Qiu found it utterly ridiculous. What gives the Golden Light sect the courage to fight against a sect that even the Netherworld sect couldn't withstand? Elderling, we understand no one here is your match, a patriarch of the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. But we have no choice but to obey the orders of the Emperor Shinzong's special envoy, so we can only offend him. Hua Qiu sneered repeatedly and stood up from his chair. His slightest movement startled the elders of the Golden Light sect, who became agitated as if facing a formidable enemy and involuntarily retreated. There's no way around it, his strength is just too great. Those who witnessed the battle could not help but feel fear towards Hua Qiu. I don't think all the people in your Golden Light sect are fools, they wouldn't be so eager to come and die, Hua Qiu said coldly, scanning everyone present. That special envoy from the Divine Sect must have left you some trump card, take it out, it might still be of some use. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect immediately became serious. Because Hua Qiu's prediction came true. When the special envoy of the Divine Sect was discussing with them, he suddenly proposed that after he took Ji Yao away from here, he should immediately take action against Hua Qiu and kill him in the Golden Light sect so that Ji Yao would have no more thoughts and could concentrate on cultivation. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect were naturally both shocked and frightened. How could they possibly have the ability to kill Hua Qiu? The envoy from the Divine Sect told them to calm down, and then bestowed upon them a magical artifact, confidently stating that it would definitely kill Elderling, and instructing them to use it unexpectedly for even greater success. Now that Hua Qiu had seen through it, the three elders looked rather grim. Taking them by surprise is probably out of the question. The three of them exchanged a glance. Withdraw! The three shouted at the same time. The elders of the Golden Light sect obeyed the order and immediately withdrew from the reception hall, and the three patriarchs also left. Hua Qiu's gaze was icy as he slowly walked out of the reception hall. When he appeared outside, he was shocked to find a huge magic circle covering his head. Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. That's right, this is the protective formation of my Golden Light sect. The three patriarchs and a group of elders of the Golden Light sect stood in the air outside the formation and said loudly. My Golden Light sect's grand formation was passed down from a Divine Sect formation master. It has the ability to change in countless ways, and can defend against external enemies as well as shrink to trap them. We also need to thank Elderling for helping us repair this great formation, otherwise we wouldn't be able to use it on Elderling right now. Some people wore mocking expressions. The Golden Light sect's protective formation was destroyed by cultivators from the Netherworld sect. However, after Hua Qiu arrived, they learned of his deeds in the Seven Leaves sect and asked Ji Yao to request Hua Qiu's help in repairing it. Hua Qiu repaired the Golden Light sect's grand formation in a very short time, which even surprised the Divine Sect's special envoy. Now, this great formation is being activated for the first time since its repair, and it is being used to deal with Hua Qiu himself. The Golden Light sect's grand formation rapidly contracted, focusing on Hua Qiu and attempting to completely imprison him. This is a grand formation. The more it is gathered together, the more powerful it becomes. When the sect's protective formation shrinks to the size of a person, its binding effect is 100 times stronger. It can even restrain a cultivator who has just entered the nascent soul stage, let alone someone who is not yet at the nascent soul stage. An elder said in a low voice. It seems we don't need to waste the magical artifact bestowed upon us by the Divine Sect's special envoy. Hua Qiu stood still, watching indifferently as the Golden Light sect's protective formation rapidly pressed down on him, seemingly unmoved. Has he resigned himself to his fate? That's for the best, he'll suffer less this way, someone remarked. Elder Ji is about to become the Divine Maiden of the Divine Sect, while he is just a nascent soul cultivator whose lifespan is about to end. Their statuses are worlds apart, and it is almost impossible for them to have any further contact in the future. Dying here may be a good end for him. These elders had been saved by Hua Qiu several times, and out of gratitude for his kindness, they all felt a sense of reluctance and guilt. He. Hua Qiu, who was on the ground, suddenly sneered, his laughter filled with endless sarcasm. What are you laughing at? The three patriarchs of the Golden Light sect frowned. I laugh at your utter stupidity. Hua Qiu said coldly. The three of them froze for a moment. I can easily repair this great formation, and I can also easily destroy it. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. Don't listen to his nonsense. An old patriarch shouted. This is a great formation passed down from the divine sect. Repairing it and destroying it are two completely different concepts. Only a master of formations from the divine sect can do it. No matter how high his skill in formations is, he can never surpass a master of formations from the divine sect. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. At this moment, the formation was about to shrink to its limit, forming a human-shaped light shield that would prevent Hua Qiu from moving. Hua Qiu showed a disdainful look, too lazy to even move his hands and feet. With his mastery of formations, no one in the entire Xuanzhen realm can compare. He had already seen through the entire Golden Light Sect's grand formation during the repair process. Even the smallest flaw had nowhere to hide from him. He merely glanced at one spot. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation appeared around Hua Qiu. Splash. The next moment, the Golden Light Sect's grand formation, which was about to shrink to its final stage, shattered like glass, turning into fragments of all sizes. What? In an instant, the cultivators of the Golden Light Sect were dumbfounded, their expressions completely frozen. He didn't even move an inch. Was the Golden Light Sect's protective formation destroyed just like that? Bang bang bang. A series of loud noises rang out, making the faces of the three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect turn as black as could be. That was the sound of the foundation stones of the sect's protective formation shattering. The Golden Light Sect's protective array was created by a master of array formations from the Divine Sect, using a massive amount of resources reduced to ashes in an instant. 720, Chapter 720. A full force strike from the late stage of nascent soul. The cultivators of the Golden Light Sect panicked. They never imagined that Hua Qiu had reached such an unbelievable level. No one knows what methods Hua Qiu used to destroy the sect's protective formation. Seeing Hua Qiu's icy gaze sweep over them, the cultivators fell silent in fear. Some people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Hua Qiu merely revealed a trace of murderous intent, yet it was enough to frighten many people into having heart spasms and trembling bodies. The thought of his previous display of power, slaughtering nascent soul cultivators like dogs, made the elders of the Golden Light Sect feel weak, and they had no courage to fight him. Ancestor, what should we do? Someone cried out in fear. Three venerable ancestors, what magical treasures has the special envoy bestowed upon us? Hand them over immediately, otherwise, our lives are over. Before Hua Qiu could even take any real action, the elders of the Golden Light Sect were already terrified. This made the three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect turn ashen-faced, revealing expressions of disappointment and frustration. He's just a nascent soul cultivator nearing the end of his lifespan. Why are you all so terrified? An old ancestor scolded with a long face. Don't forget, we have the divine sect behind us. Why should we be afraid of him? The elders immediately became submissive and dared not speak. Under their expectant gazes, one of the three patriarchs finally produced the magical artifact bestowed upon him by the special envoy of the divine sect. It was a dark red gourd. At this moment, Hua Qiu, expressionless, ascended into the sky and slowly walked towards the high-ranking cultivators of the Golden Light Sect. With each step he took, the killing intent emanating from him intensified. You're courting death. The Golden Light Sect patriarch, holding the magic gourd, shouted coldly and pulled out the stopper of the gourd. Boom! The moment the gourd stopper was pulled out, the entire sky began to rumble. A continuous stream of powerful energy flowed out of the magic gourd and filled the sky. The intensity of that energy far exceeded the limits of the nascent soul stage. That's the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, it is the power of a top-tier nascent soul cultivator. Such surging and terrifying energy astonished the elders of the Golden Light Sect, but also gave them great confidence. This is the power of a nascent soul cultivator personally injected into the treasure gourd by the special envoy of the divine sect. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect were beaming with joy. This is the special envoy's full force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. No matter how powerful elderling is, under such energy intensity, you will only end up with nothing but bones. The old ancestor holding the treasure gourd sneered and pointed the gourd's opening at Hua Qiu. In an instant, all the surging nascent soul energy in the sky was guided and bombarded Huaqiu. The immense and surging energy, like a towering ocean wave, completely submerged Huaqiu's head and pressed down with unstoppable force. As a result, the Golden Light Sect cultivators in the sky could not see Huaqiu's figure. Boom! The place where Huaqiu was standing seemed to be in a state of utter chaos, where nothing could be seen clearly. The deafening noise continued for a long time without subsiding. At this moment, not far from the Golden Light Sect, two figures were flying through the air at an extremely fast speed. The Divine Sect's special envoy suddenly sent a message to the Seven Leaves Sect, ordering the two of us to rush to the Golden Light Sect to assist. I wonder what has happened again, the two muttered to each other as they flew. The two were the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves Sect. The orders from the Divine Sect's special envoy were urgent, and they dared not delay, rushing to the Seven Leaves Sect as quickly as possible. With the Golden Light Sect seemingly in sight. Boom! A violent roar suddenly came from the direction of Jin Guangzhong, where dark clouds covered the sky, creating a frightening scene. The two were taken aback and stopped in their tracks. What exactly happened at the Golden Light Sect? Such fluctuations, this is terrifying. What on earth is wrong with the Golden Light Sect? The terrifying energy fluctuations made the two of them turn pale with fright. They assumed that some powerful figure was attacking the Golden Light Sect. For a moment, the two looked at each other, hesitant. They would not be willing to risk their lives to support King Wangjong. Signor, it seems he also went to the Golden Light Sect, someone said quietly. He clearly remembered that when that senior left the Golden Light Sect, he was heading in the direction of the Golden Light Sect. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions grim. No matter what happened, we have to go and see. The two continued flying, increasing their speed even further, heading towards the center of the explosion. Now, he definitely has no chance of surviving. An elder of the Golden Light Sect said confidently, watching the continuous roar of the explosions below. Others shared similar thoughts. This is a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. In the entire Xuanzhen realm, how many people could withstand the first level of heaven? Besides, that elderling isn't even a nascent soul cultivator. Even a god-level being cannot escape death. But they dared not relax too much until they saw Huaqiu's body. Maybe he was blasted to smithereens, his body was completely destroyed, someone muttered. Even if there is no trace of his body, we must find a way to confirm his death and give the Divine Sect's special envoy a perfect explanation. The Golden Light Sect ancestor, holding the treasure gourd, said in a deep voice. Everyone looked down. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the rugged landscape below was revealed. All the buildings near the welcoming hall of King Wangjong were completely destroyed, leaving only a huge, bottomless black hole below. The destructive power of a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator is considerable. The sheer depth of the black hole sent chills down the spines of the Golden Light Sect cultivators. Because I can't see the situation, I'm not entirely sure what to do. Should we send someone down to take a look? Someone suggested. The moment the words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Because a point of light suddenly appeared in the black hole, and it grew bigger and bigger. Whoosh! A figure flew out of the black hole and soared through the sky. At this moment, the eyes of all the cultivators of the Golden Light Sect froze, their expressions blank. That person, who else could it be but Huaqiu? 721, Chapter 721. I am the ruler. His long, jet-black hair danced in the wind. His clothes fluttered, making a rustling sound. He stood in the sky, his expression indifferent and unchanging. His body was completely unharmed, not even a single tear was found in his sleeves, and he was spotless. How is this possible? The elders of Jin Guangzhong were horrified. Impossible, that was a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he have survived? How could he have been completely unharmed? This result exceeded everyone's expectations. The best they could imagine was that Huaqiu, after exhausting all means to save his life, could at least retain a complete corpse. How powerful is someone in the late stage of the nascent soul realm? For cultivators at the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, they are at the very pinnacle of existence. The Golden Light Sect cultivators were on the verge of collapse as they looked at that proudly standing figure. They don't understand, they can't comprehend. How could a dying person who was not even a nascent soul cultivator survive a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? This is unreasonable. Someone shouted. Everyone looked extremely grim. The three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect, in particular, had faces so gloomy they looked like they were about to drip water. It was precisely because of this trump card bestowed upon them by the special envoy of the divine sect that they had the confidence to win and dared to take action against Huaqiu. However, their most trusted trump card couldn't harm that person in the slightest. How could they possibly accept this? After their initial shock, the three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect were filled with profound sorrow. Without that trump card, what qualifications do they have to fight Huaqiu? That's a ruthless person who can slaughter nascent soul cultivators like slaughtering dogs. Is he really a nascent soul peak cultivator who was about to die? Someone murmured, their face full of disbelief. What nascent soul cultivator on the verge of death could be this terrifying? Even an ordinary deity transformation cultivator wouldn't survive. The three felt heavy-hearted, and a deep sense of fear welled up inside them. This person is suspicious, perhaps only a powerful figure from the divine sect can kill him. A man said with a solemn expression, then turned and flew away. Where are you going? The other two were a little confused. We are no match for them. We should preserve our strength and quickly relay the information to the divine sect so that they can send powerful cultivators to kill this fiend. The man's voice came from afar. You guys hold him off for now, I'll go request backup. Upon hearing this, the two venerable figures turned as black as could be. Still holding on. What a load of crap. Is this something they can hold off? Besides, even if the news reaches the divine sect, by the time the divine sect sends down a powerful expert, who knows how many days will have passed. By then, their bodies will probably be completely cold. Oh shit. The two cursed and ignored everything else, hurrying to catch up with the first person. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had flown a long distance and were about to leave the Golden Light Sect's territory. The elders of the Golden Light Sect were stunned, unable to react for a long time. Did the ancestors abandon us and run away? One of them asked blankly. How could this happen? The others looked bitter, their faces filled with despair and resentment. They had previously scolded them for being too afraid of death, but as soon as the divine sect's special envoy ran out of energy, the three patriarchs ran faster than anyone else. Run? Run? Huaqiu looked at the three figures that were quickly shrinking into tiny dots and gave a contemptuous sneer. In my space, I am the master. Buzz. Layers of spatial ripples spread across the sky, reaching the location of the three patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect in the blink of an eye. The three were forced to stop, their faces showing horror. What happened? What kind of power is this? They asked in astonishment. One of them turned around and glanced back, his eyes widening instantly, revealing an expression of utter terror. The other two glanced at him, turned back in confusion, but were even more terrified than he was. They were clearly flying. But upon turning around, he discovered that Yufei was actually getting closer and closer to the Golden Light Sect behind him. And I'm getting closer and closer to that person. What is this? The three were utterly shocked and at a loss. They tried to stop. But it was no use, whether they took action or not, they were all moving closer to the welcoming hall of King Guangzhong. Space, he has mastered space, this is the law of space. One person exclaimed in alarm, as if waking from a dream. What, he also comprehended the laws of space. The other two turned ashen-faced. When fighting the city lord of Dingfeng City, Huaqiu displayed a power of the law of weakening that surpassed his opponents, which amazed everyone. Unexpectedly, he even comprehended the laws of space. This is one of the 10 supreme laws. Isn't he just a nascent soul cultivator whose lifespan is nearing its end and whose potential has been exhausted? What exactly is he? The three of them were on the verge of being destroyed, they had never been so terrified before. But it was all in vain. No matter how much they struggled, a few breaths later, the three of them appeared in front of Hua Qiu. You. One person pointed at Hua Qiu, unable to utter a complete sentence. Who exactly are you? They could no longer trust any of the information Hua Qiu had revealed. You can ask Yama, the king of hell, for yourself on the road to the underworld, Hua Qiu said coldly. The three of them stared wide-eyed, their pupils dilating. They each had the same bloody mark on their necks. Hua Qiu appeared to have done nothing, but the sword intent of destruction had already been activated without anyone noticing. A single sword intent took the lives of 3 people. Like others who died under Hua Qiu's sword intent, their nascent souls were also destroyed, leaving no possibility of survival. 3 corpses fell limply from the sky. The elders of the Golden Light sect were dumbfounded, their expressions blank. 2 figures flew over and stopped. The 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect stared blankly at the 3 corpses falling to the ground, their faces showing shock. Then, looking at the instigators who caused all this, their eyes widened in disbelief. Senpai? 722, Chapter 722. So what if they betrayed us? 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect came to the Golden Light sect to provide support on the orders of the special envoy of the Divine sect. But upon arriving at Jingguangzone, the scene before them left them speechless. They witnessed firsthand the annihilation of the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Golden Light sect by Hua Qiu. For a moment, the 2 looked at each other and fell silent. Shock, disbelief, and a sense of being caught off guard and panicked. Both the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect are nominally subordinate to the powerful Divine sect, and must obey the orders of the Divine sect. Logically, they should be on the same side as the Golden Light sect cultivators and fight the enemy together. Both of them were prepared for a tough battle. But as soon as they saw Hua Qiu, they fell silent. The greatest enemy of the Golden Light sect is actually our senior. The 2 found it hard to accept this situation. Hua Qiu had given them a second chance at life. Didn't you save so many people from the Golden Light sect inside the secret realm? How come you're standing on the opposite side now? The 2 were stunned for a moment, and did not react. On the other side, the elders of the Golden Light sect were already in complete chaos. With all 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Golden Light sect perished, they suddenly lost their leader. Faced with such an incredible being as Hua Qiu, this group of cultivators, who were only at the core formation stage, had no confidence and were filled with fear. The ancestors are dead, they were all killed by Elder Ling of the Seven Leaves sect. The news spread throughout the Golden Light sect, plunging the entire sect into chaos. Some people still don't understand why things have turned out this way. Elder Ling, why did you kill 3 of my Golden Light sect's patriarchs? What did our Golden Light sect ever do to wrong you? You can't take your anger out on my Golden Light sect just because you were refused by the Divine sect's special envoy and can't go with the goddess, can you? Some people angrily questioned the situation. Hua Qiu dismissed this with disdain and didn't bother to explain. He merely glanced indifferently at the 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect. Did the Divine sect summon you? Hua Qiu asked, frowning. Yes, we too came to Jingguang sect on the orders of the Divine sect's special envoy. We were ordered to assist them at all costs, one of them replied in a low voice. Oh, Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Seniors, Elder Ling of your Seven Leaves sect killed 3 of our ancestors, how do you intend to explain this? An elder from the Golden Light sect demanded, his neck stiff with arrogance. The Divine sect's special envoy has ordered that this person be annihilated at the Golden Light sect, leaving no trace of his remains. As subordinates of the Divine sect, do you intend to disobey orders from above? The man's tone was aggressive. He didn't expect the 2 of them to defeat Hua Qiu. He just hoped they could keep him occupied. After all, those were people from their Seven Leaves sect. Upon hearing this, the 2 men's faces darkened, and they did not respond immediately. Hua Qiu looked at the 2 of them meaningfully. How would you like to choose? He asked. The 2 looked at each other with conflicted expressions, and after a moment they nodded to each other. They made up their minds and bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. We are truly grateful for your guidance, Senior. The 2 said emphatically. Booty cannot disobey orders from above. Huaqiu nodded. Make your move, he said. The two straightened up and moved in an instant. Whoosh! They were in perfect sync, flying in opposite directions at the same time, not immediately attacking Huaqiu, but instead circling the entire sky above the Golden Light Sect. During their flight, they continuously dropped array flags while simultaneously forming hand seals to cast one restriction after another. They're blocking off the Golden Light Sect. The elders of the Golden Light Sect quickly realized the two men's intentions. The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. In this situation, the three nascent soul elders were killed in an instant. Could it be that the other two were naively thinking of catching turtles in a jar? How is this any different from cutting off your own escape route? Seniors, stop immediately! The elders of the Golden Light Sect panicked and shouted loudly. But the two ignored them and continued their banning activities. Before long, they had filled the area around the Golden Light Sect with restrictions. Although the energy was weak, it still enveloped the Golden Light Sect, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through. After they finished, the two flew back to their original location. Huaqiu revealed a faint smile. Seniors, you shouldn't have done this. The elder who had been verbally abusing them shouted urgently. Shut up! The two men looked displeased and suddenly unleashed a burst of spiritual energy at the man. What? The elder's face turned pale with fright, utterly terrified. He didn't understand why the two men, who were on the same side, would suddenly attack him. He was only a mid-stage core formation cultivator. How could he possibly escape the attacks of two nascent soul cultivators? Boom! Two beams of spiritual energy instantly engulfed the elder. After the spiritual light dissipated, nothing was left in the air. The person had vanished into thin air. The cultivators of the Golden Light Sect were all dumbfounded. It took them a long time to realize what was happening. What are you doing? Someone asked, both shocked and angry. What are you doing? The two men sneered. Of course, we should annihilate the entire sect. Today, no one from the Golden Light Sect will escape. They will all die here. Jin Guangzong's men were struck dumb, as if by lightning. Are you all crazy? You're actually going to betray the divine sect for Ling Ying, who's nearing the end of his life? Don't you all want to live? Stupid, utterly stupid. The elders of the Golden Light Sect all condemned it. The two men had icy expressions and were filled with murderous intent. A bunch of self-righteous frogs in a well. You are the ones who truly don't know your own mortality. One of them said coldly. Our seniors' kindness to us is immeasurable. How can it be compared to the petty favors and benefits bestowed upon us by the divine sect? So what if I betrayed the divine sect? I betrayed them, so be it. After saying that, the two stopped wasting words and charged into the crowd of Golden Light Sect cultivators, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Huaqiu watched quietly from the side, his expression extremely indifferent. 723, Chapter 723, worth it. Jin Guangzong and his ilk are all ungrateful bastards. Huaqiu watched indifferently as the two slaughtered the Golden Light Sect cultivators, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Although he did not intend to slaughter the entire Golden Light Sect, he would not stop them if they did. However, he was somewhat surprised that the two patriarchs of the Golden Light Sect decided to betray the divine sect for his sake. After all, he hasn't shown any extraordinary strength yet, and in other people's eyes, it's almost impossible for him to contend with the giant sect, the divine sect. The two men placed a restriction on the Golden Light Sect, and no one below the nascent soul stage could escape. Two nascent soul cultivators, both having comprehended the power of laws, were simply beyond the capabilities of these mere chickens and dogs. Wherever the two went, blood stained the ground, and no one survived. How dare you? Once the divine sect finds out, they will absolutely not let you off. The desperate Golden Light Sect cultivators roared in anger. You will all die. When the divine sect is enraged, no one can withstand it. The two remained non-committal on this matter. If the message doesn't get out, the divine sect won't know, they replied with a cold laugh. The killings continue. There were quite a few cultivators from the Golden Light Sect, and it took the two of them a full half-hour to finish the fight. Only when they were certain that there were no more living cultivators in the Golden Light sect did the two stop. Just then, a girl groped her way out and stumbled and fell in the yard. "What happened, Sister Ji Yao, where are you?" she called out anxiously. There's still a survivor, and it's actually a mortal." The two men's faces turned cold upon seeing this. Even mortals cannot be left alive. They decided to kill again. As he spoke, he was about to make a move. "Alright," Hua Qiu stopped the two of them. "You must not kill this woman." The two immediately stopped and respectfully agreed. "Lingyu, I've come to pick you up," Hua Qiu called out from the sky. "Brother!" Lingyu immediately showed a surprised expression. "Brother, you've finally come to pick me up." Lingyu's pretty face was full of joy. The two from the Seven Leaves sect looked at each other strangely, but said nothing. "Lingyu, Ji Yao has left the Golden Light sect on business. I've come specifically to pick you up and take you away from here," Hua Qiu said. "Okay, I'll go with you." Ling Youquan nodded in agreement. "Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come down to get you in a bit," Hua Qiu instructed. Ji Yao nodded in agreement and obediently groped her way to sit on the broken stone steps. She didn't know that she was surrounded by corpses and covered in blood. Therefore, Hua Qiu told her not to move for now. "What are your plans for the future?" Hua Qiu asked the two from the Seven Leaves sect. "Seniors, there's no need to worry about us," the two smiled, looking neither agreeable nor disagreeable. With no survivors from the Golden Light sect, they naturally won't leak the news when the Divine sect asks. We can just make up a story and get away with it. With your formidable strength, Senior, destroying the Golden Light sect wouldn't be difficult at all. The Divine sect will believe that. It's just that we'll need to trouble you later, Senior, to let the two of us suffer some serious injuries so that we can get through this." Hua Qiu's expression was unusual. He only gave guidance to the two members of the Seven Leaves sect because he felt indebted for almost draining the sect's spiritual veins. He never expected anything in return from these two people. But the fact that the two were so loyal and devoted to each other, willing to defy the Emperor's orders and take huge risks for him, really surprised him. "You guys are quite good," Hua Qiu said calmly. "Senior, this is what we should do," one of them said with a smile. "You are my master's closest friend, and you have bestowed upon us both immense fortune. For both reason and duty, we cannot betray you. That Divine sect is nothing, to put it nicely. The Divine sect protects the Seven Leaves sect, but over the years, our tributes have never decreased, yet they remain so high and mighty. Not taking the Seven Leaves sect seriously at all, it's only because the two of us don't have enough strength that we could have broken away long ago." "Is that so?" Hua Qiu nodded with a smile. He wrote it down. "In the future, your Seven Leaf sect will surely have a place in the second heaven of the Xuanjin realm," he said casually. "Then we'll accept your kind words, Senior." The two failed to grasp the true meaning behind Hua Qiu's words and simply smiled and agreed. "The Divine sect is not so easily fooled," Hua Qiu said sternly. "I will leave wounds on both of you caused by cultivators at the nascent soul level, which will cause you pain for a period of time. Please do as you please, Senior, as long as you can save our lives, that's all that matters." The two were mentally prepared and remained calm. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He stretched out his hand, emanating a powerful aura. The two made no defensive moves and opened their arms. Bang! Hua Qiu threw a punch, the force of which struck both of them. The two immediately coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing into the ruins of the Golden Light sect. A few moments later, they managed to climb out with difficulty. Senior's punch was really powerful. The two men gave a wry smile. However, this is enough to deceive the Divine sect. Hua Qiu's punch may have seriously injured the two, but they will recover slowly with some rest. He deliberately left his nascent soul level aura on the two of them, condensing it without dissipating, which increased their credibility. "I have 2 pills here." Hua Qiu took out 2 pills and casually waved them over, sending them flying to the two of them. "Take this pill after your injury has healed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will definitely reach the nascent soul realm within 5 years. Upon hearing this, their eyes widened immediately, filled with immense joy. Hua Qiu has already helped them comprehend the power of the laws, which can be considered as laying the foundation for the nascent soul stage. But whether one can truly achieve the transformation of godhood is still hard to say. It may take 100 or 200 years, or it may take even longer. But obtaining such an elixir only requires 5 years. At that moment, the two were overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling that all their sacrifices had been worthwhile. 724, Chapter 724 Celestial Beings. I'm currently tied up with other matters and can't take care of the Seven Leaves sect for the time being, Hua Qiu continued. I'll give you a little taste first. When I have some free time in the future, I will reward you with some things so that the entire Seven Leaves sect can be completely transformed. Hua Qiu's words shocked and delighted the two members of the Seven Leaves sect even more. They trusted Hua Qiu completely and didn't think he was just making empty promises. Hua Qiu already had a plan in mind. Since the Divine Emperor has already clashed with the Emperor, there will inevitably be more clashes and struggles in the future. This so-called second-tier, top-tier sect is destined to perish. It would be better to let the Seven Leaves sect take its place. Don't worry, Senior, you can leave now. We too will take care of everything at Jin Guangzone. The two men patted their chests and assured him. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Lingyu, who was sitting on the stone steps. After settling Lingyu in and settling the matter with Ling Ying, he planned to leave the Dingfeng city area. However, upon seeing this, Hua Qiu's gaze froze instantly. Lingyu, sitting on the stone steps, has changed. She was sitting quietly and obediently on the stone steps, waiting for Hua Qiu. But Hua Qiu saw that blood vapor was constantly floating out from the corpses around Lingyu, surging towards Lingyu, and flowing into her body. Lingyu herself was completely unaware of this. The two members of the Seven Leaves sect followed Hua Qiu's gaze and immediately froze. Even with their limited experience, they had never seen anything like it before. Lingyu was just a mortal. A frail, blind girl. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for her to absorb the blood essence of so many cultivators on her own. However, she did nothing, and was not even aware of anything. It seemed as if she absorbed that blood energy unintentionally, as if it were a spontaneous action of her body. Senior, what is this? The two looked at Hua Qiu in astonishment, wanting to get an answer from him. Hua Qiu raised his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He frowned, his gaze fixed on Lingyu, observing the changes that were taking place in her. He had never investigated Lingyu, and indeed, he had not been able to discern anything unusual about her from her appearance. Only when this unknown change occurred did he calm down and begin to examine the girl closely. His divine sense surrounded Lingyu, and he activated his supernatural powers and secret techniques, using the divine soul of an immortal emperor to probe the girl's secrets. In the blink of an eye, he saw through Lingyu's entire body. The girl's body was displayed before him without any obstruction. A moment later, Hua Qiu revealed a strange expression. So that's how it is, he murmured, a half-smile playing on his lips. Senior, what exactly is it? The two from the Seven Leaves sect asked boldly, full of curiosity. The celestial race, the 9 revolutions heavenly technique. Hua Qiu said softly. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately widened their eyes. What, the celestial race, the 9 revolutions heavenly technique? They exclaimed in disbelief. What, you knew? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. I only remember hearing the term celestial race from my master, one person said solemnly. The other person nodded as well. At that time, Master's expression was extremely solemn. He instructed us that the celestial race was one of the most troublesome races in the Xuanjin realm, and that if we ever encountered anyone from this race, we should run as far away as possible. My master said that the celestial race is extremely terrifying. The two men looked at Lingyu, who was absorbing blood energy, with tense expressions, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that this girl is a member of the celestial race? Not bad, Hua Qiu nodded in response. The two were even more shocked. Her brother is Ling Ying, a disciple of the medicine also. Ling Ying is also a member of the celestial race? Hua Qiu understood what the two meant. The celestial race is so powerful, yet this brother and sister are one a mortal and the other a disciple, which seems rather illogical. The 9 revolutions heavenly technique of the celestial race is something every member of the race is born with, Hua Qiu explained to the two. The heavenly cultivation 9 revolutions, before the first revolution is activated, the clansmen are no different from ordinary people. They can be mortals without spiritual roots or low-level cultivators. Upon hearing this, the two suddenly realized what was going on. After the first transformation begins, the celestial race embarks on a true path of transformation, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. Each transformation brings endless changes, each one is unpredictable, but without exception, they all become stronger and stronger. When the heavenly cultivation reaches its 9th stage, the celestial race will undergo its ultimate transformation. 9 revolutions, so what? One person asked. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. 9 cycles of heavenly power can destroy a sovereign, he uttered. These words nearly scared the two of them out of their wits. Because it was too shocking. The Supreme Ruler is the most powerful and invincible being in the entire Xuanzhen realm, standing at the pinnacle of all living beings. They are the heavens of the Xuanzhen realm, the supreme gods of the Xuanzhen realm. They are synonymous with ultimate power, the true rulers in the eyes of the world. The celestial race's 9 revolutions heavenly technique, when perfected to its ultimate form, was actually able to destroy a sovereign. The information was so frightening that it left the two of them feeling extremely uneasy. Is it really possible for anyone to reach the pinnacle of the 9 revolutions heavenly technique? They had some doubts. The celestial race is so powerful, it's impossible for them to remain unknown. They wouldn't have known if their master hadn't mentioned it by chance. A race capable of undergoing ultimate transformation and defeating an unparalleled ruler should be renowned throughout the Xuanzhen realm. The 9 revolutions heavenly technique, indeed, some people can achieve it, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. However, I didn't see him at Xuanzhen. He had seen celestial beings undergoing ultimate transformation in the immortal realm. The so-called 9 cycles are actually not the limit for celestial beings. That celestial being in the immortal realm, undergoing endless transformations, is extremely powerful, comparable to an immortal king. Hua Qiu looked at Ling Yu, who was undergoing changes, and his gaze narrowed slightly. Ling Ying and her brother were unexpectedly members of the celestial race. Celestial beings. Hua Qiu read it aloud. Why is the celestial being not well known in the Xuanzhen realm? There are probably many secrets behind this. 725, Chapter 725 Ling Yu's transformation. Ling Yu seemed oblivious. The blood energy emanating from the dead cultivators around her, along with their residual energy, was all unconsciously absorbed by Ling Yu. She's just a mortal, yet she absorbed so much energy and didn't burst? The two from the 7 Leaves sect looked on in astonishment. This amount of energy is nothing to a celestial being, Hua Qiu said calmly. In the celestial realm, he once had a celestial king-level being under his command. That person had reached the limit of the 9th revolution, reaching a new height. Hua Qiu had witnessed his transformation once, when he directly drained an entire cultivation world, which greatly shocked him. Just as Hua Qiu had said, the energy and blood flowed continuously into Ling Yu's body, but she showed no reaction. Each transformation of the celestial race requires a massive amount of energy consumption. Therefore, the transformation of the celestial race was extremely difficult. In the Xuanzhen realm, there are very few celestial beings who can truly transform to the 9th level, so their reputation is not well known. The three watched in silence. The corpses near Ling Yu were quickly drained by her. As a result, the absorption range expanded, and more blood and energy continuously flowed towards Ling Yu. Gradually, she also began to respond. Brother, I feel so hot, Ling Yu said. Hold on, it won't be a bad thing for you, Hua Qiu said. Okay, then I'll bear it. Ling Yu listened to her brother and tightened her pretty face, enduring the uncomfortable feeling. Her body floated up. Visible changes are happening to her. In a short period of time, she transformed from an ordinary person into someone of a higher realm. The first time one reveals their aura, it indicates the foundation establishment stage. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to the core formation stage. This rapid improvement shocked the two members of the Seven Leaves sect. Such a rapid rate of improvement gives the impression that she can easily surpass any cultivation level. The path of cultivation for ordinary cultivators like us seems to defy the heavens, and every step is extremely difficult. The celestial race can improve so much with just one transformation. I really can't imagine what they will be like after the 9 revolutions. One person sighed. Because they discovered that Ling Yu's improvement speed had not slowed down, and she was still transforming towards a higher realm, seemingly about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Hua Qiu showed a hint of surprise upon seeing this. He knew quite a bit about the celestial race. Generally, when one completes the first stage of the heavenly human heavenly skill, one is usually promoted to the core formation stage. But Ling Yu's limitations are clearly not limited to this. Could it be that she is a pure-blooded member of the celestial race? Hua Qiu muttered to himself. No matter which cultivation world it is difficult for any powerful race to maintain a pure bloodline. Their bloodline will always be diluted over time. But Ling Yu's behavior is most likely a continuation of pure blood. This is extremely difficult. Her first transformation should reach the nascent soul stage, Hua Qiu judged. This has already surpassed that of ordinary celestial beings by a great margin. It should be noted that the cycle of heaven and man is 9 stages, and Ling Yu has only completed the first stage. After she completes her 9 transformations, she will definitely be able to rival powerful immortals. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky with a loud bang. The sky above Jin Guangzong suddenly changed color, and dark clouds instantly covered the area. It's easy to see that a lot of lightning is brewing behind the dark clouds and will soon strike. As expected of a race defying the heavens, they attracted a tribulation of lightning on their very first transformation. The two from the Seven Leaves sect exclaimed. However, Hua Qiu frowned. He knew that although the celestial race was extraordinary and could be considered a heaven-defying race in various cultivation planes, the first transformation would not attract a lightning tribulation. It usually takes about 4 or 5 cycles to trigger the tribulation of lightning. The rules of heaven and earth in the Xuanjin realm have changed. Hua Qiu frowned. Someone tampered with the laws of heaven and earth of this realm, causing a tribulation of lightning to occur during the first reincarnation of a celestial being. This clearly shows they don't want the celestial beings to undergo transformation. No wonder the celestial race is rarely heard of in the Xuanjin realm. Hua Qiu smiled coldly. Just looking at the energy fluctuations of the lightning tribulation in the sky, it's something that even a first-stage celestial being couldn't withstand. Even the first turn is hard to get through, let alone the transformation that follows. Being able to alter the rules of heaven and earth, and make celestial beings suffer the tribulation of lightning, is not a realm that ordinary cultivators can reach. Hua Qiu looked at the sky, his eyes flashing. Even though the Xuanjin realm is a high-level cultivation world, those with this ability are few and far between. Dominator? Hua Qiu's lips curled up slightly. The karmic connections between these supreme rulers of the Xuanjin realm are truly numerous. As the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he had long been on the opposite side of the Xuanjin realm. I'll take care of this trivial matter, Hua Qiu chuckled, then leaped into the sky. Before the tribulation of lightning had fully taken shape, he had already rushed into the great tribulation of lightning. Senior! The 2 members of the Seven Leaves sect were shocked and filled with worry. Tribulation lightning has always been a nightmare for cultivators. The might of heaven is inviolable, and people in the Xuanjin realm turn pale at the mere mention of it. The nascent soul cultivator was just testing the power of the tribulation lightning for the first time. However, compared to the tribulation lightning triggered by Ling Yu, the tribulation lightning of the nascent soul stage paled in comparison. Of course, Ling Yu's tribulation lightning formation was far inferior to Hua Qiu's when he broke through to the creation technique. Therefore, Huaqiu did not take Ling Yu's tribulations seriously and went straight to meet it head-on. He wanted to help Ling Yu completely shatter the divine might of this tribulation. Under the shocked gazes of the two from the Seven Leaves sect, Huaqiu moved like a dragon amidst the lightning in the sky. Wherever he went, all lightning was extinguished. No matter how powerful it was of no use. The two members of the Seven Leaves sect were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like it before. No one in the Xuanjin realm has ever dared to confront a tribulation lightning containing the power of heaven and earth. In less than a quarter of an hour, the lightning in the sky quickly dissipated. It wasn't that the lightning tribulation wasn't powerful enough, it was Huaqiu as his strength was too great. He single-handedly destroyed the massive lightning tribulation triggered by Ling Yu. Ling Yu was not affected in any way and successfully completed this transformation. She successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, perfectly achieving the first transformation of the celestial race, and reaching the nascent soul stage in one go. Chapter 726 Next stop. Ling Yu absorbed almost all the energy of the dead cultivators of the Golden Light sect. With Huaqiu in the sky to shatter the lightning tribulation for her, she was completely unharmed and safely passed through the first transformation of the celestial race's heavenly power. Her aura also rose accordingly, only stopping when she reached the nascent soul stage. This girl's cultivation is no weaker than ours, the two elders of the Seven Leaves sect said with a wry smile. They spent their entire lives cultivating diligently, finally reaching the nascent soul stage. But the fact that others can achieve this in just one transformation is too discouraging. The world is inherently unequal, some people are born at heights that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. After the heavenly tribulation was destroyed, Huaqiu descended from the sky. Ling Yu already possesses the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, but she herself is completely unaware of it. She had no idea that she possessed a power that many people could only acquire through a lifetime of arduous cultivation. Ling Yu, how are you feeling? Huaqiu asked. Brother, I feel much better now, I don't feel as bad as before. Ling Yu gave Huaqiu a sweet smile. Huaqiu was speechless for a moment. Ling Yu's first transformation in her heavenly skill only involved an increase in her cultivation level, nothing else changed. She was still a blind woman, yet considered herself an ordinary person. Senior, if you were willing to teach her some combat skills and train her properly, she could definitely become a top expert, the two from the Seven Leaves sect said meaningfully. Once she completes 2 or 3 transformations, she will have no problem dominating the first level of the Xuanjin realm. They were hinting to Huaqiu that this innocent celestial clan girl, if used properly, could be a powerful weapon. Huaqiu neither agreed nor disagreed. Those two are right. With his help, Ling Yu could safely pass through several tribulations of transformation and grow into a powerful cultivator, providing him with considerable assistance. But he didn't intend to do that. Ling Yu is Ling Ying's younger sister. He just wanted to settle Ling Yu's affairs as soon as possible, so as to do justice to the deceased Ling Ying and put an end to this karmic debt. Ling Yu was too naive, and Huaqiu was unwilling to take advantage of such an innocent girl. Even a powerful immortal emperor like myself wouldn't stoop so low as to exploit an innocent woman, Huaqiu told himself. Ling Yu, let's go. Huaqiu called out to Ling Yu. Ling Yu walked towards Huaqiu. Huaqiu took her hand and flew into the sky. Senior, the two from the Seven Leaves sect were somewhat reluctant to part. You two should cultivate diligently when we meet again in the future. I hope you will have grown into nascent soul stage cultivators, Huaqiu said in a deep voice. We will certainly live up to your expectations, Senior. The two bowed on the spot to bid farewell to Huaqiu. Huaqiu glanced at the two of them, then left with Ling Yu. He will not return to the Dingfeng city area for some time. If I were to return one day, the situation would have changed dramatically. The wind whistled past their ears as Huaqiu flew away on his sword, carrying Ling Yu away from the Dingfeng city area. Ling Yu, can we have any relatives to go to? Huaqiu asked casually. He planned to settle Ling Yu down and then go out and make his own way in the world. In the Dingfeng City area, apart from breaking through to the fourth level of the creation technique, he didn't actually gain anything substantial. Currently, his biggest concern is to gather all 8 main ingredients needed to create a physical body for Yu Ziwei as soon as possible. There was absolutely no news from the Dingfeng City area. "Brother, who else can we turn to?" Ling Yu said with a sorrowful expression. "Originally, we had the love of our adoptive father and could enjoy the happiness of being children, but now, we have both been driven out of our homes and are rootless. Brother, in this world, only the 2 of us siblings are left to depend on each other for survival." Hua Qiu's expression shifted upon hearing this. He immediately began to subtly inquire. The simple-minded Ling Yu had no ulterior motives and quickly helped Hua Qiu understand the past of Ling Ying and her brother through just a few words. They were unaware that they were members of the celestial race, and all believed themselves to be abandoned orphans. The brother and sister were adopted by an old man who had no children of his own and raised them as his own. In the Qingjiao plain of the western regions, there is a renowned family, Hua Qiu asked, as the old man who adopted the brother and sister was a very important figure in a prominent family in the western regions. He was one of the heads of the top families in Qingjiao. After adopting the 2 siblings, he gave them a lot of care, and the 2 siblings always regarded him as their father. Originally, Ling Ying and Ling Yu were considered to be living a comfortable life. An unexpected event caused their adoptive father to collapse, and the Li family, who had long disliked the siblings, quickly turned against them. Unable to endure the cold stares and persecution, Ling Yingkai took Ling Yu and left the Li family, far away from Qingjiao, and came to Dingfeng City, a remote area in the western regions. Ling Ying joined the 7 Leaves sect and used the salary of a nominal disciple to support Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, let's go to Qingjiao Plain," Hua Qiu said with a smile. "Huh?" Ling Yu's pretty face froze. "Brother, didn't you say we would never go back to Qingjiao?" she asked hesitantly. "You may say that, but don't you miss your father?" Hua Qiu asked tentatively. Ling Yu couldn't speak. He could tell that Ling Yu missed her adoptive father very much. The reason the brother and sister were forced to leave Qingjiao was because the old man favored them greatly and had declared in front of the entire core of the family that he would support the brother and sister to inherit his position. Therefore, the 2 were ostracized and had to leave Qingjiao. Hua Qiu had other plans. Ling Ying and her siblings should have a place in the Li family of Qingjiao. This was exactly what he wanted. Sending Ling Yu back to the Li family and helping her gain a foothold would give her a place to belong. With a foster father to take care of her, Hua Qiu can leave with peace of mind. "Next stop, Qingjiao," Hua Qiu said firmly. 727, Chapter 727, The Heavenly King's Funeral. Qingjia was originally the central area of the western region of the first heaven of Xuanzhen realm, a very prosperous region, unlike the remote Dingfeng City area. Dingfeng City is the hub of this region, and there is a teleportation array in the city center that leads to various parts of the western regions. Hua Qiu possessed the city lord's token of Dingfeng City, and easily entered Dingfeng City. With his authority, he could use the teleportation array in Dingfeng City. A dazzling light flashed, and Hua Qiu and Ling Yu disappeared into the teleportation array. Distance is not considered within the teleportation array. When the physical scene reappeared before them, Hua Qiu and Ling Yu were already in another teleportation array. "Those who were teleported here, leave immediately." A cold shout came from the edge. There were Renaissance soul cultivators giving orders, and core formation cultivators guiding the people who had been teleported in out of the teleportation array. This is the central teleportation array of Qingjiao Plain, which is always in operation, and does not allow cultivators to linger in the array for too long. Hua Qiu led Ling Yu out of the teleportation array, following the crowd. The moment Hua Qiu stepped out of the teleportation array, he released his divine sense, covering as much of the vast area as possible. This is his consistent approach, to grasp the situation in all places as soon as possible. There are many nascent soul cultivators, and even some deity transformation cultivators. Hua Qiu quickly came to his conclusion. Qingjiao Plain is, after all, the central region of the western regions, surrounded by dominant sects. In Hua Qiu's divine sense, there were the auras of nascent soul stage cultivators, and more than one at that.
Brother, are we really going back to the Li family?
Stepping out of the teleportation point, Ling Yu grabbed Hua Qiu's hand and asked timidly. The brother and sister left King Jiewen because they didn't want to get involved in the power struggles within the Li family. Now that they've returned, it's inevitable that more trouble will arise. Ling Yu was therefore very hesitant.
Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you, Hua Qiu said, patting her hand.
As the two walked along the main street of King Jiewen, the air of prosperity was palpable. The Li family was originally a prominent family in Qingjiao, and their family residence was located in the main city. According to Ling Yu's account, Hua Qiu led Ling Yu eastward toward the main city. This city is much larger than Dingfeng City, and its intelligence system is much more advanced. I hope I can get some useful information here. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up as he looked at the central area of the main city.
To effectively utilize an intelligence system, one often needs to be in a position of high status.
Pedestrians, please move aside.
Suddenly, a commotion broke out ahead. Someone was clearing the main road, driving pedestrians from the city streets to the side.
By order of the city lord, the funeral procession for the heavenly king of the Li family is underway. All unrelated persons, please line up.
Someone was running down the main avenue of the city, shouting loudly.
Upon hearing this, the monks passing by on the road quickly and respectfully stepped aside. What a heroic figure Li Tianhuang was, that he would perish because of a poisonous flower. It's truly tragic and lamentable. The heavens are jealous of talent. The cultivators beside the Taoist couple sighed in disgust. Ling Yu's expression suddenly changed.
Brother, who are they talking about? She asked anxiously.
It's the Li family's heavenly king, Hua Qiu replied.
What?
Ling Yu's pretty face froze, as if struck by lightning. Hua Qiu's expression hardened. He immediately realized that the King Li that the crowd was talking about was the one who had adopted Ling Ying and her brother.
I just arrived at the original main city of Qingjiao and I ran into my adoptive father's funeral?
Hua Qiu frowned, feeling that something was not right. According to Ling Yu's account, although the sibling's adoptive father was in bad shape, he was not in such a state that he was about to die.
Move aside, move aside.
The city lord's mansion cultivator next to them shouted impatiently, reaching out to push the two of them to the side.
Although Hua Qiu was displeased, she still pulled Ling Yu to stand to the side.
The monks on both sides of the street remained silent, watching the funeral procession slowly approaching in the distance. The fact that many cultivators showed signs of sadness indicates that the Li family's heavenly king held considerable prestige.
The Li family's funeral procession was very large and quite a spectacle.
As the funeral procession adorned with white flowers passed by, Hua Qiu finally saw the coffin of the Li family's heavenly king.
Several people were supporting the coffin around it. Ling Yu, are you alright? Hua Qiu noticed Ling Yu's strong emotional fluctuations and couldn't help but ask.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Ling Yu suddenly rushed out. Although she was blind, she rushed to the coffin of the Li family's heavenly king.
Father!
She threw herself onto the coffin, weeping and wailing. In an instant, the faces of the people carrying the coffin changed.
Ling Yu! Someone couldn't help but exclaim.
Ling Yu's appearance surprised and delighted them.
Father, my brother and I have only been gone for a short time. How could you leave us like this? Didn't you say you would live to see me get married?
Ling Yu cried her heart out, lying face down in front of the coffin, unable to move an inch. The funeral procession was thus brought to a standstill.
Father, you broke your promise.
Xiaoyu is back. Get up and look at me, Ling Yu cried out, her tragic state moving everyone around her. I heard that King Li wanted to support his adopted son and daughter to take the throne, but the direct descendants of the Li family disagreed and used intrigue to force them to leave. King Li had no children, but was fortunate to have a pair of children who were closer than his own. Yet, the Li family, in their struggle for power, drove the king's children out of the house, causing him to die in despair. How could they be so heartless?
People started discussing it, and opinions varied.
The faces of the people supporting the coffin turned grim upon hearing this.
Why are these two jinxes back?
they asked, their faces grim, their eyes revealing a barely perceptible chill. Sensing the hostility, Hua Qiu snorted coldly. He couldn't care less about how intense the power struggles and intrigues among these powerful families were. Lingyu, your uncle has passed away. This is something no one wanted to see. I know you were sad, but you must accept this loss. A young man approached Lingyu and said. He slapped Lingyu with his hand. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold. This seemingly ordinary strike contained a considerable amount of spiritual power, enough to overwhelm Lingyu, who was originally just a mortal, all tendons and veins severed. 728, Chapter 728. The Heavenly King is not dead. That young man had ill intentions. That slap was something even the once mighty Lingyu couldn't withstand. But now, Lingyu has been completely transformed. Although Hua Qiu sensed the young man's ill intentions, he didn't take it seriously and didn't step forward to stop him. The young man quickly patted Lingyu on the shoulder. Lingyu, please accept my condolences, he said, but his eyes were full of coldness. He didn't want Lingying and her brother to come back and cause trouble, so he wanted to knock Lingyu unconscious first, so that he could use her fainting from excessive grief as a cover-up. Next, Lingying was secretly executed. But as soon as he slapped it, his expression quickly turned sour. Because Lingyu was unharmed, she only frowned slightly. Lingyu, you. The young man looked at Lingyu in surprise, somewhat dazed. He was a late-stage core formation cultivator, and this slap not only failed to knock Lingyu unconscious, but also cracked his own tiger's mouth. He felt a sharp pain and his eyes widened. The people beside the coffin also noticed something amiss and looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, the group was filled with doubt and uncertainty, and none of them spoke. Tell me, how exactly did my father die? Lingyu sat up straight from the coffin and asked sadly. When Li Tianwang was guarding Qingjiao Plain, he accidentally discovered an extremely beautiful flowering plant in the mountains. He said he wanted to transplant it to your courtyard so that you could see it as soon as you returned, the young man said quietly. Who would have thought that the flower was an extremely rare soul-capturing flower, one of the 10 most poisonous flowers in the Xuanzhen realm? Li Tianwang was poisoned by the soul-capturing flower and died as a result. Upon hearing this, Lingyu's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. My father was a hero all his life, how could he have fallen for such a small poisonous flower? She was heartbroken and found it hard to accept. That's no ordinary poisonous flower, it's one of the 10 most poisonous flowers in the Xuanzhen realm. The person next to him said with a grim face. Even powerful cultivators from the second level of cultivation avoid it, daring not to touch it. It's a pity that if it weren't for you, the Heavenly King wouldn't have passed away like this. These words filled Lingyu with self-blame, and she cried her heart out. Hua Qiu frowned as she watched from the side. He naturally knew about the soul-stealing flower. But as far as he knew, although the soul-stealing flower was very beautiful, it emitted a strange and foul odor. No matter how much Li Tianwang liked it, he wouldn't want to bring such a thing back, let alone do so to please Lingyu. Without a doubt, what those people said was not true. He looked at the coffin containing the Heavenly King's body with an indifferent expression. His divine sense extended outwards, probing the situation inside. Lingyu, now that you're back, please change into mourning clothes, a middle-aged man beside the coffin said with a stern face. The Heavenly King always treated you and your siblings as his own children, so you should also fulfill your filial duties to him. On the surface, the man's words seemed fine, but Hua Qiu noticed an extremely distant and indifferent look in his eyes when he glanced at the brother and sister. Hua Qiu walked to the coffin. Lingyu cried too hard. Lingyu, don't cry, he patted her shoulder and said. Brother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, father wouldn't have died, Lingyu cried, unable to let go of her grief. You did nothing wrong, Hua Qiu said calmly. Don't worry, the Heavenly King wouldn't die so easily. He's still alive and well. Hua Qiu's words immediately caused quite a stir. What, you're saying the Heavenly King isn't dead? The surrounding crowd stared at him in shock. Those around the coffin were also horrified. Lingying, don't talk nonsense, King Li has been poisoned by the soul-capturing flower. The ancient books clearly record how potent that poisonous flower is. someone said with a stern face. We witnessed Li Tianwang pass away with our own eyes, how could this be fake? Ling Ying, you and your brother left without saying goodbye, causing Li Tianwang great concern. How can you come back and spout such nonsense? How can the spirit of the Heavenly King rest in peace? Someone also criticized. Hua Qiu dismissed it with disdain and couldn't be bothered to pay it any attention. He took out a sword. Ling Ying, what are you doing? The men shouted angrily. Open the coffin, Hua Qiu uttered calmly. No, you can't do that. Insolence, you call yourself the adopted son of the Heavenly King, how dare you commit such a rebellious act? The remains of the Heavenly King must not be desecrated by anyone, not even if you are his adopted son. For a moment, those people became agitated, vehemently condemning Hua Qiu and forbidding him from opening the coffin. The monks on both sides of the road also started discussing it. Many people felt that Hua Qiu's behavior was disrespectful, and some even called him ungrateful. Brother, is what you're saying true? Is Dad really still alive? Ling Yu asked Hua Qiu earnestly, her face tense. I never make hasty judgments, Hua Qiu said calmly. Okay, I believe you. Ling Yu nodded. Open the coffin. Hua Qiu raised his blue sword, ready to split the coffin open. How dare you? The group of people naturally wouldn't allow him to do that, and immediately one of the cultivators flew up and blasted towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at it, and swung his hand back. A sword aura was unleashed. That person didn't take Hua Qiu's sword energy seriously at all. Ling Ying was once just a low-level cultivator in the qi refining stage, with his strength at the very bottom of Qingjiao Plain. Nobody here takes him seriously. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the air. Everyone looked up and their expressions instantly changed. This. They were utterly shocked, their faces showing disbelief. Ling Ying's sword energy actually severed the arm of a cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation stage. How is this possible? Everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Ling Ying and her brother, one has no spiritual root, and the other, although she has a spiritual root, has extremely poor talent. After several years of cultivation, they are only at the qi refining stage. It's only been a few years since he left? Now that he's back, he actually severed the arm of a core formation perfection cultivator with a single sword strike. How could he possibly have such strength? 729, Chapter 729 Awakening. Not only were the funeral procession members shocked, but the monks watching were also incredulous. Many people have heard that the adopted son of the Heavenly King is a good-for-nothing. Because the Heavenly King insisted on supporting his adopted son to the throne, this matter caused a great uproar a few years ago, and many people held prejudices against his good-for-nothing adopted son. Is this really Li Tianwang's good-for-nothing adopted son? Someone asked in surprise. Almost everyone had the same thought, and they couldn't find any answers. The Heavenly King's adopted son has returned, and his strength has increased to this extent. Hua Qiu didn't care how surprised or doubtful others were. After cutting off the man's arm to make him temporarily retreat, Hua Qiu then slashed at Li Tianwang's coffin with his sword. Li Tianwang's coffin was made of extremely precious and hard wood, so much so that even ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to move it with their magical treasures. But Hua Qiu sliced off the sealed coffin lid with a single sword stroke. This scene caused the stunned funeral procession to shrink in shock. The coffin lid flew off, revealing the scene inside. Li Tianwang has a square face, and his expression exudes an imposing aura even when he is silent. He lay quietly in the coffin, looking exactly like a dead man. Ling Ying, I told you long ago that Li Tianwang has passed away, but you still insisted on opening the coffin. What good is it now that you've seen the corpse? You're supposed to be the Heavenly King's adopted son, yet you've done such a thing. You're not only unfilial, but also utterly disrespectful. The group's accusations became even harsher, and they publicly berated Hua Qiu. Their vehement words also inflamed some of the monks who respected Li Tianwang. Shut up!
Hua Qiu coldly glanced at the few who were shouting the loudest. That gaze was oppressive, instantly making them break out in a cold sweat and dare not speak again. When did Ling Ying become so terrifying? The group was uneasy. Li Tianwang is merely in a state of suspended animation, his soul has fallen into a deep sleep, Hua Qiu said indifferently. As far as I know, there is a spiritual medicine called soul sleep in the Xuanjin realm once refined into the soul sleep pill, it can make people sleep for hundreds of years. What nonsense are you spouting? The group panicked and shouted again. Hua Qiu sneered and said nothing more. Heavenly King, wake up! He shouted into the coffin. The sound was deafening, seemingly containing a strange power, and seemed to echo endlessly in everyone's minds. This was Hua Qiu using the divine soul of an immortal emperor, his shout directly reached the depths of Li Tianwang's soul. Soon, Li Tianwang's body reacted. He regained his breath, and his stiff body quickly recovered. Upon seeing this, the group of people turned pale. An undisguised look of deep surprise appeared on some people's faces. They were shocked that Hua Qiu was able to awaken Li Tianwang, who had taken the soul sleep pill. Didn't they say that it's only possible to awaken it if one has extremely powerful soul force? Ling Ying, how could he possibly have such powerful soul force? Inside the coffin, Li Tianwang suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out a big yawn and sat up straight. The surrounding cultivators stared in astonishment. Li Tianwang is not dead, Li Tianwang is alive. Great, now King Jiewen doesn't have to live in fear anymore. Many people cheered. Father! Ling Yu cried with joy, throwing herself into Li Tianwang's arms and sobbing. Xiaoyu, King Li was also deeply moved, and he showed a kind expression, gently patting Ling Yu's back. Ling Ying, you and your sister have finally come back, he looked at Hua Qiu to the side and said with a smile. Hua Qiu remained silent. Li Tianwang is a cultivator at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. He was a guardian of Qingjiao Plain in the western regions and was deeply respected by the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain. Hua Qiu revived him because she planned to make a place for Ling Yu. He treated Ling Yu like his own daughter, with him around, Ling Yu had someone to rely on. Hua Qiu can now leave in peace. Now is not the time to lay our cards on the table, Hua Qiu thought for a moment, then remained silent. He wanted to use his status as Li Tianwang's adopted son to access King Jiewen's intelligence network and see if he could find the information he wanted. What happened to me? Why am I lying in a coffin? After comforting Ling Yu, Li Tianwang frowned and asked the people around him. Your Majesty, after you were poisoned by the soul-stealing flower, you collapsed without a trace of life. We all thought you were dead, so we started to hold a funeral for you and prepared to send you off today, one person said, forcing a smile. What? You're going to bury me? Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang flew into a rage, his eyes bulging. It's clear that he has a fiery temper. You said I was poisoned by the soul-stealing flower, but I don't remember that at all? He asked, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall. Then how did I wake up? The group fell silent, unable to answer for a moment. Father, it was my brother who woke you up, Ling Yu quickly said. Is it Ling Ying? Li Tianwang looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. My brother said you fell into a deep sleep after taking a soul sleep pill, so he forcibly opened the coffin and woke you up despite everyone's objections. Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang's expression turned serious. Soul sleep pill, he examined himself, his expression turning somewhat grim. He glanced at the trembling group of people again, his expression growing even more somber. Ling Ying, are you sure I fell into a deep sleep after taking the soul sleep pill? He asked Hua Qiu earnestly. Not bad, Hua Qiu nodded. Humph. Li Tianwang snorted coldly, glancing around at his surroundings. No one dared to meet his gaze. After a moment, his expression softened. Ling Yu, you siblings have changed, he said meaningfully, looking at the two siblings. He was a nascent soul cultivator with extremely keen senses. He could tell that Ling Yu's aura had already reached the nascent soul level. The aura emanating from Hua Qiu made him even more alarmed.
Although he only hovered between the peak of core formation and the early stage of nascent soul, he gave people an extremely profound feeling. 730, Chapter 730 Fate Tablet. Good, very good. Li Tianwang stood up from the coffin and let out a hearty laugh. He regarded Ling Ying and her brother as his own children, and he was genuinely happy for their great transformation. After laughing, Li Tianwang's expression became complicated again. You siblings have suffered so much, he sighed. I really don't know how you got to where you are now, and who helped you through that enormous calamity. Hua Qiu's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this. He looked at Li Tianwang, whose eyes were filled with worry. King Li knows the identities of Ling Ying and her brother, his eyes flashed. Li Tianwang's words were loaded with meaning. He probably knew that Ling Ying and her brother came from the celestial race. He was only pleased with the siblings' tremendous transformation, and not overly shocked. This indicates that he has determined that the two have undergone a transformation of their divine abilities. It's good that you're back this time. I'll keep a close eye on you siblings and make sure you don't run away again, otherwise, I'll have failed your mother. Li Tianwang's words came to an abrupt halt, and he did not continue. Alright, let's go back to the Heavenly King's palace first, he said. Heavenly King, this. The group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. They went to great lengths to send off Li Tianwang at his funeral, and the funeral procession was enormous. Unexpectedly, Li Tianwang was awakened. For a moment, the situation became quite difficult to manage. Your Majesty, we need to get rid of these things immediately. Someone in the group said. Deal with what? King Li's face darkened, displeased. Keep it and take it back to the Heavenly King's palace the same way, he said coldly. Heavenly King, what is this? Everyone looked puzzled. This is quite a show, why waste it? Li Tianwang raised an eyebrow. Keep it, you'll need it again soon, he said meaningfully. Among the group of funeral attendees with their heads bowed, some began to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Ying, Ling Yu, come up, Li Tianwang called to Hua Qiu and Ling Yu, and told them to sit on the coffin. Then he ordered the funeral procession to carry the coffin and all the belongings back to the Heavenly King's palace along the same route. This scene looked very strange. The three of them sat on the coffin and chatted happily. Ling Yu had been away from King Jiewen for several years, and it seemed like she and Li Tianwang had endless things to talk about. Li Tianwang kept asking questions, inquiring about the two's experiences outside over the past few years. Hearing about the hardships his brother and sister had endured while venturing into the Dingfeng city area, he felt deeply distressed and guilty. Hua Qiu sat beside him, occasionally offering casual responses. You've all suffered these past few years, Li Tianwang sighed again. Don't worry, this time when you come back, no matter how great the obstacles are, I will help you get to that position. He said to Hua Qiu. No one can stop him. A chilling aura emanated from him as he spoke. The group of people at the back of the line turned pale. Hua Qiu frowned beneath her mask. It seems that arriving in this green suburb will once again draw me into a power struggle. If it's too complicated, I'll just pack up and leave, Hua Qiu decided. He wanted to utilize King Jiewen's intelligence network and establish a Xuanzhen exploration team specifically to serve him. Having power and influence would save him a lot of trouble. Before long, we arrived at the magnificent Heavenly King's palace. I'm home, Ling Yu jumped down excitedly. Li Tianwang looked at the two with affection and let them go in first. After the two entered the Heavenly King's palace, his expression immediately turned cold. Issue my Heavenly King's decree, summon those old bastards from Qingjiao Plain, he coldly issued the order. Hua Qiu was not familiar with the Heavenly King's palace. Ling Yu, who was completely blind, was leading him as they ran. Although she was blind, she knew everything about the Heavenly King's mansion like the back of her hand. She pulled Hua Qiu and ran to the courtyard where the brother and sister used to live. Many flowers and plants are planted here, filling the air with fragrance. After you left, everything here remained the same, nothing has changed, Li Tianwang said with a smile as he appeared. I know that one day you will all go home eventually. Li Tianwang's deep affection made Hua Qiu feel somewhat strange. He shifted his gaze to the room where the brother and sister had lived. That's Huaqiu saw two glowing plaques in a room. Those are your life tokens, Li Tianwang said. Ever since you left, I placed your life tablets here. I check on them every day when I'm cleaning the yard, just in case something happens to you outside. Fortunately, your life tablets have remained intact. Huaqiu's gaze narrowed slightly. He could certainly recognize them as two life tablets. Such things are not uncommon among prominent families. Often, prominent families would prepare a life tablet for an important descendant of the family, allowing them to pour their heart and soul into it. When younger generations venture out into the world, they can know their fortune or misfortune through their destiny tablets. If one dies, the life tablet shatters. Huaqiu stared intently at the two intact life tablets in the room. One piece is engraved with Ling Yu's name, and the other with Ling Ying's name. Ling Ying. Huaqiu stared at Ling Ying's life tablet and murmured to himself. It was hard for him not to show his surprise. Ling Ying's life tablet was just as intact as Ling Yu's, with its light and color flowing. But this should have been impossible. In Dingfeng Mountain within the Dingfeng city area, Huaqiu witnessed Ling Ying's corpse firsthand. He couldn't be mistaken, it was definitely a dead man, long since dead. He later burned the body with his spiritual fire, and the ashes dissipated in the wind. Yet here, Ling Ying's life tablet is still perfectly preserved. This means that Ling Ying is not dead. What happened? Huaqiu felt a little heavy-hearted. The fate card will not be wrong. Could it be that the corpse I saw wasn't Ling Ying at all? Huaqiu wondered to himself. If that corpse wasn't Ling Ying, then where is the real Ling Ying? 731, Chapter 731. Be firm. Huaqiu picked up her own fate tablet. The fortune tablet glowed with a faint, soft light, indicating that the owner of the tablet was in very good condition. Ling Ying. Huaqiu's expression darkened slightly as she looked at the name on the list. I thought it was just taking over the identity of an ordinary disciple of an ordinary sect, but I never expected it would lead to so many unforeseen events. If Ling Ying is not dead, then the corpse I saw back then, Huaqiu fell into deep thought. If the real Ling Ying was unharmed, then the corpse must have been created by him. It's impossible for a mere low-level qi refining cultivator to leave no trace and remain undetected by the Seven Leaves sect cultivators. Ling Ying had already undergone the heavenly transformation of the celestial race and orchestrated everything to create the illusion of his own death. Huaqiu's gaze was deep. He didn't know what scheme Ling Ying was setting up, or how many stages of the heavenly craftsmanship he had gone through. But he must have known that I was impersonating him. But he didn't react at all. Huaqiu laughed with a hint of self-mockery. Unwittingly, he seemed to have fallen into someone else's trap. Ling Ying, you must be watching everything from somewhere. Huaqiu suddenly looked up, his powerful immortal emperor divine soul and consciousness spreading out in an instant. In an instant, the entire vast Qingjiao plain was covered by this divine sense. At the same time, Huaqiu also used a kind of detection supernatural power to trace the origins of Ling Ying and Qingjiao plain by using the connection in the destiny tablet. How powerful is the celestial emperor's divine soul? In just a moment, Huaqiu's gaze sharpened. Because he found a figure. It was a person hidden deep within a cloak, whose true appearance was not revealed at all. At this moment, he is walking in a certain place on the Qingjiao plain, thousands of miles away from here. Suddenly, the man became alert, looked at the sky with a look of horror, and his figure became illusory. He vanished without a trace. Spatial escape technique? Huaqiu, inside the Heavenly King's palace, was somewhat surprised. Ling Ying actually comprehended the law of space, one of the 10 great laws, and to a considerable degree. This further confirms Huaqiu's conjecture. At this moment, Ling Ying had already undergone a transformation through the heavenly cultivation technique, making him incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Ling Ying fled, and Huaqiu did not stop her. He calmly withdrew his consciousness. Whatever you're planning, do whatever you want. Once I've finished my business and this identity is no longer of any value, I'll leave. Huaqiu put down the life tablet in his hand. Your Majesty, the elders have all arrived at this moment, someone came in to report.
Li Tianhuang nodded.
Come, follow me to the main hall, he said to Huaqiu and Lingyu. You are not the same people you used to be. Have no more worries now, be tougher on me later.
Huaqiu followed with a faint smile.
When the three arrived at the main hall of the Heavenly King's palace, several elderly men were already sitting inside waiting. There were also some people who had been in the funeral procession earlier.
Heavenly King.
Upon seeing the three enter, everyone inside stood up and bowed.
Li Tianhuang was the supreme ruler of Qingjiao Plain, holding a lofty position.
When their gazes fell upon Huaqiu and the other person, their faces turned cold, their disdain and contempt undisguised.
Li Tianhuang strode up to the throne.
You two sit too. He pulled Huaqiu and Lingyu to sit beside him, and together they sat on the throne of the Heavenly King. This action immediately caused the crowd below to change color.
Heavenly King. Someone immediately stood up to express their dissatisfaction.
Li Tianhuang looked over coldly, his imposing aura immediately silencing the man, who dared not speak again.
You're all here, right? Li Tianhuang glanced at the crowd below and said.
Today, I, the Heavenly King, have something to announce. His expression turned serious. I hereby declare Linging the Crown Prince of Qingjiao. His status is second only to the Heavenly King.
He announced loudly. After I abdicate, he will succeed me as Heavenly King.
As soon as Li Tianhuang said these words, the faces of those below turned extremely ugly.
The lobby remained quiet for a while. Heavenly King, an old man stood up, his expression gloomy. Your Majesty, please retract your decree.
He said, bowing respectfully.
Please, Your Majesty, retract your decree.
In an instant, everyone present stood up and shouted in unison. On the throne, Huaqiu watched this scene with great interest.
The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain are quite united. He looked at Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang's face was ashen.
Snort! He let out a cold snort, and suddenly released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. Buzz! The entire hall shook violently. Those people were under immense pressure, and everyone was feeling terrible. Those with slightly lower cultivation levels were directly forced to bend over by the pressure.
Surprisingly, their expressions remained very firm. Heavenly King, do not act arbitrarily.
The most prestigious old man among them stood ramrod straight. It's not that he's stronger than Li Tianhuang, but that he's more resilient.
His joints creaked.
Linging is not qualified to be the crown prince of Qingjiao. He shouted, his neck stiff. Linging is not qualified to be the crown prince.
The crowd shouted in unison. Li Tianhuang's face turned ashen.
He was the king of Qingjiao Plain, yet his words seemed to carry less weight than those of the old man. What is Linging? He's not even as good as the guards of Qingjiao. What right does he have to be king? The old man glanced at Huaqiu with a look of contempt.
If a mere qi refining stage cultivator can become the king of Qingjiao Plain, what future does Qingjiao Plain have, and what will he use to protect Qingjiao Plain?
This is utterly ridiculous. Even if you are a king, you cannot act willfully and do something so laughable. The old man dared to publicly rebuke Li Tianhuang.
Don't forget what your situation was like before you became a superstar. Li Tianhuang narrowed his eyes.
My decision to make Linging the crown prince is a blessing for the entire Qingjiao Plain, he said meaningfully. He is no longer what he once was, far beyond your comprehension, elephant. As he spoke, he gestured for Huaqiu to get up.
Perform well, show them your abilities, don't let me down.
Remember, be tough.
Huaqiu stood up with a faint smile. You want me to be tough, huh? 732, chapter 732. You're not convinced?
Who disagrees? Huaqiu stood before the Heavenly King's throne, looking down at the crowd. In the eyes of these people, Huaqiu had always been just an ant in the qi refining stage.
His arrogant provocation immediately enraged everyone. You arrogant brat!
How dare you be so arrogant, a mere chi refining cultivator. Several people immediately began to shout angrily. Ling Ying, who do you think you are, daring to be so presumptuous in front of the elders and others? A young cultivator jumped out and pointed at Hua Qiu, cursing loudly. Hua Qiu recognized him as a member of the funeral procession they had met before. This person's cultivation level is at the mid-stage of core formation. You're not convinced? Hua Qiu asked calmly. I'll give you my ass, you piece of trash, you think you deserve my respect? The young cultivator cursed, his words full of sarcasm. Hua Qiu remained silent, slightly raised his hand, and a beam of spiritual light shot out. The light was as fast as lightning, reaching the young cultivator in the blink of an eye. The inspiration was short-lived, and coupled with the continued disdain for Hua Qiu, those present didn't take it seriously at all. With this kind of attack, the young cultivator sneered disdainfully, not even bothering to dodge. However, before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. That beam of light pierced through his body. The heart shattered instantly, causing his life to vanish rapidly. The young monk died with wide eyes, unwilling to accept his fate. What? Everyone present was taken aback and utterly astonished. Although the young cultivator had no defense, the fact that he could instantly kill a mid-stage core formation cultivator was enough to demonstrate Hua Qiu's extraordinary strength. In the mid-stage of core formation, he was at the bottom of the list in this hall. What shocked them was the extent of Hua Qiu's improved strength. In just a few years, he has advanced from the chi refining stage to this level. Even a peerless genius might not be able to do it. Good. Li Tianwang smiled broadly, revealing a gratified expression. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Hua Qiu asked indifferently. I refuse to accept this. Another young man stepped forward. This person was clearly of great importance. As soon as he stepped forward, the expressions of the crowd varied. Li Xiao, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Someone shouted. The old man also had high hopes for him and smiled. Ling Ying, Li Xiao is the most outstanding young person in Qingjiao Plain. If you can defeat him, I believe the elders will have nothing more to say, Li Tianwang said from behind. Humph, if he can really defeat Li Xiao, we have nothing to say. Several elders said unhappily. He's not qualified to beat me. The young man sneered. Hua Qiu remained silent, then raised his hand and shot out another beam of spiritual light. Same way of making a move, same casualness. Do you think I'm like him? The young man was indignant. Instead of standing still, he took the initiative to attack and charged forward. He unleashed what he considered to be powerful supernatural abilities to destroy Hua Qiu's spiritual light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the center of the hall. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. The most outstanding genius of the younger generation in Qingjiao Plain, with a cultivation level of the great perfection of core formation. He still couldn't catch Hua Qiu's spiritual light, and was instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist while at full power. Not even bones were left behind. How is this possible? Everyone looked on incredulously. In the entire Xuanzhen realm, within the first level, there are very few people who can defeat Li Xiao at the core formation stage, let alone instantly kill him. Could it beta peak of the core formation realm? One person said uncertainly. The crowd was even more unsettled. Great! King Li was overjoyed and even more pleased. You actually killed Li Xiao! An elder stood up, glaring coldly at Hua Qiu, his body radiating murderous aura. His killing intent was undisguised, and his aura locked onto Hua Qiu. Li Tianwang's face darkened, and he tried to get up. This is one of the high-ranking elders of King Jiewen. With a high level of cultivation, he will not allow someone of this level to interfere in the battles of the younger generation. You're not convinced either? Hua Qiu looked directly at the elder and said the same thing. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at Hua Qiu. Even Li Tianwang paused, somewhat taken aback. In the eyes of the public, it is still acceptable for him to surpass the younger generation of geniuses.
But how dare he provoke even the elders like that? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? What, you're going to attack me too?
The old man raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically.
Why not?
Huaqiu uttered 4 words calmly, his body already moving. With a swift movement, he appeared instantly in front of the elder. With a blank expression, he kicked out.
You're courting death.
The elder roared in fury, and attacked in a fit of rage. The first move is a deadly strike, leaving no room for retreat.
Li Tianwan's face darkened, he was ready to intervene.
The elder unleashed a ball of lightning like light, radiating a destructive aura. He revealed a cruel, sinister smile. Huaqiu kicked with one leg, without using any spiritual power or supernatural abilities, yet at least one of his legs would be destroyed.
Bang!
Huaqiu kicked the ball of lightning, but the expected bloodshed did not occur.
The lightning bolt dissipated.
The elder's pupils dilated sharply.
The next moment, the kick landed on his face. Boom!
The elder was sent flying, crashing into and breaking a pillar supporting the main hall. When he got up again, his mouth was full of blood and his face was pale.
Elder, are you alright? Someone asked worriedly.
A mere kick, the elder said, his neck stiff and veins bulging on his forehead.
Puff!
Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The person then collapsed and lost consciousness. Everyone who saw it was greatly shocked. Those were the strongest group of cultivators in Qingjiao Plain besides Li Tianwang.
He was actually kicked unconscious by Huaqiu.
Just how strong is he?
Li Tianwang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter.
Huaqiu's performance had exceeded his expectations, which made him very emotional.
Boom! The seated elders, a deafening roar erupted, a testament to the burgeoning power of their individual auras. Let's see who dares to make a move.
Li Tianwang shouted coldly, his aura exploding like that of a nascent soul cultivator.
733, Chapter 733 Remaining firm. As soon as Li Tianwan unleashed his divine transformation aura, the others were immediately silenced.
Linging has already proven his strength, who would dare to have any objections?
Li Tianwang said expressionlessly, scanning the crowd.
If you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame this heavenly king for showing no mercy.
Li Tianwan doesn't seem to be simply trying to intimidate.
The crowd below remained silent, their faces grim. Go, invite the lady here, the most prestigious elder whispered to a cultivator beside him. The monk understood, got up from his seat, and hurriedly ran out of the hall. Since everyone agrees, Ling Ying will become the crown prince of Qingjiao Plain today. King Li said decisively. The crowd remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. They were all waiting for the lady to arrive. Ling Ying, come to me, Li Tianwang said to Huaqiu.
Huaqiu walked up to him.
You are outstanding, far beyond my expectations, Li Tianwang said with a smile, looking at Huaqiu with the eyes of a loving father looking at his protege. If your parents knew this in the afterlife, they could rest in peace.
Huaqiu responded casually.
Now I bestow upon you the token of the crown prince of Qingjiao Plain. Remember, this is not only an honor, but also a responsibility and an obligation.
King Li said solemnly.
Okay, I understand, Huaqiu replied dismissively. Li Tianwang took out a short sword inlaid with a blue gemstone and was about to hand it to Huaqiu.
This is the prince's sword. If you wield this sword in the green suburbs, your status will be second only to the heavenly king. Heavenly King Li instructed.
Huaqiu reached out to take the prince's sword.
Don't give it to me.
Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside the lobby.
Li Tianwang frowned and paused. Everyone's gaze then turned to the doorway.
A woman dressed in fine clothes walked in, accompanied by her attendants. Her makeup was glamorous, her face was stern, and she exuded a menacing aura.
Lady.
Upon her arrival, several elderly men in the hall smiled, stood up, and bowed to her. The other cultivators naturally followed suit, bowing respectfully without daring to be negligent in the slightest. Huaqiao glanced at it and raised an eyebrow slightly. This stunning woman is not human. Her true form is a fox spirit. Huaqiao was somewhat puzzled. Before coming, he had already learned a rough understanding of the situation in Qingjiawan. Qingjiao Plain has been at war with the surrounding demon races for many years and has suffered from the ravages of war. It was precisely because of the presence of a powerful leader like Li Tianwang that Qingjiawan enjoyed a brief period of peace. She's here, Lingyu sighed with a helpless expression. Li Tianwang's expression was also not very good. What, is King Li afraid of his wife? Huaqiao asked Lingyu in a low voice. Brother, it's only been a few years since you left, and you've already forgotten? Lingyu said with a wry smile. This lady has a very special identity, she is a demon princess from Mount Tai in Qingjiao Plain, Lingyu explained. If our father hadn't married her, the conflict between humans and demons in Qingjiao Plain would probably have continued for hundreds of years, and countless people would have died in the chaos caused by the demons. Over the years, my father has always been tolerant of him. Madam has never liked us, and often argues with father because of it. If we didn't want to make things difficult for father, we wouldn't have had to leave Qingjiawan to wander in other places. Huaqiao's expression revealed his understanding. So this is the inside story behind Ling Ying and her brother's departure. You, Heavenly King Li, how dare you decide on the crown prince without my permission? The demon princess shouted at Heavenly King Li as soon as she entered, showing him no respect whatsoever. Don't you have any offspring? You leave your own son aside and insist on making a bastard your heir? The demon princess spoke extremely harshly. Not content with just cursing Li Tianwang, she then pointed at Huaqiao and started cursing him as well. Ling Ying, where did you come from, you bastard? What qualifications do you have to be the crown prince of Qingjiao Plain? Without my approval, you will never become the crown prince. Huaqiao's face darkened. He glanced at Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang's face darkened, his anger surging. Now that your wife is here, can I still maintain my tough stance? Huaqiao asked jokingly. Li Tianwang suddenly smiled. Since I've told you to be tough, then be tough to the end, he said quietly. No matter how big a mess you make, I'll cover for you. Upon hearing this, Huaqiao's expression changed slightly. Since Li Tianwang said so, he no longer needed to consider anything. Madam, what, you're not convinced either? Huaqiao asked the same question to the demon princess again. What did you say? The demon princess stared angrily at Huaqiao. She was not just angry, she was furious. In the past, Ling Ying and her brother had suffered a lot of mistreatment from her in the Heavenly King's palace, but they could only swallow their anger and dare not talk back. Although Li Tianwang was dissatisfied, he compromised time and time again. Ling Ying's audacity in speaking to her like that in public infuriated her. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Have you forgotten who you are? Bastard! This demon princess was perhaps used to being arrogant, and her words and actions were similar to those of a worldly shrew. It seems you're truly unconvinced, Huaqiao sneered. After saying that, he took action. In another flash, he rushed towards the demon princess. How dare you! The demon princess, undeterred, shouted with wide eyes. Insolence! The elders shouted, and some tried to stop them. Li Fuxing, is this the good adopted son you raised? The demon princess shouted at Li Tianwang. She was certain that Li Tianwang would intervene and dared not let Ling Ying hurt her. However, Li Tianwang was different this time, he remained indifferent with a cold expression. With this delay, Huaqiao had already appeared before the demon princess. Bastard, how dare you! The demon princess still shouted arrogantly. Huaqiao's face remained as still as water, but his movements did not falter in the slightest. A flash of inspiration struck. At this moment, time seemed to stand still in the lobby. Until the demon princess's head rolled to the ground, then, a commotion arose. 734, Chapter 734 The Treasure of Fox Hill. You actually dared to kill even the princess of the demon race. The cultivators below were filled with rage, their hearts churning with shock.
The Heavenly King's wife is a noble princess of the demon race.
Her identity is very sensitive and special. She has been married to Qingjiao for decades, and no one here dares to offend her. They can only fawn over her. Even Li Tianwang swallowed his anger for a long time. Because the demon princess was sent by the demon race for a marriage alliance, any problems that arise could easily reignite a major war between the human and demon races in Qingjiao Plain. Those present were utterly astonished that Hua Qiu would be so bold as to kill the demon princess on the spot.
Your Majesty, that is your first wife.
The elders' faces were ashen.
Even if you don't care about your relationship with your husband, you should understand how serious the matter is that the demon princess is in trouble. Do you really intend to abandon the people of Qingjiao?
The elders were very angry.
Once war breaks out, many Qingjiao atomic civilians will lose their lives in vain. Li Tianwang, however, remained remarkably calm. Do you think everything will be fine as long as you don't kill the demon princess?
He said sarcastically. The demon princess has been in Qingjiao Plain for decades, secretly leaking the secrets of Qingjiao Plain to the demon race outside the plain and plotting to invade. She should have been killed long ago. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators below changed. Your Majesty, such things cannot be judged lightly. The elders were still not quite convinced. I think you've all been blinded by the demon queen, and you don't even know your own name anymore.
Li Tianwang said coldly. He waved his hand and threw something out. There are letters and ritual implements for recording rituals.
The crowd, half believing and half doubting, stepped forward to investigate.
Soon, they realized that what Li Tianwang said was true. But even so, we can't kill the demon princess.
With her death, the demon race from beyond the plains will surely use this as an excuse to launch a large-scale invasion of Qingjiao Plains. The demon race from beyond will definitely hold on tight. We must hand over Lingying, otherwise we will not be able to quell the war. They still wanted to drag Hua Qiu into the water. They wouldn't let him go.
Li Tianwang frowned. Lingying, what do you think?
He asked Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled dismissively. A bunch of cowardly cowards who are afraid of death. They can be so frightened by a mere demon clan. They only have the ability to bully their own kind, he sneered.
Lingying, you.
The crowd looked grim and were furious.
Since you're so afraid of death, why don't you just go and grovel before the demon race?
Hua Qiu said again.
Ignorant Lingying, do you know how powerful the demon race from beyond the Great Plains is?
The crowd rebuked indignantly. I don't care how strong they are, as long as they come, I'll kill them one by one, and if there are tens of thousands, I'll kill them all. Hua Qiu's words greatly shocked everyone. His tone was full of powerful confidence, which moved everyone present. Excellent, this is the kind of boldness that the Crown Prince of Qingjiao should have. King Li praised with a smile. If the demon race from beyond the Great Plains wants war, then let us fight. Anyone who dares to speak up for the demon race will be killed without mercy. Under the Heavenly King's piercing gaze, no one dared to speak. Get out of here, he said impatiently, waving his hand. After everyone had left, Li Tianwang smiled and patted Hua Qiu on the shoulder.
Good lad, you really didn't disappoint me.
I was just stating your thoughts, Hua Qiu said with a smile.
Father, are we just going to let some things go? Lingyu asked in a low voice.
If we investigate the matter of you being drugged with the soul sleeping pill carefully, we can definitely uncover many culprits.
Li Tianwan then looked at Hua Qiu.
Within the Qingjiao Plain, some people have been bribed by the demon race and become their lackeys. Now that you are the Crown Prince of Qingjiawan, you can help me investigate when you have time. Once you find out, you can decide how to deal with him.
Okay, Hua Qiu nodded in agreement.
After giving a few more instructions, Li Tianwan went to handle his business. Hua Qiu immediately left the Heavenly King's palace and headed to the center of Qingjiao Yuan main city.
Now that he has power, he can use Qingjiawan's intelligence system at will.
Qingjiawan main city is, after all, a top-tier city in the western regions of the Xuanzhen realm, and its prosperity is incomparable to that of Dingfeng City. Seeing such a prosperous scene, Hua Qiu felt a sense of relief. If I can't find any information about the 8 main materials here, then I'll have no choice but to go to the second heaven. With this in mind, he headed towards the city center. The intelligence system office in the original main city of Qingjia was naturally heavily guarded. Stop! The guard stopped Hua Qiu, looking fierce and menacing. No unauthorized personnel allowed near, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Hua Qiu raised his hand and revealed the prince sword he had just obtained. Prince Jian, you are the young prince. The guard's attitude immediately changed, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. Do I have the right to access the top secrets here? Hua Qiu asked calmly. Since it is the young prince who wants to enter the intelligence center without any hindrance, with about 10 people following him respectfully, waiting for his instructions. That's the benefit of power. At his command, someone delivered records and information about the rare treasures, herbs, and elixirs of the Xuanzhen realm to Hua Qiu. He didn't even need to bother looking it up, he just had to ask, and someone would immediately respond with an encyclopedic knowledge. Hua Qiu, expressionless, named the 4 main materials that were missing from the 8 main materials. Fearing discrepancies in the names within the Xuanzhen world, he also specifically described the appearance and effects of the 4 materials. Of the 4 materials the young prince mentioned, I've never heard of the first 3 before, someone replied. But the 4th thing is described in our intelligence on Qingjia Plain. Oh, tell me about it, Hua Qiu immediately became interested. The fox-shaped lingji that the young prince mentioned originally grew in Fox Hill. Very good. Hua Qiu couldn't help but show his delight. Finally, there's news. However, the expressions of the people below became strange. Fox Hill was originally the core territory of the demon royal family, and the fox spirit mushroom is a secret treasure of the demon royal family. 735, Chapter 735. Was it your suggestion? After learning that the fox spirit mushroom grew in the ancestral land of the original demon royal family, Hua Qiu began to think about getting his hands on it. He instructed the intelligence officers at the Qingjiawan intelligence office to gather as much detailed information as possible in order to take action. The news of the demon princess's murder was suppressed by Li Tianwan. On the surface, Qingjia Plain appeared very calm, but underneath, turmoil was brewing. The next day, Hua Qiu went to the intelligence department again to see if there was any new intelligence. Suddenly, the sound of horses neighing came from the sky, attracting the attention of the people in the main city. A horse-drawn carriage flew over the main city. The horses pulling the carriage had wings on their backs, were pure white, and were surrounded by auspicious energy. They were clearly extraordinary. The carriage was even more magnificent and dazzling. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He was looking at the driver of the carriage. No, that wasn't a human being at all. It was a blue fox, driving the carriage like a human, speeding across the sky above the main city of Qingjiawan. The Azure Foxy's a member of the original demon royal family. The cultivators in the main city were astonished upon seeing this. Qingjia Plain and the demon race outside the plain have been at peace for many years, and the two sides have had little contact. This main city is the core area of Qingjia Plain according to convention. Even the demon royal family cannot drive and fly across it so recklessly. Something must have happened. Look at that royal family member, so aggressive, wielding his whip with extreme force. Could it be that a great battle is about to break out? The cultivators of Qingjia Plain were filled with unease. Hua Qiu watched as the carriage flew directly into the Heavenly King's palace. Young prince, the Heavenly King summons you back to the manor. Not long after, Hua Qiu received the summons. Raising an eyebrow, Hua Qiu headed towards the Heavenly King's mansion. He killed the demon princess yesterday, and today the demons from outside the plains have come to attack. The news spread really fast. When Hua Qiu returned to the main hall of the Heavenly King's mansion, it was filled with high-ranking cultivators from the original main city of Qingjia, just as before. The blue fox was not seen. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the two people standing at the front of the crowd in the hall. The two men had a somewhat bewitching appearance. Although their transformations were perfect, Hua Qiu saw through their true forms at a glance. Two blue foxes, originally members of the royal family of the demon race. Reporting to the Heavenly King, the young prince has arrived. Someone shouted. In an instant, all eyes were on Huaqiu. The two people who were actually green foxes stared at him with icy expressions. A chill emanated from the two of them in the form of mist, causing the temperature in the lobby to drop sharply. Is it you who beheaded my demon princess? The younger man stared at Huaqiu and asked in a sinister tone. Yes, it's me, Huaqiu replied calmly. The two figures that the blue fox had transformed into had even colder expressions, their gazes so cold they seemed capable of killing. Young people want to take action right now. But the older man stopped him. Please tell me, King Li, how should this be handled? He said in a deep voice, looking at King Li seated on the throne. The princess of my Azure Fox clan married into the Azure suburbs for the sake of peace between the human and demon races. Now she has been killed by the Heavenly King's adopted son in the Heavenly King's palace. No matter what, none of you can escape responsibility. The young man said coldly. Our Green Fox clan chief is ready to assemble the demon army and vow to seek justice for the princess. His words immediately turned the faces of the cultivators pale with fright. Please calm down, both of you. A respected elder stepped forward and said humbly to the two. Although Ling Ying is the Heavenly King's adopted son, the killing of the princess was entirely his own doing. It had nothing to do with King Jiawen's decision. We are also very angry about this, and we are about to hold those responsible accountable. Is that so? Then what do you plan to do with the Heavenly King's adopted son? The older man sneered, his eyes fixed on Li Tianwang. What he wanted to see was Li Tianwang's attitude. Li Tianwang has not yet spoken. Ling Ying murdered the princess, his crime is unforgivable. An elder exclaimed. We must not allow such a person to destroy the hard-won peace between the human and demon races. I propose that Ling Ying be handed over to the two of you, and the Green Fox clan decide how to deal with him. I agree, he should take responsibility for his actions. This is the retribution he deserves. Heavenly King, when faced with matters of great importance, we hope you can put aside your own family for the greater good and not let petty matters cause you to lose sight of the bigger picture. The crowd earnestly advised Li Tianwang. Heavenly King, what is your opinion? The elder Fox clan member stared at Li Tianwang, his gaze filled with oppressive intent. He is a member of the Azure Fox royal family, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. He didn't have much fear of Li Tianwang. As for Huaqiu, no one cared about his opinion. They all believed that with the great battle about to begin, Li Tianwang would certainly not be able to bear the guilt and would be forced to hand over Huaqiu. What can I possibly say? King Li replied coldly. This statement took the higher-ups by surprise. For the sake of the many people of Qingjiao Plain, the former Heavenly King Li had always been accustomed to forbearance. What happened to make her so reckless? The two members of the Green Fox royal family immediately darkened their expressions. You are all citizens of Qingjiao. Li Tianwang didn't bother to look at their expressions, but instead scanned the crowd. It's a pity that some people don't want to be good people, but insist on becoming the lackeys of the demon race. He glanced at Huaqiu. I'm entrusting this matter to you, he said. Understood. Huaqiu revealed a cold smile and immediately took action. He carried a blue sword and moved among the crowd. You were the first to suggest handing me over to the original demon race for punishment, he said quietly, looking at an elder. With a raised hand, a flash of swordlight appeared. The elder was terrified. How dare you? He roared, and was about to attack Huaqiu immediately. Snort! Li Tianwang gave a cold shout. In an instant, the elder was struck as if by lightning, losing 90% of his strength. In that brief moment of distraction, his head was severed. Everyone was stunned as they watched the round head spin on the ground. 736, Chapter 736, Capturing the Fox Clan's God-level transformation. You killed another elder. The crowd was both shocked and furious. Yesterday, Huaqiu killed one of his nascent soul elders, and today another one has fallen. This was a significant setback for Qingjia. More importantly, Huaqiu's unbridled behavior terrified them, and fear began to creep into their hearts. So what if I kill him? Huaqiu remained non-committal. Both members of the Green Fox clan looked astonished. The older man squinted, his eyes filled with coldness. Meanwhile, Huaqiu did not stop after killing an elder. So you also advocate handing me over, right? He raised his sword and slashed again, and another head fell to the ground. The crowd scattered in panic. Even a nascent soul elder was easily beheaded, who can stop him? You're no different from me, are you? Kill me. You want me to die at the hands of the Green Fox clan? Die. Huaqiu raised his sword and killed several people in the blink of an eye. The cultivators fled in terror, utterly distraught. The two members of the Green Fox clan had faces that couldn't be darker. King Li, is this your attitude? The older man asked, staring at King Li. As fellow nascent soul cultivators, he could naturally see that it was precisely because of Li Tianwang's deterrence and intervention that Huaqiu was able to easily kill those people. That's right, that's my attitude, Li Tianwang stood up and said indifferently. The demon race from beyond the Great Wall has oppressed Qingjia Plain for 1,000 years. It's time for a change. From this day forward, King Jiewen will no longer be subservient. Fine. The older man said angrily, flicking his sleeve. Then let's fight. I want to see what kind of confidence King Jiewen has gained after all these decades, that makes them dare to fight us. No way. We can't fight. Upon hearing that war was about to break out, the high-ranking officials of King Jiewen panicked. Huaqiu merely glanced at them, and they immediately fell silent, their faces turning deathly pale. Humph, you overconfident Qingjia Plain humans, once the Great War begins, my demon race will be unstoppable, crushing your cities and slaughtering all the Qingjia Plain humans. The young Fox clan member said contemptuously, pointing at the crowd. My lord, let's go. He called out to the elder Fox clan member. The two turned around angrily, ready to leave. Who let you leave? Huaqiu suddenly asked. Ha? The two stopped, turned around, and looked at Huaqiu with disdain. The young Fox clan members held Huaqiu in utter contempt. You think you can keep us here? Ha, you're too arrogant. Even if your heavenly king personally intervenes, he cannot do anything to us. Is that so? Huaqiu smiled faintly and waved slightly. A beam of light, imbued with sword intent, shot towards him. This light. The older Fox clan member glanced at it, and his expression suddenly changed. He sensed danger and was about to pull the young fox aside. With that pull, he did indeed pull the person over. But the person had lost their voice. The older Fox clan member quickly turned his head to look, and his gaze immediately froze. The young Fox clansman had a bloody hole in his forehead and was no longer alive. In an instant, the older fox's pupils dilated. Boom! An uncontrollable and powerful aura erupted from his body, like a raging storm, blasting away the surrounding cultivators. This young fox was his descendant, and they were related by blood. You deserve to die. The elder fox was furious and slapped Huaqiu with his palm. Huaqiu didn't really take a nascent soul cultivator seriously. This palm strike couldn't hurt him. He didn't even bother to hide. Careful! Li Tianwang, however, could not bear to watch any longer and immediately made his move, appearing in front of Huaqiu in an instant and exchanging a palm strike with the older Fox clan member. Bang bang bang! The violent turbulence nearly destroyed the lobby building and injured many people. The older Fox clan members were somewhat lacking, and were forced to retreat 7 steps by the shock. Li Tianwang took 3 steps back. Humph, how can you possibly keep me here today? The elder Fox clansman snorted coldly, no longer caring about the corpse of his junior, and leaped into the air. He stopped pursuing the matter and decided to return to the original area to lead the demon army into Qingjia Plain and destroy everything in order to avenge himself. You fiend, don't run away! Li Tianwang gave chase, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Boom! Boom! The violet energy storm in the sky was extremely terrifying, and even nascent soul cultivators dared not approach it. Although Li Tianwang was of a higher level, he was indeed unable to defeat his opponent in a short period of time. They are both at the nascent soul stage, and the difference between them is not significant, neither can kill the other. It's very difficult for a nascent soul cultivator to perish someone's side. Given this development, a major war between the two races is now inevitable. It all depends on whether Li Tianwang can keep the Fox clan alive. The two were locked in a fierce battle, and neither could say what would happen next. If only we could keep this powerful member of the demon royal family here, otherwise, if he returns to the original realm and leads the demon army to attack, who knows how many casualties will be caused. Hua Qiu slowly walked out of the hall and looked up at the battle between the two people in the sky. He observed Li Tianwang's aura, his brows furrowing slightly. Li Tianwang was able to defeat the Fox clan. But this requires a fierce battle, and if anything changes, it can easily escape. It's just a nascent soul stage demon beast, isn't it? Hua Qiu smiled calmly. He moved his palm slightly, and a force silently spread upwards. At first, neither of them noticed anything. But soon, the aura of the Fox clan's nascent soul stage weakened. His strength was also rapidly declining, his spiritual energy was being lost, and his body's vitality was dissipating. What kind of power is this? The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator was shocked and hurriedly distanced himself from Li Tianwang. What? King Li was confused. Weakness. This is the law of weakness. The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator suddenly exclaimed in alarm. King Li, you actually had this trick up your sleeve. He shouted in shock and anger. What law of decay? Li Tianwang was even more confused, looking at the other party with incomprehension. While such a powerful law of decay, a nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be able to reach this level. The Fox clan nascent soul cultivator exclaimed again, then suddenly plummeted from the sky. Go down. 737, Chapter 737. With the support of a powerful figure. Good. Upon seeing the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator fall from the sky, the cultivators below were overjoyed. If we can capture this Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator, then Qingjiao Plain will face much less pressure during the inevitable war between the two clans. Grab him! Li Tianwang shouted from the sky. He could see that the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator's aura had weakened considerably, and his strength had been greatly reduced. A nascent soul cultivator weakened to this state can be said to have almost no power left. Li Tianwang looked around, seemingly searching for something. Thank you for your help, senior, he said softly. The Heavenly King gave the order, and the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivators were severely injured again. A few of the more hardline pro-war cultivators were encouraged and flew towards the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivators. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly, and he was the first to appear before the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator. Heh, you think you can capture me? Dream on. The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator suddenly leaped up, unleashing a powerful burst of energy from his body. What? He still has power. Everyone was shocked. Even Li Tianwang in the sky changed his expression. Even he couldn't predict how powerful this energy would be when it was fully unleashed. The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivators are extremely cunning. Even in their weakened state, they concealed this energy, intending to unleash it suddenly when no one was prepared, so they could escape from the main city of Qingjiao. Before I leave, I will make sure your adopted son is shattered to pieces. He shouted at Li Tianwang in the sky, while blasting energy towards Hua Qiu. Li Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to rush down as fast as he could. Die! The Fox clan's god-level cultivator's expression turned crazed. Hua Qiu remained calm and undisturbed. Because he had seen through and anticipated everything. He vanished like a wisp of smoke before the Fox clan's divine energy could strike him. The Fox clan's deity immediately froze. He couldn't understand Hua Qiu's speed, and couldn't even catch a trace of it. Suddenly, he was struck in the waist, and the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator let out a muffled groan. The next moment, he deflated like a punctured balloon. This time, he had no energy left, and he couldn't even get up. The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This time, he felt the power of that law again, but much stronger, which weakened him to the point of being as weak as an ordinary person in an instant. It's you. He stared intently at Hua Qiu, and spoke with great difficulty, utterly horrified. After saying that, he had no more strength left and fainted. Ling Ying, are you alright? Li Tianwang landed in front of Hua Qiu and asked worriedly. I'm fine, Hua Qiu replied. That's good. I didn't expect the sorcerer to have such a trick up his sleeve, he almost killed you. Fortunately, a powerful figure secretly assisted me. He was very grateful. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He could tell that Li Tianwang seemed to believe that someone would definitely make a move. Is this what he relies on to kill the demons from beyond the Great Plains without any scruples? After decades of being submissive and timid, they suddenly became incredibly tough, daring to break all pretenses and wage war against the demon race from beyond the Great Plains. There must be a hidden story behind this. Li Tianwang placed many restrictions on the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator, which temporarily sealed his cultivation, making it difficult for him to recover. Take the demon away and keep him under strict guard. Li Tianwang ordered. Ling Ying, come with me. He turned and left. Hua Qiu followed Li Tianwang into a secret room. Li Tianwang cast several more protective barriers to prevent outsiders from overhearing their conversation. Ling Ying, you must be wondering why I would go against my usual behavior and break ties with the demon race, said Li Tianwang. Whose support made you decide to take this step? Hua Qiu asked directly, though he wasn't particularly concerned. He was not interested in the war between Qingjiao Plain and the demon race outside the plain. However, once the war breaks out, it will be even easier for him to obtain the fox spirit mushroom from the ancestral land of the original demon race. Why not add fuel to the fire? You're still as clever and perceptive as ever. Li Tianwang said with some surprise. You're the only one in the entire Qingjiao Plain who has noticed this. That's right, there are indeed people supporting me behind the scenes, otherwise I wouldn't have broken ties with them. Li Tianwang's expression turned serious. I'm only telling you this, and you mustn't tell anyone else, not even Ling Yu. If this news leaks out, we will both die, and Qingjiao Plain will suffer annihilation. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. For Li Tianwang to react like this, the person behind him must be someone of great importance. At least, it's not an influence that any force in the first level of the Xuanzhen realm could have. I will keep it a secret, Hua Qiu nodded. That day, a powerful figure descended upon Qingjiao Plain. The moment he appeared, he suppressed me with his overwhelming power. Despite my cultivation level, I was completely unable to move in front of him. The newcomer claims to be from the third heaven, and there is a mountain behind him. That mountain is called Mount Futu. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Mount Futu. He had certainly heard of that name before. That was a super powerful force that could shake the entire Xuanzhen world. Mount Futu is one of the four dominant forces in the third heaven of the Xuanzhen realm, with an unparalleled ruler presiding over it. That is the existence at the very top of the Xuanzhen realm pyramid. Someone from Mount Futu wants you to start a war with the demon race from beyond the Great Plains? Hua Qiu asked. That's exactly right. What are his conditions? Hua Qiu asked again. The dominant forces of the third heaven generally do not care about the struggles of the first heaven. Unless, of course, something profitable that could shake their interests. Li Tianwang showed a gratified expression. Hua Qiu's questions all hit the nail on the head, without requiring him to explain slowly. The envoy from Mount Futu did not say anything, and I cannot ask, said Li Tianwang. That senior only said one thing: it will be considered complete when I conquer Fox Hill. And he promised to secretly help me defeat the demons from beyond the plains in Qingjiao Plains. As expected, the senior did not break his promise. If it weren't for his intervention, how could a king of the Fox clan have been captured? If he hadn't intervened, you would have been dead already. Hua Qiu's expression was strange. There was no expert from Mount Futu making a move, it was his law of decay that rendered the Fox clan's nascent soul stage powerless to fight again. He also did not sense any other cultivators above the nascent soul stage nearby. There must be something that Mount Futu wants within Fox Hill, Hua Qiu asserted directly. He was somewhat displeased. What Futushan wanted was not what he was looking for. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be at odds with Futu Mountain right here in this realm, and my identity would be exposed prematurely. According to Hua Qiu's plan, before appearing before a dominant force as the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he must first raise his own strength to the peak of this plane. That's what I think too, Li Tianwang agreed. Futu Mountain is a dominant force. If they want Fox Hill's things, they can just ask for them directly. Does Fox Hill dare not comply? Hua Qiu added. Things aren't as simple as you think, Li Tianwang said quietly. 738, Chapter 738 Let you show off. From the first to the third heaven of the Xuanzhen realm, the struggle between the human race and the demon race has never ceased. Li Tianwang sighed and said. No matter how long the struggle continues, over thousands of years, neither side has ever truly won. Overall, a balance has been maintained. Neither side can completely defeat the other. Upon hearing Li Tianwang's words, Hua Qiu immediately understood. He also spent some time in the Xuanzhen realm, though not for long. Among the 4 supreme rulers of the Xuanzhen realm, one of them is of demon race origin. That was the master of the heavenly palace, the number 1 ruling power, a dragon who attained enlightenment. He is also the strongest in the Xuanzhen realm in the true sense, and his strength is greater than that of the other 3 rulers. After attaining enlightenment, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace established many rules that have continued to influence the human and demon races in the Xuanzhen realm. His rules are the very rules for the beings of the Xuanzhen realm. With 3 human rulers and 1 supreme demon ruler, the human and demon races in the Xuanzhen realm are destined to maintain a balance. Hua Qiu hadn't expected that even in a place like the first heaven, which was beyond the reach of a dominant power, the rules of dominance were being strictly enforced. What Futu Mountain is interested in is no ordinary thing. If we ask for it directly, word will get out, and how could the Lord of the Heavenly Palace agree? Hua Qiu's face was as still as water. He thought about it very deeply. Under the influence of the sovereign, the human and demon races can only maintain a balance. However, the envoy from Mount Futu allowed Li Tianwan to directly breach Fox Hill, which was already unbalanced. Hua Qiu learned that Fox Hill was one of the largest demon forces within the first heaven. If Li Tianwang and his King Jiewen cultivators were to break through, how would the balance be maintained unless a major human force was also captured by the demon race? If we investigate this matter, who will be held responsible? The envoy from Mount Futu made Li Tianwan guarantee that the information would be kept secret, because he was afraid that the news would be leaked. Things are not that simple. The attack on Fox Hill should be approached with extreme caution. Even with the support of Mount Futu, it might not be a good thing, Hua Qiu earnestly reminded him. Li Tianwang was a good man, and he treated him like Ling Ying, taking care of him in every way. Even after killing his own wife, he gave him a warning. I know what you mean, Li Tianwang said with a stern face. But the demon race from beyond the Great Plains led by Fox Hill is stronger than our Qingjiao Plains, and has oppressed us for many years, committing countless atrocities. As the heavenly king of King Jiewen, I am constantly thinking about ending this situation. Now that there is hope, I certainly can't let it go. This war must be fought. Hua Qiu did not speak again. He saw an unwavering determination in Li Tianwan's eyes. Ling Ying, you'd better perform well after this war breaks out. Li Tianwang said with a smile. I will create some opportunities for you to demonstrate your abilities and establish your prestige, so that when I abdicate, you will be able to take over the throne without any obstacles. Perform, I will, Hua Qiu replied. He does need power. He had already planned to use a huge amount of manpower and resources to search for what he wanted as thoroughly as possible within the first heaven. Becoming the king of King Jiewen might be a good choice right now. Tonight, rest and recharge. Tomorrow, I'll make you truly shine. Li Tianwang said meaningfully. After they finished speaking, the two left the secret room. That very night, news arrived that the demon army from beyond the Great Wall was approaching the Qingjiao Plain defense line.
A great war between the two races is imminent. Li Tianhuang convened a mobilization meeting with the top leaders of King Jiewen, expressing his determination to fight to the death. The news spread throughout the city. Some are worried, some are excited. Qingjia Plain had been oppressed by the demon race from outside the plain for many years, and many people had long been unable to bear it. In addition, Li Tianhuang had extremely high prestige among the people, and his decisions were supported by 70% to 80% of the people in Qingjia Plain. That very night, a large number of human cultivators gathered in the main city, and many others from outside the main city also rushed there day and night to participate in this great battle. Late at night, Hua Qiu stood atop the main city wall, looking down at the throngs of people below. He had witnessed far too many wars. He had also conquered countless realms, with numerous cultivators following him, and destroyed one plain after another. Hua Qiu is now somewhat weary of war. In war, life is cheaper than grass. He said this expressionlessly before returning to the Heavenly King's palace. We do not advocate for it, we do not interfere with it, we let nature take its course. The next day, Hua Qiu climbed the city gate again. A somber atmosphere prevailed both inside and outside the city walls. The main city of King Jiewen was shrouded by a huge magic array, and many cultivators gathered into a large army, standing guard at the city gate. Looking out from the main city, Hua Qiu saw no open space. Densely packed, both in the sky and on the ground. The demon army led by the Fox Hill Green Fox clan has arrived outside the city, forming a narrow strip of sky that stretches as far as the eye can see. The number of demon army is more than 10 times that of the human cultivator army in the main city of Qingjiao. All sorts of fierce beasts were summoned, creating a massive army of demons. At first glance, it's quite scary. This battle is probably going to be tough. Some people were afraid of fighting and dared not say anything that might shake the morale of the troops. It's more than just difficult to fight. Hua Qiu glanced at the demon army. If the fighting continues like this, the demon army only needs to suffer 60% casualties to completely annihilate the cultivators of Qingjia Plain. Li Tianhuang's expression was very solemn. He also understood that without the help of the powerful figures from Mount Futu, King Jiewen could not win. A figure stood in the air in front of the demon army. That was yet another Fox King at the nascent soul stage. Hand over Ling Ying, and the Heavenly King will kneel in repentance and withdraw his troops. He coldly swept his gaze across the city gate, his voice booming like thunder, reaching the ears of every human cultivator. If Li Tianhuang hadn't waved his hand to blast away that invisible sound wave, many people would probably have been deafened. Li Tianhuang's expression turned somber, and he waved his hand at his subordinates. Soon, the captured fox spirits were brought forward. He was tied to a wooden frame and unable to move. See, this situation enraged the Fox Hill demons, and the army outside the city became restless. Release the Spirit King immediately, otherwise, I will trample your main city. A spirited and furious shout rang out, mixed with the roar of a wild beast. Li Tianhuang said nothing and looked at Hua Qiu. Ling Ying, it's your turn to shine. He threw a knife at him. Hua Qiu understood. It turns out that what Li Tianhuang meant by showing off yesterday was that he should slay a demon god before the battle to consecrate the flag. This is indeed the best way to quickly establish his prestige. After Li Tianhuang took power, the two races fought for so many years, yet no nascent soul-level expert had ever perished. The slaying of a demon god would have a profound impact on both the human race and the demon race outside the Qingjia Plain. Hua Qiu caught the knife thrown by Li Tianhuang and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, slowly walked towards the demon god. You dare kill me? The fox on the wooden frame stared intently at Hua Qiu. Think carefully, your King Jiewen area can't afford the consequences, he said hysterically. Hua Qiu remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Why wouldn't you dare to kill? 739, Chapter 739 Heavenly Fox Supreme. Seeing Hua Qiu raise his broadsword, the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator's gaze turned icy. You can't kill me, he said with a cold laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Outside the city, the demons of the Green Fox clan also wore mocking expressions. You want to kill our Spirit King? You're incredibly arrogant.
For a mere brat to think he can kill the Spirit King is wishful thinking. Even if Li Tianwang himself were to take action, he wouldn't be able to kill the Spirit King. In the sky, the other Fox Clan deity laughed, a laugh that sounded somewhat sinister and eerie. Li Changfeng, if you really want to kill the Spirit King, your adopted son is not worthy, and he doesn't have that ability. The voice of the Fox Clan's nascent soul cultivator reached the city gate. After years of fighting, don't blame me for not warning you, this strike will definitely not kill the Spirit King. Why don't you do it yourself? Of course, even if you, Heavenly Kingly, are incredibly powerful, you still won't be able to kill me. The words of the Fox Clan's nascent soul cultivators puzzled the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain, and they began to discuss them. Li Tianwang also frowned. He looked back at the Fox Spirit King, who was tied to the wooden frame and powerless to resist. He didn't believe that the fox demon in this state was unkillable, even if he was at the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul cultivators, whether human or demon, can regenerate as long as their soul remains intact, but it takes a long time to recover their original cultivation level. Knowing the formidable supernatural powers of the Fox Hill royal family, Li Tianwang did not harbor any hope of destroying the Spirit King's soul, he only intended to destroy his physical body. Thus, King Ling will not be able to return to his peak for at least 1,000 years. But the other person's words made him wary. He treated Linging like his own son and would never let Linging risk his life to slay a nascent soul cultivator. Hold your hand for now, he said to Hua Qiu. King Qing, if you have something to say, say it now, or the executioner's blade will fall and take a fox's head. He shouted at the Fox Clan's avatar in the sky. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you. The Celestial Fox Clan's nascent soul cultivator sneered. The Spirit King has awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed Celestial Fox Supreme. The Fox Clan's deity transformation loudly proclaimed. What? In an instant, Li Tianwan's expression changed drastically. Nine-tailed Celestial Fox bloodline, how is that possible, that Spirit King was actually able to awaken it? The high-ranking officials of King Jiewen on the city wall were extremely shocked and could hardly calm down. Seeing the King Jiewen cultivator's reaction, the Fox Spirit King on the wooden frame laughed mockingly. I told you, you can't kill me, he said mockingly, staring at Hua Qiu in front of him. Even if you have a deep understanding of the law of weakness, it still won't work. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. In the air, the Fox Clan's Azure King continued speaking. Li Changfeng, do you still dare to let your adopted son wield the knife? He sneered. He can't do it, and neither can you have no choice but to release the Spirit King kid, what are you doing? As the Green King was speaking sarcastically, his expression suddenly changed, and he roared in shock and anger. As he was speaking, he saw Hua Qiu on the city wall raise his sword expressionlessly and slash down with it. Linging, stop! Li Tianwang shouted in horror after discovering the attack. At this moment, both the demon race and the human race were greatly shocked. The human cultivators were terrified, while the demon cultivators were furious. No one expected that Hua Qiu would actually dare to make a move. How could he still dare to strike after hearing that the Spirit King had awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Qingjiao Plain is right next to Fox Hill. The two sides have been fighting for so many years, it's impossible that no one doesn't know what the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline is. Long ago, in the Xuanzhen realm, there was a nine-tailed celestial fox who cultivated to become a supreme being. That is in existence only below the supreme ruler. That celestial fox supreme controlled one of the 10 great laws, sublimation. He directly sublimated the bloodline of the Fox Clan in the Xuanzhen realm, giving all Fox Clan bloodlines the opportunity to transform, just like divine beast bloodlines. Any Fox Clan member who can awaken the Heavenly Fox bloodline can attract the attention of the Heavenly Fox Supreme and receive the Heavenly Fox Supreme's protection. This is why the Fox Clan of Fox Hill is not afraid of Hua Qiu's intention to kill the Spirit King. However, Hua Qiu actually struck down. You damned bastard! King Qing was furious. Awakening the Heavenly Fox bloodline can save your life, but the number of times you can use it is limited. Each use reduces the number of times you can save your life. Hua Qiu's knife landed on the Spirit King's neck. Boom! Boom! The blade only cut in halfway, and suddenly divine light appeared on the Spirit King's body. A massive ripple of energy suddenly spread out from the city wall. Apart from Hua Qiu and Li Tianwang, all the other cultivators on the city tower were overturned, and a section of the city tower was also leveled. The ripple spread to the main city's grand formation, causing the formation's light to fluctuate, as if it were about to collapse. Fortunately, the main city's formation held up. The divine light was still there, and it solidified into a figure above everyone's heads. That was an enormous nine-tailed celestial fox. It hovered above the heads of human cultivators, blotting out the sky and the sun. Its enormous size was enough to intimidate many living beings. This is just a projection, but it contains the aura of a supreme being. Buzz. The aura of supreme power emanated from it, instantly overwhelming the entire world. Bang bang bang. On the city wall, the human cultivators could not withstand such pressure and were all forced to lower their heads. Some lay prostrate on the ground, others knelt on one knee. None of the cultivators in King Jiewen could still stand. Even Li Tianwang, a nascent soul cultivator, was forced to lower his head, supporting himself with one hand, his waist hunched over, unable to lift his head. Only Hua Qiu remained standing upright, seemingly unaffected. Even a powerful immortal emperor wouldn't be moved by this level of pressure. Moreover, the heavenly fox's pressure came more from the spiritual level, and with the divine soul of a celestial emperor, he was even less afraid. Once the projection of the celestial fox supreme is drawn out, he will surely die. The fox demon of Fox Hill shouted indignantly. That ignorant human cultivator can be utterly destroyed by the heavenly fox supreme. He will lose all chance of reincarnation. Hua Qiu squandered one of the Spirit King's chances to save his life, making every member of the Fox clan wish they could tear him to pieces. Because if the fox has used up all its chances to save its life, the clan will be abandoned by the celestial fox supreme. For the entire Fox clan, the existence of the Spirit King ensures that they continue to receive the attention of the Heavenly Fox Supreme, which has many self-evident benefits. You've brought this upon yourself. The Spirit King said menacingly to Hua Qiu. In the sky, the projection of the Heavenly Fox Supreme opened its eyes. In an instant, they locked onto Hua Qiu, who was holding a large sword. The sky is buzzing. The projection of the Celestial Fox Supreme launched an attack. Formless, colorless. Hua Qiu suddenly let out a soft laugh. Just as he expected, it was a mental attack. And what he fears least is psychological attack. 740, Chapter 740. Even the Supreme Being cannot be saved. Ah! On the main city of King Jiewen, many human cultivators clutched their heads in agony and roared. The soul attack launched by the projection of the Heavenly Fox Supreme was extremely terrifying. Although it was only aimed at Hua Qiu, even the slightest fluctuation it emitted greatly affected all the cultivators, causing their souls to flicker like candle flames. Pain from the soul is far more unbearable than physical wounds. Li Tianwang's face turned pale, indicating that he was also enduring immense pain. He endured the excruciating pain, but couldn't help worrying about Hua Qiu. Everyone else was only affected. He was targeted by the Heavenly Fox Supreme's attack and had to endure 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than others. Li Tianwang feared that Hua Qiu would die a violent death under the attack of the Heavenly Fox Supreme. No one thought Hua Qiu could survive the Supreme's terrifying attack. Hua Qiu stood still, silently enduring the soul attack from the Heavenly Fox Supreme. The giant celestial fox projection in the sky launched only this one attack before dissipating. Everyone, including the demons, stared at Hua Qiu. He remained motionless, like a sculpture. Complete annihilation of soul and spirit. This is complete annihilation of soul and spirit. The Fox clan members shouted excitedly. Even if the physical body is unharmed, the soul has already been completely annihilated. This is the divine power of the Celestial Fox Supreme. The demons roared in unison, trying to boost their morale. The human cultivators of Qingjia Plain remained silent. Just as they were about to slay the Fox Clan Spirit King to boost morale, this inexplicable thing happened. The morale of the cultivators in King Jiewen began to plummet. Linging, linging.
Li Tianhuang's eyes turned red in an instant, and he roared. What?
Hua Qiu asked belatedly, as if snapping out of a daze.
The city and its surroundings fell silent instantly. That's impossible. Soon, many demons were dumbfounded, their faces showing disbelief. The cultivators in Qingjiu were all astonished, their eyes widening in surprise. He withstood the divine might of the celestial Fox Supreme, and he actually didn't die. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be annihilated, soul and body destroyed, how could he possibly survive? Countless gazes seemed to want to pierce through Hua Qiu. No matter how much they couldn't believe it, Hua Qiu remained completely unfazed, showing no signs of being hurt at all. Ling Ying, are you really alright? Li Tianwang asked with a mixture of surprise and doubt.
Of course I'm fine, Hua Qiu replied calmly. This Fox Clan's supreme being is probably too weak to be anything but weak, his attacks are completely ineffective against me.
Many demons glared angrily and couldn't help but curse.
Both humans and demons know how powerful the supreme being is.
It's impossible that they couldn't even kill a nascent soul cultivator. But they just couldn't understand how Li Tianhuang's adopted son could withstand it. This is beyond common sense.
How did you do that? The Fox Spirit King on the wooden frame asked, his face turning ashen.
This is not the outcome he wanted to see. I want to know, how many chances do you have to save your life? Hua Qiu asked with a mocking expression.
The knife in his hand had only penetrated halfway into the Spirit King's neck when it was blocked by the divine light projected by the Heavenly Fox Supreme.
The projection has now disappeared.
Hua Qiu sneered and slashed further in with his broadsword.
The blade plunged directly into the Spirit King's neck. Buzz. The force of obstruction reappears, divine light shines forth, and the projection of the nine-tailed celestial fox will once again appear in the sky.
However, this time the light was stronger, and the projection looked more condensed. This means that the power of projection needs to be greatly enhanced. The Supreme One has given me 5 chances to save my life each time I trigger it. The Supreme One's power will increase tenfold. I am afraid you won't last that long before you're reduced to ashes.
The Spirit King roared angrily.
He didn't care if he had to risk everything to save his life. He would finally be able to vent his anger if he could kill this despicable human cultivator in front of him.
So what if it's 5 times?
Hua Qiu remained non-committal. He looked at the rapidly solidifying supreme projection in the sky, a slight smile playing on his lips. The reason I was lost in thought just now was because I was silently using my skills. The so-called Heavenly Fox Supreme Projection is still within the rules. No matter how powerful the real body is, the projection has to cross many boundaries to be projected down, and it is impossible to completely retain the abilities of the real body.
In terms of the laws of heaven and earth, I am second to none.
Hua Qiu stared at the huge projection in the sky, his gaze cold and sharp.
Isolation.
He uttered 2 words indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky seemed to be turbulent, as if a calm lake had been broken. As soon as this wave appeared, the enormous projection of the Celestial Fox Supreme quickly dimmed and turned into nothingness.
Hua Qiu used an extremely powerful law.
He had already spread that law throughout the void, and now, in response, it formed a transparent spider web-like shape. This can immediately sever the connection between the Heavenly Fox Supreme's projection in the 3rd heaven and the 1st heaven, and isolate the energy coming from across realms.
Without the energy supply, the supreme projection could no longer solidify. As the celestial fox projection vanished from the sky once more, the Spirit King's expression froze. Many of the demons were also puzzled. How could this be? Could it be that the Supreme One is really so weak? The demon race was filled with doubt and surprise. As soon as the supreme projection dissipated, the divine light that enveloped the Spirit King also vanished. Hua Qiu swung his knife down with a swift motion, striking the ground without any further obstruction. Knock knock knock.
King Ling's head rolled on the city wall like a ball. The head rolled off the city wall and fell outside the city.
The entire demon army was stunned. Spirit King. The Spirit King has been beheaded?
For a moment, the demons were too shocked to fully react. The Spirit King is dead, the Spirit King's head has been cut off. Terrified cries suddenly spread throughout the demon army and became unstoppable. A sense of shock and panic began to spread among the demon army. The death of King Ling was as if it shook the heavens and the earth. 741, Chapter 741 Display of Power. King Ling had 5 chances to save his life. But for some reason, the celestial fox supreme only manifested its projection twice before ceasing to appear, allowing the Spirit King to have his head severed. A king of the Fox clan of Fox Hill, who had awakened the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, died mysteriously. Including the other Fox clan member, the Azure King, no demon clan member could see through the clues. A member of the Fox clan rushed to the main city gate, picked up the Spirit King's head, and returned to the demon army. The Spirit King. A group of fox folk shouted excitedly at the head of the Spirit King, still clinging to hope. Even though King Ling died, his soul should still exist. No matter how much they called out, the Spirit King's head could no longer respond. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open, unable to close them in peace. The Fox Clan Spirit King has already been slain by my Crown Prince of Qingjiao Plain. What good is the protection of a supreme being? In this battle, King Jiewen will surely win. Li Tianwang shouted as he kicked Ling Wan's body off the city wall. Victory is certain, victory is certain. The cultivators of King Jiewen were greatly encouraged, and their shouts shook the heavens. Amidst shouts and cheers, Huaqiu was surrounded by a large group of cultivators. They shouted in front of Huaqiu, their faces showing reverence. Unbeknownst to many, Huaqiu's prestige had already been established. Li Tianwang smiled with satisfaction as he watched this scene. Fight your way out of Qingjiao Plain and storm Fox Hill. He raised his sword and gave the order to attack. The large array surrounding the main city of Qingjiao quietly dissipated. Li Tianwang took the lead and charged out of the main city. Behind him followed a large number of human cultivators, their morale soaring. In the sky, the Azure King of the Fox clan, with a cold face, also issued the same order. The demon race led by Fox Hill was stronger than that of Qingjiao Plain, so there was nothing to fear in a fight. Both sides were filled with murderous intent, and they instantly engaged in a fierce battle outside the main city. Swords flashed and magical weapons flew everywhere, creating a scene of chaos and darkness. The demon army was ultimately large and numerous. Even though the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain fought bravely and relentlessly, the losses on both sides still widened the gap. Seeing that many cultivators from Qingjiao Plain had been killed or wounded, Huaqiu picked up his cyan sword and joined the battle. He didn't fly in the sky, but simply walked on the ground with his sword in hand. Anyway, the sky and the ground are full of demons, densely packed together. With a casual slash, a massive burst of spiritual light swept across, taking the lives of numerous demon beings as if cutting through bubbles. No matter what level of demon race they are, as long as they are swept by Huaqiu's spiritual light, they will only face death. Gradually, a vacuum zone began to appear around Huaqiu. The demon race is fierce and fearless, but they became afraid of death when they saw him, and began to retreat. Kill him, no matter what means you use or what price you pay. The Fox King Cheng, while entangled with Li Tianwang in the sky, issued another order with a ferocious expression. The orders he gave were to the demon generals who were comparable to nascent soul stage cultivators. Understood. The demon generals, their killing intent palpable, surrounded Huaqiu. This mobilization involved more than 20 nascent soul cultivators from the demon race. Protect the young prince. The human cultivators spontaneously rushed to Huaqiu's aid without even needing Li Tianwang's orders. However, compared to the impressive lineup of the demon race, the human race paled in comparison. There aren't many nascent soul cultivators, but there are quite a few core formation cultivators. I don't need anyone's support, Huaqiu said calmly, taking a step forward with his cyan sword in hand. He didn't need those demon nascent souls to kill him, he killed them himself first. He no longer considered nascent soul cultivators a threat. Avenge the Spirit King. The nascent soul cultivators roared, their expressions fierce as if they wanted to devour Huaqiu whole. This fierce demeanor couldn't last long. As a cyan sword light suddenly appeared in front of Hua Qiu, limbs flew everywhere. In the early stages of the nascent soul realm, one's body is shattered to pieces. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, utterly vulnerable. In the late nascent soul stage, the death can be slightly less severe. With a single sword strike, Hua Qiu killed more than a dozen nascent soul demons. How can the Heavenly King's adopted son be so powerful? The demon cultivators' expressions changed, and they dared not charge forward any longer. Demon cultivators at the nascent soul level are all generals, and their numbers are not that many. If Hua Qiu continues to kill like this, it won't be long before he wipes them all out. The demon race could not afford such losses, and even the demon nascent souls lacked the courage to face death. Good, well done. The human cultivators who couldn't provide support shouted excitedly. So this is the young prince's true strength, he's too strong, absolutely too strong, the young prince is truly a peerless genius. Hua Qiu remained expressionless, raising his sword as he continued walking towards the nascent soul cultivators of the demon race. The demons were terrified and kept retreating. Let me, the great lizard, take you on. Suddenly, a giant lizard carrying a sledgehammer descended from the sky, crashing down and shaking the ground. Comparable to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, Hua Qiu glanced at it and sneered. What's the point of that? First General, kill this human brat and avenge the Spirit King. Shouted the nascent soul demons who dared not step forward. Of course. The giant lizard replied in a muffled voice, then picked up its sledgehammer and smashed it down on Hua Qiu's head. It is the number 1 general of the demon army, second only to the Azure King in strength. In order to eliminate Hua Qiu, it disregarded the battle situation elsewhere and vowed to kill this human cultivator. Whoosh! Hua Qiu acted in an instant, transforming into an elusive awakening. A cyan sword light shone, like an arc of light sweeping upwards. Clang! That was the sound of a huge iron hammer being cut in two and falling to the ground. Before everyone's eyes, the body of the demon race's number 1 general was split in two, and blood gushed out like a river, staining the land of Qingjiao Plain red. The first general. The demon cultivators were terrified. They never expected that even the top general would die so easily. The Green King glanced down and his eyes widened in fury. 742, Chapter 742. One man repels 10,000 armies. One sword. He actually killed the demon general with just one sword strike. Both humans and demons were shocked to witness this scene. The Heavenly King's adopted son belongs to the younger generation and has not been cultivating for very long. Within the first level of heaven, there is simply no one of this age with such terrifying strength. The young prince of King Jiawen is an absolute prodigy. Such thoughts took root in the minds of the cultivators participating in the war and could not be erased. Good, good, good. Upon seeing this from the heavens, Li Tianwang shouted good 3 times, and his attack intensified, as if his strength had greatly increased. The Fox King, however, had an icy expression and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In just a short while, Hua Qiu had killed more than 20 nascent soul cultivators of the demon race, and even his top general had fallen. Their demon race has fought with Qingjiao Plain for so many years, and the number of nascent soul cultivators who have fallen is very small. This loss is greater than anything seen in hundreds of years. Kill them all, no matter what. The Azure King's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. His voice seemed to possess a magical power, making the demon cultivators' attacks even more ferocious. Battle situation? Hua Qiu looked up and uttered 2 words. It is a rare supernatural power that can boost the morale of one's own side and enhance combat strength. Hua Qiu didn't care and continued to slash with his blue sword. He was a true god of death, leaving corpses strewn everywhere he went. Hua Qiu wasn't just slaughtering demons. Every time he killed a group of demon cultivators, he would wave his hand and use his spiritual power to collect their demon cores. These demon cores were not used for anything else. Hua Qiu swept up numerous demon cores into his condensed spirit beast space. There, the 4 demon kings, the ink dragon and the white tiger, were engrossed in their arduous cultivation. The 4 demon kings were dumbfounded when they saw countless demon cores falling from their heads. Below the nascent soul stage, there are demon cores of all realms. Although it's messy, it has the advantage of being plentiful. Endless, like rain. What happened? Master didn't slaughter all the demons in the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, did he? The black dragon said in shock. So many demon cores, what an enormous amount of energy they must contain. The white tiger couldn't help but gasp in amazement. These demon cores are what I collected for the 4 of you, Huaqiu's voice echoed in the spirit beast space. Absorb these demon cores now, and I will help you break through to the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing this, the 4 demon kings were greatly shocked. Since submitting to Huaqiu, he has imparted various innate supernatural abilities and provided numerous guidance. They were all very moved and grateful to have such an extraordinary master. The 4 demon kings should have reached the nascent soul realm long ago. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Following Huaqiu's instructions, they began frantically absorbing the energy of those demon cores. This is awesome, I've never been this extravagant in my life. White Tiger hummed with delight. The other 3 shared the same sentiment and were filled with gratitude towards Huaqiu. Above their heads, a continuous stream of demon cores fell, gradually engulfing the massive bodies of the 4 demon kings. With Huaqiu's help, they could absorb that energy without restraint, and their cultivation level would rise rapidly like a rocket. The 4 demon kings will surely become nascent souls today. Huaqiu's eyes flashed. After these 4 heads achieve the nascent soul stage, he will teach them how to use the true 4 symbols grand formation. At that time, these 4 demon kings will be put to great use. So what if it's a top-tier sect? Huaqiu chuckled slightly. He transformed into the Grim Reaper, walking among the vast army of demons, relentlessly reaping lives. The demon army was countless, and they were inevitably terrified by his slaughter. The ferocious beasts were so frightened that their legs went weak and they dared not approach. Demon God, this guy is a deadly demon god. The demon cultivators finally couldn't help but retreat in terror. For every step Huaqiu took forward, they retreated 100 steps. This creates a peculiar scene. Huaqiu stood alone before thousands of demon cultivators, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood beneath his feet. As he took a step forward, the battle line formed by the thousands of demons trembled and retreated in a zigzag pattern. Follow the young prince and charge up Fox Hill. The human cultivators' morale soared. Huaqiu was gradually followed by a large number of human cultivators, who covered the sky and rushed towards the demon race. The defeat of the demon race is now irreversible. One man alone forced the demon army to retreat. In the sky, the Azure King of the Fox clan let out a furious roar. He never imagined that the great war between the demon race and the human race of Qingjiao Plain would develop like this. How could someone single-handedly force an army to retreat? Where is your courage, your pride, your dignity? He roared angrily, trying to stop the demon army from retreating. You outnumber humans tenfold, your claws can tear open a human's chest, your fangs can crush a human's throat, why should you fear humans? He is only one person, while you number in the tens of thousands. However, the Blue King's shouts were to no avail. Because Huaqiu's killing spree was truly terrifying. With a single move, hundreds or even thousands of demon cultivators perished. It had no ability to resist and its impact was extremely wide. Even a nascent soul cultivator falling into a crowd would likely find it difficult to cause such devastating carnage. I am so angry. King Qing pounded his chest and shouted, but was held back by King Li and could not leave. Otherwise, he really wanted to kill Huaqiu and tear him to pieces. Retreat! After a long silence, the Green King finally roared out those 2 words with deep resentment. The demon army had been decimated and had no choice but to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the demon cultivators abandoned their armor and fled like locusts. They wanted to retreat to Fox Hill outside Qingjiao Plain, only by returning there would they feel a sense of security. Huaqiu stopped and looked up at the sky.
The great war between the two races even altered the celestial phenomena. He gazed into the clouds. Finally, traces have appeared. Together, he murmured to himself. 743, Chapter 743 The Envoy of Mount Futu. I have become a god. Me too. Within the Huaxiao spirit beast space, the four demon kings successively reached the nascent soul stage, their strength increasing exponentially. With such a massive amount of demon beast cores feeding them, it would be difficult for them not to reach the nascent soul stage. They all possess the bloodline of divine beasts, and after reaching the nascent soul realm, they will be much stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. Finally reached the divine transformation stage. The four demon kings were filled with emotion and sighs. Those who possess the bloodline of divine beasts are at least at the core formation stage when they are born, and should have already reached the nascent soul stage. Because they had been isolated from the world in that secret realm for thousands of years, their cultivation level could not improve. If this continues, it won't be long before you return to the void realm. Mo Zhao said with a chuckle. You're overthinking it. Even the master can't do this every day. He has the ability, but killing too many demonic beasts will attract the attention of those supreme demon races above, the Firebird said quietly. Mo Zhao chuckled. What if, he muttered to himself. Beneath the main city of Qingjiao, the demon army retreated like a tide. Chase them, kill them all the way to Fox Hill, destroy the demon race completely. Li Tianwang shouted from the sky. Kill. The cultivators of King Jiewen were at the peak of their morale and naturally had no fear of battle, continuing their pursuit. Huaqiao stayed behind the army of cultivators, no longer engaging in frenzied killing. He could already sense the presence of the clouds high above. That was the envoy from Mount Futu, a third-level ruling power. The envoy's cultivation had reached the integration stage. Reaching the integration realm already places one among the top-tier experts of the third level of the profound realm. Huaqiao originally thought that in a place like the first heaven, it would be enough for Futu Mountain to send out a void returning stage cultivator. I never expected that a cultivator at the integration stage would be dispatched. This was beyond his expectations. Huaqiao immediately took it seriously as well. The fact that they were able to send a cultivator at the integration stage shows that Mount Futu values Fox Hill's treasures extremely highly. They are definitely not ordinary treasures. His mind started racing. A treasure that would make a triple heaven dominator level power risk inciting a battle between supreme dominators to send a nascent soul cultivator to the first heaven to plot against. Huaqiao subtly and silently dissipated his divine sense into the clouds. With the assistance of the immortal emperor's divine soul, even cultivators in the integration stage would find it difficult to detect his probe. He saw a tall, thin old man standing hidden in the clouds, looking down indifferently at the great battle between the human and demon races below. Although the barriers between the three heavens of the Xuanjin realm are not as far apart as those between different planes, they are similar to the separation between planes when descending from the three heavens. Even a nascent soul cultivator will inevitably suffer some loss and will be affected by the laws of heaven and earth. Those at the integration stage cannot exert their full power in the first heaven, otherwise, spatial chaos would endanger themselves. Huaqiao was thinking of a solution. Realizing the extraordinary nature of the treasure in Fox Hill, how could he not be tempted? Amidst the clouds, the nascent soul cultivator from Mount Futu frowned slightly, seemingly feeling uneasy, and looked around. Huaqiao immediately withdrew his divine sense. Ultimately, their cultivation levels differed considerably, and the old man's senses were also sharp. If they continued to probe, he would easily be detected. From within the clouds, the combined elder looked down at Huaqiao behind the army. Huaqiao had already caught his attention. The adopted son of a mere nascent soul cultivator. Although Huaqiao's combat strength was quite impressive in the first level of the heavenly realm, it did not greatly shock this nascent soul cultivator. What surprised him was that Huaqiao was completely unharmed by the mental attack of the heavenly Fox Supreme's projection. Even he couldn't understand the reasons behind it. He focused his divine sense on Huaqiao, trying to see through Huaqiao's true nature. Without a doubt, what he detected was what Huaqiao had shown him. The great perfection of the nascent soul realm?
Good lad, he's been hiding his talent well. It's quite unexpected that such a young genius would appear in the first heaven, the old man muttered to himself. Huaqiu pretended not to sense the other party's detection and followed behind the army of cultivators from King Jiawen, heading towards Fox Hill. The demon army was routed and fled quickly. The distance between Fox Hill and Qingjiao Plain is not short. It took 3 full hours of chasing before they finally saw a huge mountain range. The area shrouded in mist and clouds is where the demon race from beyond the Great Wall gathers. Fox Hill occupies the best location in the heart of the mountains, with spiritual veins and flowing spiritual springs. When Huaqiu first arrived, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Fox Hill is truly a top-tier blessed land in the first heaven, with abundant and rich spiritual energy, perhaps even comparable to the strongholds of giant sects in the second heaven. It's not entirely impossible that such a place could give birth to a spiritual treasure that could shake the 3 heavens floating Pagoda Mountain. When the demon army left, its numbers were 10 times that of the human cultivators in Qingjiao Plain, but now less than 1/10 remain. Many died at the hands of the cultivators of King Jiawen. But most of them died at Huaqiu's hands. The remnants of the army retreated into the land of Fox Hill, where a giant formation, twice the size of the original main city's defensive formation, rose up, isolating Fox Hill from the outside world. The human cultivators of Qingjiao Plain had no choice but to stop. Since the war with the demon race from beyond the Great Wall, no one has ever seen the great formation of Fox Hill. For centuries, they had been unable to even advance into the mountains surrounding Fox Hill, and remained in a vulnerable position. Having reached this point, Qingjiao Plain has already achieved a great victory, severely damaging the demon race outside the plain. But we can't stop here. Li Tianwang stared at the Fox Hill formation with a cold gaze. With the support of a dominant force, he will not rest until he has completely destroyed Fox Hill. Attack! Li Tianwang waved his hand and gave the order. Thus, the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain, under the leadership of the Qingjiao Plain's High Command, formed an attack formation and attacked the Fox Hill formation together. The combined attack of so many cultivators was incredibly powerful and spectacular. However, the Fox Hill formation only fluctuated slightly and was not damaged. After several rounds of attacks, the cultivators of King Jiawen became exhausted, but the Fox Hill formation remained unscathed. My Fox Hill's grand formation is based on the formation diagram bestowed upon me by the Heavenly Fox Supreme. This arrangement is so ruthless that even a void returning grandmaster like you wouldn't be able to break through it, let alone a rabble like you. The Fox Clan's Azure King said coldly. After retreating into the Great Formation, the demon cultivators finally regained their confidence and changed their previous panic. Some demons even started loudly mocking each other within the formation, venting their previous anger. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain were all indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Isn't the envoy going to make a move? King Li's face was ashen as he searched for any clues. He had no idea that the messenger from Mount Futu was watching them from high above. Faced with the grand formation passed down by the Supreme Being, the envoy from Mount Futu frowned, seemingly hesitant. Humans, you have gone too far. Suddenly, an old voice rang out from Fox Hill. An old fox emerged, transforming into a human form dressed as a scholar, and walked straight out of the formation. He stepped into the sky, facing all the human cultivators of Qingjiao Plain alone. Those who offend my Fox Hill will surely die. An aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire mountain range. Perfected nascent soul stage. In an instant, the expressions of all the human cultivators, including Li Tianwang, changed drastically. 744, Chapter 744 Battle at the Perfected Godhood. No one expected that there would actually be an old fox at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage in Fox Hill. Now that they have stormed Fox Hill, this supreme expert of Fox Hill has finally revealed himself to the world. Without exception, all the human cultivators of Qingjiao Plain were stunned and began to panic uncontrollably. Li Tianwang, the strongest warrior in Qingjiao Plain, is only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. How could I possibly be a match for that old fox? So this is the strongest in Fox Hill. They actually have such a top-tier expert. How could this be? The Fox Hill actually has a nascent soul perfection cultivator. If that's the case, why have they been fighting Qingjiao Plain for so long, with a nascent soul perfection cultivator on their side? Who in Qingjiao Plain can stop them?
The cultivators in Qingjiao were terrified and confused.
If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the human race's ruler, I would have already stormed Qingjiao Plain and wiped out all of you humans. The scholar-like old fox said coldly.
Fox Hill's strength was already far superior to that of green suburbs in every aspect.
Those are the rules set by the supreme ruler of the three heavens. No matter how the human and demon races fight, they must always maintain a balance, and neither can cross the line. Therefore, he remained hidden in Fox Hill and never made a move. Now, the human cultivators of Qingjiao Plain have wiped out 80% of the demon race and have even reached Fox Hill, thus crossing the border.
He can take action with a legitimate reason.
I will not allow the human race of Qingjiao Plain to perish, but I will certainly wipe out 90% of you. The old fox unleashed her magic weapon, and the terrifying aura instilled fear in the hearts of the human cultivators. Inside Fox Hill, the Azure King, who was at the nascent soul stage, also flew out of the formation and stood with him.
2 Fox Clan nascent soul cultivators are enough to slaughter numerous human cultivators. Because no one could stop them, even Li Tianwan's life was in danger. How can we fight like this? The human cultivators of Qingjiao Plain turned pale with fear. The peak of the nascent soul stage is the highest level of existence in the first heaven. Moreover, there is another Fox Clan deity. Apart from Li Tianwan, they have no other cultivators of the same level on their side. Li Tianwan looked grim. He hadn't expected it either. Why hasn't the envoy from Mount Futu offered any help?
He placed all his hopes on the old man. Hua Qiu stood behind Li Tianwan, his expression slightly strange.
Because he heard a voice.
The voice came from the messenger of Mount Futu.
Boy, your godfather should have told you who I am, right?
Such a voice echoed in Hua Qiu's mind.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, waiting for what was to come.
You've been hiding your abilities well, nascent soul great perfection, with that kind of power of laws, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators can't compare to you. Hua Qiu remained calm. What advice do you have? He replied casually. The envoy from Mount Futu frowned as he looked up from the clouds. Hua Qiu's attitude towards him displeased him somewhat. Fox Hill, with your numbers, you won't be able to conquer it even in 100 years, he said in a deep voice.
Relax, I will lend you a hand.
As soon as the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and released a beam of spiritual light.
The light descended from the sky and landed on Hua Qiu. In an instant, Hua Qiu's surroundings fluctuated violently, startling the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain into retreating hastily. Li Tianwan was also shocked, and was forcibly pushed far away by the shockwave.
What?
The Fox Clan's nascent soul cultivator opposite him changed his expression drastically.
Because the aura emanating from Hua Qiu was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, it surged, directly reaching the great perfection of the nascent soul stage.
Not weaker than the strongest of the Fox Clan.
The two demons looked at each other, stunned. Go, I grant you power with the law of weakening, you will surely be able to conquer Fox Hill. The envoy from Mount Futu said his last words and then disappeared again.
Hua Qiu's expression turned cold.
This envoy from Mount Futu is quite cautious. Even at this point, he still refused to take action, not wanting to leave any trace.
If someone else uses another to do the dirty work, am I supposed to take the blame?
Hua Qiu muttered to himself indifferently. However, the spiritual energy that the old man poured in was quite good.
He silently absorbed the spiritual energy, filling his dantian.
In fact, he could fight against a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage without needing the spiritual power of the Futu Mountain envoy. With his heart set on Fox Spirit Mushroom of Fox Hill, Hua Qiu had no time to dwell on those conspiracies and schemes, and took the opportunity to strike. Whoosh! He launched an attack instantly, targeting the two nascent soul cultivators of the Fox Clan.
Kill him!
Although the two demons were surprised, they quickly reacted and instead of retreating, they charged forward to attack. The human race also produced a nascent soul cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, which shocked and greatly alarmed them. How can such a thing be allowed to exist? The old fox's aura was several degrees stronger than Huaqiu's. He had already touched the threshold of the void-returning realm and considered himself to be among the strongest. Killing Huaqiu might be unrealistic, but as long as it can cause him harm, that's fine.
Linging, I'm here to help you. Li Tianwan laughed as he approached.
He understood that it must have been the powerful figure from Mount Futu who gave Huaqiu the strength to fight. Knowing that the messenger was watching, he was no longer worried, and his fighting spirit soared. Huaqiu moved very fast and did not respond to Li Tianwan in the blink of an eye. He arrived in front of the two fox demons. Snort! Enraged, the two demons launched a powerful attack on Huaqiu simultaneously. Two beams of spiritual light blasted out of the vacuum area, threatening to engulf the space around Huaqiu. Weak! Huaqiu uttered two words. Buzzing, rumbling. A muffled sound suddenly spread out, like a rumble of thunder brewing in dark clouds.
Time seemed to slow down.
The spiritual light unleashed by the two fox demons changed from thick and fast to thin and slow. When it reached Huaqiu, it was nothing but starlight, causing no real damage whatsoever. The law of weakness. The two demons opposite were terrified. This is a superior law among the 3,000 laws, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend. Moreover, the strength of Huaqiu's law of weakness is beyond comprehension. This level is comparable to the comprehension of a void-returning stage expert.
The nascent soul perfection expert exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Isn't he Li Tianwan's adopted son?
King Qing exclaimed incredulously. When Huaqiu displayed the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, he was already sufficient. I was shocked. His display of power at the Great Perfection of the nascent soul stage has stirred up a storm in his heart.
Mastering superior laws is comparable to returning to the void? Is this reasonable?
This kid has a powerful mentor. His cultivation level is clearly below the nascent soul stage.
The Fox clan's eyes shone with azure light as they saw some clues.
In the clouds, the envoy from Mount Futu's expression hardened, his gaze turning cold.
If you can't kill these two, you shouldn't live either. His icy voice echoed in Huaqiu's mind once more.
Huaqiu's expression turned cold as he looked into the clouds.
Oh. He gave a cold laugh. He would certainly kill the two fox demons.
But the threat from the envoy from Mount Futu displeased him. Huaqiu drew his cyan sword. The sword intent combined with the law of decay, creating a whooshing sound that echoed in the sky, as if countless invisible sword lights were piercing through the heavens.
Danger! The Fox clan's expression suddenly changed, revealing an extremely horrified look. 745, Chapter 745 Countdown to Destruction.
When the sword intent and the power of the laws merged together, the mere aura was enough to shock the great perfection of the Fox clan's nascent soul stage. He was using the Fox clan's heavenly eye divine power, which amplified his perception by more than 10 times. From that aura, he sensed an extremely terrifying power that far exceeded the limits of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he was horrified and lost his composure on the spot. Escape! He shouted out a single word with great force.
What?
The Azure King of the Fox clan was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. He never imagined it would come to the point of fleeing without a fight. Escape! He didn't come to his senses until the old fox shouted a second time. What did you say, escape? King Cheng frowned, looking puzzled. The old fox had no time to explain further. He grabbed the man's shoulder and used his teleportation ability to disappear into thin air in the blink of an eye.
This scene left both the human and demon races inside and outside Fox Hill dumbfounded.
The fact that the Heavenly King's adopted son could fight against the Fox clan's god-level cultivators was beyond their comprehension.
After only one exchange, two nascent soul cultivators from the Fox clan actually chose to flee?
This was too sudden, too unexpected.
It left people speechless with astonishment.
At this moment, words failed them. The cultivators were numb with shock.
Damn it, they got away. Li Tianwang shouted angrily, his face darkening with rage. Hua Qiu let out a soft laugh.
He raised his hand and covered his face. The cyan sword light contained the power of sword intent and laws, flying out in a semicircular arc, faster than lightning. The sword flew into the distance, leaving a trail of blood in the void.
Boom!
Space trembled, and two figures fell out of nothingness. It was the two fox demons who had escaped.
Ancestor!
King Cheng stared at the old fox in horror. The old fox's lower body was gone. Just now, the old fox used his advanced supernatural powers to escape undetected. Unexpectedly, a sword light flew over, seemingly locking onto the two of them, and directly slicing everything apart.
If it weren't for the old fox pulling him aside at the crucial moment, he would already be decapitated.
However, the old fox was unable to dodge and had half of his body sliced off by the sword light.
How could this be?
King Cheng was terrified. This scene finally made him realize how serious the situation was and what kind of danger the two of them had just faced.
What kind of power is that?
He stared wide-eyed at Hua Qiu in the distance, his face pale. Even a power that a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their cultivation could not withstand.
Ancestor, I'll help you refine your physical body.
The Azure King quickly transferred his spiritual power to the old fox. Their race is incredibly resilient. As long as their heart and head are not damaged, they can recover.
But when he transferred his spiritual energy, he quickly became anxious. It has absolutely no effect.
Not only could it not help the old fox condense new flesh and blood, but the vitality within his body was also rapidly dissipating. This King Cheng was so anxious that he was completely flustered and terrified, losing all of his kingly demeanor.
I can't go on, the old fox said weakly. Ancestor.
King Cheng was terrified.
This shouldn't be happening, how could this be? He didn't understand. Why did things turn out this way when Fox Hill was so much stronger than Green Plains?
That person must have been backed by a supreme being from the third heaven, the old fox said with difficulty.
You must escape. You must go to the third heaven and deliver the message to the Azure Dragon Sovereign. The Sovereign will seek justice for our Fox clan.
After saying that, the old fox closed his eyes.
Ancestor, where is your primordial spirit?
King Cheng shouted. He couldn't sense the old fox's primordial spirit. Upon probing, he discovered that the old fox's primordial spirit had also dissipated, leaving only some traces.
How can there be such terrifying power?
The Azure King's face turned even paler.
Just a flash of sword light.
He dared not linger any longer, so he quickly abandoned the old fox's half-corpse and fled for his life. The young prince killed the ancestor of the Fox clan.
In the human camp, all the cultivators had dry throats.
The shocking words need no further explanation. That's the great perfection of the nascent soul stage.
How could he possibly kill him? Is he really the adopted son of the Heavenly King?
Hua Qiu's strength was so great that even those on the same side found it hard to accept.
Ancestor.
Within the Great Formation, the Fox clan cried out in anguish.
Lord Qingwang, you must escape.
They prayed silently as they watched the departing figure.
Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light swept across the horizon.
The body of the Fox clan's Azure King split in two, falling helplessly from the sky and landing in the silent mountains.
King Cheng. The Fox clan cultivators howled in despair. With the deaths of two nascent soul cultivators, the Fox clan has no more top-tier experts. Including the previous Spirit King, all three nascent soul cultivators of the Fox clan were killed by the same person.
They glared at the man with red eyes, but that was all.
They could only cower within the Great Formation. Well done, Ling Ying, well done. Li Tianwang's hearty laughter echoed in the air.
His face was flushed, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This was a scene he had imagined countless times.
With the Fox clan's powerful members extinct, the demon clans from outside the plains can no longer pose a threat to Qingjiao Plains. Ling Ying's achievement of his long-cherished wish brought him even greater joy. The Fox clan's nascent soul cultivators are all dead. We have won.
The human cultivators cheered, their voices echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Everyone gazed up at the figure in the sky. Reverence, support, faith. His prestige has reached a level that no previous King Jiawen Heavenly King could match. Amidst the clouds, the envoy from Mount Futu looked somewhat grim. He did indeed intend for Hua Qiu to kill the Fox clan's nascent soul cultivator. But he is also prepared to strike again. After all, it is extremely difficult to kill the opponent in a battle between two nascent soul stage cultivators. But before he could even make a move, Hua Qiu killed him with a single sword strike. That's not just the law of decay, but also it has the intent of a sword, he muttered to himself, his voice heavy with seriousness. What kind of sword intent could possess such incredible power? The envoy from Mount Futu pondered for a moment. There is no such sword intent in the entire Xuanzhen realm. In the end, he came to this conclusion, his face turning gloomy. Linging, he stared at Hua Qiu, seemingly lost in thought. Linging, do you have a solution for this Fox Hill formation? Li Tianwan looked at Hua Qiu with anticipation. He had high expectations for the powerful figures of Mount Futu, believing that Hua Qiu, with his strong backing, must be incredibly powerful. The Fox Hill formation is difficult to break, but entering it is not difficult. Hua Qiu chose to conceal his formation abilities from the envoy of Futu Mountain. He still used the blue sword to unleash a burst of sword light. The sword light was long and narrow, slashing down on the Fox Hill formation. In an instant, a gap appeared in the formation, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Hua Qiu leaped down and quickly passed through the gap. Li Tianwan followed closely behind and entered Fox Hill. The envoy from Mount Futu, who was hidden in the clouds, arrived earlier than Li Tianwan, but his speed was so fast that outsiders could not tell him where he was. They're coming in. The demon cultivators within the Fox Hill formation were immediately thrown into chaos. Fox Hill has entered its final countdown to destruction. 746, Chapter 746 Turning Against Each Other. Hua Qiu glanced back after entering the Fox Hill formation. The envoy from Mount Futu's body was almost transparent, likely due to the use of some kind of magic. His aura was also concealed, making him invisible to others. Upon entering Fox Hill, he immediately flew in one direction, his destination quite clear. Linging, we need to find a way to break the great formation of Fox Hill and let the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain in. Li Tianwang shouted at Hua Qiu. But Hua Qiu seemed not to hear, and flew off in the direction where the Futu Mountain envoy had disappeared. Originally, the only thing he cared about in Fox Hill was the Fox Spirit Mushroom. Now there's one more thing, the treasure that Futu Mountain went to great lengths to obtain through deception. Linging, where are you going? Li Tianwang asked, puzzled as he watched Hua Qiu fly away. He quickly followed, thinking that Hua Qiu had found a weak point in the Fox Hill formation. The demons below were too busy fleeing in panic to pay any attention to them. After flying for a while, the envoy from Mount Futu sensed that someone was following behind him, so he stopped. He revealed his true form from his transparent state and stood in the air, waiting indifferently. Soon, Hua Qiu and Li Tianwan came into his sight. Senior. Upon seeing the envoy from Mount Futu, Li Tianwan showed a look of delight. Senior, so you've already entered. Li Tianwan laughed, flying towards the envoy from Futu Mountain. Thanks to your help, Senior, otherwise how could Linging have killed the nascent soul cultivator of the Fox clan? You deserve the greatest credit for this battle. King Li was in a good mood and treated the envoy from Mount Futu very kindly, regarding him as one of his own. Hua Qiu stood still. As Li Tianwang approached, the envoy from Futu Mountain revealed a faint, cold smile, and Hua Qiu immediately frowned. Watch out! He suddenly shouted. What? Li Tianwang was completely unaware and looked puzzled. Boom! The envoy from Mount Futu suddenly unleashed a palm strike, the enormous palm print hurtling towards Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang's eyes widened immediately, revealing a shocked expression. The envoy from Mount Futu, who was supposed to be his backer, actually attacked him. Li Tianwang was caught off guard, and even his precautions were in vain. After all, the opponent was a powerful figure from Mount Futu, whose strength was extremely terrifying. Hua Qiu stared at him with a grim expression. After thinking for a moment, his gaze sharpened. Buzz. Just as the attack from the Futu Mountain messenger landed on Li Tianwan, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Puff! Li Tianwang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. This scene caused the envoy from Mount Futu to freeze in shock. He was a powerful cultivator at the integration stage. Even a casual attack, if it lands on a mere nascent soul cultivator, would almost certainly result in their death. He saw it very clearly just now. Originally, Li Tianwang was destined to die, but at the critical moment, the space fluctuated violently, distorting 99% of his attack, leaving only a fraction to hit Li Tianwang. Although Li Tianwan was seriously injured and coughed up blood, he ultimately survived. Such a thing is true. The envoy from Mount Futu, who had previously looked down on all the cultivators in the lower realm, now looked quite shocked. He ignored Li Tianwan, who had narrowly escaped death, and kept his eyes fixed on Hua Qiu. What was that just now? He asked bluntly. He couldn't immediately discern the power that distorted space. How could a mere young nascent soul cultivator in the first heaven possess such miraculous power? Hua Qiu did not respond. Senior, what does this mean? Li Tianwan clutched his chest, his face as pale as paper, and angrily questioned the envoy from Futu Mountain. A mere nascent soul cultivator dares to speak before me? The envoy from Mount Futu didn't even glance at him, his gaze still fixed on Hua Qiu, and he said disdainfully. You? Li Tianwan's face turned ashen, filled with rage. He didn't understand. It was clearly the messenger from Mount Futu who brought the order from Mount Futu, instructing him to use his skills on Fox Hill to destroy the demon race here. Why did the envoy turn his back on us now that Fox Hill has been breached? Don't you understand yet? Hua Qiu's expression was tinged with sarcasm. How could a dominant force in the three heavens possibly clash with another force over a conflict between humans and demons in the first heaven? The human and demon races each have their own rulers, maintaining a balance for thousands of years. This shows that the balance will not be easily broken. The fact that the envoy from Mount Futu secretly descended to the mortal realm to plot this shows that he never intended to help Qingjiao Plain from the beginning. Instead of taking huge risks to deal with this imbalance, it would be better to create a new balance. Li Tianwan was somewhat confused. Linging, you mean? Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. Fox Hill lost its strongest cultivator and suffered losses of 90% of its demon race, so let's make Qingjiao Plain pay the same price. Wouldn't that balance things out? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianwan's expression changed drastically. He was furious. It turns out that the envoy from Futu Mountain originally intended to use King Jiawen as cannon fodder. That's really clever. The envoy from Mount Futu showed a hint of admiration. If you are not Li Tianwan's adopted son, I would really suspect that you are a Taoist disciple of a three heavens dominator level power in disguise. What you just used was the law of space, wasn't it? He asked with a stern face. Linging, you know the laws of space. Li Tianwang exclaimed in surprise. The law of space, one of the 10 supreme laws. The supreme ruler of the demon race in the third heaven was stronger than the other three rulers precisely because of the laws of space. They were all beings of the same level, but he was able to suppress the other three to some extent, precisely because of the power of the spatial laws. Hua Qiu remained silent. It's truly astonishing that such a genius is hidden within the first heaven. If his cultivation level were a few levels higher, he would indeed be no weaker than the Tao child of a dominator level power, the envoy from Mount Futu remarked. Unfortunately, there will never be a chance for further development. His expression shifted instantly from a smile to a fierce look. Bang bang bang. The immense power of the nascent soul stage cultivator erupted. 747, Chapter 747. Another person. If you two die, the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain will die too. The envoy from Mount Futu, his face contorted with rage, launched an attack. The sky around Hua Qiu and Li Tianwan changed color, and the clouds were dyed as red as flames. The envoy from Mount Futu waved his hand casually at the two, and a gale howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A powerful cultivator at the integration stage can easily trigger various phenomena with a simple gesture, effortlessly wielding the power of heaven and earth. Meteorological laws, Hua Qiu uttered. This is the power of the laws controlled by the messenger of Mount Futu. Meteorological laws are not considered high-level among the 3,000 laws, they belong to the category of ordinary laws. However, the envoy from Mount Futu was simply too powerful. When the cultivation level of the integration stage is activated, its power can be described as terrifying. Any gust of wind or any bolt of lightning could instantly obliterate any nascent soul cultivator. Even cultivators at the void returning stage would be terrified to death in such a scene. Li Tianhuang's face turned even paler. Under such divine power, he couldn't think of any way out for himself and Hua Qiu. He was resentful and regretful, wishing he had trusted the messenger from Mount Futu. Hua Qiu's expression was slightly solemn. After all, he was a cultivator in the integration stage compared to his current level of the early stage of the fourth level of the creation technique. He was still a whole major realm behind. A hurricane and lightning swept towards the two of them. Li Tianhuang was completely unable to move, as he was being suppressed too severely by the aura of the integration stage. Hua Qiu shoved his shoulder. Call out. The two flashed like light and vanished instantly. The hurricane and lightning missed their target, howling back and forth in the sky as if venting their resentment. The envoy from Mount Futu stared grimly at the spot where the two had disappeared. This time, he still couldn't see the specific trajectory, nor could he find out where the two had gone. It really is the law of space. He confirmed again, a look of surprise on his face. In the entire Xuanzhen realm, there are no more than 5 people who have comprehended the laws of space. Each one of them is a renowned and powerful figure in the Xuanzhen world. Apart from that supreme ruler of the demon race, the others are all at the supreme level. Hua Qiu can be considered another one in the past 1,000 years. As expected of one of the 10 supreme laws, the envoy from Mount Futu muttered coldly to himself. After thinking it over, he didn't waste time chasing after Hua Qiu and the other person. Without hesitation, the envoy from Mount Futu turned around and flew in the direction he had chosen. There is a large lake within Fox Hill. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 human cultivators were hiding at the bottom of the lake. Cough cough. Li Tianhuang coughed weakly a few times, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. The envoy from Mount Futu struck him with only a fraction of his power, yet it nearly killed him. Ling Ying, I'm dying, Li Tianhuang said to Hua Qiu with a bitter smile. I never imagined I'd die here like this. Cough. But I can't rest easy about everyone in King Jiewen, and I can't rest easy about you and Ling Yu. I deeply regret listening to the sway of the envoy from Mount Futu. I was too eager for quick success, alas. Hua Qiu frowned. Why did Li Tianhuang suddenly become like a nagging woman at this moment? Alright, you won't die. Hua Qiu flicked a pill into his mouth. Li Tianhuang's body suddenly trembled. A powerful life force surged forth from his body like a tidal wave, repairing his damaged internal organs. What kind of pill is this? King Li was very surprised. According to his knowledge, there are pills that can restore the health of a nascent soul stage expert who has suffered severe injuries, but no alchemist in the first level can refine them. You'll have to stay quiet for a while, Hua Qiu said. The power of a nascent soul cultivator is too great. The pills Hua Qiu has refined are not enough to restore Li Tianhuang to his original state immediately. It's already a miracle that I'm alive. Li Tianhuang said earnestly. Ling Ying, you've given me another surprise. I never imagined you've undergone so many transformations these past few years. I'll help you conceal your presence. Hurry up and get out of here, otherwise if the envoy from Mount Futu senses you, I won't be able to save you again. Hua Qiu interrupted him. What's the point of escaping? Li Tianhuang said bitterly. That's a powerful figure from Mount Futu. He will definitely not let us and King Jiewen go. We can deal with the future later. It's better than sitting and waiting to die, Hua Qiu said, sounding impatient. With that, he used his spiritual power to send Li Tianhuang away. He concealed Li Tianhuang's aura, and since the envoy from Futu Mountain didn't detect him at all, he successfully sent Li Tianhuang to the edge of the Fox Hill Formation. This time, he didn't need to use his sword to cut open the gap. With a thought, he could separate the Great Formation and send Li Tianwang out. After Li Tianwang left, the Great Formation closed again. Outside the Great Formation, the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain waited anxiously. After Li Tianwang and his son entered the Great Formation, they disappeared without a trace, and everyone was getting increasingly anxious. As soon as Li Tianwang appeared, many cultivators quickly surrounded him. "Heavenly King, how is it? Why didn't the young prince come out with you?" Everyone bombarded him with questions, but Li Tianwang couldn't answer a single one. Looking at the eager gazes of the crowd, Li Tianwang's expression was complicated. "Withdraw. Back to King Jiawen." He could only shout loudly. The cultivators in Qingjia were all stunned. With Fox Hill on the verge of being breached, why retreat at this critical juncture? Withdraw, anyone who disobeys will be executed." Li Tianwang shouted decisively. The cultivators in Qingjia were even more astonished. After a moment of stunned silence, no one dared to disobey the order and could only retreat reluctantly. Some people kept turning back, thinking about the young prince who had not yet appeared. Before long, the area outside Fox Hill became deserted. "Ling Ying, you have to come out alive." Li Tianwang took one last look at Fox Hill, then turned and walked away without looking back. He had realized that he was just a burden in Fox Hill. Huaqiu bursts out of the water from beneath the lake. He released his divine sense, a slight smile appearing on his face, and instantly they vanished from the spot. 748, Chapter 748, Snatching Treasure from the Tiger's Mouth. The messenger from Mount Futa finally stopped on the shady side of Fox Hill. At his feet lay graves upon graves. This is the burial ground for the demons of Fox Hill throughout history, a place heavy with Yin energy. The envoy from Mount Futa seemed quite familiar with Fox Hill. He headed straight for it. He scanned his surroundings, his divine sense spreading out to explore the entire area from top to bottom. Those two, father and son, should have already made their escape. He chuckled and looked away. He thought no one could interfere with him anymore. Little did he know that in the area he had explored 2 or 3 times, a divine consciousness was watching him closely, observing his every move. "I want to see just how extraordinary a treasure can tempt Mount Futu." Huaqiu stood at a distance, fully aware of the actions of the Mount Futu envoy. Above the Fox Hill tomb complex, the messengers from Mount Futu have already begun their work. He unleashed a series of spells in the air, creating one restriction after another. Even Huaqiu was somewhat dazzled by it. The envoys from Mount Futu cast at least 100 restrictions, heavily sealing off the tomb area. From the heavens above to the earth below, it was sealed off completely. Then, the envoy from Mount Futa suddenly slammed a palm down towards the tomb complex. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the Fox Hill Demon Clan's burial grounds were shattered, and numerous graves turned to ashes. Of course, the remains of the Fox Clan's demon ancestors were also completely lost. No wonder they wanted to conquer Fox Hill. It turns out they even wanted to dig up their ancestral graves. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow as he read this. The envoy from Mount Futu was on high alert, his eyes fixed intently on the tomb ruins below. Huaqiu's spiritual sense penetrated even deeper than his. A moment later, Huaqiu's expression changed drastically. That is, his gaze couldn't help but waver. "It's actually this thing." Huaqiu almost revealed his presence. Because what was hidden in the Fox Hill tomb complex was beyond his expectations. That shouldn't belong to this plane. It comes from the celestial realm. The spirit of gathering immortals. Huaqiu suddenly laughed. That is a kind of celestial spirit, which can only be nurtured in the top-tier blessed lands of the celestial realm. This thing is a condensation of celestial energy and possesses a high degree of spirituality. In the immortal realm, this is a highly prized item, and its appearance always attracts numerous immortals to fight over it. In the world of cultivation, this is an unparalleled treasure. Which cultivator in the cultivation world doesn't want to become an immortal? If you come into contact with celestial energy and sense the laws of the celestial realm, your chances of becoming an immortal may increase. The The spirit of gathering immortals is something even those so-called rulers couldn't help but be tempted by, Huaqiu murmured to himself. Is this the thing? Why did Futu Mountain only send one nascent soul cultivator? Huaqiu changed his mind. It's not an exaggeration for the ruler of the three heavens to personally intervene when it comes to the opportunity to become an immortal. It seems that the rulers of the Xuanzhen realm are also engaged in fierce competition, each holding their own tightly, Huaqiu said, speechless. Come out. Above the tomb complex, the envoy from Mount Futu, with a grim face, roared and unleashed another bombardment. Bang bang bang. The Fox Hill tomb complex was in ruins, constantly sinking due to his bombardment, gradually forming a huge pit. Finally, a glowing spirit burst forth from underground. The spirit's speed surpassed the speed of light, making it difficult for even the Futu Mountain envoy, with his nascent soul stage cultivation, to discern its movements. At this moment, the hundreds of restrictions came into effect. Numerous restrictions formed a dense net, and spirits that collided with it were immediately bounced back. Hiss. It made a sharp sound and darted around wildly. Although the spirit of gathering immortals comes from the immortal realm, it has no combat power and can only rely on its innate speed. It became a sitting duck. He the envoy from Mount Futu sneered and raised his hand to summon a magical artifact. It was a bowl that grew as soon as it was thrown out, instantly becoming thousands of times larger, and pressed down on the spirit of the gathered immortals. At the same time, the bowl emitted a beam of light that enveloped it, restricting its speed. This magic weapon, Huaqiu's gaze sharpened. That's not a magical artifact that someone of the rank of the Futu Mountain envoy could possess. A weapon of domination? Huaqiu narrowed his eyes, a slight smile curving his lips. To ensure the messenger's success, the ruler of Mount Futu bestowed upon him his magical artifact to capture the spirit of gathering immortals. The spirit of the immortals struggled incessantly, but could not break free. Seeing that he was about to succeed, the envoy from Mount Futu couldn't help but smile broadly. This is an important mission personally assigned by the ruler. If he can return successfully, he will be richly rewarded. Whoosh! In an instant, the envoy from Mount Futu felt a blur before his eyes. What is that? He was immediately shocked. Not good. He quickly realized what was happening and immediately looked down. Upon seeing this, his pupils immediately contracted. That kid. Who else could it be but Li Tianwan's adopted son? You didn't escape. The envoy from Mount Futu exclaimed in shock and anger. He never expected that this kid would dare to come back, even attempting to steal the treasure. Huaqiu gave the envoy from Mount Futu a mocking look, and without any politeness, grabbed directly at the spirit of gathering immortals. You're courting death. The envoy from Mount Futu was furious and slapped him hard. This was an attack he launched in a fit of rage, without considering whether the first heaven realm could withstand it. He pressed down on space, causing it to collapse and creating vortexes and black holes. But this posed no threat to Huaqiu, who controlled the origin of space. Ignoring the distortion of the spatial vortex, he grabbed the spirit of gathering immortals and vanished from the sight of the envoy from Mount Futu in a flash. You bastard! Enraged, the envoy from Mount Futu blasted away the surrounding space, trapping himself in a black hole. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was a nascent soul expert descended from a top-tier sect, yet he was completely outmaneuvered by a mere nascent soul cultivator. Is comprehending the laws of space really that extraordinary? The messenger from Mount Futu did not believe it. I'm going to kill you. He roared, bombarding the surrounding area with all his might. He didn't believe that the entire fox could be destroyed within this confinement. Show still can't kill that kid. Unless he's a celestial being. 749, Chapter 749. The frustration of a fusion realm expert. Get out here. Get out here right now. Enraged, the messenger from Mount Futu bombarded the entire sealed tomb area, causing chaos. However, no matter how hard he tried, he got nothing. Huaqiu never showed up. He concealed himself within layers of space, and although the bombardment from the Futu Mountain envoy was powerful, it could not harm him. Huaqiao smiled as he looked at the gathering immortal spirit in his hand. With this, I will break through again. He was very satisfied. After accepting the spirit of gathering immortals, Huaqiao could have used the laws of space to leave. Even though the envoys of Mount Futu had set up hundreds of restrictions here, he could still leave by traversing space. But he did not leave, he remained hidden in the area, watching as the Futu Mountain envoy went mad and blasted the Fox Hill tomb complex into a deep crater. The air was filled with broken traces, and chaotic spatial energy raged all around. After a long while, the envoy from Mount Futu finally stopped. Even a cultivator at the integration stage would feel exhausted under such bombardment. He scanned his surroundings fiercely, trying to see through every detail. Where exactly is it? He unleashed his full divine sense, conducting a thorough search. He didn't notice that Huaqiao's figure was slowly appearing in the air above his head. Huaqiao glanced down, his expression mocking. So what if one's realm is far beyond that? He can also toy with the powerful combined form of the three heavens. Huaqiao turned his gaze forward. There, a black, round bowl was turned upside down, radiating golden light. It was also used by the envoys of Mount Futu to detect Huaqiao's whereabouts. Huaqiao smiled slightly, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the round bowl. Suddenly, the envoy from Mount Futu looked up and saw Huaqiao's figure. So that's where you were? He roared, spitting out a thick beam of light that shot straight up. But when the beam of light struck Huaqiao, his body twisted a few times, but returned to normal after the beam passed, and he passed through the attack unharmed. Then, he smiled and reached for the black bowl. Could it be that you? The envoy from Mount Futu immediately changed his expression. He never expected Huaqiao to be so audacious, not content with just stealing the spirit of gathering immortals, but daring to reach for the top-tier magic weapon of the sovereign. Overestimating yourself. The envoy from Mount Futu said coldly, chanting incantations and forming hand seals. He possesses a method of control personally imparted by the supreme ruler. The fact that the other party dared to be so bold was exactly what he wanted. I'll make you vanish into thin air. He sneered, frantically expending his spiritual power to unleash the power of his supreme magic weapon, intending to shatter Huaqiao directly. The black bowl trembled, and a powerful force spread with the tremor. Huaqiao didn't take it too seriously. Having mastered the origin of space, he was fearless. His body appeared and disappeared like a beam of light, existing within the ripples of power, unharmed. He waved his hand. The trembling of the black bowl stopped abruptly, and the golden light it emitted gradually dimmed. This scene caused the envoy from Mount Futu to show an incredulous expression. He couldn't believe that the magical artifact he had activated using the military control techniques taught by the sovereign had had its connection erased by Huaqiao. Who exactly are you? The envoy from Mount Futu asked, his expression turning extremely grave. He finally realized that no matter how incredible a young genius from the first level of cultivation was, it was impossible for him to reach this level. This is beyond common sense and outside the rules. Even if one comprehends profound spatial laws, with such a vast difference in realm, it's impossible for the other party to remain unharmed. Where were you sent down, the heavenly palace, or the earthly palace? The envoy from Mount Futu questioned. He mistook Huaqiao for someone sent down by a dominant force. You guess. Huaqiao didn't deny it, but said something meaningful. The envoy from Mount Futu turned pale. He became even more convinced that Huaqiao was a person of a dominant force, and was momentarily filled with doubt and uncertainty. Huaqiao's hand had already touched the black bowl. He picked it up and put it directly into his storage ring. This is the supreme magic weapon of the ruler of Mount Futu. The highest level magic weapon he currently possesses is the Cyan sword used by the celestial goddess Incarnation, and this round bowl is of a much higher level than that sword. Huaqiao, of course, wouldn't let it go and happily pocketed it. The envoy from Mount Futu was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He came on the orders of the supreme ruler, but not only was the spirit of gathering immortals stolen, but even the ruler's magic weapon was about to be taken away. How was he supposed to explain this when he went back? Huaqiao didn't care how ugly his expression was, he put away the bowl and was about to leave. "Leave it here!" The Futu Mountain envoy roared, his eyes bloodshot. Bang bang bang. The sealed-off area immediately began to explode. To actually detonate the laws of space, that's pretty ruthless. Huachio's expression turned strange. This place is sealed off, and such actions will even affect the envoys of Mount Futu themselves. Huachio chuckled softly, his figure twisting in the space. He used the power of space to instantly teleport outside the restricted area. The messenger from Mount Futu was engulfed in the endless explosions. Just before he was submerged, he saw Huachio appear outside the restricted area, his eyes wide with fury. "I'll tear you to pieces," he said in a chilling tone. Unfortunately, Huachio couldn't hear it from outside. Huachio flew away without looking back, easily tearing open the Fox Hill formation and flying out of Fox Hill. The explosion inside Fox Hill lasted for a very, very long time. Later, all of the more than 100 seals were destroyed in the explosion of spatial laws, and the explosion spread to all parts of Fox Hill. The scene was one of utter devastation. The surviving demons were caught in the explosion and had no hope of survival. The Fox Hill, which had existed for over 1,000 years, was completely destroyed in this explosion. Beyond Fox Hill Ridge, the messenger from Floating Pagoda Mountain burst forth from the explosion. His clothes were tattered and his face was charred. He no longer had the demeanor of a top expert. This cultivator at the nascent soul stage had never been so disheveled. "Ah!" A tremendous roar echoed through the mountains, utterly frustrated and anger. 750, Chapter 750. No Hope. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled past his ears, but Huachio paid it no heed. At this moment, his heart was filled with the joy of obtaining the spirit of gathering immortals. Obtaining such a treasure saved him a lot of trouble. Huachio flew towards Qingjiao Yuan's main city. The envoy from Mount Futu's scheme failed, and he also stole the treasures and magical artifacts. He certainly won't let it go easily and will definitely go crazy. He will not only hunt down Huachio, but also the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain. Fox Hill has been destroyed. If Green Suburbs is not destroyed, the balance will be lost, and the Heavenly Palace ruler will naturally be displeased. If the matter is investigated, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Whether to vent their anger or to prevent future troubles, the messenger from Mount Futu will definitely go there. Huachio was still somewhat wary of a cultivator in the integration stage who had gone mad. He also needed a place to confront and entangle with it, and King Jiewen was the perfect choice. There is a massive array there, and many human cultivators who support him, which can provide him with considerable assistance. Before long, Qingjiao Plain came into view in the distance. From a distance, Huachio could see that the protective array of the main city of King Jiewen had been activated. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain were on high alert, just as they had been when the demon army invaded before. Li Tianwang personally sat on the city tower, his expression tense, staring intently at the distant sky, his face full of worry. When he finally saw Huachio appear, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Close the formation and welcome Linging back to the city," he said, waving his hand. The great formation quickly disappeared, and Huachio landed on the city wall. "Linging, you're finally back." Li Tianwang rushed to greet her, filled with worry. Buzz. The main city's grand formation has been activated once again. "Young prince, how is it going at Fox Hill?" The human cultivators, unaware of the situation, gathered around. "Fox Hill has been wiped out, not a single survivor remained," Huachio said calmly. Upon hearing this, loud cheers immediately erupted in the main city. Great! Great! Fox Hill can no longer threaten us." "Did the young prince destroy Fox Hill all by himself? That's incredible, what a magnificent achievement." The cultivators of King Jiewen were cheering, but Li Tianwang's expression was extremely solemn. Both he and Huachio understood that the real crisis in Qingjiao Plain had not yet arrived. Compared to that, what is the threat posed by Fox Hill? Do you have a solution? Li Tianwang asked Huachio privately, his voice filled with bitterness. A powerful cultivator in the integration stage. How to defend against it? The main city's grand formation in King Jiewen could hold off the demon army, but in front of the envoy from Futu Mountain, it might be no different from paper. Two choices, Huaqiu began: 1. Abandon the entire Qingjia plain, flee far away immediately, and live in anonymity from now on. Perhaps you can live a peaceful life for quite some time. 2nd, we will share the hardships with King Jiewen, risk everything, and live and die together, but the hope is slim. I choose the second option, Li Tianwang said without hesitation. Ling Ying, take Ling Yu and leave this place, go far away. Your clan possesses limitless potential and should not perish here. I believe that you and your siblings will have an extremely bright future. It is neither worthwhile nor necessary to be buried with King Jiewen. Huaqiu smiled slightly. Hearing this, his plan became even more resolute. Bring out all the resources in the city and hand them over to me for allocation. Huaqiu said solemnly. What are you going to do? Li Tianwang asked, puzzled. Isn't it just a fusion period? Huaqiu said non-committally. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to break through this formation in the main city today. Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang's eyes widened. He was very surprised and still didn't quite understand, so he wanted to ask again. Just trust me, Huaqiu said. After a moment of silence, Li Tianwang immediately gave the order. All the cultivators in the city sprang into action, and before long, a small mountain had formed in front of Huaqiu. Countless spirit stones, and various resources ranging from common to precious. Everyone, obey my orders. Huaqiu divided the cultivators of King Jiewen into different teams, each responsible for their own tasks. He directed the work methodically, and everyone got busy. Although the significance of doing so is unknown, given Huaqiu's current prestige, most cultivators strictly follow his instructions and dare not be careless. Looking at Huaqiu, whose demeanor had changed drastically, Li Tianwang had a complicated expression. Ling Ying, what exactly do you want to do? His heart was in turmoil. Can you really save King Jiewen? He was hesitant to believe it, but he had no choice but to trust it, because there was no other way. Under Huaqiu's command, despite the large number of people, their movements were surprisingly swift. What Huaqiu needs to do is very simple. He intends to use the main formation of King Jiewen City as a foundation to set up an even more advanced formation. A formation capable of withstanding the attacks of a nascent soul stage cultivator. For cultivators at the first level of cultivation, this was simply a fantasy. Let alone the combined form, even a void returning expert at the second heaven level could do whatever they wanted and easily break through the protective formations of various forces. The combined power is many times stronger than the void returning stage. Li Tianwang dared not tell the Qingjiao Yuan cultivators the truth, thus preventing a panic from erupting. However, he knew very well that if Huaqiu's method failed, Qingju would inevitably become a bloodbath with corpses strewn across the land. It will be completely destroyed, just like Fox Hill. Li Tianwang could only pray silently in his heart, praying that Huaqiu really had that ability. He couldn't understand Huaqiu's arrangement, nor did he really believe that the new formation could be very powerful. There is only a sliver of hope. That was still out of recognition of Huaqiu. In just half an hour, a new grand formation enveloped the main city of King Jiewen. It seems there haven't been any major changes. Li Tianwang looked for a while, his lips trembling. He began to despair. Is such a formation really effective? Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the distant sky outside the main city, shaking the surrounding area. A figure arrived in an instant, causing a series of loud booms. The terrifying aura emanating from him directly attracted an unusual phenomenon occurred, causing chaos outside the main city. An overwhelming and intense killing intent permeated the air, terrifying the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain. So it turns out it was all to defend against such an astonishing and terrifying enemy. 751, Chapter 751. The way of erase shines through the ages. The figure, exuding murderous intent, was extremely disheveled, yet no one dared to mock him. The cultivators from King Jiewen turned pale, filled with shock. The terrifyingly powerful aura and the overwhelming killing intent that instilled fear and dread shook the very souls of the cultivators in Qingjiao Plain. Thesis: this avoid returning Grandmaster. When did our Qingjiao plains provoke such a formidable enemy? How can we defend against this? How can we possibly defend against it? It's impossible. Morale plummeted in an instant. The mere presence of the envoy from Mount Futu was enough to terrify the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain. The envoy from Mount Futu flew to the front of the great formation, his gaze fixed on only one person. That was the one who started all the trouble he suffered. He didn't say a word, his entire being exuded nothing but murderous intent. Hua Qiu had no doubt that, if possible, the envoy from Mount Futu would eat his flesh and drink his blood. The destruction of Fox Hill and Qingjiao Plain has shattered the balance between the human and demon races in the first heaven. I have been ordered by the supreme ruler to destroy Qingjiao Plain in order to uphold justice. The envoy from Mount Futu was furious, but he still maintained his composure. His voice spread from the main city of Qingjiao, reaching far and wide, so that the major powers of the two races in the first heaven could hear it. This is a declaration to the world that we are going to rightfully destroy King Jiawen. Upon hearing the proclamation, all the cultivators of the first heaven were terrified and filled with awe. After making the announcement, the envoy from Mount Futu turned his gaze back down. He glanced at the large array of lights surrounding the main city. You think you can stop me with such a pathetic formation? He said coldly. With a disdainful sneer, the envoy from Mount Futu's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed a palm strike. His palm print blotted out the sky, leveling everything tangible and intangible in the sky, and swept across the light barrier of the main city. That display of power left the cultivators of King Jiawen stunned. They could hardly believe the thin layer of light above their heads, and were terrified. If that giant palm print were to strike, it would probably destroy half of King Jiawen's main city, and the number of dead and injured would be countless. There was nowhere to escape, only despair remained. The only one who remained calm was Hua Qiu. I used most of the resources of the entire Qingjiao Yuan main city to create this formation. If even you can't defend against it, it would be a disgrace to my name as an immortal emperor. Hua Qiu muttered to himself. In the nick of time, a colossal palm print, obscuring the sky, slammed into the light shield of the main city of King Jiawen. Boom! The extremely loud and ear-piercing explosion caused the cultivators in King Jiawen within the great formation to look pained. Most people closed their eyes, resigned to their fate of being shattered to pieces. They held their heads and waited for a long time, but they didn't feel any other pain. Slowly, the cultivators opened their eyes and looked up at the sky. At a glance, one could see the perfectly intact array of light above. A soft glow shimmers, round and shapely. Not a single scratch. Whoosh! Instantly, an uproar erupted on the main city tower. Almost everyone wore an incredulous expression. It actually blocked it, it could even block that kind of attack. This is an array that we personally helped set up. Is it really that powerful? It can withstand attacks from powerful cultivators? Am I hallucinating? The cultivators could hardly believe it. They themselves thought it was impossible. We've managed to defend against it. Li Tianhuang's expression froze, and he didn't say anything else for a long time, repeating only those 3 words. He was also greatly shocked. The person who made the move was the one who found it hardest to accept. The envoy from Mount Futu looked at his own hands, then at the perfectly intact formation, and was somewhat stunned. That was an attack powerful enough to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Why can't we break through that great formation ahead? How could such a formation exist in the first heaven? The envoy from Mount Futu said quietly. The first heaven is considered a barren land by the forces of the third heaven. The strongest cultivators are only at the nascent soul stage, making them mediocre even within a dominant force. How could such a place possibly contain such a formation? The envoy from Mount Futu had seen the formation here before, and it never possessed such power. He set his sights on Hua Qiu once again. No one but him could have done it. Who exactly are you? The envoy from Mount Futu roared. He was certain that Hua Qiu came from a dominant force, but he just couldn't match him with any of the geniuses from the other 3 dominant forces. Hua Qiu didn't respond,
but just gave a do whatever you want look. The envoy from Mount Futu was furious. Boom boom boom.
He went berserk, bombarding relentlessly, ignoring even the spatial upheavals caused by the power exceeding the limits of the first level of heaven. One after another, bombardments landed on the main city's formation, turning the entire sky into a dazzling display of colors. The commotion caused by these attacks shocked all the cultivators in the first heaven. One after another, divine senses from the nascent soul stage extended out, only to retreat swiftly like stray dogs.
A nascent soul cultivator went berserk, causing earth-shattering chaos.
His frenzied appearance and continuous powerful attacks shocked the cultivators inside the formation, who were all afraid that the main city's formation would not be able to withstand it. But after all the bombardment subsided, the light shield above remained intact and extremely sturdy.
Is this really a formation that the young prince led us to set up in just half an hour?
My God, what kind of unparalleled mastery of formations does the young prince possess? He's so incredible.
The way of formations is timeless. The young prince is absolutely the greatest master of formations throughout the ages. Someone shouted excitedly.
The way of arrays shines through the ages. That's a title only the most accomplished practitioners of arrays can possess. Such an existence has never been born in the first level of the Xuanjin realm.
The way of the array shines eternally.
The envoy from Mount Futu in the sky recited each word carefully, his pupils gradually dilating. Despite repeated attacks, they were unable to break through the great formation. He was utterly shocked. Hearing those words now only widened his eyes in disbelief. The Tao of formations has been clear for millennia. Even my floating pagoda mountain has not yet mastered it.
752, Chapter 752. Last minute cramming?
The envoy from Futu Mountain tried many more times, but still could not shake the main city formation of King Jiewen. He had to accept the facts. Given his abilities, it would be difficult for him to forcefully break through the restrictions of the first layer of heavenly laws. Very well, I will stand guard outside the city and see how long this great formation can hold out. The envoy from Mount Futu said coldly, sitting down cross-legged outside the great formation and closing his eyes to rest. He stopped attacking the formation, but the cultivators in the city couldn't laugh. Because the other party made the right choice. Such a powerful formation is so strong that even cultivators at the integration stage cannot break through it. The energy consumption required to maintain the formation's operation every moment is enormous.
Hua Qiu used up all the resources of Qingjiao Yuan's main city to set up such a large formation.
The setup alone has already consumed almost 70 to 80% of the resources, and the remaining resources are simply not enough to maintain the long-term operation of the formation. Once the array's resources are exhausted, the array will collapse on its own when a powerful expert comes down. Who can stop him? What should we do? The cultivators of King Jiewen all looked worried and anxious. They could only turn their attention to Hua Qiu and Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang also had a gloomy face. Ling Ying, how many more days can this great formation last? He asked the question everyone wanted to know. 3 days. Hua Qiu didn't beat around the bush and stated the time frame directly. 3 days. All the cultivators' expressions changed. 3 days is such a short time. It would probably take more than 3 days for the envoy from Futu Mountain outside to recuperate once.
Are we just going to sit here and wait to die?
The cultivators were filled with despair.
Li Tianwan was also extremely anxious. Ling Ying, do you have any ideas?
He could only place his hopes on Hua Qiu. But he received no response.
Li Tianwan looked at Hua Qiu's location and his expression immediately froze.
Hua Qiu sat cross-legged on the ground, just like the envoy from Mount Futu, and closed his eyes.
Young prince, what are you doing? What's the point of cultivating at this point? Do you think you can become a great power just by cultivating?
The cultivators of Qingjiao found Hua Qiu's behavior difficult to understand.
Don't bother me, Hua Qiu said unhappily, and then fell silent.
The
cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment.
They were all extremely anxious, unable to understand how Hua Qiu could still be in the mood for meditation.
Perhaps the young prince has resigned himself to his fate, someone sighed. An even more desperate atmosphere permeated the crowd. We're just waiting to die. Although the young prince is brilliant, he is still young. How can he fight against the powerful figures outside? The cultivators gradually lowered their expectations of Hua Qiu, adopting a dejected attitude of resignation and waiting for death. Li Tianwan wanted to say something to appease everyone, but after opening his mouth, he remained silent. Saying anything now may not be of any use. Outside the Great Formation, the envoy from Mount Futu frowned. Although he closed his eyes to rest, he kept a close eye on the movements of Hua Qiu and the others. He was greatly puzzled to see Hua Qiu sitting leisurely in meditation right under his nose. "Humph, I'll stay right here. What tricks can you pull? Once the Great Formation is broken, it will be your death day." He decided to ignore it and wait for the formation to collapse. No one understood Hua Qiu's actions. Hua Qiu was adjusting her breathing to bring herself to her optimal state. He wanted to cultivate and break through in front of the envoy from Mount Futu. Before long, Hua Qiu began to circulate the creation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. He really is cultivating. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. What's the difference between this and last-minute cramming? Could it be that you can defeat them just by practicing? Impossible, that's wishful thinking. Someone shook their head. Ridiculous. The envoy from Mount Futu outside the formation simply uttered two words. Only Li Tianwan's expression turned slightly serious. Could it be his body trembled? He thought a new transformation was about to begin. Even the 9 revolutions heavenly technique of the celestial race, after only one transformation, cannot contend with a cultivator in the integration stage. King Li's brows furrowed, still full of worry. Lingying, what exactly are you thinking? Li Tianwang still instructed the cultivators to disperse and not to disturb them. This speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy seems a bit abnormal, doesn't it? Soon, all the cultivators showed surprise. Hua Qiu's speed in absorbing spiritual energy is terrifying. It's dozens of times faster than that of ordinary cultivators, and may even be 100 times faster. They had never seen such a cultivation method before. The envoy from Mount Futu outside the formation also glanced at them, revealing a strange expression. Comparable to a top genius of a sovereign-level power, his eyes flashed. No one knew that this was not Hua Qiu's true cultivation speed. The sealed-off main city didn't have much spiritual energy. He was just restoring himself to his peak condition, not actually cultivating. After a while, Hua Qiu opened his eyes gleaming with sharp light. It's time. He waved his hand, and a ball of light immediately appeared in front of him. That was the spirit of gathering immortals that he had seized. At this moment, the envoy from Mount Futu outside the formation was visibly shaken, stood up abruptly, and his breathing became rapid. He stared intently at Hua Qiu. What do you want to do? He muttered to himself. Only he and Hua Qiu knew how important that spirit was. Hua Qiu glanced at the envoy from Mount Futu and revealed a mocking smile. Suddenly, the envoy from Mount Futu had a bad feeling and his expression changed drastically. Under his intense gaze, Hua Qiu took a deep breath of the gathering immortal spirit and instantly swallowed the entire spirit body. The envoy from Mount Futu's expression became extremely stiff, and his body began to tremble. Bastard, you bastard! He unleashed a deafening roar, his violent aura raging. Boom! Bang bang bang! The hills outside the main city were all shattered and leveled. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain were all silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't understand why the envoy from Mount Futu had such a strong reaction. At this moment, the envoy from Mount Futu was furious to the extreme, and he was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. That's related to one's destiny with immortals' great treasure. Even the supreme rulers flocked to it. But that kid, he actually swallowed it in one gulp. 753, Chapter 753 Tribulation arrives. You deserve to die. The envoy from Mount Futu beat his chest and stamped his feet outside the formation, as if he were about to explode. The mountains outside the formation were ravaged beyond recognition by his violent aura. His madness terrified the cultivators of King Jiawen even more. What's wrong with him, has he gone mad? People whispered among themselves. Hua Qiu could probably only understand the envoy from Mount Futu's rampage. The spirit of gathering immortals is a spiritual entity from the immortal realm, containing pure immortal energy. For top cultivators in the cultivation world, this is the chance to come into contact with the realm of immortals. Countless cultivators spend their entire lives striving to become immortals, yet 9 out of 10 never even touch the threshold of immortality. The supreme rulers of the Xuanzhen realm are the closest to that threshold. Perhaps with the right opportunity, one could become an immortal and transcend. And this gathering of immortal spirits is one of those rare opportunities. Hua Qiu swallowed it whole. This can no longer be described as a waste of resources. This is absolutely stupid. The spirit of gathering immortals does indeed contain a large amount of energy, and its purity surpasses that of top-grade spirit stones. But that's not what makes it truly valuable. A chance for immortality was directly destroyed in Hua Qiu's womb. At this moment, the envoy from Mount Futu truly wished he could skin Hua Qiu alive, pull out his tendons, and then dig out his brain to see what was inside. Unfortunately, no matter how furious he became, it was too late to undo the damage. The envoy from Mount Futu was running amok outside, while Hua Qiu continued his cultivation inside. He doesn't need the destiny to become an immortal at all. Because he was once the very pinnacle of the immortal realm. All he wanted was the energy transformed from the pure immortal energy of the gathering immortal spirit. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough for him to make a significant breakthrough. The creation technique circulated rapidly, filling Hua Qiu's dantian with spiritual energy. The speed at which immortal energy is converted is fast, and the speed at which he absorbs it is also fast. Hurry up, speed up, and Hua Qiu's dantian will soon be full. He opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. It's time to break through. The sky above the main city of Qingjiao suddenly changed color. In just a moment, dark clouds gathered, creating a suffocating feeling of impending doom. Lightning flashed, indicating a significant event. A tribulation of lightning? Could it be the young princes? The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain all looked up in astonishment. In such a short time, he actually achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. But what's the use of a breakthrough? The young prince's aura was only at the nascent soul stage, at most he had broken through to the divine transformation stage. How could he be a match for that strong man? This tribulation lightning, Li Tianwan looked up and saw it, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Even before the tribulation lightning had truly formed, he had already sensed a destructive aura. Once this tribulation of lightning takes shape, it will likely cause an earth-shattering event. He became even more convinced that this was a divine transformation of the celestial race. Lingying, what stage are you at? He gave Hua Qiu a deep look. Outside the formation, the envoy from Mount Futu never relaxed his brow. He stared at the dark clouds in the sky with a somber expression, remaining silent for a long time. He also felt an unusual sense of oppression from it. This is not the tribulation lightning of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it beta return to emptiness? He wondered. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage, is the tribulation comparable to the void return stage? The envoy from Mount Futu felt very uncomfortable. Having swallowed the spirit of the immortal gathering, this isn't all you've got, is it? He scoffed. The more Hua Qiu displayed his extraordinary abilities, the more annoyed he became. As more and more dark clouds gathered in the sky, the cultivators of Qingjiawen grew fearful. Because the area covered by the dark cloud was too vast, it almost covered the entire main city of Qingjiawen. If the lightning strikes, it's uncertain whether it will affect the main city's grand formation. Lingying, it's not a good idea for you to undergo this tribulation here, Li Tianwang said to Hua Qiu with a dark face. Who said I was going to spend my time here? Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Then you, King Li was stunned. Hua Qiu didn't say much, his body soaring into the air, and in an instant he was close to the light barrier. As if passing through a curtain of water, he passed through the great formation and appeared outside. Lingying. Li Tianwan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise.
He actually dared to leave the Great Formation directly. Isn't this just courting death? At the same time, the envoy from Mount Futu in the distance revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! He acted immediately, flying towards Huaqiu with murderous intent. Prepare to die. The envoy from Mount Futu, having conserved his strength, unleashed a deadly attack without holding back. Huaqiu remained completely calm. Spatial laws fluctuate. His body twisted and passed through the attack of the Futu mountain messenger, yet he remained unharmed. The envoy from Mount Futu had a face so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. It's that damned spatial law again. I refuse to believe that you can use the laws of space indefinitely. He said angrily, his aura surging and enveloping Huaqiu. The use of the power of laws is very costly. Even cultivators at the void returning stage dare not use it continuously in a single battle. He believed that Huaqiu would eventually be completely wiped out and left to his own devices. This time, you can't escape. He said grimly. Who said I was going to run away? Huaqiu sneered, and in a flash, he was already dozens of miles away. Still saying you won't escape? The envoy from Mount Futu scoffed, following closely behind. Seeing Huaqiu stop, he slapped him with a ferocious expression. This time, Huaqiu did not use the laws of space, allowing him to approach. The sneer on the face of the envoy from Mount Futu grew increasingly cold. He thought that this time he would finally be able to attack Huaqiu. Boom! At the critical moment, a deafening roar that resounded through the sky exploded. A colossal object crashed down from the heavens, its flames blazing intensely. The sky fluctuated violently because of its appearance, and space collapsed repeatedly. Its appearance is beyond the capacity of the laws of the first heaven to withstand. The enormous creature crashed down on the spot where the two were. What is that? The envoy from Mount Futu was alarmed and had no choice but to stop and retreat. Show him the massive, winding creature ahead at that moment, his pupils dilated dramatically. A true dragon. 754, Chapter 754 Fate. Not only the messenger from Mount Futu had a blank expression. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. What is that? A lifelike, five-clawed thunder dragon stretched across the sky, enormous. It is alive. It perfectly matches the legendary dragon's body in every way. Everyone was stunned into silence. True dragon. It is a supreme divine beast that exists in legends, not manifested in the cultivation world, and is a powerful being in the ethereal immortal realm. Within the realm of cultivation, only the bloodlines of divine beasts can be passed down. Those races with the bloodline of divine beasts are all powerful beings in the cultivation world, born at a height that many cultivators cannot reach. Over the long years, many beings with divine beast bloodlines underwent multiple transformations, resulting in bloodline concentrations extremely close to those of true divine beasts. But ultimately, it is not a true mythical beast. Even the supreme ruler of the dragon lineage, who was invincible throughout the entire Xuanzhen realm, had not yet transformed to the point of being comparable to a true dragon. The sheer awe and shock of the cultivators upon seeing this colossal thunder dragon was palpable. My heart was trembling with fear. The envoy from Mount Futu's expression changed several times. He stood far away and dared not approach Huaqiu any further. He was also greatly frightened and unable to calm down. He became suspicious and hesitant about the legendary dragon, and dared not approach it. If it were truly a dragon appearing in the world, even a single breath from it could reduce it to ashes. Hold head high. A dragon's roar, high-pitched and melodious, resounded throughout the entire first heaven of the Xuanzhen realm. Everyone who heard it was shocked. But their shock was far less than that of the monks who were watching from the scene. Even experts at the nascent soul stage were intimidated and hesitated to advance. The enormous thunder dragon flew in the sky, stirring up a world-ending storm. "'Tis a manifestation of Ling Ying's tribulation lightning, not a real dragon," Li Tianwang said after looking at it for a long time, his mouth dry. "A tribulation that can manifest a true dragon. What kind of tribulation is the young prince undergoing?"
The King Jaewan cultivator was shocked. The messenger from Mount Futu also discovered this. But he frowned and still didn't move forward. This tribulation was beyond reason, and he decided not to act rashly until he understood it. Bah! While everyone was still marveling at the manifestation of the thunder dragon, a voice came from the sky again. A thunder phoenix of equal size tore through the clouds, its wings flapping and leaving cracks all over the sky. A divine Biasta phoenix? Everyone's eyes widened, and their minds were shaken once again. The appearance of a true dragon was frightening enough, but I never expected there to be a phoenix as well. Boom! Before everyone could calm down, another strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. A hoof shattered the space, causing a crashing sound as it broke apart in the sky. A divine beast, a Qilin. That was a Qilin running wildly, stirring up the wind and clouds. Wah-ah! Ah! Suddenly, all sorts of strange whistling sounds rang out. The heavens were in complete uproar. One after another, enormous figures appeared, their power overwhelming heaven and earth. This. The cultivators in Qingjia were completely bewildered, and many were unable to speak. Some people are so dazed that they seem to have lost their souls. The sky was filled with the shadows of mythical beasts. Chaos, Xiongqi, Taodai, Baizai, Bifeng. Some people mechanically recited the names of the mythical beasts, until their mouths were slurring their words. The cultivators in King Jaewan were numb. Who has ever seen so many legendary mythical beasts? Even if those were just figures manifested by the lightning tribulation, they were still astonishing enough. Even the envoy from Mount Futu stared in astonishment, dumbfounded as the manifested divine beasts roamed the sky. The Xuanjin realm has never heard of such a tribulation of lightning, he said slowly. Just what kind of being is that kid? How could he trigger such an unprecedented tribulation? He was completely baffled and filled with doubt. They were even more wary and still dared not approach Hua Qiu. How will the young prince survive such a tribulation? The cultivator from King Jaewan was filled with worry. The aura of any divine beast in the sky was terrifying beyond compare, even more oppressive than that of the envoy from Mount Futu. They simply couldn't imagine how Hua Qiu could get through this. In everyone's eyes, this kind of tribulation was too incredible, only a supreme being could withstand it. In the sky, various mythical beasts roared and howled, all staring at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu is their only target. Hua Qiu smiled, showing no fear. Come on. He flicked his sleeve, displaying boundless heroism, without retreating an inch. Boom! The enormous mythical beast moved, causing a series of loud explosions and roars in the sky. Their enormous size instantly obscured Hua Qiu, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. All that could be seen were mythical beasts constantly moving through the sky, creating a scene of world destruction. Space was constantly breaking apart in the sky, creating terrifying storms. The lightning flashed continuously, blinding the cultivators. The roar was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, it was deafening. The cultivators in the Qingjiao plain watched with extreme tension. Li Tianhuang's face turned ashen. The rampage of those enormous mythical beasts terrified him. He feared that Hua Qiu wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would be shattered to pieces. Ling Ying, you must pull through. He could only pray silently. The astonishment on the face of the envoy from Mount Futu gradually faded. With such a situation, how can anyone survive? He chuckled. It seems I don't need to take action. His expression was quite sarcastic. He believed that Hua Qiu had overestimated himself and swallowed the spirit of the immortals, which triggered such a tribulation, ultimately leading to his own downfall. The roaring sound from the sky lasted for a full hour. The sky above the main city of King Jaewan seemed to have been hollowed out, pitch black, with spatial turbulence everywhere. The power of those divine beasts was too great, the laws of the first heaven could not withstand it. Such damage may take thousands of years to recover even a fraction of. Gradually, the lightning in the sky began to dissipate. The giant divine beast's body also became transparent until it disappeared. Ling Britain. Li Tianwang shed tears. Because he couldn't find Hua Qiu. The young prince couldn't make it. A mournful sound filled the main city of Qingjiao, and the cultivators were extremely depressed. This is what happens. The envoy from Mount Futu said gloatingly, preparing to take action. He also intends to destroy King Jiawen. 755, Chapter 755. The fifth level of creation technique. Long. The shattered space suddenly emitted a tremor. The envoy from Mount Futu stopped abruptly and looked up in surprise. Someone emerged from the shattered space and strolled leisurely. The raging spatial turbulence was enough to sweep away a void-returning stage expert, but it couldn't cause him the slightest harm. His clothes fluttered in the wind, without a single tear. He was completely unharmed and possessed an ethereal aura. How is this possible? The envoy from Mount Futu was greatly shocked and stared at the figure in a daze. Young prince! Excited cheers erupted from the city tower of King Jiawen. Everyone thought he had perished in the terrifying lightning tribulation. To everyone's surprise, he calmly walked out of the spatial turbulence without any injury. I knew it. Li Tianwang's sorrow vanished instantly, replaced by ecstatic joy. Ling Ying, you've succeeded, what will you be like now? He asked, full of anticipation. He knew that the celestial race underwent tremendous transformations with each metamorphosis, which could not be judged by ordinary standards. How can we survive such a tribulation of lightning? The envoy from Mount Futu's eyelids twitched incessantly, his face extremely grim. He didn't believe that a nascent soul cultivator could withstand such a terrifying tribulation of lightning. That's right, Hua Qiu's aura had now reached the nascent soul stage. Even I, an old man, have to be wary of this tribulation lightning. Let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a void returner would be reduced to ashes. He couldn't accept it, but the facts were right in front of him. Hua Qiu stood in the air, looking indifferently at the envoy from Mount Futu. After swallowing the spirit of gathering immortals and passing through the tribulation of the divine beast, his creation technique directly increased by one level. We've reached the fifth level. At the fourth level, he was able to crush the nascent soul stage. Now that it has reached the fifth level, the improvement is immeasurable. The level of a god is no longer of interest to me. Even in a state of emptiness, one can still engage in combat. As for where the limits are, we'll only know after we've fought them. Buzz buzz buzz. Behind Hua Qiu, spatial turbulence raged in the sky, and space itself continued to collapse. This is terrifying. If it continues to spread, the main city area of King Jiawen will be affected by the spatial turbulence. Once cultivators are caught in it, those without the cultivation level of the returning void stage will have no chance of survival. The space here has become extremely fragile after being bombarded multiple times by the envoys of Futu Mountain and ravaged by Hua Qiu's earth-shattering lightning tribulation. If it continues to deteriorate, it may even devour the entire Qingjiao plain. The envoy from Mount Futu gave a mocking sneer. Even if you manage to preserve this city today, you will surely perish in the spatial turbulence, he said sarcastically. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. A power of law was released from his body. The envoy from Mount Futu immediately experienced a drastic change in his pupils. He had experienced firsthand the profoundness of Hua Qiu's spatial laws. The fact that Hua Qiu could evade his attacks using only the laws of space greatly shocked him. Now, feeling that power again, he finds it hard to remain calm. Because this power is many times stronger. It's incredible how he could improve so much all at once. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. He controls the very essence of space. The extent to which one can wield the power of the laws depends solely on the amount of spiritual power within their body. Now that we've broken through, the power of space is vastly different from what it used to be. Before the astonished eyes of the envoy from Mount Futu, the continuously collapsing space in the sky stopped deteriorating and was quickly repaired. You can actually repair space. The envoy from Mount Futu was utterly shocked for the first time in front of Hua Qiu. He couldn't help but be shocked. The space of the first heaven is fragile and cannot withstand the power of those above the void returning stage.
Throughout the entire Xuanzhen realm, there are quite a few things that can cause the first heaven space to collapse. Reparable space. This is something that only a supreme being who has comprehended the laws of space can do. The envoy from Mount Futu felt a great surge of emotion. He couldn't believe that Huaqiu's spatial law power had already approached the level of a spatial supreme being in the Xuanzhen realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His eyes were filled with madness, he simply couldn't accept it. What kind of technique is this? It must be an extremely high-level and rare spatial divine ability. Huaqiu was too lazy to argue with him. The shattered space in the sky was largely repaired by his actions, and it returned to its original state in no time. The cultivators from Qingjiao Plain were much calmer than the envoys from Futu Mountain. Because they couldn't see the deeper meaning behind it, they simply thought Huaqiu was amazing. A person like you must not live. The envoy from Mount Futu said coldly. His murderous intent was so intense that he was willing to do anything to kill Huaqiu. Field. The messenger from Mount Futu uttered 2 words. Boom! A deafening roar filled the sky as highly concentrated laws of power formed a field that enveloped Huaqiu and the envoy from Mount Futu. This is an ability possessed only by those at the fusion stage. Within one's own domain, one can control everything. Even those whose cultivation level is 1 or 2 levels higher would not dare to rashly enter the other party's domain. Those outside the domain cannot see what is happening inside. The cultivator from King Jiewen looked anxious. Li Tianwan had a gloomy face. I believe Ling Ying will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. He firmly believed. Within the domain, the power of the laws of the floating mountain envoy was pushed to its limit. Even though he had already enveloped Huaqiu in his domain, he still felt uneasy, so he brought out his best magic weapons and surrounded them, radiating divine light. The envoys from Mount Futu unleashed their full power, no longer hiding anything. So you want to kill me that badly? Huaqiu sneered, appearing nonchalant and unconcerned. I don't know your origins, but if you continue to grow, you will surely become the next ruler, the envoy from Mount Futu said with great solemnity. Perhaps even the Azure Dragon Sovereign is inferior. I will not allow you to grow. Today, I will nip this in the bud no matter what. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the area erupted into chaos. All the energy rushed towards Huaqiu. With your you think you can? Kill me? Huaqiu scoffed. At the 5th level of the creation technique, his improvement was tremendous. Today, let's unite and fight. 756, Chapter 756 I am a celestial being. The envoy from Mount Futu unleashed all his deadly moves, combining all his power to create an extremely formidable force. In the 1st level of the Xuanzhen realm, such power is devastating and can destroy any region. This time, however, Huaqiu did not resort to spatial laws to dodge. He no longer needs to hide. Spread your 5 fingers and open your hand. Call out. A massive light screen suddenly unfolded, directly facing the various energies that were fiercely bombarding it. Bang bang bang. The various powers unleashed by the envoy from Mount Futu bombarded the light screen, causing ripples to spread across it before quickly merging into it. Apart from that, there is no other expressive power. What? The envoy from Mount Futu stared wide-eyed. He knows best the extent of his own power. He had imagined that Huaqiu would use even more powerful spatial laws to deal with him, but to his surprise, Huaqiu abandoned the use of spatial power. Before I could even feel happy, I was stunned by what I saw. How could that seemingly ordinary light barrier withstand so much and such powerful force? What kind of outrageous supernatural power is this? The envoy from Mount Futu couldn't help but go crazy. He had no idea how many unbelievable methods that peerless genius still had up his sleeve. Watching helplessly as all his power was absorbed by the light barrier, the envoy from Mount Futu turned ashen-faced. Not happy? Then here you go, Huaqiu chuckled. What did you say? The envoy from Mount Futu frowned, somewhat puzzled. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Boom! The light light screen fluctuated violently, and the power he had just unleashed was returned intact. This time, however, the target of the attack was the instigator. The envoy from Mount Futu cursed on the spot and panicked, trying to dodge. Fortunately, this was within his own territory, which is why he wasn't annihilated by his own power. But he also became quite disheveled, much more so than when he arrived. "Why are you naked?" Huaqiu sneered. The messenger from Mount Futu had his buttocks exposed, being blown by the cold wind. The other party was furious and quickly took out a long robe from his storage ring and put it on. "It's time to see you off." Huaqiu's expression suddenly turned cold, and his aura changed instantly. No longer as calm as still water, it has become extremely oppressive. Like a tiger unleashed from its cage, like a dragon emerging from the sea. One step forward has triggered a tremendous reaction. Bang bang bang. This is the domain space of the Futu Mountain Messenger exploding. The envoy from Mount Futu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The young man was simply walking on air. Yet it caused his domain space to crumble layer by layer. What level of power is this? The messenger from Mount Futu was alarmed. Originally, he had already taken Huaqiu's breakthrough seriously enough. It was unexpected that it would be so illogical. It can even forcibly shatter the domain of a cultivator in the fusion stage. He's in his own field. This is far more difficult than causing damage from an outside attack. Boom boom boom. The envoy from Mount Futu could no longer remain calm and immediately fought desperately. They unleashed all sorts of reckless moves and supernatural powers, using high-level magic weapons as if they were free. He dared not let Huaqiu get close to him. Huaqiu walked on, his expression indifferent. All tangible and intangible forces that approached him collapsed without warning. He is like an invulnerable force, unharmed by any magic. The envoy from Mount Futu's face was contorted. He had cultivated for many years and had never encountered such an enemy. Huaqiu now posed a terrifying threat to him, and even instilled fear in him. Stop right now. He used every means at his disposal, wanting only to stop Huaqiu from making any progress. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't stop them. The supernatural power was annihilated. The high-level magic weapon was shattered. The area was also completely destroyed, revealing the sky outside. Finally, Huaqiu stood before the envoy from Mount Futu. Under the other person's terrified gaze, he slowly raised his hand and extended a finger. With one finger, gently tapped the other person's chest. The envoy from Mount Futu turned pale and his body trembled violently. He looked down at his chest, then looked up at Huaqiu's mask and veil that concealed his true face. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, voicing a profound question. The questions were about Huaqiu's background, his origins, and his true identity. A breakthrough, like a cataclysmic event. This is not a life form that should exist in the Xuanzhen realm. At this moment, the domain of the Futu Mountain envoy was almost completely destroyed, and the two figures appeared in the sight of the cultivators in Qingjiao Plain. "It won't hurt to tell you," Huaqiu said calmly. "My name is Ling Ying, and I am a celestial being." His voice resounded throughout the entire Qingjiao Plain. In an instant, the world fell silent. The envoy from Mount Futu looked dazed. Li Tianwan looked shocked. The cultivators in Qingjiao were puzzled. Celestial beings. That's a term that has almost disappeared from the world of Xuanzhen. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain had rarely heard of this, so they naturally found it difficult to understand for a while. Li Tianwang turned pale and was puzzled. He didn't understand why Huaqiu suddenly revealed his identity. Celestial beings. That's a taboo word. The exposure of their identities was a huge disaster for Ling Ying and her brother. "Ling Ying, what's wrong with you?" Li Tianwang shouted towards the sky, wanting an answer. Huaqiu did not respond. He had his own reasons. Upon entering the Xuanzhen realm, he was destined to create a huge upheaval and would inevitably attract widespread attention. Today's battle alone is enough to alarm all the major ruling level forces. His true identity is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, an identity destined to overturn the Xuanzhen realm. It is no exaggeration to say that they are enemies of the whole world. He had no intention of confronting the entire Xuanzhen realm before completing his own plan. Instead of letting the major powers go to the trouble of investigating, it's better to just give them a seemingly reasonable identity to confuse them. When he was about to reveal his identity, perhaps that will be the day of the great war between the two worlds. 757, Chapter 757. Linging appears. So, you are a celestial being. The envoy from Mount Futu said weakly. So many years have passed, yet the celestial race has not been wiped out, there are still remnants. After many years, the celestial race has produced another unparalleled prodigy in a single transformation. He has been able to transcend many realms. He must be killed. The envoy from Mount Futu was even weaker. Hua Qiu pierced his chest with a single finger. That was the power of the sword intent of destruction, which instantly annihilated 90% of his physical life force. The remaining 10% was only enough to allow him to say a few more last words. This was an outcome he hadn't anticipated. By order of the Supreme Ruler, I descended to the mortal realm with the ruler's treasure to seize the spirit of immortal gathering. I thought it was a lucrative mission, but I ended up losing my life here. He had already given up hope of surviving. That power was so terrifying that it even destroyed his primordial spirit, making reconstruction impossible. He was shocked by the overwhelming power of Hua Qiu, and shocked that the celestial race had produced another unparalleled genius. Has the celestial race ever produced someone like me before? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. He directly jumped from the nascent soul stage to the integration stage. No matter how powerful the celestial race's 9 revolutions heavenly technique is, it can't compare to the improvement of his creation technique. I should meet him if I have the chance. Perhaps the celestial race has produced some extraordinary being, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. If that's the case, we might as well study the 9 revolutions heavenly technique. You are incredible, the envoy from Mount Futu said in a low voice. Among the celestial race, someone like you is extremely rare, but your mistake was revealing your identity now, he sneered. To dare to show oneself in the world with such limited abilities is truly ignorant of one's own limitations. I will be waiting for you in the underworld. After saying that, the envoy from Mount Futu turned and flew away. He staggered, as if he might fall at any moment. Hua Qiu frowned slightly but did not stop him. Life has been extinguished, the primordial spirit is shattered and about to dissipate. Even if those supreme cultivators of the Xuanzhen realm were to intervene, they would be utterly unable to save him. The young prince actually managed to drive away the powerful cultivators. The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain cheered again, overjoyed. They didn't dare to think that way, they just felt that Hua Qiu was powerful enough to drive away powerful cultivators. It was simply unimaginable that a powerful being from a dominant force was about to perish. We have finally survived this calamity. The joy of surviving the ordeal filled Qingjiao Plain, and the cultivators were both relieved and excited. They loudly sang praises of the achievements of Li Tianwang and the young prince. Fox Hill has been destroyed, but Green Suburbs still exists from now on. There is no need to worry about being oppressed by the demon race. For the people of Qingjiawan, this is a historic moment. Hua Qiu looked calmly at the crowd below. Who can say for sure what will happen to Qingjiawan in the future? The masses are always only concerned with their own immediate pleasures, he said calmly, then looked away. Buzz. Suddenly, an unusual fluctuation emanated from Hua Qiu's body. So you finally decided to show yourself? Hua Qiu's lips curled into a smile. This is a powerful divine sense. He knew that ever since he returned to Qingjiawan, a divine consciousness had been secretly watching the main city of Qingjiawan. That divine sense was extremely secretive, and no one except Hua Qiu could detect it. Even the nascent soul stage experts from Mount Futu couldn't sense it. After that, he paid close attention to every move of the cultivators in the city and never left their side. The divine sense was gentle and contained no hostility. Clearly, he was concerned about the main city of Qingjiao, and his silence was perhaps a way of offering help in a critical moment. Later, Huaqiu broke through the tribulation and killed the envoy of Futu Mountain, so he had no chance to make a move. When Huaqiu revealed his identity as a celestial being, his previously calm and hidden divine consciousness began to fluctuate abnormally. Perhaps the messenger from Mount Futu noticed something at this point, but he had no intention of investigating further. Huaqiu had already guessed the identity of the owner of that divine sense. Linging, he chuckled softly, having found his answer. Who else could be so devoted to the original main city of Qingjiao and have such abilities? Of course, it's Xin Lingying, who faked her death and went into hiding. He was worried about Lingyu and Li Tianwang in the original main city of Qingjiao, and finally revealed his whereabouts. Huaqiu originally thought he would remain hidden forever. At this moment, Lingying's consciousness took the initiative to appear in front of Huaqiu, actually wanting to communicate with him. I have come to pay my respects. Lingying conveyed this message through her divine sense. Huaqiu released his divine sense, and the departing envoy from Mount Futu appeared in his mind. He leaned against a stream in the mountains, completely silent. Seeing this, Huaqiu withdrew his divine sense. With a flicker, he disappeared from the sky above the main city of Qingjiao. They were going to meet Lingying in person. After flying for dozens of miles, Huaqiu stopped above a valley. He looked down. In the valley, a dark-skinned man stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm. Unlike Huaqiu, he didn't wear a mask or veil. He had a clean and handsome appearance and looked to be in his early 20s. They were in the prime of their lives. His gaze fell on Huaqiu, who was also looking at him. The two stared at each other. I thought it would be a confrontation from afar, but his gaze and demeanor were equally calm, without a trace of hostility. This surprised Huaqiu somewhat. The term celestial race is taboo in the Xuanzhen realm. Once their identity is exposed, it will bring about a great disaster. Huaqiu's actions undoubtedly placed Lingying and her brother in a very dangerous situation. Logically speaking, he should be dissatisfied with himself, and it would be reasonable for him to harbor hatred towards him. But his reaction was too bland, revealing no emotion whatsoever. There was a table in front of Lingying, and there was wine on the table. He and Huaqiu stared at each other for a moment, then he sat down at the table and gestured for Huaqiu to sit down as well. Oh. Huaqiu smiled faintly and landed calmly, sitting opposite Lingying. 758, Chapter 758 The Child of Destiny. Lingying personally poured 2 cups of wine, and with a casual wave of her hand, 1 cup was placed in front of Huaqiu. Please. Lingying raised her glass in a gesture of respect. Huaqiu calmly picked up the wine glass in front of him. The two of them each drank a cup. Good wine. Huaqiu's eyes lit up as he praised it. I brewed this wine myself, Lingying said with a faint smile. Huaqiu glanced into the wine glass, his expression shifting slightly. 8th order spirit descending flower, superior grade origin transformation pill, 7th order snow deer heart blood, he said some names casually. Each and every one of these is a raw material used to make this fine wine. Each and every one of them is extremely precious, something that is difficult to obtain or even see in this realm. A single 6th grade spiritual herb could cause major conflicts among the sects of the first heaven. The transformation pill is a high-grade pill that even void-returning stage experts find difficult to obtain. As for the 7th tier snow deer, it's even more extraordinary. A 7th tier demonic beast is known as a demon lord. They are powerful demons equivalent to cultivators at the integration stage. Each ingredient used to brew this wine is hard won. Even a cultivator at the integration stage would find it difficult to collect them all. Lingying, however, brewed such a fine wine all by herself. He was not the Lingying that Li Tianwang and others thought he was at all. Li Tianwang's adopted son, a disciple of the Seven Leaves Sect's medicine hall. These identities are vastly different from his true abilities. The person sitting in front of Huaqiu now is clearly a top-level cultivator in the integration stage. Even Huaqiu couldn't tell which stage of the 9 revolutions heavenly technique Lingying had gone through. Generally speaking, it takes 5 or 6 heavenly transformation techniques for an ordinary celestial race member to reach the integration stage. The fewer transformations one takes to reach a higher level, the stronger one's talent becomes. Hua Qiu speculated that Ling Ying likely reached her current level through only 3 transformations. This is extremely high in the history of the celestial race. What's even more astonishing is his youth. Even a celestial being of such a young age, with exceptional talent, can at most transform into a nascent soul stage. He, however, achieved the fusion. Even Hua Qiu was amazed by such talent. He seemed to see a shadow in Ling Ying. When he was the most powerful immortal emperor in the immortal realm, he had a celestial king who followed him. Those were his top-tier combatants, ranking among the best in the immortal realm among immortal kings, renowned for their prowess, and an immortal legend. Ling Ying's talent is comparable to that of a celestial king. His composure and calmness are completely beyond what one would expect at his age. Just like those old monsters in the Xuanzhen realm, they seem harmless, but in reality, they have foresight and are like the people who set up the plans behind the scenes. Hua Qiu became serious. This has never happened before. Even when facing the Futu Mountain envoy, who was in the integration stage, with his nascent soul strength, he had never been this cautious. It's unexpected that such a celestial being could emerge from the Xuanzhen realm, Hua Qiu said quietly. It's even more surprising that a new supreme being like you could emerge in the 9 provinces, Ling Ying said with a faint smile. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Ling Ying actually knew his identity. He believed he had hidden himself very well after arriving in the Xuanzhen realm. Although he has performed many awe-inspiring feats, he would never be associated with the supreme ruler of the lower world. He had never had any contact with Ling Ying before, so how did he know about her? Fellow Taoist, please calm down, Ling Ying said. He reached up and touched his forehead. Instantly, a vertical eye opened on his forehead, radiating a glimmer of light. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Heavenly Eye. It seems you have a deep understanding of our celestial race, Ling Ying said meaningfully. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes. This person has actually developed a third eye. That's no ordinary celestial eye. The heavenly eye of the celestial race is a product of the great Tao, a unique skill bestowed upon that race. After the celestial race opens their heavenly eyes, they can perceive the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao. It is not only highly beneficial to one's own cultivation and improvement, but also a powerful weapon in actual combat. They can see through the enemy's laws and powers, and they can see through the enemy's supernatural abilities. It even possesses the amazing ability to calculate the past and present. This heavenly eye can also unleash special supernatural powers, possessing extremely terrifying destructive force. When that celestial king of the celestial race used his heavenly eye, all immortals of the same level in the celestial realm had to retreat and dared not fight him. The celestial race's heavenly eye cannot be activated during the integration stage. One must advance to a higher realm before one can barely open the heavenly eye. Under Hua Qiu's powerful spiritual detection, Ling Ying's true realm was revealed in its entirety. He is indeed in the fusion period. And indeed, it opened the heavenly eye, which should never have been opened before. The chosen one. Hua Qiu frowned and uttered those 4 words. Ling Ying's expression changed slightly. Fellow Taoist, you even know about the chosen one? Hua Qiu did not answer immediately. This was a secret he had learned from the celestial king of the celestial race. The celestial race is a special race favored by the great Tao. But that's not the most amazing thing. During times of extreme prosperity or decline, the celestial race may give birth to the most extraordinary celestials, who themselves call them the chosen ones of destiny. That is the darling of the great Tao. The appearance of a chosen one often foreshadows a revolutionary change. This applies not only to the celestial race, but also to the entire plane, and even the entire great thousand world. Without a doubt, Ling Ying in front of us is that darling, the chosen one after the celestial race's extreme decline. This means that the entire Xuanzhen realm and even this star field will undergo great changes in the near future, Hua Qiu understood. He couldn't be bothered to predict what kind of change it would be. But he knew that he would definitely be in a dominant position in this. Speak, what do you want from me? Hua Qiu stared indifferently at Ling Ying and said calmly. The chosen one of the celestial race is indeed astonishing. Even he, a dignified immortal emperor, was somewhat surprised. But it wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. The celestial emperor's confidence stems from this. Perhaps we can cooperate. Ling Ying looked at Hua Qiu. He said it very seriously. 759, Chapter 759 Cooperation. Cooperate? Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Tell me properly. If other cultivators approached him for cooperation, he would refuse without even thinking. Perhaps, like those cultivators above, he was filled with disdain for the first heaven. The local cultivators of the first heaven are indeed not worth his attention, and they are not qualified to cooperate with him. But before him stood a chosen one of destiny, a talent that the celestial race rarely produces, and Hua Qiu reluctantly acknowledged his qualifications. It's a stretch because he hasn't truly matured yet. Although he reached the integration stage at a young age, he was still weak compared to the dominant forces of the third heaven. Hua Qiu didn't know how long it would take for him to transform and meet the requirements, or whether it would be a burden to him. They only valued his potential. Fellow Daoist, you should know about what my celestial race has experienced in Xuanzhen, right? Ling Ying asked. I am the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Hua Qiu said calmly. How could I possibly know the secrets of your celestial race? Ling Ying was stunned. Hua Qiu knows so much about the celestial race, even the chosen one, yet he doesn't know the celestial race's secrets? You should know about the great war between the ancient 9 provinces world and the Xuanzhen realm, he could only explain patiently. Hua Qiu nodded. That was an invasion launched by the 4 dominant forces of the 3 heavens. They not only invaded the 9 provinces world, but also spared almost all the lower realms weaker than Xuanzhen. Ling Ying continued to narrate. The secrets of the ancient times have been buried, and even with my heavenly eye, I can hardly see them. I only know that the sovereign-level forces are searching for something. They have invaded one world after another, and finally discovered their presence in the 9 provinces world. But the 9 provinces world is also extraordinary. A supreme ruler of the 9 provinces led a group of fearless subordinates to unite the power of the entire world, and actually made it impossible for the alliance of sovereign-level forces to conquer it. This is an event that the invincible Xuanzhen has never encountered before. It wasn't until the dominant forces suffered losses that the top experts of the Xuanzhen realm finally took it seriously, calling for and even ordering other forces in the Xuanzhen realm to join the war. Anyone who refused was annihilated with swift and decisive action. Our celestial race has never liked fighting, so naturally we will not participate in it, which would offend the authority of the dominator-level alliance. With the supreme ruler personally taking action, the celestial race suffered a catastrophic annihilation. After the ancient war, the world of Kyushu declined, and my celestial race also disappeared. Only a handful of our race members survived, living in the shadow of fleeing from pursuit for thousands of years. At this point, Ling Ying's face darkened. Every celestial being harbors a heart of revenge. And I, known as the Chosen One, was born with a great responsibility. I will overturn the unchanging pattern of the Xuanzhen realm for 10,000 years and will surely trample the dominant forces under my feet. Ling Ying said with sharp eyes. Hua Qiu looked at him calmly. As a Chosen One, if he grows up, he really will have that kind of ability. But it's too early to say at this point. He also understood why Ling Ying had faked her death. The 4 supreme rulers of the third heaven were not to be trifled with. Given their cultivation levels, they could naturally sense some ominous signs. Ling Ying possesses a third eye, allowing her to create signs of death and remain hidden for a very long time. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Hua Qiu's self-disclosure of his identity. Do you hate me? Hua Qiu asked. Ling Ying smiled faintly. Why hate? He asked in return. No matter how cleverly you hide it, it will eventually be exposed. Wouldn't it be better to have someone take the blame for me from the start? When all eyes are on you, I can confidently and boldly improve until I have the ability to stand on my own. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. They're using him as a shield. Now that things have come to this, it's no use even if he says he's not. Ling Ying. Apart from the celestial race, who would believe that anyone else could undergo such a great transformation?
However, his true identity is even more shocking than Ling Yingtian's human identity. If the identity of the supreme being of the 9 provinces were revealed, let alone the ruling level forces, probably 90% of the cultivators in the entire Xuanzhen realm would hunt him down. You want me to continue as Ling Ying and keep going down this path? Hua Qiu asked with a dark face. This what you call cooperation? He felt very uncomfortable. He has never liked being schemed against. Fellow Taoist, you actually have no choice, Ling Ying said with a smile. Given the current situation, you have no choice but to become Ling Ying. How could the upheaval here today go unnoticed by the 3 heavens? Even if you change your appearance, you will still be identified. You are Ling Ying. Ling Ying was absolutely right. From the moment Hua Qiu revealed his identity as a celestial being, no matter how he changes, the label of Ling Ying can never be washed away. This is an open strategy. Ling Ying was certain that Hua Qiu couldn't refuse her. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, you are in the open while I am in the shadows. I will do everything I can to assist you. Ling Ying said earnestly. You came to Xuanzhen from the 9 provinces world, presumably with the same thoughts as me. However, the 9 provinces are now incredibly weak, not even qualified to stand before a dominant power. We share the same goal, so we should cooperate. Isn't it good to have another celestial ally? Hua Qiu's expression remained gloomy. I can swear here that when the time for a great war comes, the celestial race will stand with the 9 provinces. Ling Ying added. After pondering for a moment, Hua Qiu finally nodded solemnly. Very well, I will continue as Ling Ying, he said with a frown. A wise move, Ling Ying smiled. He picked up the wine jug and refilled both glasses with wine. This cup of wine symbolizes the alliance between Kyushu and the celestial race, he said with a smile. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly, and the wine in the cup flew directly into his mouth, which he swallowed. Don't disappoint me, he said calmly, then turned and soared into the sky. Watching his departing figure, Ling Ying chuckled softly. The new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Don't let me down. 760, Chapter 760. I want submission. The wind was whistling in my ears. Hua Qiu is on his way back to the original main city of Qingzhou. I glanced back at the figure that was receding into the distance. Ha, he chuckled. He never took Ling Ying's so-called cooperation seriously. Ling Ying believed that he was plotting something openly, so Hua Qiu had no choice but to continue using Ling Ying's celestial identity and bear the pressure for him, while he could safely bide his time and improve rapidly. It seems that he can only publicly shield Ling Ying from harm, which is much better than facing the entire Xuanzhen sect as the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. The celestial race's heavenly eye is said to be able to calculate the past, present, and future. Hua Qiu muttered to himself, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ling Ying used her heavenly eye to discover that he came from the 9 provinces world and the identity of the supreme being of the 9 provinces, which gave her confidence. Little did he know, what he saw was only what Hua Qiu had shown him. Having the divine soul of an immortal emperor, he instantly sensed Hua Qiu the moment Ling Ying first used his heavenly eye to probe him. Ling Ying's promise might be 70% true, but Hua Qiu had no hope for it. If he can truly grow to the point of shaking the power of a dominant force, that would be good. Ling Ying, how could you know that I also need the identity of Ling Ying? Hua Qiu said softly. As Ling Ying, his exposed identity will inevitably attract the pursuit of a dominant force. To survive, he had to fight back. The celestial race is a race favored by the great Tao. His rapid advancement during this process was equally reasonable. No one knew that the moment Hua Qiu extinguished the life force of the envoy from Mount Futu, 4 powerful divine senses transcended the barriers of space and descended upon him. Those were 4 divine consciousnesses that disregarded life. After Hua Qiu revealed his identity as a celestial race member, the 4 divine senses quickly dissipated without attempting to eliminate him. Hua Qiu understood what kind of divine consciousness that was. Within the Xuanzhen realm, the ruler will not intervene unless absolutely necessary, Hua Qiu sneered. He made this statement when he was wandering in the Xuanzhen realm. The supreme ruler is a transcendent being in the eyes of Xuanzhen cultivators.
Hua Qiu knew perfectly well that they were detached from reality. Those were just failures who dared not knock on the gates of immortality to become immortals. They survived countless tribulations, yet dared not approach the final gate of immortality, fearing they would perish and vanish from the immortal tribulation. The supreme rulers place themselves in a mysterious state, which allows them to avoid the celestial tribulations that may descend at any time. Under such circumstances, they will refrain from taking action if possible, hence the saying that the ruler will not intervene. If Hua Qiu were to stir up trouble in the Xuanzhen realm as the supreme being of the 9 provinces, it could very well lead to the premature demise of the sovereign. However, as a celestial race member, unless the survival of a dominator-level power is threatened, the dominator, relying on their status, will not intervene. In this way, he can accomplish what he wants to do before the war between the 2 worlds begins. In Hua Qiu's heart, the most important thing now is to create a physical body for his wife. Ling Tian, this is the chosen one of your celestial race. If he doesn't reach the level you're talking about, I will kill him, Hua Qiu said coldly, looking up at the sky. Such a chosen one of destiny is not worthy of your admiration. Half an hour later, Hua Qiu returned to the main city of Qingjia. The young prince is back. Hua Qiu's arrival brought cheers to the main city. He had become the faith of the city, and countless cultivators looked at him with fervor. He is a legend, and his story has been told by the Qingjia Yuan people for thousands of years. Ling Ying, come here quickly. Li Tianwan waved to Hua Qiu from the city tower. Hua Qiu noticed that there was an unfamiliar cultivator beside him. He was an elderly man with a mustache, and his aura was extraordinary. Late stage of nascent soul. Hua Qiu could see through the opponent's true strength at a glance. Cultivators at the late nascent soul stage are among the top tier of powerhouses in the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, practically at the ceiling level. Aside from the rare occurrence of those at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, they are the most powerful. Ling Ying, let me introduce you, Li Tianwang said to Hua Qiu with a smile. This is Elder Jiang Zhaosheng of our First Heaven Human Race Alliance. Li Tianwang showed considerable respect to the old man. The old man had a cold expression and an air of superiority. Ling Ying is Li Tianwang's adopted son, just a junior, so naturally he has no right to make any reaction. Elder Jiang came to Qingjia Plain to understand the situation. After all, the commotion before was so great, said Li Tianwang. While saying this on the surface, he was secretly transmitting his voice to Hua Qiu. I have ordered all cultivators in the city to keep silent about the celestial race. You must not let anything slip. He solemnly instructed. The matter of the envoy from Mount Futu must not be revealed. Just pretend he never came. As for the destruction of Fox Hill, I will find a way to explain it, and don't take credit for it in front of the alliance. After transmitting his message, Li Tianwang smiled. Ling Ying, come quickly and pay your respects to Elder Jiang, he called out. Hua Qiu walked over expressionlessly. King Li, your adopted son gives me such a sour look? Elder Jiang was very dissatisfied with Hua Qiu's disrespect. Elder Jiang, please calm down. Ling Ying is just aloof and not good at expressing himself. How could he dare to be disrespectful to you? King Li quickly apologized. Humph. Elder Jiang snorted coldly, still not appeased. Such a big commotion happened in King Jiewen, and he was sent here to investigate, but after investigating for a long time, he found nothing, which made him extremely upset. He suspected that Li Tianwang and the Qingjia Yuan cultivators were deliberately concealing the truth, so he was not polite at all and wanted to intimidate them and force them to tell the truth. With a quick glance, he turned his attention to Hua Qiu. I heard that your adopted son has been making quite a splash lately, becoming the young prince of Qingjia Plain? Let me see if he's qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, he sneered and tried to attack Hua Qiu. Elder, no! Li Tianwang exclaimed in shock. Humph! Elder Jiang snorted disdainfully again. He directly tried to force Hua Qiu to kneel down using his imposing manner. Magnificent Qiu glanced indifferently at Elder Jiang. Boom! Suddenly, as if the earth had been struck by lightning, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body. In comparison, Elder Zhang's imposing manner was as precarious as a candle flickering in the wind.
What?
Elder Zhang's face changed drastically, and he was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He didn't understand why such a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on Li Tianhuang's adopted son.
It was so terrifying, like the mighty power of heaven descending, that it made him tremble.
Elder Jiang was so frightened that his legs went weak and his body trembled uncontrollably.
Too powerful, too terrifying.
He suddenly realized why Qingjiao Plain had experienced such violent fluctuations earlier.
Who else could it be but this person? Lingying, what are you doing? Li Tianwang exclaimed, blaming Huaqiu for not doing as he had instructed.
Huaqiu smiled slightly.
I have an idea. I will make the entire first heaven submit to my feet. 761, Chapter 761 The Heaven-Changing Array.
Huaqiu's words shocked Li Tianwang beyond belief.
Not only did he not hide his celestial race identity, but he also acted so ostentatiously. He actually wanted to be the king of the first heaven.
Lingying, listen to me, this matter is not so simple. It involves too many forces, including the second heaven and the third heaven. King Li quickly tried to persuade her. He felt that his adopted son had gone mad.
Could it be that his brain was damaged by the lightning tribulation? Otherwise, why would they go so far as to act so out of line?
No need to say more, Huaqiu interrupted directly. The first heaven is too chaotic, subject to various rules and regulations, and controlled by numerous forces above it. It's time for a change. I will free the first heaven from all control.
I will unify the first heaven.
Huaqiu's words were astonishing. Everyone stared at him in shock. Compared to the second heaven and the third heaven, the first heaven has always been considered inferior, almost like a colony of the powerful forces above it. All the good resources must be supplied, continuously being sent up. This has led to the first heaven's development deteriorating, falling far behind the second and third heavens. In a sense, cultivators of the first heaven are almost like the toiling masses under the rule of a monarch.
Who hasn't had grievances in their heart? But who would dare to resist?
Those who once resisted have long since vanished or their bodies have grown cold. No one expected Huaqiu to say such a thing.
Heh, you dare to presume to rule the first heaven?
Elder Jiang was forced to bend over, but his face was full of sarcasm after hearing those words.
You are truly ignorant and arrogant. Do you even know which forces are behind the various domains of the first heaven? Any one of them could make you die without a burial place. Huaqiu glanced at Elder Jiang indifferently. Boom! In an instant, immense pressure descended upon me. Elder Jiang couldn't withstand the pressure and his legs were immediately broken. He knelt down in front of Huaqiu.
Elder Jiang's face turned ashen, filled with rage.
Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Human Alliance, submit, or die.
Huaqiu said coldly.
His sharp gaze sent Elder Jiang trembling. The other party was terrified. His entire cultivation level vanished in a single glance from this young man. What a terrifying method this is.
Send him back to the Human Alliance, Huaqiu ordered calmly. The cultivators behind them exchanged bewildered glances.
This is tantamount to declaring war on the Human Alliance.
This was so sudden. Moreover, King Jiewen has no chance of defeating the Human Alliance.
Lingying, what's wrong with you? Li Tianwang asked, his face full of worry.
I have my own plans, Huaqiu said calmly. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose to betray me.
Li Tianwang's expression froze. After a moment, he sighed.
Send Elder Jiang back to the Human Alliance, he ordered. In the end, he chose to believe.
The cultivators behind then took action and led Elder Jiang away.
I'm going to set up a formation, Huaqiu said casually before flying into the main city.
Li Tianwang was worried and followed behind him.
Huaqiu looked serious and immediately took out his entire fortune. Over the years, he has also accumulated a lot of resources. When those precious and enormous resources were poured out of the storage ring, Li Tianwan was speechless with astonishment.
Hua Qiu's family wealth is actually 10 times greater than that of the entire main city of Qingjiao.
This was collected by Hua Qiu after he killed those powerful cultivators.
Ling Ying, what exactly do you want to do? Li Tianwan looked at Hua Qiu's actions with a complicated expression.
He arranged the precious materials one by one as the base of the formation. They spared no expense in arranging spirit stones and the like within the grand formation. This grand formation is based on the grand formation of the main city of Qingjiawan, and it is unknown what kind of formation it has been upgraded to, but it is definitely not simple.
Li Tianwan followed Hua Qiu the whole time.
The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The array patterns that Hua Qiu displayed when setting up the formation were incredibly profound. Just staring at them for a short while made him feel dizzy. Under the probing of divine sense, it was even more profound, as if one's soul would be sucked in.
Could this be an ancient formation? Li Tianwang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
It is said that the more profound and ancient the array patterns are, the higher the level and the more terrifying the power. He was astonished at when his adopted son had acquired such abilities. Even knowing that the celestial race underwent a complete transformation after their metamorphosis, he still couldn't help but be astonished and suspicious.
The way of formations shines through the ages, is that really true? Li Tianwan was lost in thought.
That was the pinnacle of array cultivators. Even among those at the second and third levels of the Xuanzhen realm, Shen Gumming was as rare as a phoenix feather or a horn. As you look at the later items, each one that Hua Qiu takes out becomes more and more astonishing.
Li Tianwang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Nascent soul cultivators possess a vast array of magical treasures.
Soon, Hua Qiu took out a golden leg bone.
This is... Li Tianwang exclaimed in surprise.
The aura emanating from that leg bone terrified him.
What kind of remains are these?
Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He decided to put the leg bone of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces to good use here. The remains of the supreme being were placed into a key point of the array.
The main formation of Qingjiawan city trembled violently, and its aura changed.
Hua Qiu didn't stop there. He took out another item.
A round bowl.
Ling Ying, you, Li Tianwan's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open.
The aura emanating from that round bowl sent shivers down his spine. What is this?
Would you believe me if I said it was something ruled by the Buddha mountain? Hua Qiu smiled faintly.
Li Tianwan was stunned.
Like a round bowl, it was thrown into the great formation by Hua Qiu and fell into the eye of the main formation. The world underwent a great change, and countless intricate runes rose from the main city of Qingjiawan and flew into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the heavens. A frenzied riot broke out. At this moment, all living beings in the first heaven witnessed the same scene. Countless cultivators were terrified, thinking that heaven was about to send down a disaster. Finally, bursts of colorful rays of light appeared in the sky, and then it slowly disappeared. The sky quickly returned to calm. In the main city of Qingjiawan, Hua Qiu left with a smile on his face.
Li Tianwang and the other cultivators stared blankly at the sky. What exactly was the purpose of the grand formation he set up?
Golden bones, the weapon of domination, Li Tianwang murmured.
This formation is the heaven-changing formation. 762, Chapter 762. I'm back. The Western regions, the First Heaven, the Seven Leaves sect. Old Hua, let's run away. The 2 patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect looked alarmed and held a secret meeting in the back mountain of the sect. The destruction of the Golden Light sect can no longer be concealed. The Divine sect has been investigating repeatedly, and the experts from the Star-Stepping sect have come to inquire time and time again. I'm afraid the Star-Stepping sect has already become suspicious of us, and sooner or later our secret will be exposed. The 2 looked very grim. On that day, the 2 were ordered by the special envoy of the Divine sect to go to the Golden Light sect to provide assistance, but they witnessed Hua Qiu slaughtering the nascent soul cultivators of the Golden Light sect. They defied the orders of the Divine sect and slaughtered everyone in the Golden Light sect, all to cover up for Hua Qiu.
Afterwards, they reported to the Divine Sect that it was the Spirit Sect, a rival sect of the Divine Sect, that ordered the destruction of the Golden Light Sect by the sects under its jurisdiction in the western regions. The complete annihilation of one of its subordinate sects enraged the high-ranking officials of the Divine Sect, who immediately launched an investigation. Not long after, a powerful figure from the Star-Stepping Sect, a top sect in the western regions, arrived at the Seven Leaves Sect. That's a nascent soul cultivator. The two old men were under tremendous pressure and were suffering terribly every day. If this continues, they might be plagued to death by the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Star-Stepping Sect. So today, the two secretly plotted in the back mountain to escape. How can we escape? If the two of us run away, what will happen to the Seven Leaves Sect? Besides, if we run away, it will only confirm our guilt. When the Divine Sect gets angry, the Stepping Star Sect will destroy the Seven Leaves Sect. The other person was thinking even more, his brow furrowed in worry. Damn it, staying is not an option, leaving is not an option either. What should we do? The irritable old ancestor of fire roared. I wonder where you are now, senior, and whether you have been discovered by the Divine Sect. Old ancestor Shui sighed, full of worry. Senior is very powerful. As long as we cover it up well, the Divine Sect won't be able to trace it back to him. Old ancestor Hua comforted him. As for us, if the Divine Sect finds out that it was the two of us who destroyed the Golden Light Sect, then we're doomed. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a noise above them. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the hill where the two were hiding. A middle-aged man with a cold expression stood in the sky, looking down at them. The two were thrown out in a sorry state, and when they looked up, their expressions changed drastically. Who else could it be but a nascent soul expert from the Star-Stepping Sect? It turned out that the other party had been eavesdropping on their conversation. It's over. The two looked ashen-faced. In the sky, the nascent soul cultivator of the Star-Stepping Sect unleashed his divine powers, bombarding down with immense force. It was obvious that the intention was to take their lives directly. They didn't ask any questions, they didn't want any confessions, they just wanted to kill. The two screamed in alarm and hastily defended themselves. The two of them worked together and barely managed to resolve the situation. The middle-aged man looked surprised. The law of water, the law of fire. He actually comprehended the power of laws at the nascent soul stage. Then they deserved to die even more. The middle-aged man unleashed his secret weapon, employing a deadly move. The two people below were pale-faced. This time, they could no longer withstand it. After all, the gap is too large. Even with the power of laws, they could not possibly be a match. At the critical moment. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled, a black hole appeared, and waves surged. What? The middle-aged man frowned deeply, forced to retreat by the spatial ripples caused by the appearance of the black hole, and his almost completed divine power dissipated. He stared at the black hole with a gloomy face. A moment later, a figure emerged from the black hole. A handsome young man. The middle-aged man was on high alert, keeping a close watch and not daring to relax for a moment. The other person's aura was very calm. But that's something that can travel through space. Senior. Upon seeing Hua Qiu's appearance, the two elders of the Seven Leaves Sect on the ground shouted with joy. Senior, why have you returned? Old ancestor Hua asked loudly. Senior, you shouldn't be coming back now, the water ancestor cried out helplessly. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. I'm back, he said with a smile. These two from the Seven Leaves Sect are quite interesting. During my time traveling in the cultivation world, I have rarely encountered people who are grateful and repay kindness. He certainly wouldn't let the two of them bear the threat and oppression of the Divine Sect alone. Hua Qiu has decided to unify the entire First Heaven. Let's start from the western regions. He thought of those two clowns. You always need someone to do things for you. Senior, the Divine Sect has already noticed you should stay away from the western regions and shouldn't have come back. Old ancestor Shui said with a wry smile. The nascent soul cultivators from the Star Treading Sect are watching closely, and they can't be as nonchalant as Hua Qiu. So it was you who destroyed the Golden Light sect? The middle-aged man stared intently at Hua Qiu and asked coldly. Hua Qiu glanced at him, her displeasure evident. The Golden Light sect is under the jurisdiction of the Divine sect. Even if you are powerful in the first heaven, you shouldn't be so ruthless. The middle-aged man continued. The High Command of the Divine sect has declared, whoever destroys the Golden Light sect shall die. Senior, we'll hold them off here, you go quickly. The water and fire ancestor flew up into the sky and blocked Hua Qiu's way. Overestimating yourself. The middle-aged man scoffed. After saying that, he unleashed a white beam of light in the shape of a dragon, which shot straight toward the three of them. Who exactly is overestimating themselves? Hua Qiu demanded, his face grim. He suddenly flicked his sleeve. In an instant, a gale swept through, completely annihilating the enormous dragon-shaped white light. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated sharply. Nascent soul stage? Just ants. Hua Qiu smiled dismissively and raised his hand, sending out a burst of spiritual energy. Before the middle-aged man could even see clearly, he felt an extremely terrifying force approaching him. He reacted quickly and hurriedly tried to use his protective magic weapon to defend himself. Unfortunately, it was too late for him. Bang! The middle-aged man's body exploded in mid-air, turning into a pile of ashes, leaving not a trace of his remains. The two patriarchs, Water and Fire, were stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. They knew that the senior was powerful, at the nascent soul stage. Is there any nascent soul cultivator who can annihilate a fellow cultivator with a mere gesture? How long has it been? He has become so powerful. 763, Chapter 763 Great Power. Senior, what's wrong? The two looked at Hua Qiu with surprise and uncertainty. It has been less than a month since Hua Qiu left the Seven Leaves sect. Now that he's back, he seems like a completely different person. That subtle aura made it seem even more unfathomable. I intend to unify the first heaven, and I have come to recruit you two to serve me, Hua Qiu said calmly. What, unification? The two stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. This really frightened them. Senior, would you like to consider? Both of them stammered. That was terrifying. This senior returned after a month away and wiped out a nascent soul expert from the star-stepping sect with a wave of his hand. He even boasted that he would unify the first heaven. Is that something that can be said? Don't you want to live anymore? Lead the way for me, Hua Qiu said with a stern face. Where to? The strongest and most influential sect in the western regions. Senior, isn't this inappropriate? Half an hour later, the three of them stood atop the mountain gate of a top-tier sect in the western regions. Senior, the next stop is the star-stepping sect, the two said with complicated expressions. It's not too late to retreat now. Forced into a corner by Hua Qiu, they had no choice but to bring him to the superior sect of the Seven Leaves sect. The Stepping Star sect is one of the two strongest sects in the western regions and is under the jurisdiction of the Divine sect. This sect has two nascent soul stage experts. One has already been instantly killed by Hua Qiu, and there is an even stronger one who was stationed in the sect. Upon arriving here, the two were filled with trepidation. They had already witnessed Hua Qiu's strength. It can instantly kill a nascent soul cultivator, it is extremely powerful. But that's not what they're worried about. The Stepping Star sect is different from the Seven Leaf sect and the Golden Light sect. It has a higher status. If such a sect were to suffer annihilation, the Divine sect would certainly intervene. The word retreat does not exist in my dictionary. Hua Qiu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a burst of spiritual light. Bang! The gate of the Stepping Star sect exploded. The star-stepping sect reacted swiftly. One after another, figures soared into the sky, glaring angrily at the three, eager to demand justice. Step back! An aged voice came and stopped them. A moment later, an old man flew into the sky and landed opposite the three of them. It's the two of you, he frowned as he looked at Shui and Hua, then glanced at the shattered mountain gate. "How dare you?" The old man's tone was calm, yet it was filled with a strong murderous aura. The two, Shui and Hua, could only manage a wry smile. "Who is it?" the old man asked Huaqiu indifferently at last. "The ones who destroyed the Golden Light sect," Huaqiu replied. The old man's expression turned slightly serious. He glanced around at the three of them, seemingly searching for something. "I've already killed him," Huaqiu grinned. The old man's pupils suddenly dilated. "You?" He couldn't hide his shock, and seemed somewhat incredulous. Within the first level of heaven, it is rare for cultivators at the nascent soul level to perish in battles. Boom! An aura of terrifying power erupted from Huaqiu. In an instant, the expressions of all the cultivators in the star-stepping sect changed drastically, their faces filled with terror. What a terrifying aura! Even the great perfection of the nascent soul stage isn't this oppressive. The last nascent soul cultivator of the star-treading sect had a somber expression. Whoosh! He flew back to his sect without looking back. He went to get reinforcements, the two men, Shui and Hua, said helplessly, knowing full well what was going on. Let him move it, Huaqiu remained non-committal. Soon, a pillar of light rose up from within the star-stepping sect, shooting straight to the top of the sky. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. Within the vortex, a man in white slowly descended. His aura was as strong as a hurricane, permeating the sky above the stepping star sect. It surpasses even the aura that Huaqiu just released. The divine sect of void returning grandmaster. Both Shui and Hua turned pale. This is the source of the confidence of the star-stepping sect. In times of crisis, they can communicate directly with the divine sect. The sect even has formations that resonate with the divine sect, allowing powerful figures from the divine sect to descend. They immediately dispatched a void-returning grandmaster. For the first heaven, such a powerful being is devastating, no one can stand against them. Senior, let's run away. Shui Huo and his companion immediately chickened out and called out to Huaqiu. He's just a mere early-stage void returner, nothing to worry about, Huaqiu said calmly. The two fell silent for a moment. Even those who have reached the void return stage are considered powerful beings in their initial stages. How can it not be a problem? Who dares to destroy the star-treading sect? The white-robed man stood in the sky, his aura extremely oppressive, and asked arrogantly. It's me. Huaqiu stepped forward, taking out his cyan sword as he went. You? The man in white stared coldly at Huaqiu, a hint of disdain on his face. Who are you to dare oppose the divine sect? I destroyed the Golden Light sect, Huaqiu added. The man in white froze for a moment, then released a strong killing intent. You're here to die, he sneered. Huaqiu chuckled and swung his cyan sword. A streak of cyan sword light slashed out. The man in white didn't take it seriously and reacted indifferently. Suddenly, the cyan sword light flickered and disappeared without a trace. What? The man in white's expression changed drastically. Buzz. A ripple appeared in front of him, and a flash of blue light appeared. This is impossible. The man in white was terrified. 764, Chapter 764 Submission. The cyan sword light traversed space and appeared instantly in front of the void-returning expert of the divine sect. This scene completely shattered the other party's composure. A flash of cyan sword light streaked past. Before the stunned eyes of the star-treading sect cultivators and the two ancestors of water and fire, the body of the divine sect expert was severed at the waist, and he fell downwards without even making a sound. The sky and the earth were completely silent, utterly still. It wasn't until the corpse of the great master Shinzong fell to the ground and kicked up dust that everyone came to their senses. A void-returning great power of the divine sect just like that gone? The water and fire ancestors were dumbfounded, unable to utter another word for a long time. The two were deeply shocked, almost to the point of being terrified. Below, the cultivators of the star-stepping sect also wore expressions of disbelief. The reason why cultivators in the void returning stage are called powerful cultivators is because they are much stronger than those in the nascent soul stage. Such a powerful figure could easily dominate the first level of the heavenly realm, and would also be a pillar of strength and an ancestor-level existence within a giant sect in the second level of the heavenly realm. With such a powerful figure descending, the cultivators of the Stepping Star sect were all waiting to see him forcefully annihilate the invaders and bring glory to the Stepping Star sect. But what does what's happening right now matter? Even a powerful cultivator at the void returning stage couldn't withstand a single blow and was torn to pieces on the spot. This scene is too horrifying. Many cultivators of the Star Stepping sect couldn't help but tremble. Signoria VE broken through? The Water and Fire team asked Huaqiao in shock. Not bad. Huaqiao smiled faintly. It has become a bit stronger. The two remained silent. Is this what you call only getting a little stronger? They can even instantly kill a void returning stage expert. How much stronger has it become? Huaqiao looked down coldly. Why aren't you coming out? He shouted coldly. Soon, two figures flew out from the Star Stepping sect below. One of them was the old man from the Star Stepping sect who had fallen earlier, a nascent soul cultivator. The other person is the sect leader of the Stepping Star sect. The two looked alarmed and were filled with anxiety. They were terrified when they saw the powerful figure from the divine sect being instantly killed by Huaqiao. Huaqiao shouted, and the two men quickly came out to respond, no longer daring to be negligent. The powerful figure of the divine sect is dead, and the teleportation array in the sky has suddenly shut down for some unknown reason. There is no one left to support the Star Stepping sect. Star Treading sect, submit, or die. Huaqiao said indifferently. The two men bowed their heads and hunched over, not daring to answer for a moment. If we don't agree, the Stepping Star sect will be destroyed. If we agree, we won't be able to bear the consequences if Emperor Shinzong holds us accountable later. Your Excellency, could you please give us some time to consider? The sect leader of the Star Stepping sect requested. Huaqiao snorted coldly, and a murderous aura emanated from him. The two men's expressions changed. Your Excellency, the Star Stepping sect submits. The nascent soul elder hurriedly shouted. Huaqiao's pressure then eased. Pretend to submit first, wait for the divine sect to come to our aid, and then we will coordinate an attack from within and without. The nascent soul elder secretly transmitted his voice to the sect master of the Star Stepping sect. The divine sect cannot save you, Huaqiao said coldly. Regardless of whether your submission is genuine or feigned, any act of defiance will result in the extermination of your sect. The two from the Star Treading sect looked horrified. They were able to discover what they were secretly transmitting. How terrifying must this divine sense be? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's comparable to the top figures of the divine sect, would it? Rest assured, Your Excellency, we would never dare to disobey. The two could only hurriedly express their fear. The Star Stepping sect will be placed under the control of you two, and will be under the jurisdiction of the Seven Leaves sect, Huaqiao said, turning to look at the Water and Fire ancestors. Senior, the two were shocked. They were just two nascent soul cultivators. The Seven Leaves sect was once a subordinate sect of the Star Stepping sect, and they had to pay tribute every year. They were able to suddenly turn the tables and become the masters. The two were flattered and overwhelmed with fear. The Stepping Star sect is a top sect in the western regions, with a nascent soul cultivator in charge. How could they possibly control it? Don't worry, it's just a mere Star Stepping sect. I believe you two have the ability. In the future, I will entrust the entire western regions to you. What? The two were utterly shocked. When did they ever dare to think of such a thing? His lifelong pursuit was nothing more than to advance to the nascent soul realm. It won't be long before I personally help you both advance to the nascent soul stage. From then on, you two will be my trusted confidants in the western regions. Senior. The two ancestors of Water and Fire were moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. They slaughtered Jin Guangzong for Huaqiao out of gratitude. Unexpectedly, the reward was so incredible. They were extremely relieved. Thankfully, there had been no betrayal back then. I bestow upon you a magical artifact, imbued with spiritual power. It can instantly annihilate even a void-returning cultivator. It can be used 3 times. Huaqiao handed a magical artifact to the two of them. The two were overjoyed, as if they had found a treasure. A magical artifact capable of instantly killing a void-returning realm expert. Even if it can only be used 3 times, it is still incredibly precious. With this magic weapon, they could actually control the Stepping Star sect and even the entire western regions.
However, Senior, we still can't let our guard down, old ancestor Shui reminded him in a low voice.
The divine sect has had a powerful cultivator killed by you, so there's no way they'll let this go easily, especially since you also control the Star Stepping sect, which is their main source of offerings in the lower realm. The divine sect will surely try every means to send their top experts to descend upon the first heaven. Upon hearing this, Huaqiao's face remained completely indifferent. So what if the divine sect sends out all its forces? They still have to come down. He said coldly. If we can really get down here, then what's wrong with destroying a divine sect? His tone startled the 4 of them. The 2 from the Star Treading sect secretly grumbled, feeling that although Huaqiao was powerful, his plane was too arrogant. The divine sect is a giant sect in the second heaven. If they were to send out their entire force, he would probably flee. Huaqiao took in everyone's reactions. He didn't care. As a cultivator at the second level of cultivation, I fear no one. A chill ran through him. Only those at the level of the third heaven or above the fusion stage can pose a threat to him. However, when facing such a powerful figure, it's unlikely that even if you fear them. 765, Chapter 765. You're ordering me? Within 3 days, Huaqiao had brought all the major and minor powers in the western regions to their submission. Under the intimidation of his overwhelming strength, no force dared to disobey. There was certainly resistance, but after casually killing some powerful individuals, no one dared to step forward anymore. There are 2 top sects in the western regions. One is the Ta Xing sect, which belongs to the Xinzong sect. The other is the Ling sect, which belongs to the rival sect of the divine sect. When they subdued that sect, they also summoned spirit sect cultivators. Another void-returning cultivator has descended upon the first heaven. However, after Huaqiao instantly defeated him once again, the entire western regions fell silent. Its infamous reputation terrified many forces in the western regions, leaving them no choice but to submit. With the 2 founders of the Seven Leaves sect, Water and Fire, taking over the western regions naturally, the Seven Leaves sect, which had been under their control, rose to become the king of the western regions, enjoying great glory. To unify the entire first heaven, we must first subjugate the human alliance, and the same goes for the demon alliance. After some thought, Huaqiao immediately set off for the human alliance in the northern region. Huaqiao was very fast. It didn't take him long to cross from the western regions to the northern regions. Having mastered the origin of space, he can even travel faster than a cross-domain teleportation array. After several leaps, Huaqiao has approached the Human Alliance's headquarters. He paused at one point. Ahead, someone was blocking his way, waiting for him. The person who came was a familiar face. I had met him just a few days ago. It was still that same mahogany table, and still that same pot of fine wine. Linging sat down at the table and invited him to sit down. Huaqiao sat down expressionlessly. Linging continued to pour him wine. After downing a glass of fine wine, Linging Kai began to speak. Why unify the first heaven? Linging asked in a deep voice. Clearly, he did not approve of Huaqiao's decision. I have my own plans, Huaqiao said calmly. Linging raised an eyebrow. What, you think you can fight against a third-level dominator with just the first level of heaven? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He had that thought before, but it was just a thought. The difference between the first heaven and the third heaven is immeasurable. No matter how much development occurs, it will never be equal. Moreover, the first heaven, it's simply impossible to unify it. Linging said with certainty. How do you know it's impossible? Huaqiao retorted, a light smile appearing on his face. The first heaven has always been a resource supply station for the second and third heavens, existing in preparation for the upper heavens. Over the years, powerful forces in the second and third heavens have fought fiercely over the allocation of resources in the first heaven, often to the point of bloodshed. Ling Ying's meaning is very clear. There was no way the higher-ups would allow Huaqiu to snatch away the prize that was right in front of them. Even the most powerful sects in the second heaven can only control half a region or a major force in the first heaven. Even forces from the third heaven dared not entertain the idea of monopolizing the resources of the first heaven when they intervened. Behind the numerous forces, large and small, in the first heaven lies a complex web of relationships, involving the interests of many high-ranking figures in the second and third heavens. To attempt to unify the first heaven is to declare war on those powerful forces with one's own strength. Even Ling Ying wouldn't dare to do such a thing. He couldn't understand where Huaqiu got his confidence from. This is not just ostentatious, it's digging its own grave. Before reaching their peak, they dared to dream of conquering the world. That's an extremely foolish thing to do. Although there are barriers between the three realms of Xuanzhen, if those powerful beings were to descend without regard for anything else, it would cause a devastating disaster. The final result will be the collapse of the laws of the first heaven, leading to the path of destruction and death. Ling Ying's tone became heavy. No matter how deeply you comprehend the laws of space, I'm afraid you can't repair the damage suffered by the entire first heaven. Huaqiu looked at Ling Ying calmly. Say what you want to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Ling Ying squinted. You're being too flashy, he said, his face tense. It sounds like there's a hint of blame in it. Huaqiu sneered. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? The more flamboyant I am, the more attention and pressure I bear for you, the more you can develop safely and grow stronger in the shadows. Ling Ying frowned. Huaqiu's directness made the atmosphere somewhat cold. Talk of cooperating to fight against a dominant force is just empty rhetoric. He hoped that Huaqiu could draw the fire and bear all the pressure for him, giving him time to develop quietly. However, Huaqiu was too flamboyant, and even dared to challenge many powerful forces in the second and third heavens. In this way, they can only bring about their own destruction. With his stand-in gone, he will face even more pressure. Therefore, Ling Ying was displeased and strongly opposed Huaqiu's actions. I hope you will give up the idea of unifying the first heaven and stop doing anything unnecessary, Ling Ying said coldly. Is this an order to me? Huaqiu looked over coldly. This is just heartfelt advice from a loyal ally, Ling Ying replied. Is that so? Huaqiu smiled and stood up from beside the table. Since it's a suggestion, I can still choose not to adopt it. Ling Ying's face darkened further. If it's an order, you're not qualified to give me one. Ling Ying's gaze turned cold, and her face became completely gloomy. Tensions were high. It seems they're ready to turn on each other at the slightest disagreement. A long time. I'm just making a suggestion, whether you take it or not is up to you, Ling Ying said with a slight smile. Even if this brings you trouble, I will still help you, I just hope you don't die prematurely. No need to worry about it, Huaqiu said calmly, and walked away. Ling Ying watched Huaqiu leave until she disappeared. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he murmured. This is really beyond our control. A moment later, Ling Ying suddenly laughed. Fine, after causing such a commotion, his death might be the best outcome. With Ling Ying dead, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I can better lie low. Ling Ying stood up and waved to accept the wine. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, let's see how you unify this realm. 766, Chapter 766, A Grand Display. The Human Alliance's headquarters is the most prosperous city in the entire northern region. Huaqiu stood above the city, expressionless. I, Ling Ying, have come to subdue the Human Alliance. His voice immediately resounded throughout the entire city, reaching all the cultivators. Before long, the city was in turmoil. One by one, figures flew into the sky and gathered together, forming a huge group of cultivators. These are elite cultivators within the Human Alliance's headquarters, with the lowest level being core formation, and nascent soul cultivators frequently appearing, led by deity transformation cultivators. This place is where almost all of the top human combat forces of the first level of the Xuanjin realm have gathered. Among them are 5 people who are at the late stage of the nascent soul realm or at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Numerous cultivators stood ready, their powerful auras condensing as they faced Hua Qiu. You are the adopted son of Li Tianwang of King Jiewen? The leader of the Human Alliance, a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage, stepped forward and demanded an explanation. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Puff! In an instant, the leader of the Human Alliance coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward. If it weren't for the combined efforts of the cultivators behind them catching it, they don't know where it would have flown to. Alliance leader. The human warriors were greatly alarmed. This is the strongest member of the Human Alliance in the first heaven. He was seriously injured and coughed up blood just from being glanced at by that person. The rumors are true. His strength rivals that of a veteran Void returning Grandmaster. News of the Western region's subjugation had already reached us long ago. 2 Void returning experts from the Divine Sect and the Spirit Sect descended upon the first heaven, but were easily killed by him. How dare you, do you know who's behind us? A high-ranking nascent soul cultivator angrily rebuked Hua Qiu. Relying on the support of a powerful sect from the second heaven, he was not so afraid as to be submissive and directly rebuke them. Hua Qiu then glanced at him as well. Puff! Similarly, that nascent soul cultivator coughed up blood and flew backward, falling silent on the spot, barely clinging to life. Such actions greatly shocked the human cultivators. They didn't understand why Hua Qiu dared to be so fearless. Behind every force in this alliance is a sect of the second tier, including many powerful sects. Some of them even have powerful forces behind them, whose influence is unfathomable. No one has ever dared to provoke the entire human alliance, let alone dream of subduing all the forces in the first heaven. Hua Qiu's fearlessness and strength were unexpected. Submit, or die. Hua Qiu uttered those words again, his voice filled with murderous intent. The cultivators of the Human Alliance looked grim. In an unnamed place far from the Human Alliance's main city, Linging stood with his hands behind his back. He was facing that direction, a faint smile on his face. A third eye opened on his forehead. He knew everything that happened in that city, including some things that are not visible. Linging looked up at the sky, her expression slightly somber. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how long can you last? He said quietly. At the Human Alliance headquarters, Hua Qiu repeated himself once more. Surrender, or die. My patience is running out if you don't make a decision soon, don't blame me for unleashing a massacre. However, the cultivators of the Human Alliance remained unmoved. Humph, wanting to be the king of the first heaven, you really don't know your own limitations. Someone sneered. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and she was about to turn her gaze over. Buzz. Suddenly, a vertical beam of golden light shone down from the clouds overhead. These mere remnants of the celestial race are utterly arrogant. A voice came from within the golden light, ethereal yet penetrating. A phantom appeared in the golden light, its aura powerful and profound. He stared coldly at Hua Qiu, his face full of disdain. This is a projection, the real body did not actually descend. Without a doubt, this is a powerful cultivator from above, and behind him is at least a giant sect. The cultivators of the Human Alliance were full of confidence, clearly having been mentally prepared. When news arrived from the western regions, they naturally dared not fight against Hua Qiu on their own anymore, and could only report and request support. The remnants of the celestial race should have been wiped out long ago. Another beam of golden light pierced through, accompanied by a sound, and the phantom reappeared. This is yet another projection of a powerful cultivator. The celestial race deserves to die. A mere remnant dares to dream of dominating the first heaven, how utterly laughable. He's like a frog in a well, overestimating his own abilities. As voices rang out, golden rays pierced through the clouds, revealing figures. Within that golden light were powerful cultivators. So many powerful beings, it's unknown how many powerful forces they belong to. So many powerful figures have been alerted. Even the cultivators of the Human Alliance were surprised. This was the first time they had ever seen such a spectacle. It was truly magnificent. The powerful cultivators seemed to be rushing to descend, creating immense pressure. The city was bathed in golden light, making it appear extremely sacred. The confidence of the Human Alliance cultivators was stronger than ever before. They didn't believe that so many powerful cultivators would take action, so how could a mere remnant of the celestial race possibly turn the tide? How many powerful forces are involved in the interests of this first level of heaven? How dare a mere remnant of the celestial race dream of dominating the first level of heaven? What wishful thinking! The high-ranking members of the Human Alliance laughed. After going through several transformations with great difficulty, it's a pity that I'm going to die here today. Foolish celestial being, if I were him, I would lie low for the rest of my life. To dare to stir up trouble with such little strength is simply courting death. The sounds of ridicule and sarcasm were incessant. The golden light in the sky continued to appear. Too many powerful forces were alerted. No one has ever dared to provoke so many powerful forces at once. Buzz. A continuous buzzing sound emanated from the sky, and several more figures appeared. Their aura was far stronger than that of the powerful cultivators before them. Because they are all above the void returning stage. The nascent soul cultivators also joined in, descending their projections. The cultivators of the Human Alliance were stunned and quickly prostrated themselves in fear and trepidation. Mountain and Wilderness Linging shook her head. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how are you going to deal with this? He muttered to himself curiously. 767, Chapter 767. The remnants of the Celestials are so powerful. It's unknown how many powerful forces at the second or third level of the heavenly realm were alarmed. In short, the figures in the sky were at least at the void returning stage, powerful beings that even the first heaven could not withstand. Moreover, there were even more powerful cultivators looking down from the sky. Those in the returning to emptiness stage are known as powerful cultivators, or sometimes as venerables. Those few people were extremely powerful, being grand venerables above the void returning realm. Their appearance caused an uproar among the cultivators of the Human Alliance. One by one, the cultivators prostrated themselves, kneeling respectfully as if worshipping a god. He's born to be a lackey, Huaqiu said sarcastically. The Human Alliance cultivators are the strongest force within the first heaven, obeying the commands of the major forces in the upper heaven. They actually belong to the exploited class. They serve the powerful forces of the upper heaven, constantly gathering resources from their own land to offer as tribute, and are treated like dogs, being ordered around by these forces. But they dared not show any dissatisfaction, and remained loyal servants. Seeing the powerful figures from the great forces behind them projected down, they instead appeared proud and honored. These people have become numb, pitiful and tragic. Humph, Linging of the celestial race, you are arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations. Wait until you survive before you mock us. The cultivators of the Human Alliance shouted with a sneer. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Huaqiu gave a disdainful smile as he looked at the projections in the sky. Don't tell me these are just projections. Even if they were to descend in their true forms, what could they do to him? Fellow Taoists, who will make the first move to capture this celestial race brat? In the sky, a powerful projection bowed to the other projections and asked with a smile. They didn't take it seriously. With such a large-scale operation, no one believed that the remnants of the human race had any chance of survival that day. I'll do it. A figure stepped forward. All the cultivators of the Golden Light sect under my divine sect were slaughtered by this person, and the Stepping Star sect was also forced to submit to him. This person has an irreconcilable hatred for my divine sect. Let me make the first move, so as to save you fellow Taoists from having to trouble yourselves. The projection of the powerful figure from the divine sect bowed to the crowd before stepping out of the Golden Light. He was a man dressed in a long robe, with an otherworldly air about him. You remnant of the celestial race, the one who killed you is the venerable Jiang Chen of the divine sect. The man stared coldly at Hua Qiu, then pointed a finger at her. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from his fingertips and flew towards Hua Qiu's chest. I never remember names when I kill someone, Hua Qiu sneered, and followed suit, pointing out with the same finger. The inspiration he offered was far more simple than that of the powerful cultivators of the divine sect. There was no dazzling light, nor any grand scale. In the blink of an eye, the two beams of light collided. Bang! The beam of light pointed out by the powerful figure of the divine sect vanished in an instant, while the light of Hua Qiu continued to bombard upwards. What? This scene caused all the cultivators present to change color. Everyone knows that the celestial race is no weaker than a void-returning grandmaster. However, the powerful figure who made the move from the divine sect was a top expert within the void-returning realm, yet his power was utterly insignificant in the face of the remnants of the celestial race. I'll show you the true secrets of the divine sect. The powerful figure from the divine sect sneered. The strength of the cultivators of the divine sect has never been their magical cultivation. They primarily cultivate their spiritual abilities, magical cultivation is merely secondary. This cultivator from the divine sect has already reached the void-returning stage in his auxiliary cultivation alone, and his spiritual cultivation is even more formidable. Buzz. The powerful cultivator from the divine sect unleashed a secret mental attack technique. Psychological attacks are invisible and elusive. The powerful figure from the divine sect wore a cold smile. He was very confident, believing that his move would severely damage the remnants of the celestial race. Unfortunately, he had no idea what kind of being he was facing. In terms of spirit, Hua Qiu has never been inferior to anyone. Buzz. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened, and an invisible aura emanated from him. You. The powerful figure from the divine sect instantly shrank his pupils, utterly shocked. What kind of fluctuation is this? How come he can't sense it? It's also a mental attack technique. Moreover, it's terrifyingly strong. The sheer magnitude and depth of that spiritual power surpassed the comprehension of even the most powerful beings in the divine sect. How is this possible? His eyes widened, and his body stiffened. It was as if they had been subjected to the ultimate shock. Even our sect's ancestor did not possess such spiritual power. The powerful figure from the divine sect uttered a sentence in a trembling voice, which was not clearly audible to others. When such terrifying mental power appeared, he knew the outcome. Whoosh! The projection of the divine powerhouse instantly became illusory, unable to solidify into a real form. He vanished from the sight of the cultivators, his expression blank. This. The cultivators present looked at each other in bewilderment. Even those powerful projections fell silent one by one. They are all projections, not their true forms. If so many powerful cultivators were to descend all at once, it would not only be extremely costly, but the laws of the first level of heaven would also be unable to withstand it and would collapse rapidly. The first heaven is their resource supply station, so naturally no force wants to see it collapse. The projection is also mapped through a special method, so it is impossible to retain all the power of the original body at most. It can only retain 40% or 50%, and it does not last long. The fact that Hua Qiu so easily destroyed the projection of the powerful figure from the divine sect was still unacceptable to the group of powerful figures. How could the remnants of the celestial race be this strong? For a moment, all the powerful figures began to have doubts. What's there to worry about? We are all projections even if we are damaged in this battle. It's just the destruction of a projection, someone said unhappily. The powerful figure's brows finally relaxed. Although projecting a projection consumes a lot of resources, it doesn't really affect the main body much if the main body is gone. What's so scary about it? At this moment, within the divine sect of the second heaven, the numerous cultivators of the divine sect maintained the operation of a magic array. A man sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. It was that projection ontology. Above the great formation, an old man sat cross-legged. He was the most senior and powerful figure in the divine sect, possessing immense strength. Buzz. Suddenly, the magic array collapsed, and all the divine sect cultivators around it were shaken.
What happened? What happens?
The old man above the magic circle opened his eyes, his brows furrowed deeply.
Jiang Chen's projection has been destroyed, he said in a deep voice. What?
The cultivators of the divine sect were shocked and incredulous.
Long.
Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy crossed the barrier of space and came over. The old man's expression changed drastically.
Form the formation. He roared. The surrounding cultivators quickly formed a protective array, which was personally overseen by the elder.
His expression was extremely solemn as he tried to shield Jiang Chen from the sudden surge of spiritual power.
Boom!
However, that spiritual power pierced through their great formation and crashed into the target's spiritual world. The powerful cultivator Jiang Chen from the divine sect collapsed, his soul and spirit annihilated.
Ah! The old man roared angrily, causing the divine sect's energy to become chaotic.
He stared intently at Jiang Chen's body, his veins bulging.
How familiar this scene is. It reminded him of that day.
Just as unstoppable, that person descended upon the divine sect and took away his disciple right before his eyes.
768, Chapter 768 What methods?
The numerous powerful projections in the sky remained silent for a moment. This boy is quite powerful. We are all projections, with only 4 or 5/10 of our original strength. If we were to attack individually, we might not be able to defeat this remnant of the celestial race.
A void returning expert frowned and said, Fellow Taoists, why don't we all join forces and subdue him as soon as possible to prevent further trouble?
He made the suggestion without batting an eye. The other powerful figures did not object after hearing this. On the contrary, they showed an approving expression. Our projections are all the result of the sects expending resources to project them, and they cannot be maintained for long, which is just as it should be. He's just a remnant of the celestial race. Why bother explaining rules and principles to him? Just wipe him out as soon as possible.
I agree. I agree.
The powerful figures from all sides reached a consensus.
Isn't this just bullying the weak with numbers? Someone muttered.
It's beneath so many powerful beings to besiege a mere celestial race cultivator.
Shut up, the venerables are weighing the pros and cons with their power. How could they possibly take those remnants of the human race seriously?
A high-ranking member of the Human Alliance shouted, frightening the muttering man into turning ashen-faced. Huaqiu heard the conspiracy of the powerful figures all, but only showed a hint of mockery.
Ling Ying, we don't have time to waste here with you. Prepare to die. A powerful figure coldly shouted. Fellow Taoists, please make your move. He shouted. Kill.
As the word kill rang out, the powerful cultivators in the sky all made their moves, each unleashing a strike. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dazzling array of colors, a truly magnificent spectacle. With so many powerful figures attacking together, each of their attacks was incredibly dazzling. The sky was filled with spiritual light, forming a massive wave that crashed down on the tiny Huaqiu. He was like a drop in the ocean, so insignificant. This rare and grand scene stirred the hearts of the Human Alliance cultivators. With such a massive and powerful formation, how could the remnants of the human race possibly withstand it? They would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving no trace of their remains. As they saw, the surging wave of spiritual energy completely engulfed Huaqiu in an instant, as easily as swirling an ant. Humph, easily defeated. The powerful cultivators in the sky sneered, feeling that they had completed their mission and were preparing to return. I thought he could hold on a little longer, some people said, disappointedly. Because Huaqiu was easily swept away by the giant wave of spiritual energy, they all thought that Huaqiu was dead. So many powerful beings joining forces to attack, even if each person can only exert 4 or 5/10 of their power, is still extremely terrifying when gathered together. This is enough to shake even a grand venerable in the integration stage. The remnants of the celestial race have been wiped out. We should return now. Projection consumes too many resources. They bowed to each other, eager to leave. No one glanced at the surging aftershocks of spiritual energy anymore. Apart from those few great venerable beings at the highest point in the heavens. Their expressions were somber, and they were still staring down below. Great venerable ones, those remnants are already dead, there's no need for you to take action, someone bowed to them and said with a smile, sounding quite smug. Shut up! But all he got in response was a shout. The powerful figures froze for a moment. A bunch of good-for-nothings, unable to even kill a single celestial being. A certain venerable one rebuked unhappily. What, he's still alive? Upon hearing this, the void-returning experts were shocked. This, if we all attack together, how can he not die? They couldn't quite believe it. The great venerable one in the high sky snorted coldly. Ling Ying's aura never weakened at all that day, what are you all so happy about? One sentence made everyone's faces turn ashen. They quickly looked at the fading aftershocks of spiritual energy. Such powerful strength, how could it be? Someone muttered to themselves in disbelief, finding it hard to comprehend. Is Ling Ying, a remnant of the celestial race, perhaps immortal? The giant wave of spiritual energy suddenly changed. A vortex suddenly appeared, sucking in a great deal of spiritual energy. This scene made everyone frown. In a very short time, the immense spiritual energy was completely absorbed into the vortex, making the sky clear. Hua Qiu's figure also came into view. He was unharmed and expressionless. They were unharmed. The void-returning realm experts were extremely surprised. How could their combined attack possibly fail to injure them? How did he manage to absorb all that enormous energy? This child is no ordinary person. Some powerful figures quickly abandoned their contempt and their expressions became serious. The several high-ranking figures in the sky still had somber expressions, but they did not make any moves and remained on the sidelines. He seemed to be too proud of his status to bother with a young celestial being. Hua Qiu calmly reached out his hand, pointed straight at a point, and the vortex reappeared. Seeing that the vortex was moving in the opposite direction to before, the powerful figure's expression immediately changed. Not good. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, surging wave of spiritual energy burst forth from the vortex and crashed into the projections in the sky. This is their own strength. It was returned intact. This caused the powerful cultivators who had returned to the void to scatter in panic. They know how powerful they are. It would be devastating if it hit them themselves. What kind of supernatural power is this? It can even be done like this. The powerful beings exclaimed in surprise as they jumped up and down. If you can absorb and return everything, wouldn't you be invincible forever? Bang bang bang. The giant wave of spiritual energy exploded immediately upon approaching the projection of the void, returning great power, its power being extremely terrifying. To the human cultivators below, it looked as if the sky itself had exploded, and the next moment would be the collapse of the heavens and the destruction of the world. They had to acknowledge Hua Qiu's strength. So many powerful figures joined forces but couldn't kill him, instead, they were overwhelmed with their own problems. Several powerful projections were instantly annihilated in the explosion. Puff. Put. Within the formations of the top forces in the second heaven, some void-returning cultivators who were sitting cross-legged coughed up mouthfuls of blood, shocking the sect members. What happened? The cultivators from various factions were astonished and confused. Wasn't it just a projection to wipe out a remnant of the celestial race? How did it result in him being seriously injured? The first heaven. A powerful wave of energy blasted away a third of the projection of the great power in the sky. The rest survived, but their faces were pale, and their projections became illusory. Such severe damage was caused. The survivors were greatly shocked. This shouldn't have happened. He not only blasted our forces back, he can control them at will. Someone roared. These words made the survivors' faces even darker. How can we kill them now? High in the sky, those great masters who had been observing from the sidelines finally reacted. Is the great venerable one finally going to make a move? The cultivators of the human alliance had complicated expressions. Unexpectedly, it has escalated to the point where even a Grand Venerable level expert would have to intervene. With even the Great Venerable One making a move, surely he'll obediently accept his death this time. 769, Chapter 769. The Supreme One is about to make a move. Let's stop here. One of the high-ranking Venerable Ones stepped forward and spoke coldly. They, as top-level beings, could no longer stand by and watch this farce unfold. Almost all the major powers in the second heaven had void-returning grandmasters projecting their power down, yet none of them could do anything to the remnants of the celestial race. Even joining forces was futile. Instead, the other side sent back as much as 30% of their strength. Ling Ying, it is truly remarkable that you have transformed into such a powerful being within the first level of heaven. Your heavenly skill must have undergone 5 transformations by now, right? The Great Venerable who stepped forward looked down at Hua Qiu indifferently and asked expressionlessly. If you want war, then let's fight. There's no need for words, Hua Qiu replied coldly. How dare you, you disrespect the Great Venerable One. The one standing above you is the Grand Venerable of the number 1 sect in the second heaven. He asks you a question, and you must answer it. Hua Qiu's attitude angered several void-returning realm experts, who immediately rebuked him with cold faces. It's unclear whether he was putting on an act to curry favor or was genuinely angry. A clown. Hua Qiu scoffed, then unleashed a beam of swordlight with a wave of his hand. The swordlight darted through the air, its trajectory difficult to discern thanks to the power of spatial laws. In a mere instant, he pierced through the void-returning grandmaster who had spoken out in rebuke. Seeing the cultivator's projection vanish instantly after being pierced, the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled in terror. The destruction of the projection will have a certain impact on the main body and will hinder cultivation. But faced with such methods, there's no point in trying to escape. As screams rang out, 3 more projections collapsed in midair. In the end, only one person remained. The sword light was heading straight for him. Great Venerable One, save me! The man cried out to the people in the sky. Presumptuous! The Great Venerable One in heaven, with an icy expression, immediately took action. Hua Qiu's blatant slaughter of cultivators who spoke up for him showed that he didn't take him seriously, so naturally he had to teach him a lesson. The Great Venerable One unleashed a protective magic weapon, which quickly formed a solid shield around the last person, attempting to save his life. Upon seeing the shield appear, the cultivator's face lit up with joy, thinking that he was finally saved. But in less than a second, his face froze. He looked down and found that he had been pierced by the sword light. Then look at the shield formed by the Great Venerable's magical artifact. A conspicuous hole is clearly visible below. How could this be? He said as the projection collapsed. Meanwhile, his main body within his own sect in the second heaven was also severely injured. Splash! That was the sound of the Great Venerable One's protective magic weapon shattering, and it was exceptionally clear in this situation. Even the Great Venerable's magic weapon is shattered. The Human Alliance cultivators looked astonished. Just how powerful was that sword light? In the sky, the Great Venerable One looked somewhat embarrassed. He personally intervened, yet failed to save the person and even lost one of his precious defensive magical artifacts. The puzzled looks from the many Human Alliance cultivators made his face even more gloomy. You remnant of the celestial race, you have committed countless evils, die! He angrily struck down with his palm. This palm strike caused a sudden change in the sky above the Human Alliance's headquarters. Splash! The sky above was shaking, even making a shattering sound. This power is too great, the laws of the first heaven cannot withstand it, and it is on the verge of collapse. Those who acted before all exercised restraint, controlling the situation to prevent the impact from becoming too severe. But in his anger, this Great Venerable One disregarded everything else and was determined to annihilate the remaining members of the celestial race. Hua Qiu sneered and advanced instead of retreating. He flew upwards, but not very fast. It's not about hiding, and there's no need to hide. When that palm strike, carrying immense force, hit him, he only swayed twice before the energy passed right through his body. Having mastered the origin of space, he was invincible from the start. This scene caused the eyes of several great venerable beings in the heavens to narrow. Boom! The force of that palm strike didn't stop as it passed through Huaqiu's body, it continued to blast downwards. Oh no! Run! Below, the cultivators of the Human Alliance looked terrified, and the higher-ups shouted urgently. Boom! Soon, that palm strike landed inside the Human Alliance's main camp. The deafening explosions continued unabated, and the human stronghold suffered its greatest blow in 1,000 years. The power of that palm strike was terrifying to the cultivators of the Human Alliance, it destroyed a third of a city. The Human Alliance cultivators suffered heavy casualties, although those who died were mostly of low cultivation level, their numbers were astonishing. The scene was one of utter devastation, a living hell on earth. The leaders of the Human Alliance turned green with shock and began to tremble. The great master who made the move also looked extremely ugly. His only goal was to kill Huaqiu, which is why he used such extraordinary power. Unexpectedly, Huaqiu was not even slightly injured. Even if he couldn't kill Huaqiu, he wouldn't have needed to bombard the city below as a great venerable, he could control his power. However, the power became uncontrollable after passing through Huaqiu's body, and blasted straight downwards. The great venerable one's lips twitched, his expression icy cold. He was filled with anger and could not bear it any longer. Ling Ying, you deserve to die 1,000 times. He roared, about to attack again. Humph. Huaqiu snorted coldly and took a step forward. In one step, he appeared in front of the other party. The great venerable one's pupils dilated in shock, and his hand movements quickened. But as soon as Huaqiu pointed, his movements slowed down. His chest was pierced, and the projection quickly dissipated. In his last moments before disappearing, he still had an expression of disbelief on his face. They didn't understand why they lost it all. Heavens, how come even the great venerable one is no match for him? Just how far have these remnants of the celestial race gone? The Human Alliance cultivators seemed to have lost all hope and began to wail. Huaqiu inflicted such heavy damage on the Human Alliance's main base, who wouldn't want to see Huaqiu fall, punish? Even the mighty venerable one couldn't do anything to him. What exactly is he? The Human Alliance cultivators were no longer shocked, but felt fear. Such a monstrous talent should not have been born in the first heaven. His existence is disruptive, it will throw all the rules into disarray. There are still 3 great venerable ones left in heaven. They were quite shaken. This kid has already shown his potential. The 3 looked at each other, their expressions solemn. Without needing to communicate, they reached a consensus. Such a gifted individual must not be given another chance to grow, we must eliminate any future threat. Like those who have returned to the Void Realm, they will also act simultaneously. The 3 unleashed their powerful abilities, causing chaos in the sky once again. Even if this place completely collapses, I don't care. How could you possibly kill him? Deep in the mountains, Ling Ying shook her head, a mocking smile on her face. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he stopped moving. In an instant, Ling Ying suppressed her aura to its lowest level, making it almost impossible to sense or find. He had a solemn expression, as if facing a formidable enemy, and he lay dormant like an inanimate object. The Supreme One is finally about to make his move. 770, Chapter 770. Die in my place. Above the city where the Human Alliance's headquarters was located, the sky changed again. The 3 remaining Grand Venerables were about to make their move when the aura they emitted caused the sky to churn and strange phenomena to occur frequently. Things are clearly different now. A peculiar aura suddenly appeared, spreading across the sky and dispelling all the strange phenomena caused by the 3 venerable ones. Golden lotuses bloomed in the air, their sacred radiance showering the earth like sunlight, warm and comforting. Under this sacred light, the cultivators of the Human Alliance felt invigorated, as if they had been blessed by some kind of divine power. This is the cultivators of the Human Alliance all showed astonishment, staring blankly at the sky. Golden lotuses emerge, divine radiance shines everywhere. Someone shouted excitedly, unable to remain calm. Soon, many cultivators from the Human Alliance were just as excited as he was, as if they had witnessed an incomparably sacred miracle. In the sky, the surviving projections of powerful beings were astonished, their faces filled with fear. Even the three great venerable ones stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with astonishment. Everyone looked up at the top of the sky, their expressions solemn. This is a supreme phenomenon, this is a phenomenon that the Supreme One is about to appear. The leader of the Human Alliance said with tears in his eyes, his voice trembling. Supreme. That is a sublime and lofty term. That was the strongest being in the Xuanzhen realm, a being who stood above all other cultivators and was revered by countless people. Once one achieves supreme status, one can even change one's own bloodline and that of future generations. One can also comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, far surpassing those who have achieved the transformation of spirit, return to emptiness, and merge with the body. The Supreme Being is powerful enough to change the laws of heaven and earth, and even become the creator of rules. The supreme realm of Xuanzhen is ruled by the four supreme rulers. They are like gods in this world, no longer belonging to the realm of sentient beings. They are too far removed from ordinary people, too distant to be reached, and we rarely hear any news about them. Below the ruler lies the Supreme Being. While the Supreme Beings are not as powerful and invincible as the rulers, they are the strongest beings that cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm can come into contact with, and are the epitome of true power. Within this first heaven, there is almost no trace of any Supreme Beings visiting, they exist only in legends, let alone anyone actually seeing them. Now, the extraordinary phenomenon of a Supreme Being manifesting in the sky signifies that a Supreme Being of unparalleled power will appear. The cultivators of the Human Alliance, as lackeys of major powers in the second and third heavens, were extremely loyal and even revered the Supreme Beings as if they were myths. The extraordinary sight made them tremble with excitement, unable to control themselves. All the cultivators of the Human Alliance involuntarily knelt down to worship the golden lotus phenomenon in the sky. Greetings, Your Majesty. The powerful beings in the heavens who had returned to the void dared not be negligent in the slightest and all bowed down in the air. They were not weak, but before the Supreme Ruler, they had to be respectful and dared not offend him in the slightest. Welcome the Supreme One. The three great venerables bowed 90 degrees, their waists almost touching their feet, showing the same utmost respect. The arrival of the Supreme One is no ordinary event. They didn't dare to make a move, they could only watch the show obediently. Unexpectedly, these remnants of the celestial race have alarmed a peak Supreme Being to personally take action. A Grand Venerable said in a low voice. This should be the Supreme Being of Mount Futu. Another person whispered. According to rumors, a great venerable from Mount Futu descended to the first heaven with an important mission, but due to some unexpected events, he was defeated by Ling Ying, a remnant of the human race. Mount Futu was furious and thus dispatched a peak Supreme Being. The words of that great master left the other two speechless. The abilities of the remnants of the celestial race shocked them. It's astonishing that Mount Futu could lose a great venerable one, no wonder the Supreme One manifested his divine power. As one of the four dominant forces in the three heavens, Mount Futu absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing. With the Supreme One making a move, how can he possibly survive? One person sneered. If the three of us make a move, he still has a chance, but if the Supreme Being of Mount Futu makes a move, even if he has 1,000 transformations and 100 supernatural powers, it will be useless, he will only be executed. Of course. The other two agreed wholeheartedly. None of the monks present doubted it. What kind of being is the Supreme Being? Couldn't they kill a remnant of the celestial race? The celestial race requires at least 7 stages of transformation before they can rival the peak Supreme Beings. Given Ling Ying's age and strength, it's impossible that she has already reached the 7th level of cultivation. Because the intense fluctuations of the celestial race's 7th tribulation could not escape the senses of experts at the 2nd or 3rd heaven. A Supreme Being is about to descend, and even the slightest manifestation of divine power has had a tremendous impact. Hua Qiu stood in the air, staring at the golden lotus phenomenon. His expression also became somewhat serious. They sensed that behind the strange phenomenon was the brewing of a powerful force. An extremely powerful aura is seeping down from the third level of the Xuanzhen realm, penetrating through layers of space. The space itself was constantly buzzing, 10 or even 100 times more intense than the reaction of the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Fierce and unstoppable. Huaqiao could not help but feel serious. He has now cultivated the creation technique to the 5th level. Although the improvement is enormous, and it can even kill a Grand Venerable in the integration stage, it is still difficult to compare with the peak supreme beings of the Xuanzhen realm. If given more time, he will be able to reach that level in no time. But not now. The supreme being at the peak is a powerful cultivator who can threaten his life. In the mountains and wilderness, Lingying sensed the increasingly powerful aura approaching, feeling extremely wary, and concealed her own aura to the point of almost non-existence. Even so, he was still uneasy, fearing that the peak supreme being of Mount Futu would notice. The supreme being of Mount Futu came for me, or more precisely, for Lingying of the celestial race. Lingying's face was ashen. Those supreme rulers have the ability to see through the true nature of a realm. They must have known for a long time that the celestial race still has a royal bloodline, and they are determined to eliminate it. I came into contact with the 9 provinces Supreme One. I originally intended to help him, to make him my substitute, to bear the pressure and crisis of a dominator-level power. Unfortunately, he was too flamboyant, too arrogant, and beyond my control. That's fine too. Lingying suddenly revealed a cold smile. Let this foolish supreme being of the 9 provinces bear the killing intent of the supreme being of Mount Futu. He will die under the divine might of a supreme being, and I will then use my heavenly eye divine power to temporarily conceal the aura and traces of the royal bloodline. Even an unparalleled ruler will not be able to detect it for a short time. In this way, I can develop with peace of mind until I can stand alone. Lingying's figure completely disappeared into the air. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you can rest assured and die in my place. Buzz. Huge ripples spread rapidly across the sky, leveling everything in the heavens. A tall and majestic figure appeared in the sky, a giant who reigns supreme. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Supreme Being, manifest your divine power. 771, Chapter 771. Who is the scapegoat? The supreme ruler of Mount Futu made his grand entrance, exuding immense power. He was extremely tall, standing above the Human Alliance's headquarters, as if he could shatter mountains and rivers with a single step. However, the sheer size of the projection is the least significant aspect of the Supreme Being's manifestation. That overwhelming power that roams the entire realm is the source of the awe and reverence of countless beings. Welcome to the arrival of the Supreme One. As soon as the Supreme Being of Mount Futu appeared, countless cultivators in heaven and on earth shouted in unison, showing utmost respect. The existence of the enormous projection of the Supreme Being of Mount Futu is causing the space above to collapse. This is the terrifying power of a Supreme Being at the pinnacle. It only existed in the first level of heaven and did not show any power, yet the laws of heaven and earth in the first level could not withstand it. This is also the main reason why cultivators of the first heaven have almost never seen a peak Supreme Being. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu cannot linger, otherwise the large-scale collapse of the space will have an irreversible and detrimental impact on the first heaven. His indifferent gaze fell from the sky and landed on Huaqiao. Although the killing intent was not obvious, the oppressive force was already powerful enough. Of all living beings born in this world, none could withstand the gaze of that cold, indifferent look. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu came to kill Lingying, a remnant of the celestial race. At this moment, Huaqiao was his only target, and his supreme aura completely locked onto Huaqiao. Sizzle. The space around Huaqiao emitted a piercing sound. This indicates that the Supreme Being of Mount Futu sealed off the entire space around him with just a glance, making it unlikely that even if he comprehended the laws of space, he could leap out. Even a cultivator at the great perfection of the integration stage is doomed to die if targeted by a peak Supreme Being. Huaqiao's face darkened. But he didn't make the slightest move. Have you resigned yourself to your fate? The void-returning realm experts let out a series of cold laughs. Everyone had been tricked before, easily manipulated by a mere remnant of the celestial race who didn't take them seriously, and they were all seething with resentment. Now that the Supreme One has descended, No matter how extraordinary he is, what waves can he stir up? We have no choice but to accept our fate. This time, there is no suspense whatsoever. The Human Alliance cultivators below unanimously agreed. Even the most supreme beings at their peak manifest their divine power, there's no way they can't be killed. While everyone was busy with their own thoughts, the supreme being of Mount Futu in the heavens made his move without any expression. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and pointed a finger at Huaqiu. A beam of red light appeared, pierced through, and shone directly at Huaqiu. This was a devastating beam of death. The immense power of the energy contained within can be glimpsed from the constantly shattering space. If this beam of light were to fall upon any cultivator in this place, they would be reduced to ashes and their souls would be annihilated. Everyone stared intently at the scene, not blinking. They needed to see the remnants of the celestial race annihilated before they could feel at ease, and they didn't want any more accidents to happen. The beam of light shone right in front of Huaqiu. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled. Buzz. Suddenly, Huaqiu's body became illusory and distorted. Trying to use the laws of space again. The powerful cultivators in the sky said with dark faces. They felt it was nothing more than a death throes. However, the supreme being of Mount Futu frowned. The fluctuations in the spatial laws emanating from Huaqiu caused his expression to change. The divine light had already touched Huaqiu's body. Brush. In just a moment, the person under the red light changed. The person who suddenly appeared under the red light was the real Ling Ying. What? Ling Ying's eyes widened in horror. He was clearly hiding in the mountains, quietly watching this place, watching Huaqiu die as his scapegoat under the supreme divine power of Mount Futu. But in that instant, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and he was momentarily disoriented. When they came to their senses, they were already under the supreme destructive divine light. Ling Ying was utterly horrified. This was a turn of events he had never anticipated. He was supposed to make the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces his scapegoat, but how did he suddenly become the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces' scapegoat? No, the original target of the supreme being of Mount Futu was Ling Ying, a remnant of the celestial race. I became my own scapegoat? Ling Ying was both shocked and furious. His scheme against the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces failed, and he ended up getting himself killed. However, there was no time to think about that at that point. The red light emitted by the supreme being of Mount Futu struck Ling Ying, engulfing him completely. Ling Ying's screams echoed from within the red light. The many cultivators present were dumbfounded. What's going on? A sleight of hand? Even with the supreme being at the peak making a move, the remnants of the human race were still able to use such supernatural means to make a scapegoat take the devastating blow from the supreme being. Even the supreme projection in the sky frowned. Clearly, this turn of events was also beyond his expectations. The supreme being spread out his divine sense, searching for Huaqiu's whereabouts with the Human Alliance's headquarters as the center. Even if they managed to pull off a stunt, they shouldn't be able to get very far. But he gained nothing. For a supreme being at the pinnacle, this would have been impossible. The supreme ruler personally asserted that the remnant of the celestial race royal family had not reached the 7th level and could not possibly have hidden his tracks from him. Unable to find Huaqiu, he can only turn his attention to the place submerged in red light. The red light will dissipate. Those scapegoats should be reduced to ashes by now. Upon glancing at it, the supreme being of Mount Futu's expression immediately hardened. Another unexpected thing happened. His red light is extremely powerful. But the scapegoat was not annihilated. After the red light dissipated, a mangled, bloody figure appeared in the air. Half of Ling Ying's body was destroyed, revealing her bare bones. But only half of his body was destroyed, the other half remained intact. Even an ordinary cultivator would die in this state. But he didn't die. Damn you, supreme ruler of the 9 provinces! Ling Ying cursed, his anger more intense than ever before. Originally, he plotted against Huaqiu, intending to make her a scapegoat.
In the end, it was he who was outmaneuvered in vain, suffered the devastating blow from the supreme being of Mount Futu. He withstood the blow. However, the situation is not optimistic, as it will take a considerable amount of time to recover, and the original plans have been disrupted. A blue light emanated from Ling Ying's body, and under that light, his flesh and blood rapidly recovered, quickly forming a complete body again. Apart from being a little pale, he seemed to be fine. All the cultivators were stunned. That day, the remnants of the human race were astonishing enough. How could the scapegoat who was switched in be so incomprehensible? That was a devastating blow from the Supreme Being. Not only did he not die, he actually recovered. What kind of freakish monsters are these two? Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I will settle this score with you. Ling Ying was still there, furious and cursing angrily. In the sky, the projection of the Supreme Being of Mount Futa suddenly shone with divine light. The laws of the entire first heaven began to roar, creating an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Ling Ying's expression changed instantly. Oh no! The Supreme Being of Mount Futu was about to descend in his true form. 772, Chapter 772. He can't get in. The Supreme Ruler of Mount Futu is enraged. Despite the sealing effect of his projected energy, the remnants of the celestial race managed to escape, and his devastating attack failed to eliminate even a scapegoat. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu understood that with his projection, which could only exert a fraction of his power, he truly could not kill a celestial being who had already achieved great power. So he made a snap decision to descend his true form to the first heaven. This unexpected turn of events stunned all the cultivators present. Whether they were powerful beings from the upper realm or native cultivators from the first heaven, they all understood that the laws of the first heaven simply could not withstand the descent of the true body of a peak supreme being. Once the supreme true body descends, it will inevitably cause the collapse of the laws of the first heaven, resulting in widespread destruction. Perhaps, the entire human alliance's main base and the surrounding cities will be destroyed as a result. This is a devastating blow to the human alliance. This is also something that powerful cultivators at the second or third level of cultivation would not want to see. The first heaven involves the interests of too many powerful forces, and the human alliance is a tool for them to plunder profits. No force wants to lose it. A mere remnant of the celestial race has actually forced the Supreme Being of Mount Futu to descend in his true form at all costs. The void returning great powers looked extremely grim, filled with shock and fear. Who would have thought that these remnants of the celestial race would be so difficult to kill? The scapegoat who survived the Supreme Destruction's attack was equally unbelievable, leaving everyone astonished. How can such a small first level of heaven produce so many monstrous talents that even the Tao sons of dominant forces cannot compare to? They couldn't understand it. As a massive vortex burst open in the sky, the violent air currents seemed poised to destroy everything, and the powerful beings all paled. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Someone shouted, forcing a smile. The first heaven must not be destroyed. They looked anxious. So noisy. The Supreme Being behind the vortex connection uttered only 2 words, which immediately made those powerful projections become illusory. If they were actually here, they would be shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. The powerful beings dared not speak, remaining silent as if trembling in fear. When the Supreme Ruler is enraged, no one can withstand it. They only hated that the remnants of the human race were too cunning and treacherous, forcing even the Supreme Being to this point. The vortex in the sky grew larger, and the aura became even more violent. The human alliance city below is in grave danger. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. The cultivators of the human alliance were terrified and could only kneel down and shout their pleas. But in the eyes of the Supreme Being, they were no different from ants, that indifferent and aloof being would never care about their lives or deaths. This time, it's really serious. Ling Ying, who had not yet recovered, stared intently at the vortex in the sky, her nerves taut. The interests of the first heaven are more or less intertwined with those of the dominant forces in the third heaven. But the Supreme Being of Mount Futu didn't care, which shows how strong his murderous intent was to annihilate the remnants of the celestial race. We will not rest until we utterly destroy them. Why aren't you coming out? Linging shouted at the surroundings with a dark face. I know you're here. He shouted angrily. Things have come to this point. Do you really intend to destroy the entire first heaven? Everyone knew who he was addressing. What, the remnants of the celestial race are still around? The powerful beings were shocked. They thought they had already escaped. Since it's here, why can't the Supreme Being of Mount Futu sense it? Even the Supreme Being couldn't sense him, no wonder he had to descend in his true form, the powerful beings exclaimed. The three combined great venerables also looked very solemn. Now no one dares to underestimate the remnants of that human race. Even the Supreme Being took it seriously, which means that his threat even moved the Dominator-level forces. Come out! Linging roared angrily. If Huaqiu doesn't come out soon, the first heaven will truly be destroyed. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu has practically stepped inside, which makes him extremely anxious. Buzz. Suddenly, the ground beside Linging shook, and a figure appeared. You've finally come out. Linging glared fiercely at Huaqiu, wishing she could rush up and stab him. But personal grudges must be put aside for now. I know, you must have a way, right? Linging stared intently at Huaqiu. He had been keeping a close eye on Huaqiu's actions and knew that he had made many moves before. I didn't care before, but now I can only place my hopes on him. Huaqiu calmly watched the vortex in the sky and the foot that the Supreme True Body stepped into. Anyone who wants to descend from this level has to see if I'll allow it, he said calmly. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Light emanated from his hand and struck the clouds in the sky. The main city of Qingjiawan, thousands of miles away, suddenly trembled. A magnificent array appeared before the astonished eyes of the Qingjiawan cultivators and rose into the sky. The next moment, countless complex and intricate array patterns appeared in the sky above the human alliance. What kind of formation is this? The powerful cultivators looked on in surprise. Before their very eyes, the massive array merged into the top of the sky. Boom! The enormous vortex in the sky trembled violently and contracted at an extremely fast speed. The foot that the Supreme Being of Mount Futu had already stepped in was forced to retreat. This scene left the powerful cultivators speechless. That was the true form of a Supreme Being, not a projection. What level of formation would it take to force him back? Only a dominant force has the capability to set up such a grand formation. Even Linging looked at Huaqiu in surprise, her eyes narrowing. I underestimated the Supreme Being of the 9 provinces. He felt extremely solemn and changed his opinion of Huaqiu once again. This person is extremely dangerous. The great formation merged into the sky, and all the strange phenomena in the sky dissipated. The numerous super-powerful forces had already caused a large area of space in the sky to collapse, but at this moment it quickly became whole again and returned to its original state. Noit has become even stronger. The laws of heaven and earth in the first heaven seem to have changed. A great venerable said with surprise and uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the powerful cultivators immediately sensed it. They all quickly showed surprise. Changing the laws of heaven and earth. That's something even the Supreme Being couldn't easily accomplish. How could the remnants of the celestial race have accomplished this with just a single array? At this moment, at the dark boundary between heaven and earth, the true form of the Supreme Being of Mount Futu stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed deeply. Before him, a layer of light enveloped the boundary of the first heaven. How can you stop me? The Supreme Being said indifferently. He raised his hand and unleashed a terrifyingly powerful attack, aiming to shatter the light barrier. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the entire first heaven, terrifying countless living beings within it. Can it stop it? Linging hesitated, not quite believing in the formation. Let them bombard us for 10 or 8 years, they won't be able to get even half a foot in, Huaqiu said confidently with a faint smile. Outside the boundary wall, the Supreme Being of Mount Futu wore a solemn expression. His powerful bombardment struck the light shield, but failed to achieve the desired effect.
The energy is instead absorbed by the light shield and used for its own purposes. Incredible! The Supreme Being of Mount Futu uttered 4 words. 773, Chapter 773 Unknowable. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu continuously bombarded the area outside the first heavenly boundary, each attack being incredibly powerful, even louder than thunder. Each bombardment terrified the creatures of the first heaven. The sound echoed throughout the surrounding area, as if the sky were about to collapse. At first, everyone in the first layer of the heavenly spirit heart was on tenterhooks, fearing that a catastrophic disaster would befall them. But after many bombardments, nothing seemed to happen, it was just that the noise was loud. Gradually, the beings in the first layer of heaven also felt at ease. Above the Human Alliance's main camp, the powerful beings looked at each other in bewilderment. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu, it seems unlikely that he can break through the boundary wall, a great venerable said softly. That's an extremely powerful peak Supreme Being, how could they not break through the barrier of a formation? Just watch, that formation won't last much longer, another person replied coldly. However, after the bombardment continued for a while, failing to damage the outer light barrier of the boundary wall, it gradually subsided. The great venerable who had refuted it also shut his mouth, his face gloomy. The Supreme Being of Mount Futu has abandoned the attack. The great venerable one, who had remained silent until now, said slowly. This shows that the formation was truly extraordinary, even the Supreme Being found it troublesome. For a moment, the projections of those powerful beings still existing in the first heaven looked flustered. The first heaven is like a seal, neither able to enter nor leave. Even the Supreme Being couldn't break through. This means that before the formation was dispelled, their faction was unable to communicate with the cultivators of the First Heaven Human Alliance, and thus lost access to a large supply of resources. Moreover, these projections are also unable to return to the upper realm. These are projections created for them by various forces at great expense, and they are closely related to themselves. Once damaged, the original body will be affected to some extent. That's a powerful Supreme Being from Mount Futu. How come even he couldn't do anything about it? Even if a Supreme Being can't handle it, isn't there still the Supreme Ruler? If the Overlord makes a move, let alone a remnant of the celestial race, wiping out the entire celestial race would be a piece of cake. A powerful projection cried out in alarm. Watch your words! A great master immediately shouted. You dare to presume to rule, are you tired of living? The man was terrified and immediately shut his mouth. The supreme rulers are beyond the reach of worldly affairs, they might not care about such a trivial matter, the great venerable said leisurely. In the Xuanjin realm, it is a grave taboo to speak ill of the ruler. No one can fathom their thoughts. Beside Hua Qiu, Ling Yingtian opened his eyes. He was observing the situation beyond the first celestial boundary. The ruler of Mount Futu has really left, he said with some surprise. Can a supreme being at the pinnacle really swallow this insult? You have to swallow it even if you can't. Hua Qiu sneered. Because he was a supreme being at the peak, he attacked for a while and naturally knew how powerful the formation was. Using numerous precious materials, along with the supreme golden bone of the 9 provinces and the sovereign magic weapon as the erase core, plus Hua Qiu's arrangements. That's a formation of celestial quality from the immortal realm, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. Even if the supreme being of Mount Futu is incredibly powerful, he cannot break through it. Fortunately, the other party was sensible and chose to leave instead of stubbornly resisting. Otherwise, the more he attacks, the more the energy of his attacks will be absorbed by the formation, making the formation increasingly full. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, what exactly are you? After confirming that the supreme ruler had left helplessly, Ling Yingtian opened his eyes wide, staring intently at Hua Qiu with all 3 eyes. His divine eye was at work, dissecting everything about Hua Qiu. This is something he has done before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known Hua Qiu's identity as the supreme of the 9 provinces. But after experiencing this change, he began to doubt that what he had seen before was all an illusion. Such an incredible person could not possibly be just what he saw. Hua Qiu smiled faintly as she met Ling Ying's gaze. Soon, Ling Ying's pupils dilated. This time, he pushed his heavenly eye divine power to its limit. The result, however, took him by surprise. Huaqiu was clearly standing right in front of him, yet he couldn't see her at all under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye. It was as if even Huaqiu's existence had vanished from his heavenly eye, making it impossible for him to perceive him at all. Your true form is nothingness, it is invisible. Ling Ying's expression was shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before. In all the world, there are actually people who can exist outside the heavenly eye divine power of the celestial race. This is like someone who transcends the rules and is outside the definition of the laws of heaven and earth. Impossible, how could you not exist? Ling Ying found it hard to accept and gradually became somewhat insane. He has a keen eye for both the past and the present, yet there is no trace of his own eccentricities. Of course I exist, Huaqiu said indifferently. However, with your celestial race's heavenly eye, you will never be able to see through my cause and effect. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying was stunned. Do such people really exist in the world? If it really exists, then what is its true nature? Ling Ying felt a chill run down her spine. He once regarded Huaqiu as an extraordinary being, even believing that he could rival the geniuses of the celestial race. But he is a member of the celestial royal family, a true chosen one of destiny, and is confident that he can suppress it. That's why he schemed. My views have completely changed now. This is an unfathomable person who terrifies him. The 9 provinces, a lower-level plane, can actually nurture such cultivators, Ling Ying murmured. All right, Huaqiu said sternly. Go and kill those so-called great beings in the heavens. Ling Ying was taken aback. Are you ordering me around? He frowned, clearly displeased. You don't have to go, Huaqiu said meaningfully. Ling Ying frowned even more deeply. Even though Huaqiu is so extraordinary, he is a chosen one, bearing heavy responsibilities, and he will never be willing to be inferior to others. After a moment of silence, Ling Ying revealed a cold smile, turned around and flew towards those powerful projections. How dare a mere substitute offend us? The powerful projections were indignant. Ling Ying remained expressionless. He didn't even use his heavenly eye, he simply transformed into a streak of purple light. In a mere instant, he pierced through several powerful projections, leaving them in mid-air dissipate. What? The powerful beings and even the cultivators of the human alliance below were shocked. It's one thing to be a remnant of the celestial race, but this substitute is also incredibly powerful. The powerful projections were terrified and dared not engage in battle. Today I have only shattered your projections one day, I will crush all the great powers. Ling Ying said with overwhelming killing intent. He continued his killing spree. The great power of returning to emptiness had no power to fight back and could only offer his neck for slaughter. Humph. A great master snorted coldly and made a move. It's just a mere fusion projection. Ling Ying didn't care at all and flew straight up. He wielded a purple sword, shattering the divine light of the Great Venerable's projection in an instant. He closed in and with a single strike, the Great Venerable's projection also crumbled. Even the stand-in is so monstrous. No one could believe it, but now they finally understood why he had survived the supreme strike. Ling Ying was unstoppable in the heavens, invincible in all directions. Huaqiu stood below, watching indifferently. As expected of the royal blood of the celestial race, the chosen one of destiny, he nodded. Worth nurturing. 774, Chapter 774 Unification. The first heaven is essentially sealed, and the powerful projections have lost contact with the upper realm, resulting in a weakening of their power. Given Ling Ying's formidable strength, their demise was inevitable. This one-sided massacre did not last long. Soon, Ling Ying destroyed all the projections of powerful beings and returned to Huaqiu's side. Not bad, Huaqiu said approvingly. If this chosen one of the human race can transform to the extreme, he might even be able to rival the supreme immortal king under his command. Your strength is no less than mine, Ling Ying said meaningfully, her face turning somewhat cold. Clearly, he harbored resentment and held a grudge against Huaqiu. The destructive blow from the supreme being of Mount Futu is not something easily withstood. Don't be fooled by his current fierce fighting and seemingly unharmed state. He has actually suffered considerable injuries long ago. He deliberately acted nonchalantly in front of Hua Qiu and even displayed his formidable strength, just so Hua Qiu wouldn't see through him. Hua Qiu remained calm and said nothing. No matter how well Ling Ying hid under his powerful spiritual perception, it was useless. What are you going to do next? The formation outside the first heavenly barrier probably won't last much longer, right? Ling Ying asked in a deep voice. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and leaped into the air. He flew toward the high-ranking members of the Human Alliance. Upon seeing Hua Qiu arrive, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Human Alliance changed drastically. This is an existence that even the peak supreme beings cannot defeat. How could they, as cultivators of the first level of heaven, possibly contend with it? Especially now that their connection with the upper realm has been severed, there is no one left to support them. What do you want to do? The high-ranking members of the Human Alliance retreated involuntarily, asking in terror. Are you going to exterminate us all too? Hua Qiu remained indifferent. I'll say it again, surrender, or die, he said calmly. The same words that these cultivators had once scoffed at now made their faces grim, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone who can be easily destroyed by a powerful projection can destroy a base camp with a wave of their hand. You'dn't be so arrogant. Someone shouted through gritted teeth. You have thoroughly enraged a supreme being. How long can that seal hold? Once the seal breaks, you will surely die. If you now realize your mistakes and confess your crimes, we guarantee to use the full power of the Alliance to plead for you. Hua Qiu revealed a mocking expression. Even at this point, there are still people who are so foolish and stubborn. You're nothing but an ant, Hua Qiu said coldly, glancing at the man indifferently. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from its body. The man didn't even have time to scream before he exploded in front of everyone, his blood splattering onto the high-ranking members of the Human Alliance. The group of high-ranking officials turned pale with fright and trembled with fear. Normally, they rely on their powerful backing in the upper realm to be high and mighty in the first heaven, but now, facing a life-or-death crisis, they are all terrified. Does anyone else dare to speak like that? Hua Qiu scanned the group of high-ranking members of the Human Alliance. No one dared to meet his gaze. The leader of the Human Alliance pondered for a moment, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He slowly bent down towards Hua Qiu. I am willing to submit, he said in humiliation. Seeing that even the Alliance leader had prostrated himself, the other high-ranking members no longer hesitated and followed suit. We are willing to submit. They shouted in unison. In the main city on the ground, many human cultivators followed suit. With the higher-ups yielding, their fate is sealed. All the surviving cultivators of the entire Human Alliance bowed down at Hua Qiu's feet. Regardless of their intentions or whether they are willing or not, at this moment they have no choice but to submit. I never imagined, he really did unify the first heaven. Ling Ying looked at Hua Qiu's back, her expression somewhat complicated. Once the Human Alliance takes control, all other human forces in the first heaven will have to submit. As for those demon forces, without the protection of the powerful forces in the upper realm, they can be easily taken down. Isn't this exactly what he wanted to do? But he didn't have Hua Qiu's abilities. It isolated the entire first heaven, and even the most powerful beings at the peak were helpless to break through. Thinking about it now still makes my heart pound. I don't care what you're thinking, or whether you're truly willing to submit. Hua Qiu stood in the sky, looking down at the cultivators of the Human Alliance, and said coldly, before that seal is broken, I, Ling Ying, am the king of the first heaven. Anyone who dares to disobey will have their soul and body annihilated. A powerful aura of malevolence permeated the air, shocking and terrifying all the cultivators. I will obey the decree. We would never dare to disobey. The cultivators all expressed their opinions. Hua Qiu remained indifferent to this. He knew perfectly well that these people were only temporarily subdued out of fear of his power. Once the seal is broken, they will definitely betray us and join the forces of the great powers of the upper realm. But Hua Qiu didn't care at all. From now on, all resources supplied to those major powers shall be sent to the main city of Qingjiao.
Hua Qiu shouted.
As the decree commands,
came the unified reply.
Behind them, Lingying couldn't help but show a strange expression. He swallowed up all the resources of the entire human alliance by himself. He was speechless. The human alliance is the largest alliance in the first heaven, and the amount of resources it plunders each year is terrifying. Previously, it was divided up by many powerful forces in the second and third heavens, and each of them reaped a great reward.
Now, however, it is only supplied to Hua Qiu. Lingying felt suffocated just thinking about it. The original main city of Qingjiawan is very large.
But it may not be able to hold that many resources. If I could have all these resources, Lingying's heart raced. Needless to say, he can undergo at least 2 or 3 more transformations. At that time, even when facing a supreme being, he will no longer need to hide.
Hua Qiu suddenly turned around and glanced at Lingying indifferently.
Lingying felt a chill run down her spine, but quickly regained her expressionless demeanor.
Oh.
Hua Qiu smiled slightly.
He knew Lingying was moved.
The chosen one will eventually be under my control, he thought to himself.
This bloodline of the heavenly human emperor, if nurtured properly, could become a formidable fighting force.
However, the other party is arrogant and proud, and it will be difficult to get him to submit.
But Hua Qiu believed that with his skills and abilities, it was not impossible to subdue him. Take your time, no rush.
Proclaim this to the world, ordering all leaders of human forces to come to the main city of Qingjiao to pay homage to me.
Hua Qiu issued another order. Those who ignore this will be annihilated. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, the Alliance will certainly convey the decree.
The Alliance leader responded loudly.
Hua Qiu nodded in satisfaction.
From now on, Qingjiao Yuan main city will be the core of the first heaven, the royal city of the first heaven.
He said solemnly. Now, follow me and return to the capital in triumph.
With Hua Qiu's order, the entire human alliance's capital city changed hands. The core cultivators of the human alliance here could only begin the migration according to his orders. Watching Hua Qiu turn and leave, Lingying paused for a moment before leaping after him.
775, Chapter 775 Triumph.
Qingjiao was originally the main city. The Qingjiao area, which had just achieved a great victory, should have been filled with joy, but the main city was eerily quiet. At the city gate, the guards stood listlessly on duty. The cultivators on the city wall and inside the city all looked limp and listless, as if they had lost their spiritual support and had no motivation whatsoever. The entire main city of Qingjiao was deathly still. Li Tianwang stood alone on the city tower, gazing motionlessly into the distance.
Emperor Li has been standing up there for a whole day. Li Tianwan's subordinates watched his retreating figure with worry.
Ever since the young prince left, he has been standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance with a worried expression.
Sigh, with things developing to this point, how can King Li not be worried? The subordinate shook his head and sighed. While the annihilation of the demon army at Fox Hill was indeed cause for celebration, the humans of Qingjiao Plain could not be happy at all.
Upon learning that the powerful cultivator came from a top-tier power in the upper realm, the cultivators were greatly alarmed. For the forces of the first heaven, the major forces of the upper realm are simply not to be trifled with.
Unlike other places, Qingjiao Plain is one of the few factions that does not rely on the major powers of the upper realm.
Over the years, the human alliance and the major powers of the upper realm have long been dissatisfied with Qingjiao Plain, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are eyeing it covetously.
Now that they've offended a top-tier power, how can Qingjiawan possibly move forward?
The cultivators of Qingjiao Plain did not know, and even King Li could not give them an answer. So they could only drift along aimlessly, adopting a live one day at a time attitude. At this moment, the young prince, who had gained everyone's prestige, made a startling statement, actually attempting to unify the entire first heaven. When the young prince set off, everyone thought he had gone mad.
What hope is left for Qingjiawan? The subordinates looked into the distance, their expressions complex.
The young princess is probably already buried in the northern region, someone said leisurely.
A wave of sadness washed over everyone. Look! Look, there seems to be something on the horizon.
Suddenly, a cultivator pointed to the distant horizon and shouted. Immediately, everyone looked up.
Small black dots appeared on the horizon, flying towards the main city of King Jiawen. It looks like a human. The cultivators in the main city became tense. Could they be cultivators from the Human Alliance?
The cultivators in the main city were on high alert and rushed to the city walls to be on guard.
Li Tianwan's expression changed.
His spiritual sense was much stronger, and he noticed it immediately. The symbols on those cultivators were the symbols of the Human Alliance. He scanned the area with his divine sense and was shocked, his pupils dilated and his scalp tingled.
A densely packed army of human cultivators marched towards the main city. This was an impressive display of force, almost an all-out effort. Li Tianwan's face turned pale. Could it bet Ling Ying has already?
His expression was one of grief, and he clenched his fists tightly.
Unifying the first heaven is not so easy, Ling Ying, are you confused? Li Tianwang said indignantly.
Oh no, the Human Alliance army has come out in full force, they're going to raze my Qingjiao plain to the ground. The cultivators in the city cried out in despair, their faces filled with hopelessness. Such power is more than 10 times stronger than the demon army led by the Fox clan of Fox Hill.
What will they use to defend themselves? Activate the Grand Formation. King Li gave the order.
A massive light shield rose up and enveloped the main city.
But no one can rest assured.
Because the young prince had already exhausted the city's resources, even if the formation was powerful, it could not continue to operate.
They couldn't even last a day. It's over.
Seeing the densely packed Human Alliance cultivators descending, the cultivators were filled with despair, losing all will to resist and resigning themselves to their fate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless Human Alliance cultivators landed outside the main city, filling every corner, so much so that there wasn't enough room to stand.
What unforgivable crimes have we committed in King Jiawen that warranted the entire Human Alliance mobilizing its forces? The cultivator from the main city looked bitter. Everyone was prepared to face a fierce attack from the enemy army. Unexpectedly, the cultivators did not attack. Instead, they knelt down on one knee as if welcoming some important figure.
Soon, a group of high-ranking members of the Human Alliance appeared. The Alliance leader is personally leading the army, and all the high-ranking officials are present. Li Tianwang frowned even more deeply. The oppressive aura emanating from that group of nascent soul cultivators was exceptionally strong. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators in the main city, the Alliance leader and other high-ranking members suddenly knelt down on one knee.
What? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that another powerful being from the upper realm has descended? The cultivators in the main city were even more desperate.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure descended from the sky, his intense radiance blinding all who looked at him. The cultivators of the Human Alliance all prostrated themselves, demonstrating the extraordinary status of the newcomer.
The cultivators in the main city watched with bated breath, their hearts in their throats.
When the radiance faded, his true appearance was revealed.
In an instant, the entire main city fell silent.
All the cultivators in the main city were stunned and dumbfounded.
Even Li Tianwan was speechless. Much later. That's the young prince. What's going on? What exactly happened?
They were utterly shocked, as if they already knew what was going on.
The young princess subdued the entire Human Alliance.
Exclamations of surprise echoed across the surrounding area, and the cultivators throughout the main city were overjoyed, their excitement reaching a fever pitch.
I had given up hope, but Hua Qiu brought me such a big surprise.
As Hua Qiu walked through the army of cultivators from the Human Alliance, the cultivators everywhere he went called him venerable, confirming everyone's suspicions.
He actually succeeded. Li Tianwang didn't even realize that his voice was trembling.
This was something he never even dared to dream of. He knew very well that although the Human Alliance was powerful, it could not stop his adopted son. What's frightening is the presence of numerous powerful forces behind the alliance. He could hardly imagine how Huaqiu had managed to subdue the human alliance under such immense pressure. Quickly shut down the Great Formation! Li Tianwang shouted. The main city cultivators who had been feeling stifled for a long time, they flew out of the main city shouting loudly to welcome their beloved young prince. At this moment, Huaqiu's status in the hearts of the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain was comparable to that of a god, and it seemed that there was nothing he could not do. Linging! Li Tianwang flew to Huaqiu's side, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and wanted to say something, but all the words he wanted to say turned into 3 words. Well done! Huaqiu smiled faintly. From this day forward, Qingjiao will be the capital of the Heavenly King. A casual remark caused the cultivators in the main city to erupt in excitement once again. Long live the young prince! The shouts echoed through the sky. Greetings, Heavenly King! All the high-ranking members, including the leader of the Human Alliance, bowed respectfully to Heavenly King Li. Li Tianwang was a little flustered. These were all beings who once stood above him. I want you to be the king of the first heaven in my place, Huaqiu said solemnly. Li Tianwang looked astonished. He gazed at Huaqiu for a long time, then slowly nodded. Good. 776, Chapter 776, The Dignity of Celestials. Your Excellency, this is our alliance's offering to you. Inside the main city of Qingjiao, the leader of the Human Alliance bowed respectfully to Huaqiu and said. At his signal, more than a dozen high-ranking members of the alliance flew into the air and each threw out a storage ring. As a dazzling light flashed, a flood of resources poured out of the storage rings and piled up in the main city's large square. The cultivators in the main city had never seen such a grand scene in their lives. Numerous cultivation resources filled the vast square of the main city, and the spiritual light from countless spirit stones made the place extremely bright. Rare ores, high-grade rare spiritual herbs, and uncommon alchemy materials. There are many things that even the cultivators in the main city have never seen before. Soon, the main square was full of piles, and more piles were being added outside. The cultivators in the main city were breathing heavily. Even Li Tianwang stared at it for a long time. This was originally something the First Heaven Human Alliance had plundered to supply the major powers of the second and third heavens, but now it's all piled up in front of them. Who wouldn't be shocked, who wouldn't be tempted? Your Excellency, this is only 1/10. The remaining 9/10 will be transported from various parts of the First Heaven and will be presented to you without missing a single bit, the Alliance leader added. What, this is only 1/10? The cultivators in the main city all widened their eyes. Huaqiu, on the other hand, was much calmer and simply nodded. Collect all resources into the main city's treasury. Huaqiu waved his hand. From now on, all cultivators in Qingjiawan will be qualified to use these cultivation hospitals. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the main city were extremely excited and couldn't help but shout, "Long live the young prince!" Do you want to cultivate your own power and fight against a dominant force? Linging appeared beside Huaqiu and asked with a frown. Why not? Huaqiu asked with a smile. Linging frowned even more deeply. Clearly, he felt that Huaqiu's actions were unwise, even foolish. It's impossible to cultivate a force capable of confronting a dominant power, Linging said coldly. Every dominant power has accumulated over thousands of years and possesses extremely rich resources to reach that level. Most importantly, there is an unparalleled ruler overseeing things, and peak supreme beings wielding power. With these resources from the first heaven, you think you can cultivate that kind of power? Ha Linging chuckled disdainfully. Even with unlimited resources, giving you 1,000 years would still be a pipe dream. Instead of wasting resources like this, it would be wiser and more feasible to use them to build a top-tier fighting force. Only the two of us have the potential to reach that level. Linging was practically making it clear. He desires abundant resources to facilitate his transformation into a celestial being. The amount of resources required for the celestial race's transformation is simply too enormous. It would be very difficult for him to obtain them on his own. Huaqiu smiled faintly. The advancement of his creation technique requires a multiplier of the heavenly technique transformation of the celestial race. The resources in the first heaven are insufficient for him to reach the 6th level of the creation technique. He needs more advanced resources.
What? What, you want resources? Huaqiu asked. If I wanted it, would you give it to me? Ling Ying sneered. He felt that Huaqiu couldn't possibly be that generous. With all those resources combined, which major power in the 2nd or 3rd heaven wouldn't be envious? If I can give it to the cultivators of King Jiawen, I can naturally give it to you as well.
Ling Ying narrowed her eyes.
Tell me, what are your conditions?
He knew Huaqiu wouldn't be so kind. He still remembered the scheme he had plotted to withstand the devastating blow from the Supreme Being.
I need you to obey me, Huaqiu said sternly.
Ling Ying suddenly chuckled softly. The laughter contained a great deal of meaning, and the refusal was extremely obvious. Do you know that even when the 4 supreme rulers destroyed the celestial race, they never dared to ask the celestials to submit?
He said coldly.
The celestial race is the most noble and exalted race in this Xuanzhen realm.
If the laws of Xuanzhen were not flawed, and if celestial beings were not restricted from achieving perfection, how could those dominant forces have the right to rule Xuanzhen? Ling Ying didn't say anything to Huaqiu.
However, his disdain and contempt for Huaqiu were already obvious in his words. As a noble celestial being with royal blood and the legendary Chosen One, he was filled with boundless arrogance. In his eyes, no one in this world was qualified to be above the celestial race, not even the most powerful supreme ruler. That was pride etched into his bones. He could never submit to anyone in this world. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I admit you have surprised me greatly. Even my heavenly divine power cannot see through your existence, Ling Ying said, staring at Huaqiu. Perhaps you are a being beyond the comprehension of this world, but you want me to obey you. You'd better give up that idea. I see you as someone I can cooperate with, and I don't want to fight you. Let me warn you, the dignity of the celestial race cannot be desecrated. After saying that, Ling Ying turned and left.
He no longer even glanced at the piles of resources in the main square.
If you want the heavens and men to submit, the supreme ruler won't do it, and you, the supreme being of the 9 provinces, won't do it either.
Ling Ying's voice transmission rang in Huaqiu's ears.
Huaqiu was not surprised at all as he left. He was already familiar with the arrogance of the celestial race. Compared to him, you were still far behind, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. He had defeated that man hundreds of times in countless challenges, yet he still could not subdue him. It took him 300 years to subdue that celestial king-level being.
A celestial being is not subject to any human. But if one is truly won over, their loyalty will last until death.
He saw that person's shadow in Ling Ying.
You will submit.
777, Chapter 777. This is not the world of Kyushu. Ling Ying wandered freely through the main city of Qingjiao, and no one recognized him. No one, including Li Tianhuang, has ever seen what Ling Ying looks like as an adult. He began wearing a mask and veil during his youth to hide himself and start plotting. Ling Ying did not want to stay in the Heavenly King's palace any longer. Seeing Huaqiu using his identity to enjoy Li Tianhuang's fatherly love and Ling Yu's trust and reliance, he felt uneasy.
The scene from the square just now flashed before my eyes again.
The Xuanzhen celestial clan has never submitted to any person or force. A mere supreme being from the lower realm, Ling Tian muttered to himself, a light smile appearing on his face.
What happened to the supreme being of the lower realm?
A voice suddenly came from beside him. Ling Ying was startled and quickly retreated. Without him noticing, Huaqiu appeared silently beside him. Ling Ying was deeply shaken and found it difficult to remain calm.
If the other party wanted to kill him.
My divine, I couldn't detect his fluctuations. This has never happened before. Even the strongest supreme being in the earthly palace who comprehended the laws of space doesn't seem to have gone this far. Ling Ying's perception of Huaqiu became more serious, filled with apprehension.
What is it? Ling Ying asked, frowning. Would you be interested in taking a trip to the lower realm? Huaqiu asked casually. The lower realm?
Ling Ying's expression changed. Wasn't the first heaven already sealed away? Moreover, as far as I know, the 9 provinces world is currently shrouded by a top-tier array. He suddenly stopped talking. It is obvious that the earth-shattering array in the 9 provinces world that could block the forces of the Supreme Ruler was also the work of this Supreme Ruler of the 9 provinces. I'm very curious, how did you acquire such unparalleled mastery of array formations? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. How can the so-called eternal wisdom of array formations in the Xuanzhen world define his mastery of array formations? If an unparalleled immortal formation were to be unleashed, even the Supreme Ruler would change color. Hua Qiu pointed at Ling Ying, and without waiting for his consent, the power of the spatial laws enveloped him. There is a supernatural power that I don't know if you have ever seen, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. The next moment, their figures twisted and disappeared from the main city. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in the void of darkness, hurtling at an immeasurable speed. This is, Ling Ying suddenly widened her eyes. He was extremely shocked. Because the divine power that Hua Qiu unleashed contained the special aura of the celestial race's laws. So close yet so far. Ling Ying blurted out. Oh, you know? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. How could I not know? Ling Ying exclaimed excitedly. This is a closely guarded secret of my celestial race. It is a divine power inherited from the soul imprint, and it is a top-level divine power that can only be learned after one's heavenly skill reaches the 9th stage of transformation. Ling Ying said solemnly. This is a supernatural secret technique that even he, with his imperial bloodline and the legendary chosen one of destiny, has never been able to access. So close yet so far. Once unleashed, traversing space and penetrating the world is merely a thought away. Even the 4 supreme rulers of the Xuanzhen realm would find it difficult to accomplish such a thing. Some say this is no less than some kind of ethereal magic. Ling Ying had known about such a secret technique in the inheritance of the celestial bloodline for a long time and longed for it. With this secret technique, he can remain invincible even if his enemy is stronger than him. Add to that other supernatural abilities and secret techniques of the same level, and if he truly reaches the 7th level, he will be invincible in the Xuanzhen realm. Ling Ying never expected that Hua Qiu could use the celestial race's top-level divine power, and was greatly shocked. Impossible. You're not a celestial being at all, and you can't possibly have the 9 revolutions of heavenly skill. Ling Ying muttered to herself. He felt something was wrong the moment he learned that Hua Qiu had an unusual understanding of the celestial race. Upon hearing this phrase, so close yet so far, Ling Ying immediately lost her composure. Why can you use it? Why, who are you? Ling Ying questioned, unable to accept it. What does it matter if we're so close yet worlds apart? Hua Qiu said calmly. Actually, I may know all of the celestial race's other top-tier supernatural abilities, whether you've heard of them or not, he said jokingly. Ling Ying remained silent. Because he felt that what Hua Qiu said was likely true. Want to learn? Hua Qiu suddenly asked again. Ling Ying remained silent. It would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. He carried the fate of the entire celestial race on his shoulders, and the enemy was far too powerful. He desperately needed top-tier inherited divine abilities. But right now, he is still far from achieving the 9th level of the heavenly skill. But he absolutely could not submit to Hua Qiu. As the chosen one, his pride surpasses that of any other celestial being. We've arrived. Hua Qiu didn't force her, it was enough to make Ling Ying waver. As darkness faded, the two appeared in a bustling city. This is the capital of the Xia kingdom on earth, the place where Hua Qiu established the Taoist immortal sect. Now that he has broken through to the 5th level of the creation technique and has control over the origin of space, he can freely take people to traverse the boundary. Looking at the completely different modern world before him, Ling Ying was astonished. "'Tis the 9 provinces world?" he asked in surprise. Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded. Impossible. Ling Ying said firmly. The world of Kyushu that I know is definitely not like this. The 9 provinces world's origin is already on the verge of collapse, its laws are also broken, and even the aura of a nascent soul cultivator can hardly withstand it, Ling Ying said coldly. However, this world is brimming with primal energy, the laws of heaven and earth are constantly being reorganized, and deep within the earth, dragon veins are brewing with vibrant life. This is clearly a sign of great prosperity. Once this realm is fully established, in terms of its rank, it may be comparable to the Xuanzhen realm. How could this possibly be the 9 provinces world? The third eye on Ling Ying's forehead emitted a divine light. He used his supernatural powers to probe the essence of this world and witnessed many changes that shocked him. Hua Qiu's smile also disappeared. He set up the immortals. The formation awakened the vitality of the 9 provinces world, causing the spiritual energy to revive. However, the very essence of the 9 provinces world was indeed severely damaged in the ancient war, and even his immortal array could not repair it. But now Ling Ying says that his original essence has been revitalized. Hua Qiu immediately extended his divine sense. A moment later, he showed a strange expression. What happened? What happened on Earth while I was away? 778, Chapter 778. Get out here. Hua Qiu used his divine sense to probe the origin of the 9 provinces world, but still could not find the source of its radiance. This has become a mystery. Very well, let's return to the Emperor Immortal sect first, and investigate when we have time. Hua Qiu flew towards the location of the Emperor Immortal sect. He had been away from Earth for 3 months and didn't know how the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect were doing in their cultivation. I personally set up a spirit gathering array inside the Emperor Immortal sect. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has recovered, they must have made considerable progress, Hua Qiu thought to himself. His relatives and friends all have the top-level cultivation techniques. He taught them the divine-level martial arts techniques practiced by the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect can also be connected with the path of cultivation. Moreover, once the conditions are met, they can also be taught the cultivation manuals. He hoped that the Imperial Immortal sect would give him a surprise. Hua Qiu didn't use his divine sense to probe and went straight there. The two flew over the capital, their concealed presence causing no reaction. Looking down at the bustling modern world below, Ling Ying was quite interested. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen such a unique dimension. How could the human race in this plane be so weak, even weaker than the weakest demon race, to have developed into such a prosperous race? Ling Ying said in bewilderment. The world is full of wonders, and survival is not necessarily only achieved through great strength, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. In the modern world, humanity wields the power of technology, and powerful nuclear weapons, if truly deployed, could even endanger the most powerful cultivators in the cultivation world. Of course, it poses little threat to top-tier experts. In comparison, they are naturally not as powerful as cultivators, but it is still remarkable that they have developed to this level solely through wisdom. During the conversation, they arrived at the gate of the Emperor Immortal sect. Hua Qiu and Ling Ying landed. The Imperial Immortal Gate was built in a mountain range behind the capital, covering a vast area. It was clearly expanded after Hua Qiu left. Seeing the aura of spiritual energy emanating from the Emperor Immortal sect, Ling Ying's expression changed. This sect is permeated with the aura of laws. He couldn't help but exclaim. The Emperor Immortal sect possesses extraordinary formations, filled with considerable power of laws. There are more than 10 categories. Could it be that there are still powerful cultivators in the 9 provinces world? Ling Ying frowned. He knew how devastating the ancient war was. He was well aware of the extent of the decline of the 9 provinces world. But after arriving in this world, he was amazed by everything. Hua Qiu smiled but remained silent. In the Xuanzhen realm, cultivators who reach the nascent soul stage and can control 2 or 3 laws are already considered peerless geniuses, so it's no wonder Ling Ying was astonished. Ling Ying herself has only mastered 5 laws. Hua Qiu naturally wouldn't tell him that all those laws were created by him. He walked towards the gate of the Imperial Immortal sect. There were 10 guards at the mountain gate. The aura emanating from these 10 individuals belonged to martial arts masters in the secular martial arts world. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. In the past, martial venerables were already powerful figures, and their numbers were few. But now that spiritual energy has revived, the martial venerable level is commonplace. Especially within the Imperial Immortal sect. According to Hua Qiu's prediction, martial gods should be visible and martial saints should be everywhere. The fact that 10 martial venerables were guarding the mountain gate displeased him. How do they manage the Emperor Immortal sect? Hua Qiu's face darkened, and he walked straight inside, displeased. Stop! The gatekeeper suddenly shouted coldly, stopping Hua Qiu and his companion. What are you doing? Hua Qiu asked coldly. He is the sect leader of the Emperor Immortal sect. How could someone not recognize him as a disciple of the Emperor Immortal sect? Where did this brat come from, daring to break into the mountain gate? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The gatekeeper disciple looked at him disdainfully and sneered. Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. As the sect leader, how could he be stopped at the mountain gate? If he hadn't wanted to avoid causing a major upheaval within the Imperial Immortal sect, he would have flown in directly in the past. Haha! Lingying suddenly burst into laughter. This was the first time he had seen Hua Qiu suffer a setback, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Did you all see clearly who was stopping us? Lingying said meaningfully after laughing. Whoever he is, daring to trespass into the Emperor Immortal sect's mountain gate is courting death. The gatekeeper disciple rebuked him arrogantly. You too, if you don't want to die here, get out of here. Even Lingying's face darkened. In terms of arrogance, who can compare to his heavenly emperor blood? Being scolded like that by a few mortals, he immediately wanted to slap them to death. But he held back. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, this is your territory. Lingying said in a deep voice. Hua Qiu also lost face. Although both he and Lingying were dressed in ancient attire, it's understandable that the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect couldn't resist. However, the attitude of these gatekeepers was far too arrogant and condescending. Hua Qiu values character highly and specifically instructed several high-ranking members of the Emperor Immortal sect on this matter. How could they be so blind as to hire such trash? With mediocre talent and despicable character, you are not worthy of being disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect, Hua Qiu said coldly. You 10, cripple your martial arts and get out of the Emperor Immortal sect. He. Upon hearing this, the gatekeepers laughed without any restraint. You want us to cripple our own martial arts, and you want us to get out of the Emperor Immortal sect? They seem to be watching the biggest joke in the world. You bastard, who do you think you are? This is the Emperor Immortal sect. You don't really think you're the sect leader of the Imperial Immortal sect, do you? Do you think you can expel us from the sect with just a few words? Is this guy an idiot? Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to spout nonsense at the Imperial Immortal sect even if he had 10 lives. The gatekeepers burst into laughter, their faces full of contempt and disdain. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold and sharp in an instant. Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura erupted from him, like the might of heaven descending upon the world. Instantly, the 10 gatekeepers froze, their expressions changing drastically. It was a terrifying aura they had never felt before, and it terrified them in an instant. The contempt and disdain vanished, replaced by extreme fear and dread. They wanted to speak, but they didn't even have the strength to move. Bang bang bang. 10 people knelt down in unison before the gate of the Emperor Immortal sect, their knees cracking from the effort. My Imperial Immortal sect has no disciples as disgraceful as you. Hua Qiu said coldly. You are. One of them seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. The others also realized what was happening and began to tremble. Spare me, they wanted to beg for mercy, but they couldn't utter another word. Hua Qiu only glanced at them. The next moment, the 10 men collapsed to the ground, their martial arts skills completely destroyed, and they died on the spot. TSK, Lingying shook her head from the side, her expression unreadable, seemingly mocking Hua Qiu's poor discipline. All high-ranking members of the Emperor Immortal sect, get out here right now. Hua Qiu roared as he looked into the sect. The sound exploded like thunder, resounding throughout every corner of the Emperor Immortal sect. Soon, the entire Emperor Immortal sect was in an uproar. 779, Chapter 779 Threat. Inside the Emperor Immortal Gate, figures thronged, and many people flew in. Hua Qiu's shout startled everyone in the sect. Seeing the martial artists rushing towards the mountain gate, Hua Qiu frowned deeply. Most of these martial artists were at the martial venerable level, even martial saints were rarely seen. This was not within Hua Qiu's expectations. When he left, the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect already possessed such strength with top-notch cultivation techniques and the spirit-gathering array he set up, it was impossible for them not to have made any progress. Moreover, the auras of these martial artists were strange. Hua Qiu had explained that the selection of disciples for the Emperor Immortal sect was extremely rigorous, with talent being the most important factor. These people aren't even qualified to sweep the floor at the Imperial Immortal sect. None of these are disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect. Hua Qiu frowned. In an instant, he released his divine sense, which enveloped the entire Emperor Immortal sect. He knew that something must have happened to the Emperor Immortal sect. A moment later, Hua Qiu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Who dares to attack the Emperor Immortal sect while I was away? According to his perception, the Emperor Immortal sect had been occupied by a group of outsiders. He did not find any trace of the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect. It wasn't until he extended his divine sense underground that he discovered a group of people imprisoned in the newly excavated dungeon, most of whom were familiar faces. Hua Qiu was furious. When he left, he set up an array for the Emperor Immortal sect, created 2 martial gods, and had Yushuzi and many other cultivators from the Immortal realm join him. Under heaven, who else can defeat the Emperor Immortal sect? At least a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't sense that kind of aura inside the Emperor Immortal sect, so the main person in question wasn't here. Soon, people pouring out of the Emperor Immortal sect surrounded Hua Qiu and Ling Ying. A bunch of ants, they're really overestimating themselves. Ling Ying sneered. He could crush hundreds or even thousands of such martial artists with a mere flick of his finger. Step back, all of you, you are no match for them. A voice rang out. The crowd parted to make way for a middle-aged man with an air of authority who stepped out. He looked at Hua Qiu with a faint smile. Inspector Hua, it's been a long time, he said, bowing to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. Standing opposite him was the head of the Xia Kingdom's black market organization. He had dealt with this person several times. The person in charge of the black market didn't know what they saw in Hua Qiu, but they tolerated his provocations time and time again and gave him very high privileges, appointing him as the black market inspector of Xia Kingdom, putting him on equal footing with the Grand Master. The black market had also provided Hua Qiu with many conveniences, and that privilege saved him a lot of effort. So it's the black market. Hua Qiu let out a cold laugh. In the entire Xia Kingdom, perhaps only the mysterious controller of the black market, who never shows his face, has such ability. Lord of the Black Market, the Black Emperor. Hua Qiu had long suspected that the Black Emperor was a cultivator, and not a weak one at that. He also knew that the Black Emperor would never grant him such high privileges for no reason. He must have some ulterior motive. However, he didn't take it to heart, feeling that he wasn't afraid of any schemes. As expected, the Black Emperor made his move. State your ultimate goal, Hua Qiu said indifferently to the Grand Master. Inspector Hua, I was merely acting under orders, the Grand Master replied, his expression unchanged. Your sister and lover are both in the hands of Lord Black Emperor. I hope Inspector Hua will not take any rash actions, lest he regret it later, he threatened with a smile. Hua Qiu's face immediately turned icy cold. Anyone who dares to threaten him with his family and friends is playing with fire. Please rest assured, Inspector, not a single disciple of the Emperor Immortal sect was injured or killed, most of them are imprisoned in the dungeon, the Grand Master continued. As for the others, I have no authority to know. You may only get the answer after you meet Lord Black Emperor. As he spoke, he turned around and looked around the Imperial Immortal sect's headquarters. This is a good place, and Lord Black Emperor is quite fond of it. I am afraid you'll have to give it up. Then, he had his men bring him something else. What was brought over was a bracelet. Lord Black Emperor instructed that you must wear this item on your hand before you go to see him. Hua Qiu and Ling Ying both turned their gazes in that direction. A forbidden bracelet? Ling Ying frowned. Can cultivators in the 9 provinces world possess such a thing? He looked somewhat surprised. This is a special magical artifact. Once a cultivator puts it on, it will immediately take effect, sealing the cultivator's cultivation and preventing them from using any spiritual power. Even in the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, it is very difficult to see such a thing. This kind of magical artifact is not easy to forge, only powerful forces at the 2nd or 3rd level of the heavenly realm can create it. Moreover, judging from the grade of this forbidden bracelet, it is probably capable of sealing cultivators at or below the void returning stage, which is already extremely rare. Therefore, Ling Ying's expression was unusual. Inspector Hua, please put it on. Don't make things difficult for me. The Grand Master said you are a smart man. Staying rational will prevent you from making a mistake. Oh. Hua Qiu chuckled dismissively. What ridiculous arrogance. He scoffed. What makes you think you can control me, you mere Black Emperor? The Grand Master frowned upon hearing this. How dare you, how dare you? Several high-level martial artists behind him were immediately enraged and pointed at Hua Qiu, shouting angrily. Don't you realize your predicament? How dare you insult Lord Black Emperor? Their absolute loyalty and faith in the Black Emperor, and the extent of their anger, are evident. These things are not even as good as ants, they don't know their own limitations, Hua Qiu said indifferently, his expression full of indifference. Call. A gentle breeze suddenly arose and drifted by. The next moment, those martial artists who had spoken up were instantly reduced to ashes. Whoosh! This scene caused the martial artists present to widen their eyes in utter shock. They were ultimately just mortals, and when faced with the divine might of cultivators, they felt nothing but fear. Black Market Master, the smile on his face vanished, and his complexion turned pale. The current Hua Qiu is far more terrifying than when he first encountered him in the battle between good and evil. Even now that he has reached the martial god realm, he still finds Hua Qiu unfathomable. Inspector Hua! He exclaimed emphatically. Don't forget, your sister and close female friend are still imprisoned, their fates unknown. He could only use this to threaten Hua Qiu. So what? Hua Qiu remained non-committal, his expression laced with sarcasm. The Grand Master's expression changed. This actually didn't threaten him. Doesn't he care about the lives of those people? But isn't Hua Qiu always the most loyal and affectionate person? Hua Qiu scanned his surroundings, and a murderous aura erupted from him. In an instant, all the martial artists present turned pale. That aura was so fierce and terrifying. You dare to try and take over my Emperor Immortal sect, are you even worthy? A cold voice rang out. The Black Market Organization, the largest organization in the world, I will make it history. 780, Chapter 780. Bring your head to me. Hua Qiu reached out and beckoned. The Black Market's leader's expression immediately changed drastically. Because his body was uncontrollably flying towards Hua Qiu. In his horror, he used all his strength to resist, but to no avail. The Black Emperor personally empowered me, allowing me to reach the peak of the martial god realm, and said that on this Earth star, apart from those above the nascent soul stage, no one can defeat me. How could I not escape his control? The Grand Master exclaimed incredulously. He knew Hua Qiu was powerful, but there was a limit to it. I never imagined that even with my meteoric rise, I would still be so easily defeated by him. Hua Qiu reached out and grabbed the Grand Master by the throat. Release the Grand Master. If Lord Black Emperor gets angry, your whole family will be wiped out. The high-ranking martial artists of the Black Market Organization shouted. Snort! Hua Qiu let out a cold snort. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the high-ranking officials' bodies shattered, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere, causing many people to scream in terror. Huaqiu, I urge you to think twice. Do you really not care about your sister's life or death? The Grand Master said with difficulty. He could hardly breathe. Perhaps you don't know how powerful Lord Black Emperor is, but I can tell you, he is a being from the upper realm. Lord Black Emperor's background and strength are beyond your comprehension and imagination. Oh, is that so? Huaqiu chuckled. Snap. He snapped the Grand Master's neck. He casually tossed the corpse on the ground and looked at the other black market warriors. Many martial artists looked fearful and dared not approach. Huaqiu's recklessness took the black market organization by surprise. A mere black emperor dares to threaten me with my family and friends? Huaqiu's face was filled with murderous intent. He conducted a soul search in front of everyone. The black market warriors trembled as they watched the Grand Master's soul being summoned, his expression one of unbearable pain. Soul search? Linging narrowed her eyes. This method is cruel and requires a high level of spiritual awareness from the practitioner. Even in the Xuanzhen realm, very few people would use it. Those powerful cultivators can do it, but they use it cautiously and won't do it unless absolutely necessary. Because they absorb too many distracting thoughts and memories that don't belong to them, cultivators' resentment easily breeds inner demons, which is harmful in every way. Huaqiu used it without any scruples. He has no karma on him. Ling Yingtian's expression changed drastically as he stared at him. Huaqiu used the soul-searching technique, but was able to isolate the inexplicable karmic force from him and prevent it from affecting him. Even the ultimate supreme beings can't do that. This has gone beyond the rules. Ling Ying's eyes flickered. His speculations about Huaqiu became increasingly outrageous. A moment later, Huaqiu personally crushed the Grand Master's soul. Everyone, kneel down, he said calmly. Boom! A powerful aura surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire Emperor Immortal sect. How could an ordinary martial artist withstand such an aura? One by one, the black market warriors knelt down, and no one could resist. Who exactly is the inspector? The warriors were terrified, their hearts trembling. Huaqiu took a step forward and landed inside the Emperor Immortal Gate. Ling Ying followed closely behind. Huaqiu reached out and wiped the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, splitting open huge cracks to reveal dungeons beneath. It was specially built by the Black Market Organization after it captured the Emperor Immortal sect, to imprison the people of the Emperor Immortal sect. The imprisoned disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect have finally seen the light of day again. Sect Master, the Sect Master has returned. Upon seeing Huaqiu, the disciples in the prison cell were excited and shouted loudly. Huaqiu is their faith. Even though they were trapped in the dark dungeon, they never lost faith and continued to wait for their sect leader's return. Sure enough, he was invincible. Huaqiu reached out and swept his hand again, shattering the dungeon and lifting all the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect onto the ground by an invisible force. With a final wave of his hand, the ground, which had been riddled with huge cracks, quickly closed up, becoming as intact as ever, as if it had never been broken. This method stunned the martial artists in the black market. In the eyes of mortals, this is truly the work of a god. The sect leader has made further progress. The disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect were filled with admiration, looking up at Huaqiu's divine might. Sect Master, you're finally back. A voice rang out from the crowd. Huaqiu looked over and saw that it was Yu Shuzi, the head of the Lang family of the Immortal Realm, and the head of the Xing family. They were the strongest fighters in the Emperor Immortal sect, and at this moment they were all lying on the ground with weak breaths, all seriously injured. Sect Masteria V kept this old man waiting for so long. If you hadn't come soon, we wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer, the old fellow Yu Shuzi cried and complained, tears streaming down his face. Your Excellency, I am truly sorry. That Black Emperor was extremely powerful. Even with all our strength, we were no match for him. He severely injured the three of us with just one finger. Lang Xiu, the head of the Lang family, said apologetically. That person's cultivation level is at least the nascent soul stage, and possibly even higher. The Xing family patriarch said solemnly. He is not from the 9 provinces, he is very likely a spy sent down from the upper realm. They could never forget that day when the Black Emperor descended upon the imperial immortal sect, his power overwhelming heaven and earth, terrifyingly strong. Even the formation set up by Hua Qiu, which was said to be able to withstand nascent soul cultivators, was easily broken by him. Hua Qiu nodded. You've all worked hard, he waved his hand and unleashed a beam of green light. This is Hua Qiu's creative spiritual power. The spiritual energy enveloped the members of the Emperor Immortal sect, immediately exerting a miraculous effect. No matter how severe their injuries, they were instantly healed and in better physical condition than before. In less than half a minute, everyone became energetic again. Even the 3 most seriously injured, Yushuzi and his companions, jumped up with rosy cheeks. This is a supreme miracle, thank you, Supreme One. The crowd worshipped with utmost reverence, their devotion growing even stronger. This power Linging was stunned. If such a cultivator were to provide support during a major battle between the 2 sides, they would be invincible from the start. Your Majesty, your sister and a group of friends have been captured by the Black Emperor. We are leaving. We are truly ashamed. We do not know where they are now, and their fate is unknown. The leader of the Martial Alliance bowed and reported. It's all right, they're fine. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. This is also the source of his confidence to ignore the Black Emperor's threat. Those close to him all possess protective magical artifacts he crafted, and none of them have sensed anything amiss, proving that the artifacts are intact and no one is in danger. The Black Emperor's true target was him. Your Majesty, are you going to seek out the Black Emperor? The Lang family patriarch asked cautiously. They were very worried. The Black Emperor's strength was terrifying. The aura he displayed at that time was dozens of times stronger than what Hua Qiu had shown before. It is very likely that he is a powerful cultivator from the upper realm who has been lying dormant in the 9 provinces. They were all worried that Hua Qiu was no match for them. Why should I go looking for him? Hua Qiu sneered. I want him to come back with his head. After saying that, Hua Qiu flew into the air. Black Emperor, I, the Supreme One, command you to immediately reveal yourself and face your death. The ethereal voice echoed outwards, reaching every corner of the 9 provinces.